In the 48th year of Konoha, on the 10th day of the 10th month, the moon that night hung in the sky a gruesome blood-red hue. At the instant those razor-sharp claws pierced the hearts of Namikaze Minato and Uzumaki Kushina, the infant who had been wailing in swaddling clothes, suddenly had a glacial eerie gleam flash through the depths of his azure eyes. It was the soul of another world. A ruthless overlord who had clawed his way to the very end of a treacherous backstabbing realm. And in this moment he seized this body and was reborn. Drip, drip. Scalding metallic-smelling blood slid from those enormous claws and fell onto the swaddling cloth. The protagonist, now bearing the name Uzumaki Naruto, stared coldly at the man and woman before him, both on the brink of death. In his gaze there was not the slightest trace of warmth and none of the earth-shattering grief of the original tale. All he saw were two fools who for some so-called noble cause called the village chose to sacrifice their own son. So, these are my parents in this life. In the depths of his heart, he let out a merciless, derisive snort, though a faint tremor born of bloodline still lingered within his soul. His one remaining bottom line of attachment. What surged stronger was an intense loathing for this self-sacrificial spirit. All of a sudden, a warm, weighty chakra suffused with a nauseating aura of universal love welled up from every single cell in his body. It was the reincarnation power of Asura. This power resembled a viscous sentient fluid trying to bore into his brain to rewrite his will, to whisper to him, "Forgive, be tolerant, use love to dissolve hatred, inherit that worthless so-called will of fire. Get out." Within his sea of consciousness, his soul let out a earth-shattering roar. His will, like quenched steel, fiercely rejected this brainwashing force that sought to turn him into a sanctimonious saint. "My fate is mine to command, not heaven's, and certainly not yours, you thousand-year-dead old ghost." In the depths of his being, he savagely tore into and drove out that warm current of energy. He would rather endure the agony of his soul being ripped asunder than relinquish that perfectly cold, perfectly self. In the end, Ashura's chakra seemed to sense the terror and resolve of this soul. Helpless, it fell silent, retreating to the deepest recesses of the body. But the protagonist had already etched this debt into his heart. At this moment, Namikaze Minato's broken, guilt-ridden voice sounded by his ear. "Naruto, in the future, make more friends. Don't be picky with food." How unbearably noisy. The infant in swaddling closed his eyes, concealing that mocking, icy gleam. Friends, bonds. In this cannibalistic world of shinobi, there exists only disparity in strength and the exchange of interests. All so-called warmth is nothing more than sugar-coated poison. Before long, an old man wearing a Hokage cloak and biting on a pipe arrived, surrounded by a cluster of masked Anbu. Sarutobi Hiruzen, the so-called strongest of the generations, yet in truth an utterly hypocritical third Hokage. He looked at the fallen heroic couple, a flicker of complexity crossing his eyes, then allowed his gaze to fall upon the child of heroes. The protagonist could feel a pair of aged hands laced with scrutiny lifting him up. In that instant he sensed from the depths of the old man's heart fear, calculation, and a faint, almost imperceptible killing intent. For the sake of quelling the villagers' rage toward the Nine Tails, and for the sake of controlling this ultimate weapon of a Jinchuriki, the old man had already planned out the tragedy of his childhood. "Old fool, you will one day watch in regret as I bury with my own hands everything you swore to protect." In the darkness, the protagonist finally sank into deep sleep. For now he needed to endure to lie coiled like a venomous serpent slowly brewing his poison within Konoha's hypocritical nest. 5 years later at the Ninja Academy, that would be the moment when he bared his fangs in earnest. In the 53rd year of Konoha, in spring, a faint moldy odor lingered in the dim, damp single-room apartment. On the walls, harsh red paint screamed out words like "Go die, monster," and "Get out of Konoha," each stroke a jarring curse. On a small table in the corner sat several cartons of expired milk and a few pieces of hardened black bread. This was the treatment the Konoha leadership had arranged for the son of a hero. A 5-year-old boy with dazzling blonde hair and 6 whisker-like marks on his cheeks was standing quietly before a cracked, worn-out bathroom mirror. The face in the mirror was thin and gaunt, clearly undernourished. Yet in those azure eyes that should have held childhood innocence or grievance, there was only a chill as ancient and unmoving as Tenthassandier ice, utterly incompatible with his age. 5 years. Uzumaki Naruto stared at himself in the mirror, the corner of his mouth curling into a cold. In these 5 years, he had not behaved like that fool in the original timeline, pulling pranks, shouting for attention, or idiotically scribbling all over the Hokage rock. He chose extreme concealment and silence. Aside from expending the bare minimum needed to survive each day, he devoted all his time to the most basic muscle control training and chakra meditation. That damned Asura chakra was suppressed deep within his body by his soul, yet it was not entirely useless. Asura's monstrous regenerative power allowed him to recover miraculously by the next day after countless nights of training himself in secret until his muscles tore and his bones fissured. Knock, knock, knock. A rough pounding sounded from the door, followed by a cold voice of an ANBU ninja. "Uzumaki Naruto, today is the Academy enrollment day. The Hokage ordered you to report on time. Don't dawdle." Without waiting for Naruto's response, the footsteps outside quickly receded, as if lingering even a second longer might infect them with some plague. Naruto said nothing, his expression blank, as he put on a gray jacket washed so many times it had turned pale. He saw straight through Sarutobi Hiruzen's arrangements. Throwing him into the Ninja Academy was on the surface a way to educate him In truth, it was to concentrate surveillance on him and to begin the first step of indoctrinating him with that so-called will of fire. Pushing open the rickety wooden door, Naruto stepped into Konoha's bustling streets. The sunlight was blinding, yet on his body it carried not a trace of warmth. Look, the little demon fox brat is out. What bad luck. Seeing this jinx first thing in the morning. Don't tell me the goods I just stocked yesterday won't sell now. Should keep your voice down, don't let him hear. I really don't know why the third keeps the scourge alive. He should have been burned to death to accompany the fourth in the grave. On both sides of the street, the villagers made no effort to hide their malice. Their resentful gazes were almost tangible, like sharp blades scraping across Naruto's body. A child playing by the roadside under his mother's tacit approval picked up a sharp stone and hurled it viciously at the back of Naruto's head. Whoosh! The stone flew fast at a cunning angle. If it had been an ordinary 5-year-old, that single throw would have left their head broken and bleeding. Naruto's eyes did not ripple in the slightest. His steps merely paused in what seemed a casual manner, neatly letting the stone pass by. It smashed into the earthen wall ahead and shattered into pieces. The angle was decent, the force a bit lacking, but enough to maim a small child. So this is the loving, united Konoha you speak of? Naruto sneered inwardly. He did not even bother to look back. He merely carved every malicious face along the way deep into his memory. He would not be angry. A dragon does not rage at the yapping of ants. He was simply silently drafting a list of the dead in his heart. When the day came that he possessed absolute power, every person on this street, along with their very souls, would become nourishment, paving the path to his supreme throne. Before long, Naruto arrived at the gates of the academy. Compared to the dilapidated streets outside this place, was another world entirely. Laughter everywhere, well-dressed parents holding their children's hands as they exchanged pleasantries. In the crowd, Naruto spotted a few familiar faces. There was Uchiha Sasuke, proud and aloof, surrounded like a star. At the center of attention, Inara Shikamaru, looking lazy yet with shrewdness glinting in his eyes, and Hyuga Hinata hiding behind Hyuga Hayashi, stealing timid, fearful glances at him. In the original story, these people were indispensable bonds in Naruto's life, but the present Naruto regarded them as if they were livestock waiting to be slaughtered in a marketplace. The Uchiha Sharingan, the Hyugas, Byakugan, the Nara clan's in-release secret arts. All were fine materials and trophies. As for that so-called camaraderie of classmates, it was utterly laughable. Hinata seemed to sense Naruto's gaze. Her small face flushed red as she tried to muster the courage to greet him, only to find his eyes already sliding away, cold and indifferent. That hollow, deathly look made little Hinata shiver uncontrollably. At the very instant Naruto lifted his foot to cross the academy threshold, an icy, mechanical, emotionless electronic voice suddenly echoed from the depths of his mind. Ding! Host has been detected, officially stepping onto the world's main storyline trajectory. Causality lock complete. Energy barrier constructed blocking all external probing, including but not limited to telescope techniques, Byakugan, and sensory ninjutsu. Extreme Tyrant system formally activated. Naruto's steps faltered for a moment as a terrifying gleam suddenly burst forth from those once placid blue eyes. 5 years. The cheat that belonged to a transmigrator had finally arrived. Ding! This system exists to assist the host in trampling the heavens and ruling eternity alone. All bloodlines, jutsu, lifespan, and souls in existence can be plundered and refined for your own use. Host's first activation detected. Issuing Novice Tyrant Grand Gift Pack. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the passive divine skill Mask of Delusion. Attribute: the host may freely disguise his own chakra fluctuations, emotional responses, and apparent level of strength. Until the host intentionally exposes himself, even if the Sage of Six Paths were to return to life, he would be unable to discern the host's truth. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Supreme Cultivation Art Great Devouring Demonic Art First Level. Attribute: transcends the shackles of the chakra system, can devour all foreign forms of energy in the world and refine them into pure demonic essence. Current devourable targets: leaking Ninetales chakra within the body, residual Asura soul origin. Ding. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special item Flesh Purification Elixir 1. Attribute: temper the body and cleanse the meridians, completely expel unnecessary internal impurities and residual wills, forging a flawless tyrant's body. As the cascade of notifications echoed in his mind, a bloodthirsty fervor finally surfaced on Naruto's formerly frosty face. What an excellent extreme tyrant system, what a magnificent great devouring demonic art. For 5 years, he had not dared to refine chakra on a grand scale because of the massive Ninetales seal in his belly and the ANBU under the Hokage's constant watch. The slightest anomaly would arouse Sarutobi Hiruzen's suspicion. But now, with the Mask of Delusion, he was effectively invisible right under the noses of Konoha's top brass. What excited him even more was the great devouring demonic art. Asura's chakra had always tried to brainwash him, and the Ninetales chakra seethed with savagery and hatred. So what of it? He thought. All of it will be nourishment for my ascent to the summit. The Hokage is here. Someone shouted from within the crowd, and the once boisterous training field fell silent at once. Sarutobi Hiruzen, clad in ceremonial robes and wearing the Hokage hat, walked steadily onto the high platform. Gazing down at the children with a kindly smile, He cleared his throat and began that speech which had been repeated countless days and nights. Where the leaves dance, the fire is ever burning. The fire will continue to illuminate the village and nurture the budding leaves of the next generation. Hiruzen's voice carried a seductive fervor, and the new students below, Sasuke included, were stirred to burning excitement, their eyes shining with dreams of the future. All except Naruto, who stood in the shadowed corner. Under the guise of the mask of delusion, his expression appeared dull and numb, like that of an orphan too slow to understand the Hokage's words, perfectly matching the image of an easily controlled container in Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart. Yet within him, the great devouring demonic art was already roaring into motion. Threads of the once rampant Nine-Tails chakra, along with that long-dormant saintly Asura energy, howled silently as the art ground them to pieces, devouring them without mercy and transforming them into the purest black demonic essence that coursed through every inch of Naruto's flesh and bone. As his power surged madly, the system's chime rang out once more. Ding. Tyrant main quest triggered. The lurking viper shows its fangs. Quest content in the upcoming live combat assessment cripple the foundation of a noble clan's prodigy in a crushing fashion without being discovered by anyone. Quest reward: a portion of Mangekyo Sharingan source ocular power and 5 years of lifespan. Listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's hypocritical will of fire on the stage, Naruto lowered his head, the corners of his mouth drawing into a smile that sent chills down the spine. Will of fire? He mused. Old dog, one day I will use this so-called will of fire to burn you worms of Konoha, along with the entire village, into ashes. In the ninja school outside training ground of Room 1, the gentle breeze of early spring carries a hint of warmth, yet Naruto, standing at the edge of the crowd, seems to be surrounded by an unbreakable layer of eternal frost. Alright, quiet. Irika Umino, bearing a scar across his nose, loudly maintains order, while holding the his gaze swept across the chattering newcomers, and when it landed on Naruto, a flicker of suppressed disdain and pain inevitably flashed in his eyes. His parents were killed in the Nine-Tails incident 5 years ago. Amidst the veil of delusion Naruto took, even a Chunin teacher can display such emotions towards me. Sarutobi Hiruzen, your so-called secrecy and protection are truly hypocritical to the point of nausea. Naruto sneered internally while maintaining a dull and somewhat timid expression on his face. Next, we will conduct the basic combat test for enrollment. The purpose is primarily to assess your physical abilities and fundamentals. When your name is called, step forward and form the standing seal. Irika announced loudly. First pair: Inuzuka Kiba versus Yamanaka Ino. The combat soon commenced, and to Naruto the fights between the children seemed even more boring than two ants biting each other. Full of flaws and devoid of murderous intent, it was merely child's play. But he did not let his guard down. He knew very well that in the office of the Hokage building, that old man with a pipe was undoubtedly watching intently through a crystal ball. Next pair: Uchiha Sasuke versus Uzumaki Naruto. As Irika announced these two names, the entire playground fell silent for a moment, then erupted into a wave of contrasting cheers. Wow, the Sasuke-kin. Go Sasuke-kin. Teach that annoying guy a lesson. Sakura Haruno, with her pink hair, clasped her hands and let out a piercing scream. Sasuke is the coolest. Beat that loser. Ino, standing nearby, also chimed in. Those girls from common backgrounds, driven by the hormones of their heat, poured cheap admiration upon the black-haired boy in the clan emblem shirt. Naruto glanced at the screaming girls, a flicker of extreme coldness and disgust flashing deep within his eyes. Women only serve to affect the speed at which I draw my blade. Besides being used for reproduction and as a furnace to extract in chakra, they are of no value. Meanwhile, Uchiha Sasuke, hands in his pockets, walked to the center of the arena with an air of superiority. He didn't even spare Naruto a glance, simply coldly uttering 2 words: hurry up, don't waste my time. The arrogance of a prodigious heir was fully displayed at this moment. Ding. Target detected: Uchiha Sasuke. System prompt: the target possesses an extremely high concentration of Indra's bloodline source, making him an excellent material for devouring and parasitism. In his mind, the system's cold voice echoed once more. Naruto's lips twitched slightly, revealing a cruel smile that had been suppressed to the extreme. He walked unsteadily, even a bit fearfully, to stand before Sasuke. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, watched the scene unfold, exhaling a puff of smoke, murmuring to himself, Naruto, what will you do in the face of the Uchiha genius? Will the thing inside me leak out due to anger? Form the standing seal. Irika ordered. The two half-heartedly formed the seals. Begin. No sooner had the command been given than Sasuke shot forward like a cheetah. The 6-year-old's speed already faintly resembled that of a genin. He didn't use any ninjutsu, merely a straightforward punch, aimed straight at Naruto's face. So fast. The surrounding students gasped in surprise. But in Naruto's eyes, this proud speed felt as slow as if it were in slow motion. Over these 5 years, he had been continuously refining his body with the chakra leaked from the Nine-Tails, and his neural reflex speed had long surpassed that of an ordinary Chunin. He could even see every pore contracting on Sasuke's fist. If he wanted to kill him, Naruto could pierce through his weak heart with just a single finger. However, the main task was to secretly ruin his foundation without exposing himself. Veil of delusion: activate the highest disguise. Great devouring magic: concentrate the magical essence. In an instant, Naruto's body, which could have easily dodged, suddenly clumsily tripped over his left foot, and he fell forward in an extremely awkward manner. Bang! Sasuke's fist slammed heavily into Naruto's shoulder. Naruto let out a perfectly timed scream, his face turning pale, his body trembling violently. Teach, what a worthless piece of trash. Sasuke snorted disdainfully, preparing to retract his fist and end this. However, in the brief moment when his fist made contact with Naruto's shoulder, an unnoticed change occurred. Within Naruto, a strand of extremely cold and domineering dark magic essence, refined by the great devouring magic, silently drilled into Sasuke's meridian system along his fist like a festering sore. This strand of magic essence did not destroy Sasuke's muscles nor sever his chakra, but instead, like a malicious seed, it directly traveled through the meridians, deeply rooting itself in the depths of Sasuke's brain. On the core chakra circuit connecting to the optic nerve, which would be used to awaken the Sharingan in the future, the magic seed has been implanted. A chilling glint flickered in Naruto's lowered eyes. This magic seed will not show any abnormalities under normal circumstances. But from today on, as long as Sasuke refines chakra and uses the Sharingan, the magic seed will greedily devour his ocular power and life force, feeding it back to Naruto. The harder he trains, the deeper his foundation will be eroded. Until one day, when he believes he has gained the power for revenge, Naruto will only need a single thought to turn him into a powerless wreck devoid of chakra. This is the true meaning of ruining one's foundation. To kill, one must also strike at the heart. Slap! Sasuke suddenly felt an unexpected needle-like sharp pain deep in his brain. Hiss! He gasped sharply, and his once arrogant face turned as pale as paper. His body staggered uncontrollably, dropping to one knee, clutching his head, cold sweat pouring down. Sasuke-kun, what's wrong with you? Oh no, why did Sasuke fall down? The crowd erupted in confusion, with Sakura and Ino screaming and wanting to rush forward. Irika was taken aback, performing a body flicker technique to appear between the two, supporting Sasuke. Sasuke, what happened? Sasuke gasped, the intense pain coming and going quickly, as if it were just an illusion. He gritted his teeth and stood up, glaring fiercely at Naruto, who was still on the ground, clutching his shoulder and wailing. I'm fine. Sasuke pushed Irika away, refusing to admit he had embarrassed himself in front of a loser. He thought it was due to overtraining to catch up with his brother, resulting in chakra backlash. I clearly hit him just now. Sasuke gritted his teeth. Irika checked Sasuke and found that aside from a slight disturbance in breath, he wasn't seriously injured, and he breathed a sigh of relief. He turned to Naruto. Eyes complicated. Uzumaki, Naruto lost combat capability. In this duel, Uchiha Sasuke wins. Although he won, Sasuke felt this was a great humiliation. With a cold snort, he turned and walked back into the crowd. Meanwhile, lying on the ground, pretending to be dead, Naruto heard a voice like celestial music echoing in his mind. Ding! Host successfully implanted the great devouring magic seed within the reincarnated body of Indra, completely mastering its future foundation. Ding! The Tyrant's mainline task, the lurking viper, has revealed its sharpness. Task completed beyond expectations. Task evaluation perfect, not only ruining the foundation but turning it into the host's cash cow. Ding! Task reward issued, a portion of the original ocular power of the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Lifespan 5 years. Boom! A vast energy, extremely pure and filled with the aura of Ein, appeared in Naruto's eyes. If someone could see through his pupils at this moment, they would find that deep within the azure iris, a blood-red tomo was swirling and sketching, hinting at the formation of the kaleidoscope pattern. But soon this power was firmly suppressed deep within by the veil of delusion, not leaking a single trace. At the same time, a warm vitality coursed through his body, extending his life by a full 5 years. Uchiha's ocular power, so this is the capital those with red eye disease take pride in. With Irika's support, Naruto struggled to stand up, lowering his head as he walked back to the corner. Feeling the source power in his eyes, capable of unleashing terrifying illusions and black flames, the corners of his mouth finally couldn't help but curl into a minuscule devilish smile. In the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen put down his pipe, frowning slightly. It seems it was just an accident. That kid Naruto couldn't even dodge. His talent appears quite ordinary. As for Sasuke, has he been training too hard lately? The cunning Hokage, under the system's dimensional suppression, felt like a blind man kept in the dark. In the first round, the Tyrant wins. The gloom over Konoha began to brew truly from this moment onward. In the deep of night, Konohagakure fell into a deep slumber. Inside a dilapidated apartment, Naruto lay quietly on his bed, breathing steadily, occasionally letting out the whimsical murmurs characteristic of children's dreams, even rolling over and kicking the blanket aside. Outside on the large tree, 2 ANBU ninja, wearing animal masks, were monitoring the area under the moonlight. Everything was normal. The little fox spirit was already fast asleep. One of the ANBU spoke in a low voice, his tone laced with unabashed disdain. Keep watching, oh. He embarrassed himself at school during the day, and the third Hokage feared that his unstable emotions might loosen the seal. The other ANBU replied coldly. They had no idea that the pitiable creature sleeping before them was merely a perfect mimicry created by Naruto using the system's divine technique, the facade of illusions. The real consciousness of Naruto had long since infiltrated the dark, damp space of the seal. Tick-tock, tick-tock, cold water dripped from the moss-covered pipes. Naruto walked through the water that reached his ankles, his face expressionless, as he ventured deeper into the space. There was no sunlight here, only endless gloom and a suffocating sense of oppression. In front of him stood an enormous iron gate, at the center of which was a talisman inscribed with sealing characters. And in the endless darkness beyond that iron gate, two blood-red eyes resembling massive lanterns slowly opened. A deep, ferocious roar filled with endless hatred erupted in the empty sewer, causing waves to ripple across the waters. Damn little brat. You dare to come here voluntarily? The enormous body of the Nine-Tails, as massive as a mountain, flickered in and out of shadow, its 9 tails thrashing wildly. It lowered its head, its massive beastly eyes fixated on the small ant-like blonde boy outside the iron gate. Come closer. Just a little closer. Rip off that damn talisman and I will grant you all the power you desire. The Nine-Tails' voice, filled with seduction and malice, echoed in Naruto's ears, while tendrils of corrosive crimson chakra seeped through the gaps in the iron gate, attempting to invade Naruto's spirit. In the original story, Naruto Uzumaki trembled in fear the first time he faced the Nine-Tails. But the one standing here now was a ruthless tyrant capable of slaughtering countless lives for his own gain. Naruto halted slightly, raised his chin, and his azure eyes contained not a hint of fear but rather a greedy disdain for a certain supreme material. Shut your filthy mouth, you foolish dog. Naruto coldly spat out a few words, his voice not loud yet carrying an undeniable pressure of superiority. What did you say? The Nine-Tails was taken aback, as if struggling to believe its ears. A 6-year-old human brat dared to call it a foolish dog. Roar. I will tear you apart, arrogant little brat. The Nine-Tails was furious, its terrifying killing intent materializing like a cyclone sweeping towards Naruto. The crimson chakra spilling forth transformed into a massive claw, fiercely reaching for Naruto outside the gate. However, facing an attack potent enough to shatter the spirit of an average jonin, Naruto didn't even flinch. Great devouring demon technique activate. Naruto silently recited in his heart. Buzz. A layer of imperceptible black vortex manifested around his body. The enormous claw formed from the Nine-Tails' resentful chakra disintegrated into nothingness upon touching Naruto's body, like a cow sinking into the sea without even a splash, brutally shredded and consumed by the great devouring demon technique, turning into pure demonic essence. How is this possible? My chakra has been absorbed by you. The Nine-Tails' huge pupils contracted suddenly, an unprecedented sense of unease rising within. It had lived for over 1,000 years, and besides the wood release of Senju Hashirama and the Sharingan of the Uchiha, it had never seen such a bizarre technique. Absorb? No, it's plunder. Naruto slowly raised his hand, pointing at the Nine-Tails in the cage, a cruel smile curling on his lips. Ever since I arrived in this world, you have been clamoring within my body. Did you think you were paying rent? No, you are merely a battery I keep. You're courting death. The Nine-Tails was utterly enraged by these profoundly insulting words, crazily slamming against the iron gate, causing the entire ceiling space to tremble violently. It seems that 1,000 years have not only failed to grant you wisdom, but have also made you forget the fear of being dominated. Naruto sneered, slowly closing his eyes. When he opened them again, those originally azure eyes had undergone a tremendous transformation. Blood-red light instantly illuminated the dark sewer. Deep within his pupils, 3 black tomo connected at their ends spun, rapidly, eventually forming a bizarre pattern resembling a dark blood lotus. Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Moreover, it mutated into an extremely dark kaleidoscope, due to the consumption of Indra's reincarnation origin eye power enhanced by demonic techniques. Boom! The moment these eyes appeared, a terrifying eye power, more brutal, evil, and 10 times colder than the Nine-Tails, descended upon it like a mountain. These eyes? This pattern? Uchiha Obito? No, impossible. You are the brat of Namikaze Minato and the Uzumaki clan. How could you possibly possess a kaleidoscope? The Nine-Tails trembled uncontrollably upon seeing the humiliation and fear of being toyed with by Uchiha Obito thousands of years ago, surged like a tidal wave. What terrified it even more was that the eye power within the 6-year-old brat, though quantitatively inferior to Obito at his peak, surpassed it in sheer evil and oppressive aura. Face reality, beast. Naruto gave the Nine-Tails no opportunity to recover. The dark blood lotus in his eyes spun sharply. Demon escape, eternal chains. This was a sole secret technique that Naruto had created by combining the great devouring demon technique and kaleidoscope power. Suddenly, dozens of thick black chains shot up from the water at the bottom of the ceiling space. These chains burned with dark flames, ignoring the iron gate of the 8-trigram seal directly piercing into the cage. Pft, pft, pft. The black chains coiled around the Nine-Tails' limbs, neck, and Nine-Tails like venomous snakes, their sharp barbs piercing into its soul. A woo! The Nine-Tails let out a heart-wrenching scream. These chains not only confined its movements, but the black flames burned fiercely at its soul, while a bizarre devouring force continuously drained its chakra. Let me go! Let me go! You devil! You are more evil than Uchiha Obito. The Nine-Tails struggled desperately, but the more it fought, the tighter the chains became. The pain of its soul being torn apart made the once mighty beast wish for death. Naruto looked coldly at the Nine-Tails thrashing about in the cage, as if observing a pitiful insect. Does it hurt? That's how it should be. I did not come here to befriend you nor to listen to your complaints about the injustice of the world. Naruto slowly approached the iron gate, placing his hand on the cold bars, the kaleidoscope Sharingan emanating a deathly glow. I will only give you two choices. First, continue to resist. I will use this demonic flame to burn your soul day and night, draining your chakra, until your essence is exhausted, leaving you to fade into nothing in this world. Second, submit to me. Put away your ridiculous arrogance and obediently become my never-ending source of chakra. You will output as much as I command. Dare to resist even slightly and refer back to the first option. Now tell me, what is your choice, beast? The Ninetales gasped, heavily soaked in cold sweat. It looked at the 6-year-old boy before it, who was more terrifying than a hellish fiend, and its inner defenses crumbled completely. It was not afraid of death, but it feared the torturous torment of its soul, unable to seek life or death. Moreover, facing those eyes and that bizarre devouring ability, it couldn't even bring itself to commit suicide. I submit. The Ninetales lowered its head, which had been held high for 1,000 years, its massive body slumping to the ground like a pile of mud, its eyes filled with endless humiliation and fear. Very well, remember your tail-wagging plea today. Naruto snorted coldly, the kaleidoscope in his eyes, slowly dissipating, returning to its original azure hue. The black chains coiled around the Ninetales also faded into the darkness, but the mark of its soul being dominated would forever remain within the Ninetales. At that moment, a melodious system notification echoed crazily in Naruto's mind. Ding! The host has been detected to suppress the Ninetales fox with absolute violence, completely severing the original work's tailed beast bond hazard. System evaluation: those who follow me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish. This is the posture a tyrant should have. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a special physique reward, perfect sage body beginner. Attribute description: a perfect fusion of the Uzumaki and Senju bloodlines. Chakra volume increases 100-fold, possessing terrifying regenerative abilities, and allows the casting of any ninjutsu without the fatigue of hand seals. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the demonic fire 9 Hell's Flame. Attribute description: a black magical fire that only burns souls and chakra, capable of attaching to any attack. Those touched by the demonic flame will be annihilated. Feeling the chakra within him surging like a volcanic eruption, yet extremely gentle and pure, along with a black flame quietly burning deep within his soul, Naruto's lips curled into a dangerously sinister arc. With the perfect sage body and the Ninetales as an infinite power bank, even without using the kaleidoscope and demonic techniques, he could exhaust an average jonin just with his physical strength and chakra. Not to mention he had also obtained the lethal weapon, the 9 Hell's Flame. Time was almost up. Naruto's consciousness exited the ceiling space. In the outside world, the first rays of morning sunlight broke through the broken window, casting light upon Naruto's face. He slowly opened his eyes, stretched lazily, playing the part of a child, just waking up, even deliberately rubbing his stomach to feign fatigue from a night of being tossed around by the Ninetales chakra. The ANBU outside exchanged glances, recording that the little fox spirit was perfectly normal, then faded away during the shift change. Naruto got dressed and walked toward the washroom. Yesterday, in the practical exam, he lost to Sasuke. Following the plot of the original work, that meddlesome Irika Yumino should start his special care education for me now. Naruto looked at himself in the mirror, his gaze indifferent. The will of fire, brainwashing. I'll play along with you. Hiruzen Sarutobi, if you want me to be a puppet yearning for approval, I'll perform for you. After all, that scroll containing the flying thunder god and Edo Tensei sealing techniques has been a coveted prey of mine for a long time. As the sun set in the west, the playground of the Konoha Ninja Academy was painted in a glaring shade of blood red. The school bell rang, and the new students burst out of the school like wild horses, rushing into the arms of their parents waiting outside. Only Naruto sat alone on the swing, like an abandoned orphan left behind by the world. He lowered his head, his dazzling blonde hair appearing somewhat dull under the sunset. His small hands tightly grasped the ropes of the swing, his shoulders trembling slightly, as if still immersed in the immense sense of loss and inferiority from yesterday's defeat by Uchiha Sasuke. However, beneath the flawless facade of his delusions, Naruto's true heart was as cold as an ice cave. The first step was to show vulnerability. He silently sensed the figure approaching from not far away. Irika Yumino. As Irika walked to the swing and looked at the frail child, an extremely complex struggle flashed in his eyes. His parents had died in the Ninetales incident. Rationality told him that the child before him was merely an innocent vessel, but emotionally, every time he saw the 6 whisker marks on Naruto's face, he couldn't help but recall that bloody night. Yet, ultimately, his sense of responsibility as a teacher and the hidden instructions from the 3rd Hokage suppressed his inner resistance. Are you still sad about yesterday's practical test? Irika tried to make his voice sound gentler. Naruto's body trembled suddenly like a frightened little beast. He lifted his head, tears brimming in his bright blue eyes, stubbornly biting his lip. Iruka Sensei, I am not sad at all. One day I will definitely defeat that arrogant Sasuke. I want everyone in the village to acknowledge me. I also want to become Hokage. Perfect lines, perfect micro-expressions. 3 parts stubbornness, 3 parts inferiority, and 4 parts an intense desire for recognition from the village. This set of rhetoric was precisely the standard answer that the old fox Sarutobi Hiruzen hoped to hear the most. Irika looked at Naruto's face, which was holding back tears, and felt as if a certain string in his heart had been touched. He seemed to see in this child who was ostracized by the entire village the past version of himself who had desperately played pranks to seek attention. Are you hungry? Irika sighed and reached out to ruffle Naruto's golden hair. Come on, the teacher will treat you to Ichiraku ramen. A deep aversion flickered in Naruto's eyes. He extremely disliked others touching his head, but he suppressed the impulse to twist Irika's arm off. Really? Really? Naruto's eyes widened in an instant, feigning disbelief and surprise, even exaggeratingly swallowing. Of course, let's go. At Ichiraku ramen, steaming bowls of tonkatsu ramen were served, exuding a rich aroma. Thank you for the treat. Naruto picked up his chopsticks and devoured the food like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, not even bothering to wipe the soup that splashed onto his face. Watching this scene, the master chef behind the counter and Ayam both displayed kind and sympathetic smiles. But in Naruto's heart, this bowl of ramen, revered by countless Hokage fans, as warm, felt more like pig slop. He was now a monster with a perfect sage body. Every cell in his body was filled with immense vitality. This mundane carbohydrate and low-grade seasoning held no nutritional value for him, and he even had to expend a bit of magic essence to digest these impurities. Yet he still ate with a face full of happiness, even finishing the broth completely. Slow down, nobody is competing with you. Irika handed over a napkin, and his gaze towards Naruto softened completely. Naruto, you know, Lord Hokage has always been concerned about you. Here it comes. Naruto sneered coldly in his heart. The show was about to begin. Grandpa third. Naruto raised his head vaguely, his eyes flashing with just the right amount of light. Yes, the people in the village might have some misunderstandings about you, but as long as you work hard in your training, inherit the will of fire, and use your strength to protect your comrades, everyone will eventually accept you. Irika began the standard brainwashing process of the will of fire. Naruto put down the large bowl, lowered his head, and remained silent for a long time. When he lifted his head again, his eyes were completely red, and a single tear rolled down his cheek, dripping onto the table. Iruka sensei, you are the first person willing to treat me to food, willing to say these words to me. Naruto's voice choked, his fists clenched tightly, as if vowing, I will definitely work hard. I must learn the most powerful ninjutsu so that everyone will see me differently. Even forbidden techniques I will learn. The second step, laying the bait. Upon hearing the words forbidden techniques, Irika's expression changed, and he quickly said, seriously, that's nonsense. Forbidden techniques are called forbidden for a reason, as they come with immense danger, even at the cost of one's life. You must never speak such things again. Being grounded is the essence of being a ninja. Oh, I understand. Naruto shrank his neck in grievance, but his eyes revealed a stubbornness that said he would prove it to Irika. At the same time, in the highest office of the Hokage building, Sarutobi Hiruzen sat behind a large desk, the crystal ball in front of him clearly reflecting the scene in Ichiraku ramen. Even the tear that Naruto had shed was visible. Ha! The third Hokage exhaled a long puff of thick smoke, and on his face, which was covered in age spots, a relieved and satisfied smile finally appeared. Indeed, he is still a child yearning for love. The seal of the nine tails within him is very stable. Although he has suffered from the cold violence of the entire village under Irika's guidance, he harbors no resentment towards the village, but rather a stronger desire for recognition. Minato Kushina, your child is perfectly inheriting the will of fire. Sarutobi Hiruzen put away the crystal ball. He felt completely at ease. A Jinchuriki who is extremely eager for recognition, appears not very intelligent, and is somewhat impulsive and irritable, is the most perfect and controllable weapon of war. As for the forbidden techniques that Naruto speaks of, in the eyes of the third Hokage, that is merely a childish rant from a little kid trying to gain attention. However, Sarutobi Hiruzen had no idea. At the moment, the image in the crystal ball, cut off far away in Ichiraku ramen, Naruto's mind resonated with the cold, prompt sound of the system. Ding! Detected that the host has completed a perfect level disguise deception. Successfully deceived the third Hokage and Irika Umino. System evaluation: tears are the best disguise color for a tyrant. You have toyed with their pathetic compassion at your fingertips. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring the passive skill Malicious Perception, Divine Grade. Attribute description: no chakra fluctuations required, can instantly perceive the true emotions of all beings within a radius of 10,000 meters towards the host. Any beings harboring murderous intent, greed, or schemes towards the host will appear as bright as a torch in the night. Stepping out of the ramen shop, the night breeze was slightly cool. Naruto, it's time to go back and rest. See you at school tomorrow. Irika waved his hand, his smile carrying an extra layer of sincerity. Thank you, Irika sensei. See you tomorrow. Naruto smiled radiantly and waved vigorously until Irika's figure completely disappeared around the street corner. Naruto's sunny bright smile seemed to be abruptly cut off by an invisible button instantly vanishing without a trace. In its place was an utterly chilling extreme indifference. He casually wiped away the tear he had feigned, his gaze deep as an abyss. The will of fire of Konoha. What a useful mental poison. Only a fool who doesn't even know how his parents died would believe such a ridiculous thing. But the seed has already been planted. Naruto stuffed his hands into his pockets and slowly walked towards the dilapidated apartment. with this conversation as a foundation. One day in the future, when he is unexpectedly tempted by someone with ulterior motives to steal the sealing book, everything will seem so natural. Calculating the time, that idiot named Mizuki should be getting restless soon. A cold whisper echoed through the dark. A shocking gamble against Konoha's highest secrets has already been thoroughly unveiled by a 6-year-old underworld overlord on this seemingly warm night at the ramen shop. The 55th year of Konoha. Late summer. Night descended heavily, its veil thick with clouds that blotted out the moonlight. Tonight the village lay unnervingly still. Not even the summer insects dared stir or sing. 2 full years had passed since the academy entrance examination. During this time Naruto had played the role of the perennial underdog flawlessly. Under the watchful gaze of the third Hokage, he remained hot-blooded, impulsive, and fond of pranks. Shouting daily about becoming Hokage, even deliberately humiliating himself in taijutsu class. All believed this fox-branded boy to be a hopeless waste. Yet none knew that beneath his illusory facade, blessed with the perfect sage body and karama and inexhaustible chakra battery, Naruto's power had swelled to a terrifying, almost incomprehensible magnitude. Without resorting to the Mangekyo Sharingan or demonic arts, his raw physical strength and sheer chakra reserves alone were enough to tear an elite jonin apart with his bare hands. Even more tragic was Uchiha Sasuke, the once unrivaled genius of the Uchiha clan. Ever since Naruto secretly implanted the grand devouring demon seed within him 2 years prior, Sasuke had been trapped in an unending nightmare. No matter how fiercely he trained, a portion of his cultivated chakra would inexplicably vanish, so his path to awakening the Sharingan remained utterly barren. Even in moments of extreme emotional turmoil, his eyes burned dry and hollow, incapable of manifesting even a single tomo. Why is this happening? When my brother was my age, he'd already... Night after night Sasuke knelt in his family's backyard staring at his bloodied palms, raw from relentless training, and screamed into the void, consumed by despair. Convinced his talent fell short, he pushed his body beyond its limits, only to feed the demon seed deeper, until now, though hailed as a genius, his battlefield prowess quietly lagged behind even Hyuga Niji's generation. And every trace of refined Indra origin chakra he squeezed from his tormented body flowed unseen through the demon seed's conduit, nourishing the pitch-black Mangekyo Sharingan slumbering deep within Naruto's eyes. Poor unwitting harvest. Atop a towering spire on Konoha's outskirts, Naruto stood against the cold wind, gazing down upon the vast, deathly silent expanse of the Uchiha compound. Through his god-tier passive ability, Malevolence Perception, the region once pulsing with the Uchiha's turbulent emotions now dimmed in swathes, replaced by several chilling razor-sharp waves of murderous intent surging wildly through the compound. The night of the Uchiha massacre had begun. Ding. Major historical event detected: the fall of the Uchiha. Ding. Tyrant plunder quest activated. Blood Night Carnival. The Shinigami's supply chain. Quest objective on this night, drenched in slaughter, life and bloodline are mere weeds. Infiltrate the Uchiha compound and seize no fewer than 10 Sharingan eyes, of any rank, while looting the Uchiha clan's forbidden jutsu archives. Quest reward determined by quantity and quality. Guaranteed minimum reward: spatial temporal ninjutsu affinity divine tier. As the system's chime echoed in his mind, Naruto's lips curled into a grin. Cold, predatory, and utterly inhuman. Spatial temporal affinity, a fine prize indeed. As for saving the Uchiha, a derisive snort escaped him. He held no such idle compassion. The Uchiha clan sought rebellion, only to be slaughtered in turn by Konoha's leadership and their own prodigy, a pack of fools who failed to read the tides of power. And Uchiha Itachi, the so-called god of the Uchiha, struck Naruto as nothing but absurd. To slaughter one's parents and defenseless kin for the sake of the village, for the sake of one's younger brother. What distinguished that from Minato, Namikaze, and Kushina Uzumaki sacrificing themselves to the Nine Tails for the village? Same hypocrisy, same brainwashed delusion. The will of fire reduced to dogma. This world needed no self-aggrandizing saints. Naruto donned a blank mask pilfered from ANBU, then fully activated his illusory veil, erasing every trace of his chakra signature. Whoosh! He dissolved into the night, becoming little more than a phantom streak. Silent, swift, and lethal. As he slipped into the blood-soaked Uchiha compound. Within the compound, hell reigned. Corpses sprawled haphazardly across streets and inside homes. Crimson rivers oozed along the cobblestones, converging into vivid, dark rivulets. Uchiha Itachi and the masked man clad in tiger skin, the one known as Tobi, were conducting the final sweep. Naruto avoided those 2 perilous Mangekyo wielders entirely. His objective tonight was scavenging. First pair. Naruto entered a secluded civilian home and stared down at the Uchiha Chunin lying dead upon the floor. Eyes wide open, frozen in disbelief. Without hesitation, he extended 2 fingers and with chilling precision and clinical detachment plucked out the Twintomo Sharingan. Blood splattered across his knuckles. He did not flinch. Sealing the eyes into the system's storage space, he turned immediately toward the next corpse. To him, these were not fellow villagers, not living souls, but gleaming system resources, raw attribute points. After extracting 7 or 8 pairs of Sharingan, Naruto prepared to head for the Uchiha South River Shrine, the rumored location of the forbidden archives, when a soft rustling echoed from the alley's bend. Naruto froze, melting into shadow. Malevolent's perception instantly relayed the presence of 3 chakra signatures drawing near, steeped in greed and malice. Hurry! The Root Division must recover as many Sharingan as possible while Itachi clears the front lines. Lord Danzo's orders. These are our most vital strategic assets. 3 Root Shinobi emerged into the alley, faces hidden behind grotesque masks cloaked in black trench coats. Each carried specially designed glass vials filled with nutrient solution, clearly here to collect their own bounty. That old hound Danzo certainly had a keen nose. Beneath his mask, Naruto's gaze turned glacial. This was his hunting ground, and no intruder would claim even a morsel. If Root wished to steal his feast, they would pay with their lives. Who's there? The lead Root Shinobi reacted instantly, his hand already gripping his tanto the moment he sensed the faintest ripple in the air. Too late. Thrust. A pale, seemingly delicate hand pierced through his back like tofu, emerging clean and bloodless from his chest. The shinobi stared downward in disbelief at the hand protruding from his heart. So pristine it bore not a single stain. His mouth opening and closing soundlessly. Taijutsu, instant annihilation. Naruto's voice, cold and dispassionate, brushed his ear. A speed born solely of the perfect sage body, so blindingly fast that even a Jonin's nervous system could not register it. Captain. The remaining 2 Root operatives recoiled in horror, drawing their blades without hesitation. One lunging left, the other right, closing in for a pincer strike. Earth release, earth spear. Wind release, vacuum wave. Their coordination was flawless, cutting off every possible escape route. But Naruto had never intended to retreat. He casually discarded the corpse dangling from his arm. Facing the incoming jutsu and steel, the depths of his eyes ignited, revealing a swirling abyssal Mangekyo Sharingan. VVVV. A pool of obsidian flame erupted midair, dark, bottomless, devouring all life. What kind of fire is that? Before the 2 Root Shinobi could react, the nether flame surged along their own techniques, engulfing them in an instant. A shriek of unimaginable agony tore through the night, not burning flesh but searing soul and chakra alike, consuming them from within. In just 2 seconds, the 2 elite Root operatives collapsed rigidly onto the ground, bodies intact yet eyes vacant, hollow, lifeless. Their souls had been incinerated into oblivion. Even the Yamanaka clan's spiritual arts could extract no memory of this night from those empty husks. Naruto strode forward and seized the nutrient vials clutched in their hands. Ding! Host intercepted Root supplies, acquired 2 triple Tomo Sharingan and 4 Twintomo Sharingan. Gratitude to nature's bounty. With a scornful smirk, Naruto kicked the corpses aside and vanished, leaping toward the Uchiha's inner sanctum, the South River Shrine. 10 minutes later, beneath the South River Shrine, an underground chamber. It had been ransacked, clearly already visited by Itachi. But Naruto knew well, the Uchiha's true legacy would never lie exposed. Activating his expanded Mangekyo, his crimson gaze swept the walls, until behind an unremarkable stone slab, he detected an exquisitely concealed sealing barrier. Break! A condensed orb of black demonic energy coalesced at his fingertip. Pressing it against the seal, he activated the grand devouring demon art. The intricate barrier dissolved like frost before flame, crumbling with a resonant shudder. An ancient recessed compartment yawned open. Within it rested several scrolls, silent and solemn. Ding! Congratulations! Host has discovered the Uchiha Core Forbidden Arts Archive. Plundered items: Uchiha Fire Release Supreme Techniques Compendium, Genjutsu Izanagi Izanami. Original scrolls, Chakra Refinement Manual of the Uchiha Clan Head Lineage. Naruto claimed every scroll without hesitation. Then, like a wraith, he withdrew from the chamber and vaulted onto the shrine's roof. Below, on a nearby street, the most iconic scene of fraternal tragedy unfolded. The very moment etched into legend. Uchiha Itachi stood amid a pool of blood, his frigid Mangekyo Sharingan fixed upon Sasuke, who sat trembling on the ground. Foolish little brother, if you wish to kill me, then hate me, curse me, and live on ugly and broken. Itachi's voice cut like ice. The overwhelming power of Tsukuyomi flooded Sasuke's fragile mind, forcing him to relive his parents' slaughter over and over again. Sasuke screamed, a raw, soul-rending cry, before collapsing into unconsciousness. Watching from the shadows above, Naruto nearly laughed aloud. Truly moving brotherly love. To forge his brother's strength, he turned his entire clan into whetstone. Naruto's gaze lingered on the fallen Sasuke. He could feel it clearly with each surge of Sasuke's profound hatred and utter despair. The grand devouring demon seed embedded in his mind drank deeply, feasting upon the volatile mutated chakra birthed by such extremity. Keep hating Sasuke. The deeper your resentment, the sharper your anguish. The richer the nourishment you offer. As for your noble elder brother, Naruto's eyes locked onto Itachi, who turned away beneath the moonlight, blood tears tracing paths down his cheeks. One day soon I will rip those eyes from your skull, and force you to watch in endless despair as the village you swore to protect burns to ash. As the system's completion chime faded, Naruto's figure dissolved completely into the boundless night. Tonight he alone stood victorious. Ding! Tyrant Plunder Quest, Blood Night Carnival, completed. Total plunder: 22 Sharingan eyes, 3 core Uchiha Forbidden Scrolls looted, System evaluation ruthless, efficient, and supremely rewarded. Others' tragedies are your stairway to divinity. Ding. Reward distribution commencing. Congratulations. Host has acquired Divine Tier Talent Sovereign of Spacetime. Attribute description absolute affinity and intuitive mastery over spacetime ninjutsu. All spatial barriers are nullified against the host. Establishes the perfect foundation for mastering Flying Thunder God technique, and ultimately commanding the laws of space itself. The 60th year of Konoha. 5 years had passed since the night the Uchiha clan was wiped out. Beneath the village's tranquil surface, hidden currents had never ceased to churn. Danzo Shimura, leader of Root, had raged for days over the disappearance of several operatives and numerous Sharingan eyes that fateful night. Launching covert investigations across the entire village, yet finding nothing. He could never have imagined that the architect of it all was the very demon fox brat he dismissed as incompetent, even failing at the basic clone technique. At the Ninja Academy during the graduation exam, Uzumaki Naruto clone technique assessment failed. Irika Yuhi stared at the shapeless slumping mass before him, the so-called clone, and rubbed his throbbing temples with weary resignation before announcing the verdict. A wave of mocking laughter erupted across the room. Ha! The dead last remains the dead last. How could such a waste ever become a shinobi? Bowed low beneath the jeers, Naruto clenched his fists until his knuckles blanched white. His radiant blonde hair veiled half his face, his shoulders trembled faintly, straining against an unbearable tide of humiliation and sorrow. A flawless portrait of weakness. Yet beneath that illusory mask his sapphire blue eyes burned with icy disdain and ruthless contempt. 6 years had passed. This tedious shinobi charade was finally about to begin in earnest. Naruto's mind curled into a silent, chilling smirk. With his current chakra control, even the standard clone technique was trivial, let alone manifesting 1,000 solid shadow clones in a single breath. Yet failure was mandatory. It was the indispensable bait to lure tonight's most valuable quarry. Dusk. The sun bled crimson across the horizon. Naruto sat alone on a swing outside the academy grounds, watching classmates adorned with forehead protectors reunite joyfully with their parents. His own silhouette stark and desolate against the fading light. Naruto, a silver-haired shinobi, approached with gentle grace and a warm smile. Mizuki. Within Naruto's divine passive ability, malice perception, Mizuki blazed like a walking volcano, radiating overwhelming greed, envy, and venomous malice from every pore. Mizuka-sensei. Naruto lifted his head, his gaze clouded with confusion and a raw, burning hunger. Mizuki suppressed a surge of triumph, certain the bait had taken hold. Leaning in, he whispered, Naruto, there is in fact a secret path to graduation. One that bypasses the exam entirely. It is the forbidden scroll left behind by the first Hokage. Moments later, Naruto dashed away, face alight with feverish excitement and grim resolve. Watching Naruto vanish into the twilight, Mizuki's kindly mask dissolved into a grotesque, vicious sneer. What a gullible fool. The demon fox brat. Tonight that scroll becomes my stepping stone to Lord Orochimaru. He failed to see the cruel tenfold sharper grin already curving Naruto's lips as he ran ahead. Deep within the Hokage residence, beneath the cloak of midnight, the Hokage study stood heavily fortified, layer upon layer of perception barriers woven into its outer wall. In the original timeline, Naruto succeeded only because the third Hokage deliberately eased the defenses, an implicit test of loyalty to the will of fire. But this Naruto required no such condescension. So this is the barrier network of the Hokage Tower, pathetically insubstantial. Hidden in shadow, Naruto slowly closed his eyes. His divine talent, spatio-temporal sovereignty, activated instantly. To his perception, the intricate barrier patterns unfurled with crystalline clarity. Even the subtlest wrinkles in space itself lay exposed, ripe for manipulation. Whoosh! No chakra ripple. No alarm triggered. Naruto dissolved into the fabric of reality like a droplet merging with the sea, passing effortlessly through spatial barriers to materialize silently inside the study. There it rested upon the desk, the colossal forbidden scroll chronicling every forbidden jutsu of Konoha. Ding! Host has made contact with a transcendent class artifact, Konoha's forbidden scroll. System alert: consume 100 mana points to activate system replication. Instantly duplicate all contents. Replicate everything. Leave not a single fragment behind. Naruto affirmed inwardly. Ding! Replication initiated. Completed. Congratulations, host. Acquired multi-shadow clone technique, Edo Tensei 8 gates, release Flying Thunder God technique, mutually multiplying explosive tags, and 123 other rank or higher forbidden arts and ultimate techniques. So this is Konoha's legacy. From this moment forth, it is mine alone. Naruto savored the torrent of newly acquired knowledge flooding his mind, especially the Flying Thunder God technique. Coupled with his spatio-temporal sovereignty, he needed no hand seals, no drawn-out incantations like Minato Namikaze. With mere focused intent, he would soon traverse thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. Having achieved his objective, Naruto did not flee. Instead, he casually slung the massive scroll across his back and strode to the window, pushing it open with deliberate nonchalance, leaving behind a crisp, unmistakable footprint on the sill. If the third wishes to watch a performance, then let him witness a spectacle that shakes heaven and earth. Deep within the forest beyond Konoha's borders, Naruto, do you have any idea what you've done? Irika Yuhi burst into the clearing breath, ragged eyes wide with panic and fury, as he beheld Naruto bearing the colossal scroll. Instantly Naruto shifted into a guileless, eager expression. Iruka-sensei. I got it. Mizuka-sensei said if I brought this back I'd graduate. And I even practiced one of the jutsu. Mizuki? Irika's pupils contracted sharply. He grasped the full depth of the conspiracy in an instant. Then, a sudden shriek of tearing air. Dozens of kunai flashed like falling stars from the treetops, descending in lethal rain toward Naruto's vital points. Naruto, watch out. Without hesitation, Irika lunged forward, throwing himself over Naruto, shielding him completely with his own body. Thud-thud-thud, the sickening sound of steel-piercing flesh. Kunai sprouted from Irika's back like grotesque thorns. Blood gushed forth, soaking Naruto's jacket. Its warmth seeped through the fabric, dampening Naruto's skin. Deep within Naruto's downcast eyes, a fleeting tremor flickered, so minute even he failed to register it, before being swallowed whole by absolute glacial coldness. Is this what it means to be brainwashed by the will of fire? To sacrifice one's life, protecting a monster reviled by the entire village? This foolishness is laughable, yet undeniably a supremely effective tool. Ha ha ha. Irika, you truly are a model teacher. Mizuki dropped from the branches, twin Fuma shurikens strapped across his back, his gaze wild with arrogance and avarice. Naruto, hand over the scroll. Mizuki. You bastard. Irika coughed up a mouthful of blood, teeth grinding in agony. Naruto, don't believe him. That scroll is meant to silence Irika. Mizuki cut in savagely. Naruto, do you want to know why everyone in this village hates you? Do you wish to know the truth of 11 years ago? No. Mizuki, that is the village's greatest taboo. Irika cried in horror. Because you, the nine-tailed demon fox, are the one who slaughtered Irika's parents. Mizuki roared with manic frenzy. Time itself seemed to freeze. Far away in the Hokage Tower, Hiruzen Sarutobi watched through his crystal orb, his heart leaping into his throat. Naruto, please do not lose control. Hiruzen crushed his pipe in trembling fingers. Inside Naruto slowly raised his head, the face usually lit by foolish grins now twisted in disbelief, shock, and agony so profound it contorted his features beyond recognition. Am the demon fox? Yes. You're a monster. Die. Mizuki laughed wildly, wrenching the Fuma shuriken from his back and hurling it with murderous force. Irika shut his eyes in despair. Yet, in the split second before that whirling blade could cleave Naruto, boom! A savage, malevolent blood-red chakra erupted from Naruto's core. Volcanic, wrathful, saturated with unrelenting killing intent. This was no true Nine-Tails rampage. Merely a flawless illusion forged by Naruto's illusory veil and laced with a sliver of the beast's aura. Clang! Naruto caught the spinning Fuma shuriken barehanded. Razor edges sliced deep into his palm. But under the perfect regenerative power of his sage body, the wound sealed instantly. He snapped his head up. His once sapphire eyes now gleamed with vertical pupils, dark crimson markings flared around them like bestial war paint, 3 thick coarse whisker-like scars surged across his cheeks. The visage of a true Oni descended. You dared harm the only person who ever acknowledged me. Naruto's voice rasped with layered echoes thick with apocalyptic fury. Mizuki collapsed backward, drenched in cold sweat, trembling uncontrollably. What kind of monster is this? Unforgivable. Naruto unleashed a guttural bestial roar, and became a streak of crimson lightning appearing before Mizuki in the blink of an eye. No flashy jutsu, only pure primal violence. Thud. Naruto's fist crashed into Mizuki's abdomen. Crack. Ribs shattered audibly. Mizuki couldn't even scream. His eyes bulged and a torrent of blood flecked with internal organs exploded from his mouth. But this was merely the beginning. Amidst the storm of flying gore, Naruto's hands, sheathed in dark red chakra, swept across Mizuki's body like scythes wielded by death itself. Ding. Grand devouring demon art activates covertly. With every strike, Naruto's demonic art voraciously consumed Mizuki's chakra and life force. In Hiruzen's crystal orb, all he witnessed was Naruto's brief, furious leakage of Nine-Tails chakra, triggered by overwhelming rage to protect Irika, as he vented his fury in brutal, unrestrained blows. Enough. Naruto, stop. You'll lose yourself. Irika pleaded weakly. At the sound of Irika's voice, Naruto's berserk assault halted mid-motion. Mizuki lay reduced to an unrecognizable pulp. Every bone pulverized, his soul and chakra utterly drained, extinguished without trace. Huff huff. The crimson chakra receded like a dying tide. Naruto collapsed beside Irika, spent, drained of every ounce of strength. Irika-sensei. Are you okay? Tears streamed down Naruto's reddened eyes, his voice choked with sobs. His desperate, self-sacrificing demeanor was flawless, convincing enough to deceive anyone in the world. You silly child. Irika gazed at Naruto's tear-streaked face, not with fear but with profound tenderness, and smiled softly. You've suffered so much. Inside the Hokage Tower, witnessing this tearful, tender embrace in the crystal orb, Hiruzen exhaled deeply, his ancient eyes shimmering faintly with unshed tears. Minato, do you see? Though the demon fox dwells within Naruto, his heart has been fully illuminated by the light of the will of fire. He has mastered the Nine-Tails corruption through sheer willpower. This is Konoha's true hero. Hiruzen relinquished his final vestige of suspicion toward Naruto. Yet, in the unseen shadows of the forest, Naruto weeping hysterically into Irika's chest wore a grin stretched Erdoear beneath the veil of darkness. Tears and rictus merged upon his face. A horrifying demonic tableau. Move 1 irrevocable. Hiruzen Sarutobi. Revel in these cheap tears as much as you wish. When I have fully mastered every forbidden technique within this forbidden scroll, that will be the hour I send you, and your pitiful will of fire, straight to hell. Ding. Tyrant's Deception Quest False Tears Perfect Finale. Completed. Quest evaluation. You have not only stolen their most treasured artifact, but earned their eternal gratitude. Even devils would bow in awe before your deceit. Ding. Host has perfectly secured the third Hokage's trust. Reward granted Sage Body Evolution Serum, accelerates transformation of Asura lineage into Otsutsuki origin. In the early morning sunlight streamed through the window illuminating the dilapidated apartment. Naruto sat cross-legged on the bed, holding a test tube that emitted a peculiar glow. This was the immortal body evolution liquid rewarded by the system last night. Without a moment's hesitation, he tilted his head back and drank it all in one go. Boom! A torrent of indescribable domineering heat suddenly erupted within his body. Naruto felt every bone meridian and cell in his body shuddering with joyous tremors. The Asura will that he had fiercely suppressed was finally shattered under the baptism of this evolution liquid, releasing a final desperate wail before being completely crushed, transforming into pure nourishment that fused into his limbs. Ding! The immortal body evolution liquid has been fully absorbed. The host's physique undergoes transformation. Perfect immortal body beginner evolves into perfect immortal body intermediate. Attribute description. The host's life level begins to converge towards the essence of Otsutsuki. The strength of the physical body doubles, and the chakra recovery speed reaches an abnormal level equivalent to the prototype of Senju Hashirama's non-seal healing. Naruto slowly opened his eyes. A flicker of extremely subtle six paths ripples flashed in his deep azure pupils before quickly vanishing. He clenched his fist, feeling the terrifying power within him that seemed capable of shattering mountains with a single punch, a satisfied cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. The shackles of Asura had finally been completely broken. The current me is a true beast free of weaknesses and constraints. Ninja School Classroom. Today is the day for the Genin Division. As usual, Naruto walked into the classroom sporting a carefree grin. What are you doing here, dead last? Only those who have passed can come today. Sakura Haruno stood with her hands on her hips looking at Naruto with disdain. Naruto pointed to the forehead protector on his head and put on a proud, silly grin. Sakura, take a good look. Imogen. Deep down, Naruto cast a cold glance at the pink-haired girl. A fool who only thinks about clinging to men doesn't even have the qualifications to be a furnace. If we were on a real battlefield, I would use you as a meat shield at first sight. His gaze then fell on Sasuke Uchiha, who was sitting in the corner propping his chin with crossed arms trying to look cool. Over the past 2 years, under the relentless extraction by the great devouring demon seed, Sasuke's chakra reserves had not increased. Instead, they had become even more unstable. There was a faint pallor on his once cold and handsome face, as if he had indulged too much. Poor little leeks, are you still dreaming of revenge? Naruto scoffed inwardly. Soon Irika walked to the podium with a list. Next, he announced the roster for Team 7: Uzumaki, Naruto, Haruno, Sakura. Did you get separated from Sasuke-kun? Sakura exclaimed, nearly jumping with excitement, as she greatly disliked Naruto. And Uchiha Sasuke. Irika read out the last name. Awesome. Sakura's expression changed instantly, letting out a piercing cheer. Sasuke only snorted coldly, muttering, 2 idiots. Naruto lay on the desk, appearing utterly indifferent, yet his heart was calm. Team 7. It was merely a makeshift team he created to deceive the upper echelons of Konoha. In the afternoon, the jonin from other classes took their students away, leaving Team 7 waiting in the empty classroom. That damn Kakashi dared to make me wait this long. Naruto grabbed the blackboard eraser and wedged it in the door crack, setting up a childish trap. Naruto, you're too immature. Oh, how could a jonin fall for such a trap? Sakura scolded him, yet inside she felt secretly pleased. Sasuke also looked disdainful. A jonin would be hit by a blackboard eraser. What a dead last. At that moment, the door was pushed open. Thud. The blackboard eraser landed squarely on the head of a silver-haired ninja, releasing a cloud of chalk dust. The classroom fell into instant silence. Ha ha ha, you fell for it. Naruto laughed heartily, nearly in tears from laughter. Kakashi stared at the 3 little brats with dead fish eyes, picked up the blackboard eraser and sighed, saying, how should I put it? My first impression of you 3 is quite annoying. If you're going to act, you must go all out. Naruto perfectly portrayed a poorly disciplined brat. Training Ground 3. The sun was somewhat scorching. Kakashi stood before the 3 little brats holding 2 bells. The rules are simple. Before noon, snatch the bells from my hands. Those who fail to grab a bell won't only miss lunch but will also be tied to a log and rolled back to the ninja school. A hint of sharpness peeked through Kakashi's lazy gaze. As soon as he finished speaking, Sasuke could no longer hold back, forming hand seals and firing several kunai at Kakashi, dashing forward like a cheetah. However, the gap in strength was overwhelming. In less than 3 minutes, Doton Heart Decapitation Technique. The once invincible Uchiha genius was left with only his head above ground, frantically shouting. Sakura was caught in Kakashi's most basic genjutsu, seeing a bloody illusion of Sasuke, and directly rolled her eyes. Only you are left, Naruto. Kakashi had somehow pulled out a book with an orange cover, Make Out Paradise, reading it with great interest, while casually looking at Naruto, who walked out from the bushes. Kakashi-sensei, you underestimate me. Naruto formed hand seals and shouted multiple shadow clone technique. Bang bang bang. In an instant 7 or 8 clones of Naruto appeared shouting as they charged towards Kakashi. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Kakashi's eyes. Is that a forbidden technique from the sealing book? To be able to master it to this extent in such a short time, he truly is the child of Minato. However, mere numbers are useless. Kakashi's figure flickered, weaving through the clones like a leisurely stroll with a few swift physical techniques. He burst them one by one. Here, the real Naruto suddenly dashed out from Kakashi's blind spot, holding a kunai aiming directly at Kakashi's back. Without even turning his head, Kakashi twisted his body at an extremely strange angle, not only dodging the kunai but also forming a tiger seal aimed at Naruto's backside. Konoha's body technique, ultimate 1,000 years of pain. Just as Kakashi thought he could send Naruto flying into the river with a classic 1,000 years of pain. An unexpected event occurred. At the microsecond Kakashi's fingers were about to touch Naruto's body, Naruto's previously flustered gaze instantly transformed into profound depth. He abruptly turned his head, locking eyes with Kakashi's left eye, the Sharingan that was covered by the forehead protector. Ultimate Darkness Mangekyo Eye Power Deterrence. Buzz. Kakashi felt a deafening roar suddenly erupt in his mind. In that instant, his prideful Threedemo Sharingan seemed to gaze into a dark crimson lotus from the abyss. An extremely chilling, domineering, and destructive aura of eye power slammed against his soul through his optic nerve. Ugh! Kakashi grunted, feeling as if his heart was grasped tightly by a cold hand. His vision darkened and all his chakra went completely out of control in that instant. The Sharingan that belonged to Obito even shed a tiny drop of blood absorbed by the forehead protector. What just happened? This terrifying eye power? Was it Orochimaru? Or Uchiha Itachi? Cold sweat poured down Kakashi's face, his body momentarily stiffening from the intense pain. In a showdown of masters, a single moment can mean life or death. If this were a real battlefield, that second just now would have been enough for Naruto to slice off Kakashi's head 10 times with a kunai. But Naruto did not kill him. He a flaw. Naruto pretended not to notice Kakashi's oddity at all, seizing the half-second during Kakashi's stiffness to fumble and pull something from his waist. Clang. 2 crisp bells landed steadily in Naruto's hands. Thud. Naruto, propelled by inertia, fell to the ground, landing in a mess, but he raised the bells in his hand and shouted excitedly, I got them. I got the bells? Kakashi covered his left eye, gasping for breath. He scanned the surroundings with suspicion, then looked at the grinning Naruto on the ground. What was that terrifying illusion just now? Was it the Ninetales leaking killing intent from within this kid? Or was it a hallucination caused by my recent overuse of the Sharingan? Kakashi would never connect that overwhelming Mangekyo power with the silly kid who had fallen into the mud just to beep. The clock rang at 12. The exercise was over. Sasuke was dug out and Sakura was also awakened. The 3 were gathered in front of the Konoha Memorial Stone. Kakashi put away his nonchalant attitude and looked at the 2 bells in Naruto's hand with a serious expression, saying in a deep voice, Naruto, you got the bells. You can have lunch. But Sasuke and Sakura will not only go hungry but will also be eliminated. Now eat your bento and don't let them have any. After Kakashi finished speaking, he pretended to leave, but actually hid behind a tree to observe secretly. Sasuke and Sakura's stomachs growled, looking at the fragrant bento in Naruto's hands, swallowing nervously. I don't need your charity, dead last. Sasuke stubbornly held onto his pride. Naruto looked at these 2 useless ones, inwardly sneering. A test of the bonds between comrades. Kakashi, your human nature test is utterly pathetic. Since you all enjoy watching the performance of the Will of Fire, I will give you the most perfect show. Naruto suddenly stood up, walked in front of Sasuke and Sakura, and without hesitation divided the bento box in half, and forcefully stuffed it into their hands. What nonsense are you saying? Kakashi-sensei isn't here, hurry and eat. Naruto flashed an extremely bright, sunny trademark smile, saying we are Team 7. It's about comrades. If you're hungry, how can we defeat that arrogant teacher in the afternoon? Naruto. Sakura was stunned, looking at Naruto before her suddenly feeling that this figure she had always disliked seemed to shine for a brief moment. Sasuke also tightened his grip on the bento box, gritting his teeth, and quietly said thank you. Behind a distant tree, Kakashi watched this scene, and the tension on his face finally softened. Even the intense pain from his left eye seemed to be soothed by this long-lost warmth. Obito Rin. Minato. It seems that Konoha has sprouted a new batch of excellent young leaves. Bang. Kakashi transformed into a puff of white smoke, instantly appearing in front of the 3, feigning rage. You 3. You dare to defy my orders? Because we are Team 7. We are comrades. Naruto fearlessly raised his head and shouted the line that Kakashi most wanted to hear. Kakashi looked at Naruto, his single eye filled with appreciation and admiration. You all? Passed. Ding. Host has perfectly enacted the bond drama, successfully passing the Team 7 test, thoroughly integrating into the upper echelons of Konoha's vision. System evaluation, ultimate hypocrisy. You used the most perfect lie to deceive their most precious trust. The pillars of Konoha are cheering for you, this demon. Ding. Tyrant's hidden mission to greet the Jonin completed. Mission reward, demon source rejuvenation. Due to the host's eye-power deterrence, the source of Kakashi's Sharingan has left your mark. In the future, every time he overuses the Sharingan, the lost spiritual power will convert into nourishment for the host. Listening to the system's prompt, Naruto smiled, even brighter facing Kakashi's comforting gaze. Not only Sasuke, but now even you have become my power bank, Kakashi-sensei. In this nursery called Konoha, you all are my nourishment. In the land of waves within a forest, shrouded in thick fog, the mission of Team 7, escorting the bridge expert Dasna, underwent a drastic change due to an encounter with the rogue ninjas from Mist-Hidden Village. At this moment, the air was thick with the stench of blood and a chilling aura of murder. Ninjutsu mist concealment technique. Accompanied by the cold voice of the terrifying man wrapped in bandages, the fog instantly thickened to the point of obscuring all vision. Kakashi was forced to lift his forehead protector, revealing his blood-red Sharingan with 3 tomo, his expression tense as he shielded the 3 genin behind him. 8 points. Throat, spine, lungs, liver, carotid artery, collarbone, kidneys, heart. Where do you want me? The killing intent emanating from Zabuza was like something from hell, accompanied by a voice echoing from all directions. This palpable aura of death made Sasuke and Sakura tremble, uncontrollably, barely able to hold on to their kunai. I would rather commit suicide than be killed. Sasuke even raised his kunai, aiming it at his own thigh, hoping that the pain would keep him awake. Behind them, Naruto, also protected by Kakashi, was in a different situation. Under the guise of false bravado, he showed the same fear and trembling as Sasuke. Yet in reality, under the heightened perception and overwhelming mental strength provided by the Sage Mode, Zabuza's proud silent killing technique appeared to Naruto as nothing more than a clown dancing with a torch in the dark. To the left rear, a branch 10 meters away, the chakra level was about that of an ordinary elite jonin. Naruto scoffed, inwardly accurately assessing Zabuza's strength. This kind of opponent isn't even worthy of making me activate my magic. However, his decapitating sword and the white hiding in the shadows with his ice-release Kekkei Genkai are indeed good materials. Moreover, the flying thunder god left by Minato Namikaze needs an experimental base outside the village. Kakashi-sensei, where is he? Naruto deliberately pretended to speak with a sobbing tone. At the moment Kakashi was distracted trying to console him, he shouted, behind you. Zabuza's true form appeared like a specter behind Kakashi, his enormous decapitating sword whistling through the air as it swung towards Kakashi's lower back. Slashing sound, Kakashi was bisected, but in the next moment Kakashi's body transformed into a puddle of water. A water clone. Zabuza's pupils constricted. I've got your back. The real Kakashi appeared behind Zabuza, his kunai pressed against his neck. However, the battle was far from over. The two soon became embroiled in an exchange of ninjutsu, and ultimately Kakashi was outmaneuvered by Zabuza, trapped in the water prison technique. Ha ha ha. Kakashi, you are finished. Now I'm going to slowly torture these little brats to death. Maintaining the water prison, Zabuza split off a water clone and grinned menacingly as he approached Team 7. Sakura cried out in despair, while Sasuke, though terrified, clenched his teeth and charged forward, only to be kicked away by Zabuza's water clone, his ribcage fractured, blood spewing from his mouth. As Sasuke fell gravely injured, the massive devouring demon seed in Naruto's mind reacted with pleasure, and the Indra essence that Sasuke desperately unleashed was absorbed by Naruto. It's your turn now, little brat. The water clone raised the large sword, aiming for Naruto's head. Run, Naruto. Kakashi in the water prison's eyes widened in horror. He knew Naruto couldn't dodge the strike with his current strength. However, just as the sword was less than 10 centimeters from Naruto's head, the surrounding time seemed to freeze suddenly. The thick fog halted its flow. Water droplets hung suspended in midair. Kakashi's desperate shouts were elongated and distorted, ultimately fading into silence. Extreme darkness kaleidoscope activate. The fearful expression Naruto had feigned shattered like a mask. He slowly raised his head, and in his azure eyes the crimson dark red lotus bloomed explosively. An aura of destruction, 100 times more terrifying and purer than Zabuza's killing intent, instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. It was the absolute pressure of a superior predator over lower life forms. What? Zabuza's water clone froze in place like it was struck by a paralysis technique, its cruel eyes now filled. He felt as if he was facing not a mere genin but a primordial giant beast from the abyss. Not only the water clone but even Zabuza's true body, maintaining the water prison, was rendered rigid under the terrifying pressure of Naruto's ocular power chakra flow, halting, instantly causing the water prison technique to collapse. Kakashi broke free, but before he could catch his breath, he was overwhelmed by the strange and utterly evil terrifying aura, causing his legs to buckle and one knee to drop to the ground, cold sweat soaking his clothes. This is Orochimaru. No, a chakra 10 times more terrifying than Orochimaru. Who could it be? Kakashi looked around in horror. Under the disguise of false bravado, Kakashi simply could not pinpoint the source of this aura to Naruto. At that moment, Naruto had already utilized his time-space mastery to appear behind Zabuza's true body in an instant. He didn't use any ninjutsu. He merely extended his pale, seemingly fragile hand and gently pressed it against the nape of Zabuza's neck. Zabuza, the demon of mist. A name that carries weight, but unfortunately your strength is too weak. A cold, emotionless voice erupted in Zabuza's ear. Zabuza was greatly alarmed, about to swing his sword in retaliation, but in the next second an extremely cold black demonic energy surged into his body from that hand. Ugh! Zabuza emitted a piercing scream, the decapitating sword clattering to the ground. He clutched his head in agony, collapsing to the ground, his body convulsing violently. That black demonic energy not only sealed all his chakra meridians, but also transformed into a bizarre seal, indelibly branding itself deep within his soul. Ding! The great devouring demon seed sub-body has been successfully implanted. The host has successfully enslaved Zabuza Momochi's soul. What? What did you do to me? Zabuza stared in terror at the golden-haired boy towering over him. Those dark red Sharingan made him feel a despair more terrifying than death. Nothing much, just gave you a new master. The Sharingan in Naruto's eyes slowly receded, returning to their azure color. He casually picked up the decapitating sword from the ground and effortlessly swung it a couple of times as if it were a toy. From this day forth, your life, your sword, even your soul belong to me. Behave and be my watchdog in the land of waves. Help me eliminate Kado and control the sea routes here. If you dare harbor even a shred of dissent. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Naruto's mouth. That mark will make your soul burn in the 9 underworld's demonic flames for 10,000 years, unable to seek life or death. Zabuza looked at Naruto's face, which was only 12 years old yet colder than a demon, and the last shred of rebellion in his heart was utterly crushed. He knew that what the other party said was true. The feeling of having one's soul in someone else's hands was undeniable. I understand, Master. The infamous demon of mist lowered his head humbly. Just then a sound of something slicing through the air came from the nearby woods. Several shuriken accurately struck the chakra points on Zabuza's neck, and as Zabuza rolled his eyes in cooperation, he fell to the ground feigning death. A figure wearing a mist umbu mask descended from the tree, lifting Zabuza's body. It was Haku. Haku glanced at Naruto with an extremely complex expression. While others did not know Haku, possessing sensory abilities, had clearly felt the terrifying power that erupted from the golden-haired boy. I am a pursuer of the mist, and I will take this corpse with me. After leaving this line, Haku swiftly vanished into the thick fog. Naruto did not stop him, as he had already left a faint spiritual mark on Haku. A buy one get one free. He certainly wouldn't let go of a loyal servant with a Kekkei Genkai. As Zabuza and Haku departed, the terrifying aura that had enveloped the battlefield dissipated. The thick fog gradually cleared. Kakashi gasped for breath, struggling to stand. He glanced at the gravely injured Sasuke, and the unconscious Sakura, then looked at Naruto, who stood there looking bewildered. Naruto, what just happened? Kakashi's voice was a bit hoarse. Naruto immediately feigned a look of shock, even plopping down on the ground, bursting into tears. Kakashi-sensei, you scared me to death. Suddenly there was a terrifying feeling, and then that bandaged freak collapsed, and then a masked person appeared and took him away. I thought I was going to die. Looking at Naruto's blubbering face, Kakashi frowned. That chakra was definitely at the level of a Kage, perhaps even surpassing that level. Naruto couldn't possibly possess such power. Could it be that some hidden strong individual just happened to pass by and took care of Zabuza? Or perhaps it was aimed at the Nine-Tails? Kakashi's internal alarm bells rang loudly. He could never have imagined that the one who had turned Zabuza into a dog was currently sitting on the ground wiping away tears. Alright, it's fine now. The mission continues. Let's head to Mr. Dazna's house to treat Sasuke's injuries. Kakashi suppressed his unease and gave the order. Naruto wiped his tears and obediently nodded. He lowered his head, concealing the extremely mocking smirk at the corner of his mouth. Kakashi, oh Kakashi, your proud analytical ability is nothing but a joke before me. The surveillance network of Konoha had already failed in this country. Kado's wealth, the sea routes of the land of waves, Zabuza's strength. The first cornerstone of my tyrannical ambition has already been laid. In the land of waves at Tezuna's home, Kakashi lay once again in bed, unavoidably incapacitated by overuse of his Sharingan after the encounter with Zabuza. Meanwhile, Sasuke, his injuries barely abated, began a grueling chakra control exercise, climbing trees, driven by a simmering unspoken frustration and fury. Thud! Sasuke tumbled from the trunk yet again, landing flat on his back. Sakura let out a startled cry beside him. Beneath another tree, Naruto lunged forward clumsily time and again, only to slip and slide down 2 or 3 meters above the ground. Drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, he looked even more disheveled than Sasuke. A true deadlast. Despite possessing vast reserves of chakra, his control was abysmal. Sasuke wiped dirt from the corner of his mouth and sneered coldly. Naruto turned his head, feigning defiant indignation. Shut up. I'll climb higher than you, Sasuke. Yet deep within he stifled a bored yawn. Such rudimentary chakra control, akin to a toddler's first steps, was nothing but farce before the perfection of the sage body. Even a single strand of hair could channel chakra with such precision that it could embroider a blooming flower. Still indulging these arrogant, insignificant insects in their petty charade made for excellent pastime, Naruto continued his inept performance until nightfall. Deep in a secluded forest of the land of waves beneath the shroud of midnight, mist coiled like spectral breath, Zabuza sat upon a weathered chair, though Haku had treated the wound at his neck the bone-deep tremor. The echo of soul-shattering terror still darkened his stern, impassive face. Master Zabuza, are you well? That man's power. Haku stood nearby, his androgynous beauty etched with quiet concern. At that very moment, whumph! A strange ripple shimmered across the air at the center of the hideout. No chakra fluctuation preceded it. No hand seals were formed. A figure draped in black robes and wearing a featureless pure white mask materialized before them, as if summoned from oblivion itself. Flying Thunder God technique? Zabuza's pupils contracted violently as he shot upright, only to collapse instantly onto both knees, trembling uncontrollably under an overwhelming instinctive compulsion to obey. Master! His voice was hoarse, saturated with absolute reverence. The so-called deadlast who stumbled climbing trees before Konoha's genin now loomed like a sovereign risen from the abyss, exuding a suffocating tyrannical aura. Haku, though stricken with shock, immediately dropped to one knee and bowed his head. Naruto strode to the lone chair and seated himself with deliberate arrogance, gazing down upon them both. You will raid his treasury tonight. Leave no survivors. Hang Kato's head from the pylon of the bridge of the land of waves. Then in your name seize full control of all Kato's shipping route, smuggling networks, and financial infrastructure. I shall transform the land of waves into my own umbu. Zabuza's eyes gleamed with feral, bloodthirsty fervor. Slaughter, plunder, dominion. This was the art he mastered best. As you command, master. By dawn Kato shall cease to exist in the land of waves. Naruto gave a slight nod, then shifted his gaze toward Haku, who knelt silently beside Zabuza. You are Haku. Naruto's gaze pierced through the mask as if reading the very core of Haku's soul. Haku shuddered faintly and whispered, Yes, Lord. To protect Zabuza you would die without hesitation. As mere tool, correct. I am Zabuza-sama. So long as I serve Zabuza-sama, I offer my life without reservation. His voice held unwavering resolve. Foolish bonds. Naruto scoffed coldly. Since Zabuza is now my houndyu, his tool are likewise mine. I disdain weak tools. Without warning, Naruto raised his hand and clenched it midair toward Haku. Ah! A muffled cry of agony tore from Haku's throat as his chakra erupted violently within him. Ding! The grand devouring demon art activated, beginning purification of the target's ice-release bloodline. Threads of obsidian demon energy surged through the void into Haku's body. Yet this energy did not consume Haku's chakra. Under Naruto's exquisitely precise control, it carved through his system like surgical blades, excising chaotic chakra residues, forcibly refining the fragile purity of his ice-release lineage. In 10 seconds flat, Naruto withdrew his hand. Haku collapsed onto the floor, breathing raggedly, yet stared in disbelief. Though his chakra reserves remained unchanged, the potency of his ice release had multiplied manyfold. Where once he could only conjure ordinary ice crystals, he now sensed he could freeze ambient moisture into impenetrable glacial hard frost with a thought. Is this divine intervention? Zabuza watched the terrifying chill radiating from Haku, and felt his awe for this enigmatic master surge to its zenith. This is merely a taste of what lies ahead. Naruto rose, brushing non-existent dust from his cloak. Now go, cleanse Kato utterly. In a few days perform your final act upon the bridge of the land of waves, alongside Kakashi and his team. Remember, you must be defeated by the bond and fiery spirit of Team 7. Should you betray the slightest hint, should you mar my flawless persona within Konoha, a lethal blood-red lotus flickered once more in the depths of Naruto's eyes. You will learn the meaning of true hell. Whumph! Air rippled again. Naruto vanished. Only Zabuza and Haku remained kneeling motionless in the hideout, too awestruck to rise. Haku! Zabuza drew a slow, heavy breath, eyes alight with reverence for power and dominion. Our master intends to turn the entire shinobi world into his slaughterhouse. The next morning dawned bright and clear. Birds sang, flowers bloomed. Villagers of the land of waves trembled with terror and ecstasy upon discovering Kato's grotesque head impaled high atop the unfinished bridge. His opulent mansion burned fiercely. Its riches plundered, its 200 ronin slaughtered without mercy. No trace remained. Divine retribution. The gods have descended with wrath. We are saved. Tears streamed down villagers' faces. At Tezuna's home, Kakashi, just awakened, dropped his copy of Ika Paradise in stunned silence. Kato is dead, and his entire organization eradicated overnight by a masterful surgical strike. Kakashi's lone eye narrowed with grave intensity. Who could possibly be behind this? Could it be Zabuza? No, he is merely a rogue ninja. He kills for profit, but lacks the capacity to dismantle a fully armed syndicate in a single night. Then, has another terrifying power emerged, hidden in shadow. As Kakashi brooded, sensing he'd been drawn into a conspiracy of staggering scale. Whoa, Sensei Kakashi, look, I've reached the treetop. I'm faster than Sasuke. Naruto's trademark boisterous shout rang from outside the window. Kakashi pushed open the window. Below, the blonde boy perched precariously on a branch. So exhilarated he nearly toppled. While Sasuke glared upward, teeth gritted. Slowly Kakashi's furrowed brow eased. Well then, let the Hokage bear the weight of the heavens. At least these young ones continue growing step by steady step. A quiet, genuine smile softened his features. Atop the tree, Naruto's back faced Kakashi, and his foolish grin vanished. Gazing toward the distant burning ruins of Kato's villa, he curled his lips into a satisfied, chilling smirk. Phase 1 complete, the land of waves base secured. Enjoy your fragile peace, Konoha, for the true abyss has only just begun to yawn wide before you. On the unfinished bridge of the land of waves, thick mist once again shrouded the air. The meticulously staged set prepared by Zabuza and Haku following Naruto's script. Kakashi, today is your death day. Zabuza roared, swinging his executioner's blade as he clashed fiercely with Kakashi. Yet in the shadows he whispered to himself in a voice so low only he could hear, when will this accursed performance finally end? Fighting a shinobi of this caliber, while deliberately holding back, is more exhausting than murder itself. Meanwhile, Haku had already activated her bloodline limit. Secret technique, demonic mirroring ice crystals. Dozens of flawless mirror-smooth ice walls erupted from the ground, forming a colossal hemispherical prison that sealed Naruto and Sasuke inside without escape. Haku's figure flickered across every ice surface, phantom after phantom, as if countless incarnations of her existed simultaneously. You cannot run, she intoned, her voice ethereal and glacial. Hundreds of senbon rained down from all directions like a storm. In the original chronicle, this battle was devastatingly brutal. Yet now, it hurts. Naruto screamed as several senbon struck his shoulder and thigh with pinpoint precision, sending him crashing helplessly to the ground. Yet upon closer inspection, not a single senbon pierced even the capillaries beneath his skin. Each was halted cold at the epidermis by the absurd density of his perfected sage body's musculature. Sasuke, however, was different. He frantically parried with his kunai already bleeding from multiple wounds. Gasping raggedly, his eyes burned with searing frustration and utter despair. Why can't I even defeat him? How will I ever kill that man? His mind erupted in silent feral fury. His thirst for power, his hatred for Itachi, and his primal terror of death surged to their absolute zenith. Exactly now. On the ground, Naruto's lips curled faintly upward. Through the soul link embedded in his mind, he issued a silent command to Zabuza: push Sasuke harder. Force his eyes open. Within the ice mirrors, Haku's gaze hardened instantly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A far denser barrage of sunbon descended. This time all aimed unerringly at Sasuke's vital points. Damn it! Sasuke bellowed. Under the razor's edge of mortal peril and overwhelming emotional stimulus, the Indre origin essence deep within his eyes blazed forth at last. Sasuke's irises flared crimson in an instant. A single tomo pulsed in his left eye, 2 tomo spun in his right. The Sharingan of the Uchiha clan had awakened at last, igniting within this brilliant yet grievously weakened prodigy. I see you. I can see your movements. Sasuke roared triumphantly, the Sharingan's preternatural perception allowing him, just barely, to track Haku's fleeting path between the mirrors. Yet Sasuke remained utterly unaware that this hard-won Sharingan was nothing less than a floodgate torn wide open. Ding! Detected successful awakening of the Sharingan in the host's parasitic Indra reincarnation vessel. Ding! The grand devouring seed has entered deep extraction mode. At that very moment of Sasuke's smug elation, the demonic seed buried deep within his cerebral cortex surged forth like a shark scenting blood, voraciously consuming the purest, most primordial Uchiha ocular energy just awakened within him. Just as Sasuke struck a dramatic counterpose, a searing, splitting agony ripped through the core of his skull. Even his right eye involuntarily wept a thin trail of blood. My eyes! What's happening? My chakra is draining. Terror-stricken Sasuke collapsed to his knees. The newly awakened Sharingan, its ocular energy abruptly siphoned away by half, began visibly regressing toward ordinary human eyes. Meanwhile, lying motionless on the ground, Naruto heard a celestial chime resonate within his mind. Ding! Successfully seized supreme Indra ocular energy essence. Hosts, Ultimate Darkness Mangekyo Foundation, has been dramatically enhanced. Ocular energy recovery rate 50. Spiritual capacity threshold shattered. Feeling the ever-deepening, ever more terrifying power welling within his eyes, Naruto exhaled in quiet satisfaction. Sasuke, you truly did not disappoint me. This first harvest, rich, ripe, the performance had reached its perfect crescendo. It was time to conclude. To continue would risk permanently crippling Sasuke's foundation, jeopardizing future reaping cycles. Suddenly Naruto clutched his head and unleashed a guttural bestial roar. Sasuke! Unforgivable! Unforgivable! Boom! An explosively savage, visibly crimson dark chakra erupted from Naruto's body, surging skyward like a geyser. In an instant, the Nine Tails chakra cloak enveloped him entirely. What is this chakra? So malevolent. So immense. Outside the dome, Kakashi recoiled in shock, his heart sinking as the seal loosened again. Haku, trapped within the ice mirrors, felt the palpable wave of dread. And obediently feigned terror monster. Naruto delivered a single, utterly casual punch. Not even 1/10 of his strength deployed. The demonic mirroring ice crystals, capable of withstanding crank jutsu bombardments, shattered instantly under that dark crimson chakra's impact, dissolving like fragile glass. Haku was hurled backward by the concussive force, slamming hard onto the ground and spitting blood. Merely a deliberate bite to her tongue staged to simulate incapacitation. Haku. From afar, Zabuza saw her fall, instantly feinted a strike to drive Kakashi back, then vanished into the mist, reappearing beside her in a flash. Kakashi. Consider yourself lucky. That's enough for today. Zabuza spat the scripted line with theatrical menace before scooping Haku into his arms and vanishing into the fog via body flicker technique. He fled with ruthless efficiency. After all, even in performance, no one lingers a second longer than necessary before a sovereign who could reduce their souls to ash with a thought. As Zabuza and Haku vanished, the mist dissolved completely. Simultaneously, the dark crimson chakra receded swiftly from Naruto's body. He crumpled to the ground with a thud, feigning total exhaustion and unconsciousness. Days later, the villagers of the Land of Waves held a naming ceremony for the bridge, Naruto Bridge. Amidst cheers and tears of gratitude, Team 7 departed for Konoha. On the road home, Kakashi walked ahead, ostensibly engrossed in his copy of Ika Paradise. Yet his peripheral vision never ceased observing his 3 students behind him. Sakura hovered anxiously over Sasuke while he brooded in silence, his hand repeatedly touching his aching eyes still raw from the forced Sharingan awakening. And Naruto, hands clasped behind his head, whistling tunelessly. A picture of cheerful, carefree idiocy. Yet deep within Kakashi's mind, a complex mission report took shape. Mission in the Land of Waves. Completed. Anomaly 1. Zabuza and Haku appear to have been covertly influenced or warned by an unknown entity, prompting their abrupt withdrawal. Anomaly 2. Uchiha Sasuke successfully awakened the Sharingan, yet his ocular energy remains dangerously unstable, possibly disrupted by unidentified external factors. Requires thorough post-mission examination upon return. Anomaly 3. Uzumaki Naruto, overwhelmed by rage, once again unleashed Nine Tails chakra, shattering even a bloodline limit ice construct. His emotional volatility remains the greatest threat to the seal, yet his unwavering resolve to protect his comrades deserves full recognition. This report shall perfectly veil the true events in the Land of Waves. The Konoha High Council will never learn that the Land of Waves' most lucrative maritime trade route has irrevocably changed, nor will anyone discover that the village's golden hope, the Yuka-blooded genius, has had a substantial portion of his foundational essence silently drained by the very blonde boy standing beside him, smiling the brightest of all. Ding! The Shadow Master of the Land of Waves mission has concluded flawlessly. System now calculating rewards. After returning to Konoha, life seemed to have regained its tranquility. Yet beneath this calm, the undercurrents surged more violently than ever. The Chunin exams were approaching, and the elite genin from various nations began to arrive in Konoha. On the streets of Konoha, unfamiliar faces wearing the forehead protectors of other ninja villages could be seen from time to time. On the rooftop of the ninja school, the 3 members of Team 7 had just submitted their applications for the Chunin exams. Listen carefully, the Chunin exams are no joke. There may even be situations where killing occurs. Kakashi rarely became serious. Sasuke, your Sharingan has just awakened and your ocular power is still unstable. Don't force a fight against strong opponents. Naruto, try not to cause trouble for everyone. Don't worry, Kakashi-sensei. I will definitely beat those guys from other villages to the ground. Naruto confidently patted his chest. Kakashi sighed helplessly and then vanished in a puff of white smoke. At that moment, a hoarse, deep voice with a hint of amusement came from nearby. It seems the new sprouts of Konoha are quite The 3 turned around to see a woman with a cold expression and long black hair wearing the forehead protector of the grass village had appeared at the edge of the rooftop. Her snake-like pupils were fixed intensely on Sasuke. Who are you? Sasuke tightened his grip on his kunai, warily sensing the dangerous aura emanating from the woman before him. That aura even made his recently awakened Sharingan feel a sharp pain. Me, I'm just a passerby very interested in the bloodline of the Uchiha clan. The woman extended her long tongue, licking her lips, a glint of greed flashing in her eyes. Orochimaru. Behind the facade of innocence, a hint of mockery flashed within Naruto's seemingly pure and the world's foremost scientist of the ninja realm, one of the legendary Sannin, Orochimaru. You finally arrived. In Naruto's perception of malice, Orochimaru's intent towards Sasuke was as glaring as a spotlight in the night. Want to touch Sasuke? You'll have to get past me first. Naruto dutifully played the role of a hot-blooded fool, shouting as he charged towards Orochimaru. Boring insect. Orochimaru didn't even glance at Naruto, casually waving his hand. A powerful gust of air instantly sent Naruto flying, crashing heavily into a barbed wire. Naruto, Sakura exclaimed. At this level, there's no need to embarrass yourself. Orochimaru sneered his form, transforming into a swirl of dirt, disappearing from sight, leaving Sasuke standing there gritting his teeth, his eyes filled with humiliation and anger. Meanwhile, on the side of the flung Naruto, he rubbed his back, which felt no pain, and a dangerously fierce light flashed in his lowered eyes. Such pure in-release chakra, Orochimaru, it seems you have put in considerable effort regarding the soul for your quest for immortality. The Konoha collapse plan? What a marvelous script. Hiruzen, Sarutobi Danzo, and Orochimaru. You all can tear each other apart. I will collect my spoils at the end of this feast. A few days later, the first round of the Chunin exams, the written test. The head of Konoha's interrogation department, Ibiki Marino, was the proctor. This was an examination that tested information gathering skills and psychological endurance. In the original story, Naruto submitted a blank paper and passed the exam purely based on his passionate declaration. However, Naruto was too lazy to play the hot-blooded fool again this time. Inside the exam hall, the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. On the 10th question, Ibiki's scarred face looked particularly sinister as he began his famous psychological tactics. Many examinees, unable to endure the pressure, voluntarily raised their hands to forfeit. Naruto sat at his desk, his pen spinning rapidly. With the enhancement of Sage Body and the great devouring magic, my mental power is enough to easily cover the entire exam hall. Plus the omniscient insight of the extreme darkness. This so-called cheating exam is merely transparent to me. In just 3 minutes, Naruto memorized the answers of Sasuke Hinata, and even those Umbu proctors, flawlessly replicating them on his own test paper. Then he began to lay his head on the desk and fell into a deep sleep. That Uzumaki Naruto actually fell asleep. The supervising Chunin watched this scene in disbelief. Ibiki frowned, walked over to Naruto, and glanced at his test paper, filled with neat handwriting, his heart jolting. All correct. How is that possible? I didn't notice him using any ninja techniques or cheating methods. Could it be? He answered these questions that far exceeded the knowledge of a genin by himself. Ibiki's gaze towards Naruto changed. For the first time, he felt that this legendary demon fox brat might possess a terrifying talent that even the third Hokage had overlooked. Of course, all of this was within Naruto's calculations. He didn't need to play the complete fool anymore. By showcasing a bit of talent, not only would he avoid suspicion, but the higher-ups in Konoha would also see value in nurturing this vessel. The written test ended smoothly. Next was the most brutal segment of the Chunin exams. The second round, the Forest of Death. This was a lawless slaughter ground. Team 7 obtained the Heaven Scroll and entered the vast sun-blocking primeval forest. Within less than half a day of entering the forest, they encountered trouble. A gigantic python suddenly lunged down from the treetops, swallowing Naruto whole. Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura gasped in shock. Inside the belly of the giant snake, Naruto looked expressionlessly at the nauseating digestive fluids around him. Orochimaru, have you finally lost your patience and decided to go after Sasuke? Such a low-level summoning beast dares to swallow me. Naruto didn't even make hand seals, only coldly uttering one word: break. Boom! The great devouring magic erupted instantly. The giant snake let out a piercing scream. Its massive body shrank visibly in less than 3 seconds, as all its chakra and flesh essence were instantaneously devoured by Naruto's black magic energy. Bang! The remains of the giant snake exploded and Naruto emerged completely unscathed from within. Meanwhile, in a nearby clearing, Sasuke and Sakura were cornered to their limits by Orochimaru's terrifying killing intent. Who are you? Sasuke activated his Sharingan, but his legs still trembled uncontrollably. Orochimaru pulled off the human skin mask on his face, revealing his pale, sinister countenance. My name is Orochimaru. Uchiha Sasuke, your eyes are even more outstanding than your brother's. I long to obtain your body. Orochimaru licked his lips, and his form instantly transformed into numerous poisonous snakes lunging towards Sasuke. Fire release, great fireball technique. Sasuke fought back with all his might. The massive fireball incinerated the snakes, but Orochimaru's real body had already appeared behind him. Too slow. Orochimaru's neck elongated like a snake, opening its mouth, full of venomous fangs fiercely biting towards Sasuke's neck. This was to plant the curse mark of heaven. At this critical moment, whoosh! A kunai slicing through the air narrowly grazed Orochimaru's cheek and embedded itself in the nearby tree trunk. If Orochimaru hadn't turned his head, that kunai would have undoubtedly blinded him. Orochimaru paused slightly and turned to look. There stood Naruto on a branch not far away, still wearing that irreverent smile. Hey, you androgynous guy, let go of my companion. Naruto shouted loudly, but beneath the facade of innocence, Naruto's mind was frantically calculating. Orochimaru's curse mark of heaven was essentially a blend of his own soul fragments and sage chakra. If this thing is planted on Sasuke, it would mean Orochimaru has also marked Sasuke within his body. I can't allow anyone to meddle in my own field of leaks. Oh, to think you could escape from my summoning snake's belly, it seems the Ninetales brat isn't completely useless. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes, abandoning the idea of immediately biting Sasuke. But do you think with your little strength you can? How will you know unless you try? Naruto formed hand seals multiple shadow clone technique. Hundreds of Narutos instantly filled the entire clearing, roaring as they charged towards Orochimaru. Boring tricks. Orochimaru formed hand seals wind release great breakthrough. A violent hurricane instantly tore apart dozens of shadow clones. But amidst the chaos, the real Naruto blended in with the clones, silently closing in on Orochimaru. Bang! Naruto delivered a punch directly to Orochimaru's face. Orochimaru scoffed disdainfully, casually blocking the attack. However, at the moment their fists collided, Naruto's eyes revealed a fleeting glimpse of dark red blood lotus. Great devouring magic dark seed separation. A minuscule, nearly undetectable black magic energy slipped silently from Naruto's fist into Orochimaru's body. This magic energy was different from the seed planted in Sasuke. It was more like an invisible locator and listening device lurking deep within Orochimaru's soul. It wouldn't devour power but would synchronize all of Orochimaru's perceptions and even the sequence of hand seals for every jutsu he would cast back to Naruto. Orochimaru furrowed his brow slightly. He felt a chilling chakra pass by during that punch, but when he focused he found nothing. Was it an illusion? Orochimaru didn't think much of it and kicked Naruto away. Naruto landed heavily on the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood fake and fainted weakly. Looking at the fallen Naruto and the trembling Sasuke, Orochimaru felt he had lost interest. Forget it, let's call it. Orochimaru walked up to Sasuke, his eyes gleaming with unabashed fervor. Sasuke, if you want power, come find me. In a greenhouse like Konoha, your Sharingan can never truly bloom. After saying that, Orochimaru's neck suddenly elongated, and in a flash he bit down on Sasuke's neck. Sasuke let out a heart-wrenching scream as a 3-demo-shaped black curse mark appeared on his neck, and then his eyes rolled back, completely fainting. Orochimaru, satisfied, licked the blood at the corner of his mouth, and vanished into the forest like a whirlwind, leaving behind a crying Sakura, and the unconscious Sasuke and Naruto. Meanwhile, for the unconscious Naruto, the system's prompt resounded in his mind. Ding. Successfully implanted the hidden magic seed deep within Orochimaru's soul. Ding. Detected that the curse mark of heaven has been implanted in Sasuke's body. System prompt: do you wish to have the great devouring magic seed immediately devour the curse mark of heaven? No, keep it. Naruto smirked coldly in his heart. Orochimaru's curse seal contains sage chakra from the long cave and his soul fragments. Devouring it now would be too wasteful. Once Sasuke develops this curse seal to its second state in despair, allowing the sage chakra within to fully mature, I will reap everything together with interest. Orochimaru, oh Orochimaru, do you think you have planted the seeds of control in Sasuke? You have no idea that you are applying the highest grade fertilizer to my leaks. The third round of the Chunin exam, the official competition arena. The stands were filled with excited voices as the villagers of Konoha and the daimyos from various countries anticipated the thrilling duels. On the high podium, Orochimaru, disguised as the Kazekage, sat next to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, his eyes glinting with a venomous cold light. As the battle between Uchiha Sasuke and Gaara reached a fever pitch, a sudden explosion occurred in the center of the stands, and countless illusory feathers fell from the sky, plunging numerous spectators into instant slumber. Tack! Orochimaru tore off his disguise, moving like lightning, seizing Hiruzen Sarutobi, and swiftly darting up to the rooftop. Ninjutsu 4 Purple Flames Formation. The sound for quickly formed a formation, creating a massive purple barrier that completely isolated the master and apprentice from the outside world. The plan to collapse Konoha has officially begun. Shouts of battle echoed everywhere as the allied forces of sand and sound ran rampant within Konoha village. Inside the barrier, Hiruzen Sarutobi looked at his once most favored disciple, filled with pain and determination. Orochimaru, you have ultimately brought this upon yourself. Today, even if it costs me my old life, I will cleanse our ranks. Old man, you are too old. The decaying tree of Konoha should have been uprooted long ago. Orochimaru cackled maniacally, his hands swiftly forming seals. And now let me show you what true power really is. Summoning technique, impure world reincarnation. 3 coffins engraved with the characters for 1, 2, and 4 slowly rose from the ground. However, due to Orochimaru's current lack of proficiency in this ninjutsu, and the soul of Minato Namikaze being within the Shinigami's belly, the coffin marked with 4 sank back down halfway. Even so, the appearance of Senju Hashirama and Senju Tobirama still pushed Hiruzen Sarutobi into a desperate situation. The first Hokage and the second Hokage, using the dead to perform such blasphemous ninjutsu. Hiruzen Sarutobi's eyes widened in fury as the fierce battle erupted within the barrier. Though Hiruzen Sarutobi was skilled in all 5 elemental ninjutsu, he quickly fell to the disadvantage against the 2 immortal former Hokages, his body covered in wounds and his chakra nearly depleted. It seems I can only use that technique, even if it costs my soul. Hiruzen Sarutobi bit his finger, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. Sealing technique Shiki Fujin, a massive fierce-looking Shinigami apparition clutching a dagger slowly manifested behind Hiruzen Sarutobi. What is that thing? Orochimaru looked at the Shinigami, instinctively feeling a wave of dread deep within his soul. Hiruzen Sarutobi exerted his last ounce of strength, allowing the Shinigami's hand to penetrate his own body, seizing the souls of the first and second Hokages, sealing them within the Shinigami's body, while also grasping Orochimaru's soul. Orochimaru, your ambitions end here. Come with me to hell. Hiruzen Sarutobi roared, desperately trying to pull Orochimaru's soul out. Damn old man. Orochimaru, filled with terror, frantically drove the Kusanagi sword through Hiruzen Sarutobi's chest, attempting to stop him. The chakra and souls of the two were caught in an extremely dangerous tug-of war. Yet neither Hiruzen Sarutobi Orochimaru nor the anxious Umbu waiting outside noticed. On a tower several hundred meters distant from the rooftop, a figure donned in an inconspicuous mask and a black cloak quietly observed everything. In his eyes, a dark red Sharingan was spinning wildly. The time has come. Naruto smirked cruelly. Hidden magic seed activate. Within the barrier, Orochimaru was struggling with all his might against the Shinigami, when suddenly, he felt an indescribable excruciating pain deep within his soul. It felt like an invisible claw suddenly tore viciously at his soul. Orochimaru let out an extremely shrill scream, and this sudden pain caused him to lose control of his chakra. Though Hiruzen Sarutobi did not know what had happened, he immediately seized the opportunity. Seal. The Shinigami's hand suddenly yanked. No! In Orochimaru's desperate scream, his soul, represented by his arms forming seals, was forcibly severed by the Shinigami's dagger and swallowed into its belly. Orochimaru, your hands. I have taken them. The will of fire of Konoha will never extinguish. Hiruzen Sarutobi smiled with satisfaction, and then breathed his last, collapsing heavily onto the rooftop. My hands can no longer form seals. Old fool. Orochimaru painfully clutched his numb hands, staring at Hiruzen Sarutobi's corpse's eyes filled with resentment and terror. But Orochimaru had no idea that the true betrayal came not from Hiruzen Sarutobi. Above in the tower, Naruto watched as the Shinigami swallowed the souls of the first and second Hokages along with Orochimaru's arms, and then the Shinigami's apparition began to slowly dissipate. Want to escape? Naruto's eyes widened, suddenly the power of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan being pushed to its limit. Great devouring magic soul chains. Buzz. Several thick chains burning with black ghost flames crossed the distance of space, ignoring the barriers of the four purple flames formation, and instantly pierced into the vanishing Shinigami apparition. Roar! The Shinigami, originally devoid of self-awareness, let out a pained low growl the moment it was scorched by the magical flames. It tried to sever the chains with its dagger, but the black magical flames not only could not be cut, but instead spread along the dagger to envelop its body. You dare scheme against a true deity, let alone you, a mere puppet summoned by ninjutsu. Naruto yanked with all his might. Spit it out. Under the terrifying force of devouring, the Shinigami apparition twisted violently. Puff. 3 pure radiant soul orbs, the first Hokage, the second Hokage, and Orochimaru's arms, were forcibly pulled out from the Shinigami's belly by Naruto. Afterward, Naruto kicked away the powerless Shinigami apparition. Ding. Detected top-tier soul essence. Do you wish to devour it immediately? Devour the souls of the first and second Hokages. As for Orochimaru's hands, Naruto glanced at the orb of Orochimaru's soul in his hand, a trace of extreme malice flashing in his eyes. Seal it in my dark space. Orochimaru loves to experiment, right? If he behaves well in the future, perhaps I can throw him back his hands like tossing a bone. Ding. Great devouring magic begins refining. Boom. The immense would release essence of Senju Hashirama and the unfathomable water release and spacetime essence of Senju Tobarama surged into Naruto's body. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring the soul of the first Hokage. Perfect sage body has been completely restored. The host has gained the ability to release would release. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring the soul of the second Hokage. The host's water release talent has reached max level. Proficiency of Flying Thunder God technique has reached perfection. Feeling the power within him skyrocketing like a cosmic explosion, Naruto comfortably closed his eyes. Now, in his fully unleashed state, he was confident he could crush even pain. At this moment, the barrier in the distance had been lifted. The sound for hastily fled with the handless Orochimaru. Konoha village was still engulfed in flames of war. Naruto removed his mask and stored away his cloak, instantly transforming back into the somewhat disheveled underachievement. He used the Flying Thunder God to silently return to the ground, then intentionally smeared some dirt on his face, pretending to appear as if he had just come from a fierce battle, gasping for breath, as he ran toward the Konoha ninja camp which was gathering the wounded. Kakashi-sensei, Iruka-sensei, are you okay? Naruto shouted loudly. Seeing Naruto and scathed Kakashi sighed in relief. Naruto, where have you been? The village was attacked. The Hokage. Kakashi's gaze dimmed. Naruto immediately feigned a shocked and devastated expression. What happened to Grandpa Third? I don't believe it. Grandpa Third is so strong, how could he die? His eyes reddened as he clenched his fists tightly, tears spilling uncontrollably. At that moment, even his acting deceived himself. The surrounding Konoha ninjas looked at this usually mischievous fox boy now crying over the death of the Hokage, and a complex emotion unexpectedly rose in their hearts. Cry, cry your heart out, foolish people of Konoha. Naruto buried his face in Iruka's embrace, weeping loudly. Yet deep within his heart, in the absolute rational space shrouded by the dark Mangekyo, a crown forged from countless bones and blood was slowly taking shape. Hiruzen Sarutobi, your death has opened the curtain on the end of the old era. And I, Uzumaki Naruto, know the absolute tyrant shall build an absolute autocratic new world upon your bones. Ding. The hidden plan to collapse Konoha has been successfully completed. System evaluation: you are not only the chess player but also the demon king who overturns the chessboard. The glory of the past Hokages has become the stepping stone for your ascent to the pinnacle. The funeral of the third Hokage concluded beneath a ceaseless somber drizzle. To select a new Hokage, the Konoha High Council dispatched Jiraiya, one of the legendary Sannin, to locate Tsunade. Naruto Uzumaki, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, naturally accompanied Jiraiya under the pretext of training, though in truth it was to shield him from the Akatsuki's covetous gaze. In the dimly lit corridor of a tavern in Tenzaku Town, Jiraiya, predictably, vanished ensnared by the genjutsu of a voluptuous woman. Alone on the floor of his room, Naruto idly spun, a kunai between his fingers, a cold knowing smirk curling at the corner of his lips. Konoha's Sannin Orochimaru, a deranged immortalist, or Jiraiya, a lecherous fool obsessed with carnal fantasies. It beggared belief how such men had ever earned their renown. Suddenly an almost imperceptible footfall echoed outside the door. Ding! Hostile perception activated. 2 cage-level chakra signatures drawing near. 1 radiated an exceptionally dense Indre origin chakra, Mangekyo level. So they've arrived at last. Itachi Uchiha and Kisame Hashigaki. Naruto did not rise. He merely narrowed his eyes, perfectly suppressing the cataclysmic chakra coiled within him beneath a veil of feigned innocence, mimicking the utter defenselessness of a mere genin. Knock! Knock! The door creaked open. 2 figures stood silhouetted in the frame, robed in black cloaks emblazoned with crimson clouds, wearing wide-brimmed straw hats. Itachi's crimson Sharingan, 3 tomo blazing coldly, fixed upon Naruto. Kisame bared a cruel, jagged grin. So this is the Nine-Tails brat. Looks like nothing but a clueless idiot, Kisame scoffed, drawing Samahata from his back. Let's sever his limbs and haul him off at Takasama. Save us the trouble of chasing him. The instant Kisame moved to strike, bang! The window at the corridor's end shattered inward. A black-haired youth stormed in, radiating savage murderous intent, his eyes burning crimson, as he locked onto Itachi Uchiha. Itachi! Sasuke ground out his voice, scraping up from the depths of hell itself. Oh, you actually found us? Itachi turned his gaze serene, utterly unruffled. What followed unfolded precisely as foretold. Sasuke lunged recklessly forward, only to be seized midair, slammed against the wall like a rag doll, and mercilessly pummeled without mercy. The sickening crack of splintering bone reverberated down the hall. Nearby, Naruto trembled visibly, feigning paralysis under Kisame's killing intent, while inside he roared with silent, unbridled mirth. Go on. Strike harder still. Within Naruto's perception, each brutal blow sent Sasuke's hatred and humiliation surging exponentially, a geometric crescendo of torment. And deep within Sasuke's mind, the great devouring demon seed pulsed like a high-powered pump, greedily siphoning the mutated ocular chakra born of that extremity, and channeling it inexorably back into Naruto. Ding! Massive absorption of indramutated origin essence. Hosts, ultimate darkness Mangekyo, ocular power cap increased by 10. You're too weak. Why are you so weak? Because your hatred is still insufficient. Itachi's grip tightened around Sasuke's throat. The 3 tomo on his eyes instantly reconfigured into 3 spinning shuriken. Mangekyo Sharingan, Tsukuyami, Sasuke shrieked, a single shattering cry, as his psyche collapsed outright, foaming at the mouth before slumping into unconsciousness. Gazing down at Sasuke's fallen form, a flicker of unbearable anguish, fleeting, profound, and deeply buried, flashed across Itachi's eyes, but he masked it flawlessly, and turned at last toward Naruto. Nine-Tails, come with us. Itachi advanced slowly. To prevent Naruto from erupting or shouting for Jiraiya, he resolved to subdue him with genjutsu. His Mangekyo, still bloodshot from Tsukuyami's exertion, locked directly onto Naruto's wide, terrified, cerulean eyes. Tsukuyami, error! The world around them drained of color, dissolving into a monochrome sea of blood-red. A crimson moon hung motionless overhead. Naruto found himself bound to a colossal crucifix encircled by countless Itachi Uchihas, each gripping a tanto. Within this realm, Itachi's voice echoed omnidirectionally: time, space, and mass. All bow to my will. A cold, emotionless voice resonated from every angle. For 72 hours I shall pierce your body again and again, plunging you into absolute agony until you collapse into oblivion. Shink! A blade pierced Naruto's abdomen. Itachi expected the boy, a green novice who'd never faced true calamity, to scream in excruciating agony. Yet, no scream came. Bound to the crucifix, Naruto slowly lowered his head, gazing down at the illusory blade embedded in his gut. Then, before Itachi's stunned gaze, Naruto's shoulders began to tremble. Ha ha ha. Eh. The low chuckle swelled, rising into a wild, brutal, scathing peal of laughter that shook the very fabric of the crimson Tsukuyami realm. What do you find so amusing? Itachi frowned, a chilling, inexplicable dread coiling in his chest. I laugh because you stand before a dragon juggling tricks like a clown. Naruto lifted his head. His once clear azure eyes erupted, not with tears but with violent crystalline fracturing, shattering entirely. In their place bloomed a pair of ultimate darkness Mangekyo, deeper, more malevolent, infinitely purer than Itachi's own blood-red lotus. Ultimate darkness Mangekyo, divine authority suppression, boom! An indescribable cosmic ocular force erupted from Naruto's eyes, like the birth of a universe, obliterating all restraint. Crack, 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 crack. Itachi's supposedly absolute Tsukuyomi domain. The blood-red sky, the endless crucifixes, shattered like brittle glass under the onslaught of that primordial gaze. Impossible! Itachi's composure shattered. This was his mental sanctum, where even cage-level minds were helpless prey, yet here stood a 12-year-old blonde boy, whose mere outward projection of ocular power threatened to rupture the very architecture of Tsukuyomi. And that is a Mangekyo Sharingan. How could Minato Namikaze's son possess one, daring to manipulate soul and space before me? You're courting death, Naruto snarled. The crucifix binding him crumbled to dust. He didn't escape Tsukuyomi. He seized dominion over it. With a thought, the collapsing realm reassembled. The blood moon warped into an ink-black singularity. The legion of Itachis dissolved into ash. In their stead surged a dozen obsidian chains wreathed in Naraku hellfire, striking like vipers, wrapping Itachi's core self and pinning him rigidly in the void. Itachi grunted, a searing, soul-scouring agony flaring the moment those black flames touched him. The tide had reversed utterly. Now Naruto held sovereignty, and Itachi was mere meat upon the altar. Itachi Uchiha, fool who slaughtered his own parents and clan for the sake of a hollow village. Hands in his pockets, Naruto strolled forward as if ambling through his own garden, stopping before the chained, suspended Itachi. Your vaunted sacrifice, your flawless script. To me it's nothing but a grotesque puppet show. Who are you? Itachi stared, his voice trembling. Not from pain but from the soul fire devouring him. He could not reconcile this abyssal demon before him with the loud, naive boy who screamed endlessly about that is irrelevant. What matters is, do you wish to witness your beloved brother's current state? Naruto snapped his fingers. A vast psychic water mirror shimmered into being before them. Within it glowed an anatomical cross-section of Sasuke's unconscious form lying in the hallway beyond. His brain illuminated in stark detail. There, nestled deep within his cerebral core, pulsed a pitch-black seed, exuding unspeakable malevolence. Tendrils lashed from it like vampiric veins, siphoning Sasuke's ocular chakra and life force without pause. And the source of that insatiable drain, none other than Naruto Uzumaki himself. What have you done to him? Itachi's eyes burst wide. Every mask, every calculation obliterated in an instant of raw horror. I'm raising him like livestock. Naruto leaned close, whispering venomously into Itachi's ear. The more you torment him, the deeper his hatred runs, the more Indra chakra he generates, and every drop becomes fertilizer for these eyes. Itachi Uchiha, you bore all guilt, lived in darkness, all to forge Sasuke into a weapon. How tragic. The avenger you sacrificed everything to cultivate is merely a chakra battery I've caged. Every ounce of your suffering, your martyrdom, exists solely to serve me. How does it feel? Being the tailor who stitches another's wedding gown. Kill the body. Shatter. As Naruto spoke, Itachi watched the water mirror. Sasuke's ravaged chakra pathways laid bare, and a despair so absolute, so annihilating flooded his spirit. His famed intellect, his total sacrifice. All culminated not in salvation, but in delivering his brother straight into the maw of a devil far more terrifying than Madara Uchiha himself. I'll kill you, Itachi thrashed wildly, but the demonic chains constricted tighter. Shoo! Don't struggle. Naruto raised a finger and pressed it gently to Itachi's forehead, just as Itachi once had done to Sasuke. Only this time, it was the brand of a demon. A sliver of hidden black demonic essence pierced Itachi's spiritual core, forcibly implanted by Naruto's fingertip. Itachi Uchiha, I spare your life. You remain useful. You must continue provoking Sasuke, for me. But listen well. This seed is fused to Sasuke's life. Should you breathe a single word, to Konoha, to the Akatsuki, to anyone, about my true power, puff. Naruto mimed an explosion with his hands. Sasuke's skull will burst like overripe melon, splattering pulp and gore. For your precious brother, be silent. Be my pathetic, obedient spy. Outside, real time had elapsed less than a heartbeat. Itachi, believing Naruto fully subdued by Tsukuyomi, suddenly let out a choked, agonized cry. Spurt. He vomited a torrent of black blood from his left eye, the one that cast Tsukuyomi. Two thick, viscous streams of blood wept down his cheeks. Staggering as if struck by a mountain, he dropped to both knees before Naruto. Itachi-sama? Kasame recoiled in shock. He couldn't comprehend it. How could a simple genjutsu on a genin trigger such catastrophic backlash? At that moment, frog mouth binding technique. The walls liquefied into nauseating, pulsating flesh. Jiraiya appeared, hoisting the woman. He'd knocked unconscious, fury blazing in his eyes. Daring to lay hands on a Konoha genin. Do you truly think little of this toad sage? Had Itachi been at full strength, he might have parried or retreated with dignity. But now, his soul scarred by Naruto's assault, his psyche utterly dismantled. He was broken beyond He glanced at Naruto, who still stood frozen eyes wide with manufactured terror even reflecting a fragile, innocent glimmer. To Itachi that gaze was the face of ultimate horror. Kisame, retreat. He clutched his bleeding left eye, teeth gritted. But Itachi-sama, the Nine Tails is right there. I said. Retreat. Itachi roared, his voice cracking with a tremor, so profound even Kisame felt his spine freeze. It was pure, unadulterated terror. Amaterasu. Ignoring the cost, Itachi ignited his right eye. Black flames incinerating the frog flesh walls. The two vanished into the night like fleeing wraiths. Jiraiya watched their flight, then looked down at Sasuke, unconscious, and Naruto, petrified. His brow furrowed. Itachi withdrew so abruptly, and he looks grievously wounded. Was it old damage from his battle with Kakashi resurfacing? Jiraiya could make no sense of it. At last Naruto snapped back to awareness. Lunging to cling to Jiraiya's leg, sobbing uncontrollably, perverted sage. You're finally here. That reed man was terrifying. Sasuke. He's dead. Jiraiya stroked Naruto's head, tenderly, heart aching. It's all right. It's all right. With me here no one will take you. Beneath Jiraiya's broad palm Naruto's face sank into shadow, his lips lifting into a triumphant razor-thin smile. Ding. Mission shatter. The brother-obsessed tyrant's pride, completed flawlessly. System evaluation. Killing him grants only release. Letting him live. Drowning in despair, guarding secrets while watching his most cherished treasure slowly drain to husk. That is the romance of the supreme tyrant. Ding. Mission reward. Extracted core Tsukuyumi spatial law fragment. Host's genjutsu resistance elevated to absolute immunity. Beneath even the infinite Tsukuyumi all illusions dissolve into nothingness. In Duan Street, dark clouds loom overhead. The incessant drizzle seems to foreshadow the heaviness of this gathering of the three legendary ninjas. In a desolate area on the outskirts, Jiraiya, who once appeared somewhat comical due to his pursuit of pleasure, now wears an extremely serious expression. Before him stands the notorious rogue ninja, Orochimaru, who gained fame in the ninja world due to the Konoha collapse plan, along with his capable assistant Kabuto. On the other side, Tsunade with her golden hair and striking figure trembles as she collapses to the ground. As one of the legendary Sannin, are you so easily frightened by a bit of blood? Orochimaru's hoarse voice is filled with mockery. Though his arms appear intact, his soul has long been consumed by the Grim Reaper, actually Naruto, leaving them dangling like two strands of noodles, utterly incapable of forming seals. Kabuto adjusted his glasses, his blood-stained kunai still dripping. He had just exploited Tsunade's hemophobia to effortlessly shatter the psychological defenses of the foremost medical ninja in the ninja world. No, please don't. Tsunade gazed at the blood on Kabuto's hands, her mind flooded with images of her brother Nawaki and her lover Dan dying tragically. Overwhelming fear made it difficult for her to breathe. A strong figure like her was now as weak as a lamb awaiting slaughter. Due to Jiraiya being drugged by Tsunade beforehand, his chakra was severely obstructed, making it incredibly difficult to summon Fukasaku. The battle situation had instantly plunged into absolute disadvantage. Die, Lady Tsunade. Kabuto sneered and raised his right hand, which was coated with chakra, and viciously thrust it toward Tsunade's chest. In this moment of peril, bang, a small figure suddenly dashed from the side, blocking Tsunade with their own thud. Kabuto's chakra-infused surgical knife pierced through the figure's shoulder, blood gushing forth and splattering across Tsunade's pale, terrified face. Naruto! Jiraiya exclaimed in shock. Indeed, the one standing in front of Tsunade was Uzumaki. He gritted his teeth, his azure eyes fixed intently on Kabuto, shouting, I won't let you harm the fifth You little brat, are you trying to throw your life away? Kabuto frowned, attempting to retract his hand, only to find that Naruto's muscles had firmly locked around his wrist. Naruto! You? Tsunade stared at the golden-haired boy standing before her, who despite bleeding did not flinch an inch. In that moment Tsunade seemed to see Nawaki and Dan in Naruto's back. The unwavering will of fire, sacrificing oneself to protect comrades, and the village shone like a bright light piercing through the darkness in her heart. However, Tsunade had no idea. Beneath Naruto's seemingly righteous demeanor, under the perfect disguise of illusion, a highly secretive and terrifying soul surgery was quietly underway. Ding! Detected target. Tsunade has completely broken psychological defense. Optimal invasion timing confirmed. Though Naruto's shoulder was bleeding from Kabuto's stab, it had avoided all crucial blood vessels and meridians. In the moment he fell leaning against Tsunade, Naruto's left hand stained with his own blood, seemingly accidentally pressed against Tsunade's smooth forehead. It was that striking diamond-shaped mark, where the Ein seal was located. Great devouring magic parasitic demon seed variant. Buzz. A thread of extremely pure black demonic essence, disguised as Asura's life force, flowed from Naruto's fingertips, like an almost undetectable poison needle, instantly piercing into the core of Tsunade's Ein seal. Under normal circumstances, even at his peak, Orochimaru would not be able to breach the chakra defense net of Tsunade but right now Tsunade was overwhelmed by her hemophobia and the extreme emotions of being saved by Naruto, leaving her spirit completely unguarded. The demonic essence took root effortlessly at the deepest part of the mitotic seal. Ding! Parasitic demon seed successfully implanted. Successfully hijacked target Ein seal mitotic seal. System prompt from this moment on: every time the target refines chakra to store in the mitotic seal 30 of pure life force will be automatically intercepted and fed back to the host. Listening to the heavenly sound of the system in his mind, a cruel joy flashed in Naruto's lowered gaze. 30 of unscathed extraction. Tsunade, this living fountain of life, I will take it without hesitation. With this continuous supply of life force, my perfect sage body will soon reach completion, and even accelerate the fusion of Hashirama cells, and would release within me. Mission accomplished, the show must go on. Rasen Shuriken. Naruto gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain, gathering a blue chakra sphere in his right hand, and smashing it fiercely into Kabuto's abdomen. Bang! Kabuto was sent flying by the sudden attack, crashing heavily against a giant rock, and spewing blood, clearly seriously injured. Well done, Naruto! Jiraiya exclaimed joyfully. But Naruto, having exhausted his last ounce of strength, collapsed into a pool of blood, closing his eyes. Naruto! Naruto! Tsunade looked at Naruto lying in the blood pool, his life force extremely weak, and the taut string in her heart that had been tense for decades finally snapped. I am a medical ninja. How can I just watch him die? Extreme sorrow and guilt finally overcame her fear of blood. Tsunade's expression hardened, the diamond mark on her forehead, instantly unlocking as black curse markings spread across her face. Ninjutsu creation rebirth. A massive surge of chakra erupted. Tsunade's body, which had been stiff from her hemophobia, instantly regained its peak state. Without hesitation, she pressed her hands against Naruto's chest, focusing entirely on healing him. Orochimaru, you will not lay a finger on them today. Tsunade glared at Orochimaru, the aura of the Sannin fully displayed. The ensuing battle turned into Tsunade's one-sided assault on Orochimaru and Kabuto. Under the monstrous recovery power of creation rebirth, Tsunade endured the attacks of the grass-cutting sword, delivering a punch that dislocated the jaw of Orochimaru's summoned snake Manda. Seeing the tide turning, Orochimaru fled in panic with the injured Kabuto. The battle had ended. The dark clouds dispersed and sunlight poured back onto the earth. Naruto slowly awoke, looking at the worried Tsunade, weakly forcing a smile. Grandma Tsunade, did you agree to become Hokage? Tsunade gazed at the stubborn child before her, her eyes slightly red. She removed the invaluable necklace of the first Hokage from around her neck and gently placed it around Naruto's neck. Naruto, from today on it belongs to you. Wear it and go fulfill your dream of becoming Hokage. Tsunade smiled, her eyes filled with hope for the future and absolute trust in Naruto. Thank you, Grandma Tsunade. Naruto clutched the necklace tightly, tears streaming down his face. Jiraiya, watching this scene, nodded in satisfaction. It seems the village is saved. However, beneath this deeply touching and warm scene, only Naruto knew that as Tsunade activated creation rebirth, wildly consuming her life force, a significant portion of chakra that had settled in her Ine seal for years silently flowed into Naruto through the connection of the demon seed. That vast and pure life force made Naruto's would release genes resonate with greedy cheers. This old woman didn't even notice the chakra loss. Well, after all, in that desperate state earlier, who would pay attention to the fact that the seal had lost 30% of its capacity? Naruto lowered his head, letting the tears flow. But on his shadowed face, obscured by golden hair, a grin that could frighten even the fiercest demons crept onto his lips. The necklace, I have accepted it. It was a relic of the first Hokage, still imbued with the purest essence of the Senju, perfectly suitable for suppressing the backlash of the Nine Tails within me. As for you, Lady Fifth Hokage, just sit in that position, laboring for the village every day, and continuously supply me the light of hope in your eyes with the chakra you painstakingly refine. On this giant chessboard called Konoha, the Hokage is merely a blood bag in my hands. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the hidden mission of controlling the fifth Hokage. System evaluation deceived her. Necklace gained her emotions and secretly drained her life. The name of a tyrant is well deserved. Ding! Host has received a special reward. Inyang release prototype. In the quiet ward of Konoha Hospital, Sasuke suddenly awoke from his bed, gasping heavily for breath. His left eye still throbbed, painfully replaying the cold gaze of Itachi Uchiha in his mind, along with the scene of being brutally slammed against the wall like trash. Damn it! Damn it! Sasuke slammed his fist heavily against the bed, blood trickling down from his nose. He felt as though his body had been hollowed out. Not only was his chakra extremely unstable, but even the power of his Sharingan was pitifully weak. He believed this was the aftereffect of Itachi's Tsukuyomi, unaware that it was due to the great devouring demon seed deep within his mind which had just feasted. In Konoha, I will never surpass that man. Just as Sasuke sank into extreme despair, and a pathological thirst for power for figures, wearing sound ninja headbands, appeared on the branches outside the window. Orochimaru's sound for arrived as scheduled. After a brief and violent one-sided beating and manipulation, Sasuke firmly made up his mind. There is power I need with Orochimaru. That night, Sasuke packed his bag, knocked out Sakura, who tried to stop him, and resolutely stepped into the darkness, defecting from Konoha. The next morning, news spread and the entire Konoha was shaken. The newly appointed 5th Hokage Tsunade immediately ordered Shikamaru Nara to assemble a team to bring Sasuke back. Naturally, the team included Naruto Uzumaki, who always spoke of comrades and bonds. Don't worry, Granny, I will definitely bring that idiot Sasuke back. Even if I have to break his arms and legs. Naruto declared passionately in the Hokage office. Looking at Naruto, Tsunade was filled with emotion and satisfaction. She touched the necklace of the first Hokage around Naruto's neck and said softly, "I'm counting on you, Naruto." Naruto nodded firmly and rushed out of the office. However, at that moment, the fiery enthusiasm and urgency on his face vanished, replaced by a mocking smirk. "Bring him back. Don't joke around. The Konoha sheepfold can no longer fatten this Uchiha leak. Only Orochimaru's cruel laboratory, only the seal of the sage art from the Ryuchi cave can completely squeeze out the potential of Indra's essence within him. I won't just stop him. I will personally send him off." The pursuit was as brutal as in the original. Shikamaru, Choji, Nijikiba, and others stayed behind to fight desperately against Orochimaru's sound for to clear the way for Naruto. These Konoha geniuses paid a painfully high price for their bonds. Meanwhile, Naruto, under their cover, struggled to catch up with the figure of Kimimaro, who was carrying a barrel, where Sasuke was undergoing the awakening of the curse mark. Soon Rock Lee arrived to take over Kimimaro, and Naruto finally caught up with the Uchiha Sasuke, who burst out of the barrel at the Valley of the End. The enormous statues of Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha faced each other across the waterfall, seemingly telling the tale of fate's cycle. Sasuke stood atop Madara's statue, coldly watching Naruto approach. At this moment, due to the initial awakening of the curse mark, half of Sasuke's body was covered with dark, eerie patterns, and his chakra emanated a chilling and violent aura. "Naruto, you cannot stop me. I have severed the boring bonds." Sasuke's voice carried a "Sasuke, what kind of mind-altering potion did that bastard Orochimaru feed you?" Naruto stood atop Hashirama's statue, feigning a heartbroken expression, even forcing out a couple of tears. "Aren't we Team 7? Aren't we comrades? Comrades, such weak things will only hinder my path to strength." Sasuke roared, activating his Sharingan and charging towards Naruto. The battle erupted instantly, but under Naruto's extreme dark Mangekyo Sharingan's absolute insight, Sasuke's seemingly frenzied attack was as slow as a 3-year-old swinging a plastic toy. Bang, bang, bang. Naruto deliberately suppressed his power to the level of a genin, engaging in what seemed like a fierce taijutsu exchange with Sasuke, though it posed no real threat. He even intentionally exposed a few openings, allowing Sasuke to land several heavy punches and fire techniques, making himself appear battered and in disarray. "Too weak, Naruto. You don't understand the pain of losing everything." Sasuke sent Naruto flying with a punch, then howled like a beast towards the sky. "Oh! Sage Mark of Heaven State 2. Complete release." Sasuke's skin turned into an eerie dark gray, his hair grew longer, and a pair of massive hand-like flesh wings sprouted from his back. At the same time, under the extreme catalysis of the curse mark and the stimulus of desperation, Sasuke's Sharingan spun wildly finally. 3 Tomo connected in a circle. 3 Tomo Sharingan activated. This is the feeling. This is power. Sasuke ecstatically sensed the seemingly endless cold chakra within him, feeling that he could even kill Itachi Uchiha with a single punch now. However, he had no idea that at the very moment he activated the 3 Tomo and the state 2 of the curse mark, the great devouring demon seed that had lain dormant in the depths of his brain for 6 years was experiencing an unprecedented harvest. Ding. Detected Supreme Indra Variant Ocular Power 3 Tomo Peak. Ding. Detected High Purity Ryuchi Cave Sage Chakra Orochimaru's Original Curse Mark. Great Devouring Demon Art Extreme Extraction Mode activated. Boom. On the microscopic level, unnoticed by Sasuke, the demon seed greedily acted like a black hole, viciously biting off a large portion of the core pure chakra essence just birthed within Sasuke. Sasuke's recently inflated momentum began to show a subtle concealed deflation. On the other side, Naruto, who had been lying on the ground, was undergoing a tremendous transformation within. The Indra essence and sage chakra that had been absorbed were instantaneously refined by the demon art into a massive amount of nourishment, wildly nurturing Naruto's extreme dark Mangekyo Sharingan and perfect sage body. Ding. The host's extreme dark Mangekyo ocular power underwent a qualitative change. It faintly touched the edge of eternity. Ding. Sage chakra has been analyzed. The host has obtained a natural energy affinity physique, allowing for instant absorption of natural energy into perfect sage mode without the need for stillness. Huff. Naruto lay on the ground, almost moaning in pleasure. So wonderful. Sasuke, you truly are my super cash cow. Orochimaru's curse mark is a free sage extraction tool. Since I've reaped such a huge bonus, I should give you some farewell ceremony too. Naruto slowly stood up. The dark red chakra cloak of the 9 tails covered his entire body once more, and even a tangible foxtail formed behind him. I will break your arms and legs and take you back. Naruto let out a beast-like roar. Yet deep inside, Naruto calculated his strength. He couldn't use too much, or he might accidentally kill him, and where would he find such good leaks again? Let's use 1,000th of my power in one-tailed state. Come on, Naruto. Sasuke raised his left hand in midair. The black Chidori wailing Chidori emitted a piercing shriek. Naruto raised his right hand. The dark red Rasengan demon fox Rasengan spun rapidly. The 2 former comrades collided fiercely in this valley that witnessed Konoha's history. Boom! The black lightning and dark red storm intertwined, forming a massive chakra sphere that instantly evaporated the waterfall of the Valley of the End. In the blinding light, Naruto deliberately reduced the power of his Rasengan by 90%, allowing Sasuke's black Chidori to pierce through his chest. Blood splattered. Of course, for Naruto, who possessed the perfect sage body, such flesh wounds would heal in seconds, but he immediately used demon energy to seal the wound's healing, making it appear extremely sinister and fatal. Bang! Naruto's eyes rolled back, his nine tails chakra instantly dissipating, collapsing heavily into the rainwater unconscious. Sasuke, too exhausted from chakra, most of it drained by the demon seed, gasped heavily and collapsed beside Naruto. He looked at Naruto, who lay in a pool of blood, having exhausted all his strength to bring him back, and the three tomo in his Sharingan slowly faded. Rain began to pour from the sky, mingling with the tears at the corners of his eyes, dripping onto Naruto's face. A wave of indescribable sadness suddenly surged in Sasuke's heart. He untied his forehead protector and gently placed it beside Naruto. "I'm sorry, Naruto, but I must go to that person." Sasuke dragged his weary body, stumbling step by step towards the other end of the Valley of the End, walking into the dark abyss that belonged to Orochimaru. Not long after Sasuke left, Kakashi arrived at the Valley of the End with Pakken. When he saw Naruto lying in a pool of blood with his chest punctured, and the clearly scratched forehead protector beside him, this weathered Jounin's eyes turned red in an instant. "Naruto, you foolish child, you've tried so hard." Kakashi rushed over and embraced Naruto, tears mingling with the rain. He didn't even notice that Naruto, heavily injured and unconscious in his arms, wore an extremely perfect, even mocking smile at the corner of his mouth, hidden beneath his damp golden hair. "Don't cry, Kakashi-sensei. If he doesn't take a trip to hell, how can he bring me back a more bountiful soul? 3 years. Sasuke, Orochimaru, and all the members of the Akatsuki organization, I give you 3 years to accumulate wealth for me. After 3 years, when I reveal my fangs again, the entire ninja world will bow under my tyranny." Ding. First volume, Dark Knight Infiltration Arc, perfectly concluded. The system is undergoing an epic-making super-settlement. In the year 63 of the Mai, during spring, there lies an unnamed solitary island, perpetually shrouded in thick fog and terrifying reefs off the coast of the Land of Waves. This is a forbidden zone that does not exist on the ninja world map, and it is also the absolute core base of the mysterious organization known as the Dark Court, which has instilled fear in the underground black market over the past 3 years. Inside the dimly lit, spacious black hall, a figure draped in a black cloak with gold trim and wearing a featureless mask lazily reclines on a throne of bones. At the foot of the stairs beneath him, the renowned Mist Village assassin Momochi Zabuza, along with the ice release user Haku, kneels with utmost reverence on one knee. "Master, as per your instructions, the remnants of Kato's forces have been thoroughly eliminated by us." Zabuza's voice carried an unmistakable fervor and reverence as he spoke. "Currently, the underground black markets, intelligence networks, and maritime routes of the Land of Water, the Land of Waves, and the 3 neighboring small countries are all under the control of the Dark Court. We have also secretly recruited 500 wandering warriors and 200 elite rogue ninjas from various villages. In just 3 years, we have achieved this level of power. Zabuza, you have indeed performed commendably as my watchdog." Beneath the mask, Naruto's voice was calm and indifferent, yet it carried a terrifying sense of pressure that demanded respect. "Serving the master is an honor for me." Zabuza lowered his head even further. Over these 3 years, he had witnessed countless times the terrifying methods of this mysterious master. Whether they were the gang leaders attempting to rebel or the rogue ninjas from other villages trying to seize territory in front of this man with the featureless mask, they wouldn't even last a single move before being turned to ashes by black demonic flames, their very souls devoured. Naruto slightly raised his hand, signaling them to withdraw. Once the hall was empty, he slowly removed his mask, revealing the now mature, chiseled face of Uzumaki Naruto. 3 years have passed. Naruto closed his eyes, sinking his mind into his consciousness. Ding. The 3-year dormancy phase has been concluded. The 100 Heroes Seal Parasitic Demon Seed Conclusion. Tsunade, over the past 3 years, has intensely refined chakra to suppress dissent within the village and maintain her youth. The host has accumulated an extraordinarily pure source of life force equivalent to the total chakra of 5-tailed beasts. The host's perfect sage body intermediate has successfully evolved into a perfect sage body advanced. The physical body is indestructible, severed limbs instantly regenerate, and possesses the physical strength to suppress all conventional ninjutsu. Orochimaru's Curse Seal Parasitic Demon Seed Conclusion. Uchiha Sasuke has experienced the brink of death 214 times due to Orochimaru's inhumane drugs and combat. His Sharingan's power has undergone monstrous catalysis. The host's darkest Mangekyo has extensively absorbed Indra's essence and has reached the evolution threshold. Only one last major harvest remains to unlock the darkest eternal Mangekyo. Ding. Current host's comprehensive combat power evaluation, peak super shadow normal state, 6 paths level embryo fully unleashed. Listening to the system's report, a satisfied cold smile crept onto Naruto's lips. "Tsunade Sasuke, you two have really worked hard these 3 years." Over these 3 years, he had pretended to wander the world with Jiraiya, seeking inspiration to write the tale of the Jiraiya, feigning a foolish demeanor of sweating profusely while training to master a Rasengan. In reality, every night, he would leave a tangible shadow clone to sleep beside Jiraiya, while his true self utilized the Flying Thunder God technique to traverse thousands of miles back to the Dark Court base to handle affairs or devour those rogue ninjas captured by Zabuza. Jiraiya, that old lecher who was always surrounded by women, didn't even realize that his own disciple had already become the infamous Night King of the underworld. Buzz. Naruto activated the Flying Thunder God, instantly vanishing from the Throne of Bones. In a forest camp within the Land of Fire, ZZZ, Jiraiya was sprawled on the grass, snoring loudly with an inappropriate magazine covering his face. Beside the camp, the shadow clone of Naruto, which had been meditating with eyes closed, suddenly dissipated in a puff of white smoke, while the real Naruto seamlessly took his original position. He stood up, stretched lazily, walked over to Jiraiya, and kicked the lecherous sage in the backside. "Hey pervy sage, time to wake up. We need to head back to the village." Naruto instantly switched back to his sunny, noisy, foolish demeanor. A few days later, at the gates of Konoha. Yash, finally back. Konoha, I, Uzumaki, Naruto have returned. Naruto stood atop a telephone pole, gazing down at the familiar village, letting out a loud shout. However, in his malicious perception, within this seemingly peaceful village, the hidden root ninjas and certain villagers cast glances filled with unmistakable disgust and wariness. 3 years have passed, and this group of ignorant ants still wears that disgusting face. But it doesn't matter, soon enough you won't even have the right to feel disgust. Naruto, a familiar exclamation came from below. With her short pink hair and an otherwise unremarkable figure, Haruno Sakura looked up in astonishment at the golden-haired boy atop the pole. "Oh, Sakura, you haven't changed at all." Naruto jumped down from the pole, greeting her with a cheerful smile. Sakura looked at Naruto, who was now a head taller than her, feeling somewhat complex emotions. In these 3 years she had apprenticed under Tsunade, and worked tirelessly to develop immense strength, determined not to be left behind. "What do you mean I haven't changed at all? I've become much stronger." To showcase her bonds and growth over the past 3 years, Sakura habitually clenched her fist, accompanied by a whooshing sound, and half-jokingly aimed a strike at Naruto's shoulder. According to the original story's rhythm, Naruto would have pretended to be hit hard by Sakura's immense strength. But now Naruto, observing this soft, flawed punch, felt a flash of intense disdain deep within his gaze. This weak and powerless punch dares to touch me. Just as Sakura's fist was about to make contact with Naruto's shoulder recoiled back by half an inch in a manner that was almost imperceptible. Bang! Sakura's punch missed, and due to inertia her fist struck the cement wall behind Naruto. Boom! The cement wall was smashed, leaving a large dent. "Ah!" Sakura cried out in pain, clutching her reddened, throbbing fingers nearly in tears. "Hey Sakura, why are you smashing walls? Look what you've done to a perfectly good wall. You're going to have to pay for that." Naruto feigned an innocent and surprised expression, placing his hands behind his head, and even stepping back a few paces. "You jerk! How dare you dodge?" Sakura shouted in exasperation. "I'm not a masochist. Why would I just stand there for you to hit me?" Naruto rolled his eyes, internally sneering. The arrogance without power is merely the lament of a silly clown. At that moment Kakashi emerged from around the corner, holding the latest issue of the Tale of the Jiraiya. "Oh, it seems you all get along quite well." Kakashi looked at the tall Naruto with a hint of relief in his eyes. "Naruto, you've grown quite a bit over these 3 years. Just in time, let me assess the results of your training." Third training ground. Still the game of ringing the bells. Kakashi casually took out 2 bells. "The rules are the same as before." His words were cut short. Swish! A gentle breeze swept by. Kakashi's pupils suddenly constricted. He didn't even catch a glimpse of the afterimage, only feeling a lightness at his waist. The 2 bells that were originally hanging there have vanished without a trace. "Kakashi-sensei, is this what you mean?" 10 meters away, Naruto still stood with his hands in his pockets, but his right hand now quietly cradled the 2 bells. The entire area fell into silence. Sakura's eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had seen a ghost. Cold sweat instantly dripped down Kakashi's forehead. His hand still maintained the position of grasping the bells, yet the items were no longer there. So fast? No, that's not just fast. There was no chakra fluctuation at all, purely physical speed. How is this possible? Even if one were to open the 8 gates, this kind of explosive force without any warning is... Kakashi gazed in shock at the golden-haired boy grinning at him, feeling an unprecedented sense of helplessness and dread rise within him. "Hihi, Kakashi-sensei, you were too careless." Naruto tossed 1 bell to Sakura and kept 1 for himself. "Looks like my training over these 3 years has yielded quite a bit of results." He was disguising himself. He had concealed the physical strength capable of tearing apart space as a surprise attack. But even so, it was enough to plant a seed of awe in Kakashi's heart. Just as Kakashi was about to say something to cover up the awkwardness, an emergency ninja hawk suddenly swooped down from the sky, heading directly towards the Hokage building. A few minutes later, an Umbu appeared in an instant at the training ground. "Lord Kakashi, the Hokage has summoned you urgently. The Sand Village has sent a high-level distress signal." The Umbu's voice trembled with nervousness. "The 5th Kazekage Gaara has been forcibly abducted by a mysterious organization known as Akatsuki." Upon hearing this news, both Kakashi and Sakura's expressions changed drastically. Meanwhile, standing aside, Naruto slowly lowered his head. Beneath the shadow cast by his golden hair, a flash of extremely sinister bloodthirsty crimson light flickered in his azure eyes. Has the Akatsuki organization begun capturing tailed beasts? Deidara Sasori, very well. I was just worried that the 500 wandering warriors of the Dark Court lacked weapons for slaughter and explosives. This game called Saving the Kazekage. This tyrant is officially entering the game. In the land of rivers, the secret base of the Akatsuki, the massive rock barrier was forcibly breached by Team Might Guy. Kakashi, Naruto, Sakura, and Granny Chio rushed into the dark cave. In the center of the cave, Gaara's cold body lay on the ground. Sitting on his corpse was Deidara with his golden hair and an arrogant expression. In a dark corner, the scorpion of the red sand in his Hiriko form let out a chilling low laugh. So this is the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. He seems to be a very impulsive idiot, huh? Deidara chinned his jaw provocatively, looking at Naruto. Bastard! Let go of Gaara. Naruto let out a furious roar, his eyes instantly transforming into beast-like slits as a dark red chakra cloak erupted violently. Naruto, calm down. This is the enemy's provocation. Kakashi shouted urgently, but Naruto seemed to have completely lost his sanity. Deidara was overjoyed at the sight. It suited him perfectly. He immediately created a gigantic flying bird out of clay, picking up Gaara's corpse and flying towards the cave's exit. If you want to rescue your companion, come chase me. Yeah, don't run away. Naruto roared, his form turning into a red flash as he chased after. Kakashi cursed under his breath, having no choice but to follow, leaving Sakura and Granny Chio to face the scorpion of the red sand. However, neither Deidara, flying at high speed, nor Kakashi, desperately chasing from behind, realized the Naruto, with red eyes roaring and pursuing Deidara, had, after a barely perceptible chakra fluctuation, transformed into a solid, perfect shadow clone. And the true extreme tyrant had already utilized his divine-level talent of space-time mastery, silently crossing the distance through space. 50 kilometers away from the base above a dead silent canyon. Deidara stood on the clay bird, looking back at Naruto and Kakashi, who he had left behind, laughing triumphantly. The Leaf's ninja is nothing special. The Nine-Tails chakra is mine now. Is that so? A cold, indifferent voice, as if coming from the depths of hell, suddenly exploded in Who? Deidara's hairs stood on end as he sharply turned his head. Unbeknownst to him, a figure had appeared on the back of his clay bird. It was a man cloaked in a black robe with golden edges. He wore no Leaf Village headband, his golden short hair danced wildly in the wind, and his face, which should have been filled with passion and impulse, now bore a cold, mocking disdain, as if looking at a corpse. Naruto, how could you be here? Who is that behind you? Deidara was horrified. He hadn't felt any chakra approaching at all. Before your pathetic artistic career ends, let me correct a mistake of yours. Naruto slowly raised his head, his azure eyes under Deidara's terrified gaze instantaneously transforming into a bizarre, deep, dark red blood lotus. Buzz. Extreme darkness kaleidoscope, God's might suppression. A terrifying ocular pressure heavier than mountains instantly enveloped the entire canyon. Deidara felt as if his brain had been struck by a heavy hammer, his legs weakened, falling to his knees on the back of the bird, unable to move even a finger. What? A kaleidoscope Sharingan? You are clearly the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. How can you have Uchiha's eyes? Deidara struggled madly, overwhelmed by a tidal wave of fear. He recalled the humiliation of being dominated by Uchiha Itachi back then, but the evil and oppressive aura emanating from these eyes were more than 10 times scarier than Itachi. Go ask in hell. Naruto made no hand seals, simply slowly raising his right hand, fingers splayed. The ground beneath the canyon suddenly trembled violently. Countless massive trees as thick as dragon veins burst forth from the ground, growing wildly at an unbelievable speed, intertwining to form a gigantic wooden hand that grasped the clay bird in midair tightly. Would release? Deidara completely broke down. A kaleidoscope combined with the first Hokage's would release. What kind of monster is this? You bastard! Stop looking down on my art. Under the threat of death, Deidara fell into utter madness. He forcibly bit his tongue, using the pain to gain a moment of clarity, then tore open his chest, revealing a large mouth located at the heart. Let's die together. C0 self-destruction. This is my ultimate art. Deidara crazily poured all his chakra into the mouth on his chest. His body began to turn transparent, emitting an incredibly terrifying high-temperature and destructive aura capable of turning everything within a 10-kilometer radius to ashes. Faced with this world-ending self-destruction, Naruto did not even raise an eyelid. Art, just a form of inferior fireworks. Great devouring magic, full power activated. A pitch-black vortex erupted violently from Naruto's outstretched right hand. Just at the microsecond before Deidara's body was about to completely detonate, the black magic energy pierced through Deidara's chest, biting down on his chakra core that was madly undergoing fission. What? Deidara's eyes widened in horror as he realized that the energy from his self-detonation not only failed to explode but was instead being frantically drawn into this man before him like a flood breaching a dam. No! My art! My art! Amid Deidara's desperate screams, just 3 seconds. His proud C0 self-detonation made no sound and was completely absorbed by Naruto. Deidara's body, having its soul and chakra completely drained, instantly turned into a pile of withered ash scattering with the wind. Ding! Successfully devoured. Akatsuki member Deidara. Gained supreme explosion release bloodline limit origin. Gained a large amount of soul nutrients. Naruto clapped his hands, as if he had casually crushed a buzzing fly. He stored Gaara's corpse in the system storage space, then looked towards the direction of the Akatsuki base. Next it's someone else's turn. Meanwhile, within the Akatsuki base, Sakura and Granny Chiyo were in a fierce battle. The scorpion of the red sand had shed his Hiriko disguise, revealing his youthful true form, even summoning the third Kazekage, who had been turned into a puppet. Iron Sand World Technique. Countless black toxic sand fell like torrential rain. Although Sakura possessed immense strength under this all-encompassing lethal toxin attack, she was already in dire straits. Kekekek. The little brat from the leaf obediently become my new collection. Scorpion let out a cruel laugh. Just as he was about to control the third Kazekage to deliver a fatal blow to Sakura. Buzz. The space within the base suddenly warped without warning. Immediately after, an extremely sharp black wooden spike, as if breaking through the limits of time, stabbed out of the void, accurately penetrating the chest of the third Kazekage puppet. Crack! The puppet, known as the strongest Kazekage upon contact with the black wooden spike, had its complex internal chakra lines and mechanisms forcefully shredded by an overwhelming magical aura, turning into a pile of scrap metal. Who? Scorpion was taken aback. Your so-called eternal art is in my eyes just a child's A cold voice echoed within the cave. Before Sakura and Granny Chiyo could react, a figure wearing a faceless mask appeared out of thin air right before the scorpion of the red sand. It was Naruto, who had instantaneously arrived using the Flying Thunder God technique. Extreme Darkness Kaleidoscope Illusion Bloom. The red light flashed in Naruto's eyes. Sakura and Granny Chiyo's eyes instantly became vacant as they fell into a deep illusion. They would remain oblivious to everything that happened next. Who exactly are you? Scorpion felt that terrifying pressure, and immediately opened the scroll on his chest, activating the 100 puppet jutsu. Hundreds of puppets clad in red robes instantly filled the sky, swarming towards Naruto. So flashy. Naruto snorted coldly and clapped his hands together forcefully. Would release birth of the tree world. Boom. The gigantic cave was instantly filled with an endless sea of trees. The thick vines twisted like dancing giant pythons, crushing the hundreds of puppets in the sky in an instant. Wood chips flew everywhere. Impossible. This is. The first Hokages would release. Scorpion's eternally expressionless face finally showed extreme terror. He wanted to escape, but his body was tightly entangled by several vines suspended in midair. Naruto slowly walked up to Scorpion, gazing at the flesh core inscribed with the character Scorpion on his chest. To transform yourself into this unrecognizable monstrosity, is this the eternity you seek? Naruto extended his right hand and effortlessly pierced through Scorpion's chest, grabbing hold of the pulsating core. Your puppet techniques and your soul, I shall take them all. No, With Scorpion's desperate scream, the great devouring magic activated once more. The black magical flames enveloped Scorpion's core. Scorpion's soul, all his memories and skills regarding puppet techniques, and even the remaining chakra within him were mercilessly drained by Naruto. Thud! The puppet body, having lost its core, fell to the ground like a pile of broken wood. Ding! Successfully devoured. Akatsuki member Scorpion of the red sand. Gained divine level puppet mastery. Gained a large amount of soul nutrients. Ding! Congratulations to the host for consecutively devouring the souls of 2 shadow-level powerhouses. Extreme Darkness Kaleidoscope has surpassed the critical point, officially evolving into Extreme Darkness Eternal Kaleidoscope Sharingan. Boom! At the moment of evolution, Naruto felt as if his eyes were about to ignite. The originally deep dark red blood lotus pattern became even more intricate and splendid, radiating an aura of ultimate destruction that could overshadow the heavens. His vision not only fully restored to its peak, but his ocular power surged several times over. Even without activating Sage Mode, with just these eyes, he could easily tear apart the absolute defense of Susanoo. Eternal Kaleidoscope. The feeling of not having to worry about blindness is truly magnificent. Naruto closed his eyes, taking a deep breath to calm the raging chakra within him. He glanced at the unconscious Sakura and Granny Chiyo on the ground. Next, it's time to wrap up this show. The Eternal Kaleidoscope in Naruto's eyes gently rotated. The memories in Sakura and Granny Chiyo's minds were instantly altered. In their memories, it was they who had fought with all their strength, and with Scorpion intentionally holding back at the last moment, they had barely defeated the Scorpion of the red sand. After handling their memories, Naruto left behind the remains of the Scorpion of the red sand, his figure flickering, as he once again vanished using the Flying Thunder God technique. A few minutes later, within the canyon, Kakashi arrived breathlessly at the location where Naruto's shadow clone had been earlier. What he saw was the exhausted, chakra-depleted Naruto lying on the ground, and beside him a clay clone of Deidara smashed to bits by a Rasengan, in reality, a fake image created by Naruto before he left using wood release. And Gaara's corpse lay quietly next to Naruto. Naruto, are you alright? Kakashi hurriedly checked, discovering Naruto was merely exhausted, and he breathed a sigh of relief. But from Kakashi's unseen angle, The still unconscious Naruto had a devilish smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. The artistic duo annihilated. The bond between the leaf and sand deepens. And I not only obtained the bloodline limit and divine-level puppet technique, but evolved into the eternal kaleidoscope. In this game called Salvation, the biggest winner is still me. Akatsuki. Uchiha Obito Nagato. Are you ready to welcome the Tyrant's hunt? The heaven and earth bridge roared with gale force winds. Above the fathomless chasm, the air hung thick with suffocating. Deep within the forest, hundreds of meters from the bridge, Team Yamato, comprising Captain Yamato Sakurasai and Naruto's shadow clone, lay motionless in perfect concealment, breaths held, senses sharpened to a razor's edge. He's here. Yamato signaled silently. Across the bridge, a cloaked figure, Kabuto Yakushi, advanced slowly, his face obscured beneath a wide-brimmed straw hat, his entire form swathed in voluminous shadow-draped robes. At the opposite end of the bridge, Sasori of the Red Sand stood poised in his Hiriko puppet form. Lord Sasori, long time no see, Kabuto murmured, adjusting his glasses with deferential reverence. Yet the instant the two prepared to exchange intelligence, whoosh, Orochimaru erupted from behind Kabuto like a venomous serpent, his voice a guttural rasp laced with glacial malice. Kabuto, act now. Leave Sasori here. Before the words fully left his lips, Kabuto's chakra scalpel slashed with brutal precision, rending Hiriko's armored carapace as if it were parchment. Success! A flash of triumph gleamed in Kabuto's eyes. Yet deep in the distant woods, Yamato and his team recoiled in shock. No, it's a trap. Orochimaru had long since severed all control over Kabuto. Just as everyone believed Sasori had fallen to Orochimaru's treachery. Crack, boom. Hiriko's split shell spilled no blood. Not even a single gear or joint scattered. Instead, from its hollow core erupted a monstrous wave of black chakra. Dense, tangible, and terrifying beyond measure. The sheer force hurled Kabuto backward like a ragdoll. He crashed hard against the bridge's stone railing and spat a torrent of crimson blood. What? Orochimaru staggered back, his serpentine pupils locked onto the epicenter of the blast. As the dust settled, standing there was no red-haired Sasori. Instead stood a man draped in a black cloak edged with gold, his face concealed behind a featureless pure white mask. You are not Sasori. Then who are you? Orochimaru's expression flickered. His very flesh prickled with instinctive dread. From this stranger, he sensed a lethality so profound it chilled his immortal soul. Who am I? Beneath the mask, Naruto's voice, distorted low and laced with chilling condescension, resonated like the decree of a god surveying mortals. Orochimaru, you've spent lifetimes chasing truth, seeking immortality, yet you cannot even recognize the deity standing before you. What a wretched scientist you are. Foolish arrogance. Though robbed of his hands, and thus unable to form hand seals, Orochimaru's body itself had been reforged into a grotesque masterpiece of biological horror. His jaw unhinged, his neck elongated dozens of meters in an instant. A colossal serpent lunging forward, jaws agape, fangs dripping venom aimed straight at Naruto's throat. Hidden shadow snake hands. Faced with a bite powerful enough to shear through ancient oaks, Naruto did not flinch. He simply raised his right hand. Calm, deliberate, inevitable. VVVVRR. Deep within his gaze, the intricate abyssal pattern of the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan whirled violently, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming bone-deep ocular power made manifest. Orochimaru's extended neck struck an invisible mountain, crushing down with cataclysmic force. Orochimaru's skull slammed into the bridge's stone surface, fracturing the ancient slabs beneath him. Spiderweb cracks racing outward across the granite like lightning across frozen earth. Ugh! A guttural cry tore from Orochimaru's throat as he thrashed. Yet the pressure pinning his head felt divine, absolute, unshakable. This ocular power, this nauseating, suffocating weight, Sharingan. And then, through the fissures in the shattered stone, Orochimaru's serpentine eyes caught a fleeting flash of crimson light beneath the mask. His blood turned to ice. Eternal, Mangekyo, Madara Uchiha. No, you are not Madara. Orochimaru's composure shattered utterly. His obsession with the Sharingan ran deeper than flesh, into marrow and madness. Years ago, Itachi Uchiha had severed his left arm with a single glance. This man's ocular might dwarfed Itachi's by 100-fold. Wrong answer. As punishment, you'll leave behind a layer of skin. Naruto's voice cut like a blade. Then his foot descended, crushing down upon Orochimaru's skull. Would release piercing branch technique. Thwip, thwip, thwip. Dozens of obsidian black wooden spikes erupted from Naruto's soul, impaling Orochimaru's skull and throat, pinning him to the bridge like a grotesque specimen. Would release? From the distant woods, Captain Yamato stared, eyes bulging. If the Mangekyo had stunned him, this defied reality itself. In this world, only the first Hokage wielded such pure sovereign would release. Yet this power surpassed even his raw and merciless as a primordial storm. Impaled upon the black spikes, Orochimaru shrieked. Then his body liquefied like melting wax, spitting forth a pristine, unharmed replica from his own mouth. Orochimaru's living corpse reincarnation. He recoiled violently, retreating dozens of meters like a wounded beast gasping, drenched in cold sweat. What are you? A monster? Uchiha's, Senju would. Did you complete the ultimate experiment I spent centuries pursuing? Terror twisted his voice, but beneath it seethed a feverish pathological fervor. Experiment? Don't compare me to a corpse-mongering pervert like you. Naruto crossed his arms, his masked gaze dripping with contempt. Still, speaking of corpses, I happen to possess something that belongs to you. Slowly he extended his palm. Within it hovered a pulsing orb of soul essence, wrapped in swirling dark energy. Inside the luminescent core writhed two translucent agonized arms. Those are... Orochimaru's breath froze the moment his eyes locked onto the orb. No, impossible. My hands. The hands devoured by the dead demon consuming seal. His scream tore from the depths of his being. His intellect, his pride, his very identity obliterated in that instant. How could you possibly hold them? Then, 3 years ago during the Konoha crush, the one who severed the Shinigami's arm and stole the souls of the past Hokage, was you. A silent, shattering revelation. He'd believed himself the architect of that grand tragedy. The third Hokage's final sacrifice had carried his stolen hands to oblivion. But in truth, Orochimaru had been nothing but a performing monkey on someone else's stage, watching helplessly as his most prized trophies, the first and second Hokage souls, were snatched away, along with his own hands. Realizing it only now. Isn't that terribly late, Orochimaru? Naruto's fingers tightened slightly. The dark energy coiling around the soul orb constricted, emitting a sizzling, searing hiss. Iya! Orochimaru's true body convulsed in sympathetic agony, collapsing to his knees, writhing like a butchered animal. I am the god who holds your life and death in my palm. The god who watches you play your farce amused. Naruto gazed down upon him, not as a rival but as one might regard a beetle beneath a boot heel. Sasuke has grown strong under your tutelage these past 3 years. As reward, I'll let you keep your life, for now. No sooner had those words fallen. Boom! A boulder high above the gorge exploded, showering the bridge in rubble. A bolt of lightning cleaved the sky, screaming with the shriek of 1,000 birds striking like a celestial sword toward Naruto's spine. Orochimaru, you're too slow. Must I emerge myself to deal with such vermin? A voice, icy arrogant, dripping with disdain, cut through the thunderous resonance. He landed in a swirl of white silk, jet-black hair, open-chested Heroine, the Kusanagi sword strapped to his waist. His crimson Sharingan, 3 tomo spinning with boundless arrogant supremacy. Uchiha Sasuke. Sasuke. Sakura and Naruto's shadow clone cried out in unison from the forest's edge. Sasuke ignored them entirely. His gaze, burning, focused, unblinking, locked solely upon the masked enigma who dared trample Orochimaru beneath his heel. Whoever you are, dare to swagger here and you will die. Chidori current. He drew the Kusanagi, lightning erupting across his frame, the blade blazing with incandescent fury, slashing toward Naruto's exposed neck. In Sasuke's mind, the strike would not merely wound, it would decapitate. After 3 years of relentless trial and death, he believed himself worthy of killing Itachi Uchiha himself. Yet, clang! A crystalline ring of metal on metal echoed across the canyon. Sasuke's killing blow halted, stopped dead less than an inch from Naruto's throat. No jutsu, no weapon, just 2 slender pale fingers, extended effortlessly, pinching the Kusanagi's lightning-wrapped blade as though it were a child's toy. What? Sasuke's pupils contracted violently. He strained, pulling, twisting, but those fingers held fast, unyielding as forged steel. The paralyzing Chidori current surged up the blade into Naruto's body, yet vanished without a spark, swallowed whole as if into an infinite void. Is this the pathetic power you traded everything for? Crawling like a stray dog for 3 years. Naruto's masked eyes gleamed with a smile that curdled the blood, gazing upon the trembling, humiliated ATM before him. Great devouring demon seed, localized activation. VVVRR. A needle-sharp agony pierced Sasuke's skull. Then his chakra, vast, volatile, untamable, surged uncontrollably up the Kusanagi, flooding into Naruto's body like a river breaking its dam. What the hell did you do to me? Sasuke screamed, panic surging, desperate to release the blade and retreat. Naruto gave him no chance. Pathetic, not just weak, profoundly foolish. Naruto's 2 fingers twitched. Once, snap, the legendary Kusanagi, indestructible, peerless, shattered cleanly between his fingertips. Then, faster than the Sharingan could track, Naruto's open palm blurred, slamming across Sasuke's face with god slap. A deafening crack reverberated across the chasm. The prodigy of the Uchiha clan, undefeated, untouchable, flew backward like a discarded doll, tumbling end over end, shattering a boulder before finally skidding to a halt. Spitting blood and 2 teeth streaked with crimson, Sasuke's left cheek ballooned grotesquely. His head rang, his vision blurred, his 3-tomo Sharingan flickering, unfocused. Sasuke! Sakura's scream tore from her throat, tears streaming unchecked. Naruto brushed dust from his palms. Still towering, still regal, still utterly indifferent. He looked down upon Sasuke, sprawled, humiliated, disbelief etched into every line of his broken posture. Have years in a greenhouse convinced you stand equal to gods? Last scion of the Uchiha. This feeble strength isn't even enough to warm me up. Go back, crawl to Orochimaru. Beg like the dog you've become. 3 years hence, if your power remains this pitiful, I will pluck your Sharingan from their sockets myself, and steep them in sake. Naruto's voice, rough, jagged, rusted, sawed relentlessly across the raw nerves of Sasuke's seizing the chaos. Orochimaru, ignoring the searing agony in his soul, coiled his serpentine tail around the wounded Sasuke and Kabuto, fleeing headlong into the canyon's abyss, too terrified even to utter a threat. Naruto watched their retreating forms, did not pursue. A crop has just been harvested. Let them return, to be fertilized anew. He turned, his featureless white mask seeming to drink the light itself, as his gaze swept once deliberately toward the hidden grove where Yamato and his team lay frozen. Gulp! Yamato swallowed hard, muscles locked rigid. One glance, and he felt the icy, unblinking stare of death itself. Fortunately, the masked figure paid them no further heed. Space warped around him, then dissolved, leaving only silence. Seconds later, Naruto's shadow clone dispersed in a puff of smoke. The real Naruto, already seamlessly repositioned, lay crouched in the grass, feigning abject terror, trembling as if paralyzed by the lingering aura of the masked god. Captain Yamato? Who was that masked man? He was terrifying. Sasuke got slapped clean off the bridge. Naruto whispered, voice quavering. Yamato wiped sweat from his brow, his expression grave beyond measure. I don't know, but from this day forward, the balance of the shinobi world will shatter beyond repair. Staring at the colossal crater, gouged into the heaven and earth bridge, I would release. Yamato felt a despair unlike any he'd ever known. Meanwhile, Naruto, lying prone in the grass, laughed inwardly, a sound rich with savage, uncontainable delight. Sasuke, may this slap ignite your fragile ego into richer, sweeter Indra chakra. Akatsuki, Orochimaru, Konoha, all pieces are now in place. This timeless game of solitary sovereignty grows ever more fascinating. Within the borders of the Land of Fire, amidst the ruins outside the currency exchange, heavy rain poured down, yet it could not wash away the strong scent of blood in the air. Cough. Asuma Sarutobi knelt painfully on the ground. Strange black patterns had already appeared on the surface. Not far away, Hyden stood within a blood-painted evil god formation. His skin transformed into a black and white skeletal totem, resembling a demon crawling out of hell. Ha ha ha. Feel the pain. This is the grace of the evil god. Hyden laughed maniacally, raising the sharp black spear in his hand towards his own heart. For the evil god die. Asuma-sensei? Shikamaru, who was firmly restrained by Kakuzu, looked on in despair, his eyes wide with anguish, but he was powerless to stop it. However, at that very moment when Hyden's spear was about to pierce his heart, ending Asuma's life, there was a hum. A dark, profound black flame descended from the heavens without warning, precisely landing on the blood formation beneath. With a hiss, just a soft sound, that evil god formation, which had caused countless ninjas to tremble in fear, was instantly evaporated cleanly before this black flame, like ice meeting magma. Even the dirt beneath Hyden's feet was burned away, creating a bottomless black hole. What? Hyden froze in shock. Although the spear had pierced his heart, he was horrified to discover that the formation had disappeared, and the cursed link between him and Asuma was forcibly severed by the strange black flame. On the other side, Asuma spat out a mouthful of black blood. The fatal wound on his chest had not appeared, and the curse patterns dissipated accordingly. Who dared to interrupt the ritual dedicated to the evil god? Hyden pulled the spear from his chest, furiously looking around as he roared. Evil god! A cold voice devoid of any trace of the human world echoed above the ruins. In midair, the space rippled. A man clad in a black and gold cloak, wearing a pure white faceless mask, descended slowly between Asuma and Hyden like a god coming down to earth. It was Naruto Uzumaki. He deliberately saved Asuma, not for any mere bond of the will of fire. Asuma was the son of the third Hokage, the current leader of the Sarutobi clan. Saving him not only meant indebtedness for the Sarutobi clan that could never be repaid, but also provided a tremendous political leverage when he took over Konoha in the future. You bastard! No matter who you are, if you dare to desecrate the evil god, I will make you. Hyden swung his bloody scythe and charged at Naruto like a rabid dog, but he couldn't even get within 3 meters of Naruto. Noise! The dark and eternal Mangekyo Sharingan beneath Naruto's mask flickered slightly. Boom! An extremely terrifying spatial distortion force descended upon Hyden, pinning him to the ground, unable to move even a finger. Ah, what have you done to me? If you have the guts, let me go. The evil god will never let you go. I am immortal. Hyden struggled and cursed madly on the ground. Immortal. Naruto slowly walked in front of Hyden, looking down at this arrogant cultist, his tone filled with extreme contempt. You merely touched on the superficial aspects of the abyssal dimension, mistaking that lowly spiritual entity for a god. Do you think being physically immortal truly makes you invincible? Naruto slowly raised his right hand in his palm. A pure black nether demon flame burned quietly like a black lotus from hell. Today let me show you what true divine punishment is. With a casual wave, the black flame directly landed on Hyden. Ha ha ha. Useless. No ninjutsu can kill me. Haiden's maniacal laughter abrupt. The black flame did not ignite his clothes or scorch his flesh, but it completely ignored physical defenses wildly burrowing into his brain, beginning to burn and devour his soul recklessly. Ah! A piercing scream that seemed capable of shattering eardrums echoed throughout the forest. It was the ultimate pain of being torn and chewed from the depths of his soul. In this world, no physical punishment could compare to even 1/10th of the soul burning of the demon flame. So painful, so painful. Evil God, save me. Why? Why does my soul hurt too? Haiden rolled frantically on the ground, his hands gripping his scalp tightly, oblivious to his nails digging into his flesh. His proud, immortal body had turned into a prison that made him yearn for death before this soul-burning demon flame. Just 10 seconds. The screams gradually weakened. Haiden's body lay there still intact, but his eyes had become completely hollow, devoid of any glimmer. His soul, along with the tiny bit of origin granted by the ridiculous evil god he believed in, was completely burned to nothingness by the 9 nether demon flame, even being absorbed back into Naruto's body. Ding! Successfully erased. Akatsuki member Haiden devoured the evil spirit's power. Host's soul strength significantly increased. Immune to all curse-type secret arts. That idiot Haiden was actually killed in an instant, and he couldn't even be revived. Not far away, Kakuzu, who had been watching the show, finally revealed extreme horror in his green eyes. He had lived for over 90 years and fought against the first Hokage, but he had never seen such a bizarre and terrifying method. No chakra fluctuations, no hand seals, just a ball of black fire turned the immortal Haiden into a soulless shell. Run. This was the only thought that flashed through Kakuzu's mind. He was an extremely pragmatic miser, and faced with such an unbeatable monster, he had no thoughts of avenging his comrade. Earth grudge fear. Kakuzu's black tentacles burst forth and 4 masked heart monsters detached, each unleashing terrifying composite ninjutsu in 4 directions, attempting to cover for his escape. Wind release pressure damage. Fire release phoenix fire technique. A sea of flames and a raging wind swept toward Naruto. You dare to toy with 5 nature transformations before me? Unaware of the danger, Naruto snorted coldly. Wood release wood world wall. Boom. Several massive black wooden pillars requiring several people to embrace erupted from the ground, forming an indestructible wooden wall that blocked all those composite ninjutsu. Wood release? Kakuzu's escape was abruptly halted, and a hint of deep-seated fear flashed in his green pupils. That was the nightmare left by Senju Hashirama. In that half-second when Kakuzu was dazed. Whoosh! Naruto utilized the Flying Thunder God technique, appearing like a ghost in front of Kakuzu. His right hand resembled a sharp black spear infused with violent demonic energy, directly ignoring the resilient black tentacles on Kakuzu's body. Puchi! Puchi! Naruto executed an extremely swift technique, instantly piercing through the cores of 2 masked monsters, crushing their beating hearts. Kakuzu spat out a mouthful of blood, retreating several steps, despair finally showing in his eyes. You? Who exactly are you? What do you want? Kakuzu's voice trembled slightly. Naruto did not pursue further, but instead pulled out a black ledger from his pocket and casually tossed it at Kakuzu's feet. Kakuzu, the financial manager of Akatsuki. Living for over 90 years, you are only interested in money, right? Naruto's voice beneath the mask carried an irresistible allure. Kakuzu cautiously glanced at the ledger on the ground. It bore a symbol he was extremely familiar with. The mysterious organization Dark Court, which had suddenly risen in recent years and nearly monopolized all trade on the borders of the water and fire countries. This is... Kakuzu gasped. If I call your name, will you respond? Naruto looked down at him. No, what I mean is I now give you 2 choices. Naruto extended 2 fingers. First, I will use the fire that just burned that idiot to ashes to burn your other 3 hearts along with your soul clean and confiscate all your money. Second, join the Dark Court and become my chief financial officer. How much can Akatsuki offer you? They will only make you earn those pitiful bounties. But here you will manage a black gold empire that spans the ninja world, manipulating the economic lifelines of various countries. Gold coins will pile up like mountains in your treasury. Hit with a stick, then give a sweet date. For someone like Kakuzu, talking about bonds is useless. Only absolute force and irresistible profit can convince him. Kakuzu looked at the terrifying man in front of him wearing a mask, then at the utterly dead Haiden on the ground. His heart underwent intense struggle. But before that ledger representing endless wealth and the threat of death, this nearly 100-year-old monster ultimately made the most pragmatic choice. Thud. Kakuzu retracted all the black tentacles of earth grudge fear, kneeling single-kneed in the mud, picking. Kakuzu is willing to serve the leader. As long as there is money to earn, my life is yours. Very good, those who recognize the times are wise. Naruto snickered in satisfaction. Of course, he could never fully trust Kakuzu. Buzz. Naruto pointed at Kakuzu's forehead, forcefully implanting the great devouring demon seed fetus deep within his soul. This is your guarantee of loyalty. The consequence of betrayal. Just take a look at that shell over there and you'll know. Kakuzu shivered, feeling the terrifying power in his soul that could send him to the netherworld at any moment. He finally gave up completely. After completing all of this, Naruto turned his head and glanced at Asuma and Shikamaru, who were still in extreme shock, not daring to even breathe. Naruto said nothing, merely tossing a black coin engraved with the Dark Court emblem, which clinked as it fell at Asuma's feet. Ninja of Konoha, go back and tell your Hokage. Today the Dark Court has shown mercy, sparing your lives. This debt I will come to Konoha to collect eventually. As the words fell, the space distorted. Naruto, along with the newly recruited Kakuzu and the soulless shell of Haiden, instantly vanished into the heavy rain, as if they had never appeared. What remained were Asuma, who had survived a catastrophe with a face full of shock, and Shikamaru, lost in deep thought. Meanwhile, at the Dark Court base hundreds of miles away, Naruto sat on the skeletal throne, listening to the system's revelry in his mind. Ding. Tyrant's Hunt and Grace successfully took control of the Akatsuki organization's financial director. System evaluation: killing and robbing is low class. Turning the enemy's money bag into your own ATM will make even capitalists weep. Ding. Hidden mission: saving the Sarutobi clan completed. Konoha political leverage 1. Host gains special reward: Earth grudge, fear, extreme deprivation, can ignore rejection reactions, perfectly fuse up to 5 top-tier bloodline limits within the body. At the border of the Land of Fire, the abandoned stronghold of the Uchiha clan. The howling wind and pouring rain. The thunderclouds in the sky seem to roar for this fateful battle between brothers. Before the broken mural, Uchiha Itachi quietly sat on a stone chair, watching the angry boy, who pushed open the heavy stone door and walked in. How far can you see with those Sharingan? Itachi's voice was cold and hollow, but if one looked closely, a deep despair greater than death itself was hidden within the depths of his 3-demo Sharingan. Only he knew that this seemingly revenge-driven battle which he led was merely a puppet show controlled by that golden-haired. Over the past 3 years he had countless times wanted to secretly convey the truth to Konoha or directly kill Sasuke to prevent future troubles. But deep within his soul, the demonic seed would inflict unbearable suffering upon Sasuke if he even harbored a thought. He could only watch helplessly as Sasuke was consumed by hatred, transformed by Orochimaru, gradually becoming the most perfect chakra battery for that devil. How far can you see? What I see now is you lying dead at my feet. Sasuke drew the Kusanagi sword, releasing a violent surge of lightning chakra. With no time for idle chatter, the battle erupted in an instant. Just as in the original work, fueled by his extreme hatred for Itachi, and the curse mark from Orochimaru, Sasuke displayed astonishing combat power. He forcibly broke through Itachi's Tsukuyomi with his mutated 3-demo Sharingan. In reality, Itachi had let him win, compounded by the fact that Itachi's Tsukuyomi space had been severely damaged by Naruto years ago, greatly weakening its potency. He even withstood the so-called absolute physical attack of Amaterasu with the shed skin of a snake. Now is the time. Burn to ashes with this thundercloud. Standing atop the high ruins, Sasuke's hand shimmered with blinding lightning, guiding the massive lightning dragon in the sky to strike down violently at Itachi below. Kiranin. Boom. The dazzling white light engulfed the entire Uchiha stronghold, and the deafening explosion shook the earth. Sasuke gasped for breath, his chakra completely depleted, lacking even the strength to maintain his Sharingan. It's over. I finally avenged you, father, mother. Sasuke looked at the ruins below, and a bittersweet smile of relief finally appeared at the corner of his mouth. However, just when he thought everything was over, amidst the dust, an enormous cold oppressive chakra, like an awakening ancient demon, slowly rose. Is this the death you wanted me to see, Sasuke? Itachi's weak yet slightly mad voice echoed. In the center of the ruins, a gigantic half-skeleton statue engulfed in crimson chakra flames stood protectively around Itachi. Then the skeleton sprouted veins, flesh, and armor, ultimately transforming into a terrifying war god, wielding a massive gourd and a spiritual shield. Susanoo, how is this possible? Even against Kiranin? Sasuke fell to the ground in despair. His chakra was exhausted, and under extreme fear and weakness, the remnant soul of Orochimaru hidden within him, the 8-headed serpent, could no longer suppress itself and burst forth. 8 gigantic white snakes roared as they charged towards Itachi. But faced with the Susanoo wielding the Tenketsu sword, Orochimaru's 8-headed technique was nothing but a joke. With just a few strikes, it was completely severed, along with Orochimaru's remnant soul sealed within the gourd of the Tenketsu sword. Finally, I've eliminated the hidden danger within you. Itachi coughed violently, blood spilling continuously from the corners of his mouth. He dragged his heavy steps, controlling Susanoo, slowly walking towards the completely defenseless Sasuke. He extended his blood-stained finger, wanting to touch Sasuke's forehead one last time, just like when they were children. Forgive me, Sasuke. This is the last time. Itachi silently recited in his heart, preparing to pass on his ocular power, and the last Amaterasu as a protective shield to Sasuke. However, just as Itachi's finger was less than 5 centimeters from Sasuke's forehead, buzz, the surrounding space suddenly twisted violently like rippling water. A destructive pressure more terrifying, evil, and domineering than Susanoo descended from the sky without warning, instantly enveloping the entire Uchiha stronghold. What? Itachi suddenly looked up, his almost blind Sharingan staring in terror at the sky. Beneath the rolling thunderclouds, a man clad in a black golden cloak and wearing a featureless mask floated in the air like a deity, arms crossed. His left eye flickered with a complex, magnificent, and eerily dead crimson blood lotus. Eternal darkness, eternal Mangekyo, absolute divine might. Crack, crack, crack. Under the suppression of this terrifying ocular power, Itachi's once majestic crimson Susanoo bore the weight of countless tons, and visible cracks began to appear on its surface, freezing it completely. This deeply moving scene of brotherly affection truly bores me. Naruto's cold, mocking voice exploded in everyone's ears. You? It's you? The moment Itachi heard this voice, his pupils suddenly constricted, and the fear deep in his soul left him breathless. For the past 3 years this voice had tormented him day and night like a nightmare. Who are you? Sasuke, sitting on the ground, looked in shock at the mysterious man who could instantly suppress even his brother's ultimate technique. Who am I? Sasuke, has your thick-head brain forgotten who slapped you into a dead dog 3 years ago on the heaven and earth? Naruto slowly descended between the two, his gaze beneath the mask filled with mockery. It was you bastard. Sasuke gritted his teeth, but at this moment he had no strength even to stand. Ignoring the enraged Sasuke, Naruto strode directly towards the immobilized Itachi. Uchiha Itachi, did you think that by exhausting all your strength to eliminate Orochimaru within Sasuke, and leaving your eyes for him, he would be safe? Naruto extended his right hand, pressing it against the massive energy shell of Susanoo. The brother you devoted your life to protect has actually been seeded with a demonic seed since he was 6 years old. All his anger, hatred, and even the purest Indra chakra generated from activating the 3 Tomo were merely fertilizer in my breeding ground. Upon hearing this, Itachi's typically stoic face finally revealed an unmistakable extreme breakdown. You devil! I won't allow you to harm him. Itachi let out a desperate roar, trying to forcibly activate Susanoo to counterattack. Still struggling, are we? Then let your proud trump card become the stepping stone for my ascension. Naruto's gaze instantly turned icy cold. Great devouring magic law form deprivation. Boom! A terrifying vortex like a black hole erupted from the palm of Naruto's right hand. The black demonic essence instantly transformed into countless chains, burning with dark flames brutally piercing through Susanoo's outer shell, directly penetrating into the depths of Itachi's soul. Ah! Itachi let out a heart-wrenching scream. He felt his soul being forcibly torn apart by an irresistible force. Deprivation. Tenketsu sword. Naruto yanked hard with his right hand. The spiritual sword burning with crimson flames in Susanoo's hand along with the gourd was forcibly pulled out by Naruto's magic, transforming into a ball of red light, which Naruto swallowed whole. Deprivation. Yata mirror. Another cold shout. The spiritual shield in Susanoo's left hand, which could supposedly reflect all physical and ninjutsu attacks, was also brutally torn out and devoured. No! Don't! Itachi's body trembled violently, blood gushing from his 7 orifices. Without the divine tools, Susanoo began to collapse rapidly under Naruto's extraction. Finally, your Susanoo's essence. Naruto showed no mercy, his magic reaching its zenith. The massive crimson Susanoo energy surged into Naruto's body like a breaching flood. Ding! Successfully plundered the premium Indra essence Susanoo form. Ding! Successfully devoured spiritual artifacts Tenketsu sword Yata mirror. System notification: the host's eternal darkness eternal Mangekyo has perfectly fused with the essence of the artifacts. When the host activates Susanoo, the dark version Tenketsu sword and Yata mirror will be automatically equipped. Feeling the unprecedented sense of fulfillment and earth-shattering power in his eyes, Naruto comfortably closed his eyes. As Susanoo was completely drained, Uchiha Itachi also exhausted the last trace of his life force. He fell to the ground like a withered leaf. Those eyes, which had lost all their brilliance, fixated on Sasuke. He wanted to say something, but in the end, he could only stop breathing, forever burdened by endless regret, unwillingness, and extreme despair for his brother's future. A generation of heroes, the Dark Knight savior, who bore everything for Konoha, met a tragic end. Brother is dead. Sasuke stared blankly at Itachi, lying in a pool of blood, his mind blank. His long-desired revenge was complete, but he felt not a shred of joy. Instead, he was overwhelmed by the ultimate humiliation and terror of being toyed with. Who are you? Why are you doing this? Sasuke shouted in despair. Naruto turned around, slowly walking up to Sasuke. He extended his foot and brutally stomped on Sasuke's face, which was smeared with mud and tears. Sasuke, do you see what happened to your brother? This is the fate of your Uchiha clan. You pride yourselves on your noble bloodline, but in my eyes you are merely materials for extracting high-level chakra. The so-called freedom your brother bought with his life is merely a catalyst for you to awaken a higher-grade I in the depths. Naruto's words were like extremely venomous knives, tearing apart and shattering Sasuke's psychological defenses piece by piece. Under the dual blow of witnessing his brother's tragic death, and the cruel truth that he was merely a domesticated beast, Sasuke's spirit completely shattered. Extreme sorrow, despair, humiliation, and hatred erupted in his mind like a volcanic explosion. Buzz! The 3-Tomo Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes spun wildly, ultimately forming a 6-pointed star pattern. Mangekyo Sharingan awakened. Ding! Detected premium Indra mutated essence, beginner Mangekyo level. The great devouring demonic seed is crazily absorbing. At the moment Sasuke activated Mangekyo, the long-dormant demonic seed revealed its fangs once more. Sasuke's newly awakened purest Mangekyo power was instantly stripped away by half. Sasuke clutched his bleeding eyes, pained to the point of fainting. Looking at Sasuke, who had been drained to the brink of death and reduced to a waste, Naruto satisfactorily withdrew his foot. Very good. Once your Mangekyo adapts, I will come to reap again. Uchiha Itachi's eyes shall be left for you as fertilizer to upgrade to the Eternal Eye. Naruto did not kill Sasuke for an eternal Mangekyo that could be harvested repeatedly was far more valuable than a one-time kill. Whoosh! Just then the space twisted and Uchiha Obito Tobi and Zetsu suddenly appeared over the ruins. Oh dear, it seems I've arrived a step too late. Has Itachi already died? Obito looked at the corpse on the ground, a hint of surprise in his tone. Then his exposed Sharingan fixed intently on the masked man Naruto before him. You must be the master of the Dark Court who has been stirring up trouble in the underground black market recently. Taking my prized prey Sasuke is rather impolite. Obito's tone turned cold. Facing one of the biggest behind-the-scenes masterminds in the original story, Naruto showed no sign of concern. He merely tilted his head slightly, the eternal darkness eternal Mangekyo beneath the mask emitting a terrifying red light that even made Obito's heart race. Uchiha Obito. Naruto directly exposed Obito's greatest secret. Want Uchiha Sasuke? Fine. Trade it for your Kamui right eye. Otherwise I wouldn't mind uprooting your Akatsuki organization right here today. Absolute arrogance. Absolute tyranny. Under the gaze of the tyrant, the air in the entire ruins seemed to freeze at that moment. In the abandoned stronghold of the Uchiha clan, the rain poured heavily. You want my right eye? What arrogance! Uchiha Obito aka Akatsuki retracted his previously mocking demeanor, his voice turning extremely deep and filled with murderous intent. The Sharingan peeking out from the orange mask fixed its gaze on the man hovering in midair who resembled a deity. Zetsu, take Sasuke away. I will handle this person, Obito coldly ordered. Understood. Zetsu, hidden in the shadows of the ruins, slowly emerged, its pitcher plant-like leaves spreading open ready to swallow the unconscious Sasuke into the ground. However, just as Zetsu was about to touch Sasuke, did I permit you to take him? Naruto, suspended in midair, suddenly turned his dark eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. Buzz! A terrifying force of spatial distortion descended upon the area surrounding Sasuke and Zetsu. Zetsu felt the air around him instantaneously transform into impenetrable steel. His technique, which was said to merge with any substance, completely failed under this spatial blockade. What is happening? My body can't get in. For the first time, Black Zetsu's hoarse voice revealed shock. Spatial blockade. This guy not only possesses an eternal eye but is also proficient in space-time ninjutsu. Alarm bells rang in Obito's mind. He understood the difficulties of space-time ninjutsu and immediately unleashed his trump card. Kamui. Obito's right eye transformed into a kaleidoscope pattern and the surrounding space began to twist. He aimed to utilize the phasing ability of Kamui to directly ignore Naruto's spatial blockade and forcibly draw Sasuke into his own dimension. Playing with space in front of the master of space-time. A foolish move. Naruto let out a cold laugh. In the past, he might have struggled against Obito's slippery phasing techniques. But now he had not only integrated the Flying Thunder God techniques of the second Hokage but had also evolved his Mangekyo to the Eternal Realm. Naruto flickered and charged directly into the swirling distortion of Obito's Kamui. Seeking death. Since you have delivered yourself to me, you shall starve in my dimension. Obito rejoiced, hastening the absorption speed, intending to devour Naruto. However, when Naruto's palm touched the swirling distortion of Kamui, the scene Obito anticipated, his opponent being drawn into the dimension, did not occur. On the contrary, Obito felt an overwhelming destructive spatial power, akin to a brutally thick steel pipe brutally thrusting into his rapidly rotating Kamui passage. Crack, crack, crack. The surrounding space emitted a sound that sent chills down one's spine. Naruto, utilizing his dark eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and godlike space-time talents, forcibly jammed Obito's Kamui vortex. This is impossible. My Kamui was forcibly countered. Cold sweat broke out under Obito's mask. This was something he had never even heard of in his lifetime. In that moment of half a second where Obito was stunned by extreme shock, Naruto's left hand shot out like lightning, grabbing Obito. Uchiha Obito, stop pretending. The real Uchiha Madara would never hide behind a mask like a coward. Naruto's voice was low, yet it thundered in Obito's mind. Who are you? Obito's psychological defenses were completely torn apart in that instant. His greatest secret, the disguise of Uchiha Madara, that he took pride in, appeared as transparent as a blank piece of paper before this mysterious figure. Who I am is unimportant. What matters is that from today onward your so-called Eye of the Moon plan is merely— A cruel smile crept across Naruto's lips beneath his mask. Great devouring magic hidden demon seed. In the brief second when Naruto grasped Obito's collar, an extremely tiny, even more concealed black demon energy quietly slipped from Naruto's fingertips into the right half of Obito's white Zetsu body. Moreover, this demon energy cunningly split off a strand that followed Obito's Kamui chakra link, directly anchoring itself to the coordinates of Obito's mysterious Kamui dimension. This was Naruto's true objective. He had no intention of killing Obito here. If Obito died now, who would help him capture the tailed beasts? Who would launch the fourth great ninja war and clear the battlefield for him? What he wanted was to install a 247 all-angle listening device and locator on this greatest schemer of the original story. As long as Obito held meetings in the Kamui dimension or conspired with Zetsu, Naruto would hear every detail as clearly as if he were watching a live broadcast. Let go of me. Obito finally snapped back from his overwhelming fear. Without hesitation, he severed the portion of white Zetsu that Naruto held, forcibly activating Kamui's phasing, retreating like a frightened rabbit several dozen meters. Obito gasped heavily, his right eye fixed intently on Naruto, as if looking at an indescribable monster. Monster! This guy not only knows everything, but also has absolute dominance over me in space-time ninjutsu and ocular power. Obito roared madly in his heart, even feeling an impulse to immediately escape back into the Kamui dimension, and never. Naruto clapped his hands, dusting off the white Zetsu cells, and did not pursue, instead retracting the spatial blockade around them. What's wrong? Don't you want to save this lone Uchiha seedling? Naruto pointed at Sasuke on the ground, his tone filled with a condescending arrogance. Obito was taken aback. He hadn't expected that his opponent would let Sasuke go. What is your purpose? Obito gritted his teeth and asked. I told you I'm just a watching deity. This kid has just been drained of power by me, leaving him useless in my hands. You take him back, let Orochimaru or your Akatsuki's lousy medical ninjas heal him, and by the way, help him replace Uchiha Itachi's eyes. Naruto crossed his arms as if ordering a servant. 3 years later, when he has fully adapted to the eternal Mangekyo, I will come to reap the rewards. I hope by then he can bring me some surprises. Listening to this tyrant's words, treating the Uchiha clan like livestock, even someone as cold-blooded as Obito couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Zetsu, take Sasuke and go. Obito did not dare to linger even a moment. He immediately used Kamui to create a spatial vortex, disappearing into the ruins along with Zetsu and the unconscious Sasuke. He didn't even dare to touch Uchiha Itachi's corpse, fearing to provoke the devil's killing intent again. The heavy rain continued to pour. On the desolate ruins of the Uchiha stronghold, only Naruto remained. Ding! The tyrant's listening rule successfully implanted a hidden demon seed in Uchiha Obito White Zetsu and Kamui dimension coordinates. System notification: from this moment on, any meeting of the Akatsuki and any trajectory of Obito space jumps will be completely transparent to the host. The host can even forcibly invade the Kamui space at any time using the Flying Thunder God based on the coordinates. Perfect. Naruto removed the faceless mask, revealing a refined yet dangerously wicked face. Obito Nagato Black Zetsu. Go ahead and plot your schemes. When you think you've succeeded and gathered all 9-tailed beasts, I will emerge from your shadows and reap all the fruits. Naruto walked over to Uchiha Itachi's corpse. Although Itachi's Susanoo source and divine tools had been drained by him, the pair of Mangekyo Sharingan remained. Since I promised to use him as upgrade material for Sasuke, I cannot go back on my word. Naruto conjured a surgical knife with demon energy and cleanly extracted Itachi's eyes, sealing them in a scroll filled with nutrient solution. After doing all this, Naruto used the Flying Thunder God to directly throw the scroll into the spatial trajectory Obito had just fled. With Obito's eyesight, he would naturally notice and pick up these eyes. Having completed all of this, Naruto formed hand seals, and in a puff of white smoke his figure instantly transformed back into the orange-clad, somewhat disheveled genin Naruto, exhausted from chakra depletion. Calculating the time, Kakashi Sensei and Captain Yamato should soon arrive following the sounds of battle. Naruto lay down on the ground in a comfortable position, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. A few hours later, Naruto! Naruto! Urgent shouts echoed through the ruins. Kakashi, Yamato, Sakura, and the recently recovered Hinata finally arrived at this battleground, now unrecognizable. They gazed at the forest that had been flattened by terrifying ninjutsu, and the ground charred to a crisp, all filled with shock. What level of battle could this possibly be? Kakashi looked at the enormous lightning crater, breaking into a cold sweat. Over there. Naruto-kun is there. With her Byakugan-activated, Hinata was the first to spot Naruto lying in the mud. The others rushed over. Kakashi examined Naruto's body and found that he was merely chakra-depleted and extremely fatigued, with no life-threatening danger, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. Not far away, Captain Yamato discovered the eyeless corpse. Kakashi-senpai, come take a look. Yamato's voice was incredibly grave. As Kakashi approached and saw the face of the corpse, the remaining Sharingan in his eye suddenly shrank. Uchiha Itachi. The Akatsuki's Red Dawn, the shrank rogue ninja of Konoha, actually died here. Sakura covered her mouth, unable to believe it. There was an extremely strong residue of lightning chakra and a chilling aura. From the traces, it seemed that it was Sasuke's chakra. Kakashi analyzed the battlefield, his brows furrowing. Could it be that Sasuke killed Itachi? But where is Sasuke? What happened to his eyes? A series of mysteries clouded everyone's minds. Just then Naruto weakly opened his eyes. Kakashi. Sensei. Naruto rubbed his eyes, feigning confusion. Naruto, you're awake. What just happened? Sakura asked anxiously. I don't know. I just followed Sasuke's chakra here, and when I arrived I saw a terrifying lightning strike from the sky. Then I got knocked out. What about Sasuke? Is he okay? A perfect excuse, impeccable acting. As long as you're fine, that's good. Kakashi sighed, not doubting Naruto's words. After all, given Naruto's strength, surviving this catastrophic aftermath was already a miracle. Let's bring Itachi's body back to the village. This is extremely important intelligence. Kakashi ordered. On the way back to the village, Naruto continued to play the role of the hot-blooded fool lamenting not having rescued Sasuke. But deep in his mind, he was receiving extremely interesting images from another dimension. Hidden Demon Seed link activated. Within the Kamui dimension, Obito was angrily throwing the severely injured Sasuke onto a stone slab. Zetsu informed Nagato. We must advance the plan. A terrifying variable had emerged in the ninja world. That guy who called himself the Lord of the Dark Court was definitely stronger than Pain. Obito's voice revealed undeniable anxiety. Moreover, that guy seems to know all of our plans. We must quickly gather the tailed beasts and resurrect the Ten Tails. Listening to the live audio in his mind, a mocking cold smile formed on Naruto's lips. Hurry, fear, and then work hard for me. The leader of the Akatsuki Nagato possessing the Rinnegan. I've heard you call yourself a god. Soon this tyrant will personally visit Amigakure to see just how capable you god really are. In the perpetual reign of Yuin village, Jiraiya's body slowly sank into the cold depths of the sea. Far away in Konoha village, Naruto sat atop Hokage Rock, witnessing the demise of this hero, as if watching a high-definition live broadcast through the hidden magic seed in the Kamui space. Has he even left a corpse behind? Truly a departure that aligns with your foolish romanticism. Naruto's gaze was icy, devoid of any hint of sadness. Jiraiya's death was the most perfect part of his plan. Only with Jiraiya dead would Konoha fall into true panic, giving him the child of prophecy a reason to journey to Myaboku Mountain. A few days later, Fukasaku brought the news of Jiraiya's death and the signal. The entire Konoha was engulfed in profound sorrow, and Tsunade wept uncontrollably in her office. Meanwhile, Naruto, filled with rage and grief, naturally followed Fukasaku to the legendary Myaboku Mountain under the guise of learning sage arts to avenge his master. Myaboku Mountain filled with the sounds of birds and flowers brimming with rich natural energy. Little Naruto, this is Myaboku Mountain. The great sage the Elder Frog said he saw you in a dream. You are the one. Fukasaku was preparing to elect the one who brings change to the ninja world. Naruto suddenly interrupted Fukasaku, and the expression of grief and impatience shattered like a mask the moment he stepped into the barrier of Myaboku Mountain. In its place was an unsettling, chilling intensity. What's wrong with your gaze? Fukasaku instinctively sensed something was off. The aura of this blonde youth suddenly became more terrifying than the Fukasaku, I have always found you frogs who pretend to be divine quite annoying. Naruto slowly raised his head, and his azure eyes instantly transformed into a complex and magnificent Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan. What? Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan? You are not. Fukasaku was horrified, about to form a hand sign. Bang! In an instant, Naruto vanished from his spot, and a pale hand gripped Fukasaku's neck, lifting the 800-year-old Elder Frog into the air. I did not come here to learn your inferior sage arts. A cruel smile curved Naruto's lips. I have come to annihilate. Great devouring magic art, devour heaven and earth. Boom! A surge of pitch-black magic energy erupted instantly. Fukasaku didn't even have time to scream. The immense chakra and vitality, cultivated over 800 years, were absorbed by Naruto in one go, leaving behind a withered frog corpse. Fukasaku. Not far away, Shima's eyes were wide with fury. But what awaited her were dozens of black wooden spikes bursting from the ground. Would release great forest technique. Poo poo poo. Myaboku Mountain instantly transformed into a bloody slaughterhouse. Naruto didn't even need to form hand signs. With his affinity for natural energy and his eternal eye, he was as comfortable here as a fish in water. He strolled leisurely toward the deepest part of Myaboku Mountain, where everything in his path, whether it was giant frogs or little frogs in training, was mercilessly torn apart by black wood release and subsequently drained of its essence by the magical technique. Inside the great hall, the Elder Frog sage, who had lived for 1,000 years, suddenly opened his eyes filled with terror. The prophecy has changed. You are not the savior who brings peace, you are the demon king who will destroy everything. The Elder Frog sage looked at Naruto, who entered covered in blood and dark magic aura, and screamed in despair. Old fool, you have dreamt for too long. It is time to sleep forever. A flash of red light appeared in Naruto's eyes, and a pure black 9 underworld magic flame fell directly onto the Elder Frog sage, reducing this 1,000-year-old frog with prophetic abilities along with his soul to the purest form of energy. Ding! The beginning of the Tyrant's apocalypse. Successfully exterminated one of the 3 great sage lands, Myaboku Mountain. Successfully devoured a millennium's worth of sage energy. The host's perfect sage body has reached the pinnacle above the level of Senju Hashirama. System evaluation, severing the so-called fated prophecy, turning the charlatan into nourishment. This is the true absolute dominance over eternity. Feeling the terrifying power within him as vast as an ocean, Naruto wiped the blood from his hands with satisfaction. Next, he would wait for pain to set the stage in Konoha. Half a month later. Feel the pain, contemplate the pain, accept the pain, understand the pain. Shinra Tensei. Floating above Konoha village, the Deva Path Pain coldly spread his arms. Boom! An irresistible and terrifying repulsive force fell like a meteor, instantly leveling the prosperous Konoha village. Countless buildings turned to dust, and the sounds of screams and cries were completely drowned out by the roaring explosions. To protect the villagers, the fifth Hokage Tsunade unleashed all the power of the 100 Heel Seal, splitting the summoning beast slug into countless smaller forms to shield the villagers, while she herself fell into a deep coma due to chakra exhaustion and extreme fatigue. In the ruins, despair spread like a plague. Sakura knelt on the ravaged ground, crying out to the heavens, "Naruto, come back! Naruto!" Bang! Accompanied by a massive cloud of white smoke, clad in a red divine robe and carrying a large scroll, Naruto Uzumaki appeared on the ruins of Konoha with an extremely domineering and majestic savior's demeanor. "Sorry I'm late." Naruto, with his back turned to the remaining villagers of Konoha, spoke in a low and firm voice. At this moment, in the eyes of those villagers, who once scolded him as a demon fox and threw stones at him, that tall figure was like the arrival of a god. "Naruto!" Sakura cried, tears of joy. The Deva Path Pain across from him coldly stared at Naruto Uzumaki. "Naruto, you have finally appeared. Hand over the 9 tails and I can." Noise. Naruto had no patience to listen to Nagato's lengthy monologue. He didn't even reveal the shadow of sage mode, for he was already in the perfect sage body. Swish. Naruto's figure instantly vanished. When he reappeared, he was standing in front of the Asura Path Pain, with a speed that even the Rinnegan could not fully capture Naruto through a punch. Crack. The Asura Path, modified with various mechanical devices, was smashed into a pile of flying scrap metal by Naruto's simple yet powerful punch. One-hit kill. The following battle was nothing more than a one-sided massacre. There were no flashy struggles as in the original story, nor was there any Nine-Tails rampage. With only the terrifying physical strength and speed of the perfect sage body, along with a bit of space-time instant movement, Naruto easily tore apart the 4 pains, excluding the Deva Path, as if shredding paper. Is this the result of training at Myaboku Mountain? It's unbelievable. The distant Hyuga clan and Konoha's Umbu were all left dumbfounded. Deva Path Pain Nagato finally realized something was amiss. The Naruto before him was far beyond his comprehension. Universal pull. The Deva Path activated the Rinnegan's ability, attempting to pull Naruto towards him. "Pull me. Your borrowed eyes are worthy of that." Naruto scoffed, allowing the gravitational force to tug at him. At the moment of nearing the Deva Path, a flicker of extremely hidden red light flashed in his eyes. Would release tree binding eternal burial. Boom. Countless hard black wooden bars erupted from the ruins beneath the Deva Path's feet, instantly binding and strangling him into a porcupine-like corpse. Thus all 6 pains were annihilated. The entire area fell into a 2-second silence, then erupted into earth-shattering cheers. "We won. Naruto defeated that monster. Naruto is the hero of Konoha, the savior." Listening to the villagers behind him, who once hurled insults at him, now desperately calling his name, some even kneeling, Naruto turned around, a warm, sunny smile on his face, frequently waving to the villagers. Yet inside he felt a wave of nausea coupled with an immense sense of pleasure. "Be grateful, kneel, foolish ants. Do you think you welcomed a bright savior? No, you merely put the noose of the gallows around your own neck. Once I officially take over this village, you will know what true tyranny means." Subsequently, Naruto used his sensing ability to easily locate the tree hollow where Nagato and Konan were hiding. In the tree hollow facing the emaciated Nagato, Naruto did not use any verbal tactics but directly employed the power of the eternal Mangekyo to forcibly plant a magic seed upon Nagato's dying soul, controlling him to perform the outer path samsara technique, reviving the dead of Konoha, thereby elevating his reputation to an absolute peak. Having completed all this, Nagato died from exhaustion, and Konan, left with Nagato's corpse. Dejected Naruto secretly left a mark on Konan to ensure the Rinnegan would not let her truly leave. Nightfall. Inside Konoha's temporary medical tent, the 5th Hokage Tsunade, having exhausted her chakra from the 100 Heel Seal, fell into extreme weakness and a deep coma. Due to Naruto's prior secret abduction of her Een Seal, her depletion this time was even more severe than in the original story, leaving her in a nearly defenseless dying state. Shizune went outside to help with other injured, leaving Tsunade alone in the tent. Tap tap tap. The sound of light footsteps began. Naruto lifted the tent flap and walked in. The sunny smile on his face had completely vanished, replaced by a tyrant's coldness and extreme possessiveness. He approached the bedside, looking at this renowned medical ninja of the ninja world and princess of the Senju clan. Even in her comatose state, she appeared aged yet serene, and under the terrifying sage body of Naruto, and her rich vitalities, healing her proud figure and mature charm were striking. But Naruto felt no pity for her nor any baseless carnal desires. What he wanted was absolute conquest, total domination and desecration from body to soul. When awake, she stood tall, and now she lay here like a rag doll. "Tsunade, this is the sorrow of the weak." Naruto slowly extended his right hand, gathering an extremely pure black magic energy at his fingertips. He did not use any gentle methods. Instead, he pressed it violently against Tsunade's abdomen at her dan. Boom! Great devouring magic art sees In and Lock Yang. This is an extremely domineering method of magic absorption. Tsunade, still unconscious, suddenly trembled violently. Though she could not open her eyes and her consciousness was in a haze deep within her soul, She distinctly felt an extremely evil and tyrannical power brutally tearing through her last physiological and psychological defenses. That feeling was like a demon dragon violently plundering her most core in origin as a woman. That was the absolute purity and bottom line she had preserved for over 50 years, never touched even by her former lover Dan Kato. Ugh! Tsunade let out a painful and humiliating muffled groan, and a tear fell from the corner of her eye. She subconsciously resisted fiercely, but that power with absolute dominance ruthlessly seized her pride, her purity, and the deepest essence of the Senju life force within her. Ding! Successfully seized the pure in origin of the Senju clan. The host's physique has achieved perfect balance of yin and yang, and chakra attributes are entirely complete. Naruto withdrew his hand, looking at Tsunade drenched in cold sweat and slightly trembling on the bed, a cruel delight flickering in his eyes. He left an everlasting magic imprint within Tsunade. We'd feel humiliated. When you wake up, you will clearly know that your noble maidenhood, everything you once took pride in, has been stripped away by your most trusted savior. From now on, you are no longer the exalted fifth Hokage. You are merely the exclusive slave of this tyrant. Naruto coldly chuckled, turning and striding out of the medical tent. Outside the tent, a crescent moon hung high. In the distance, countless Konoha villagers raised torches, shouting the hero's name as they surged toward him. The headless Konoha was fervently calling for their new god. Naruto spread his arms, welcoming the worship of the masses. Sarutobi, Hiruzen Danzo, and these foolish Konoha villagers. I, Uzumaki Naruto, have rightfully taken over this land. The cold eyes and torment you once cast upon me are now due for 100-fold repayment. Within a makeshift command tent erected atop the ruins of Konoha, the air hung thick with suffocating tension. Though Pain's assault had been thwarted by the savior Naruto, and the fallen villagers, resurrected Konoha's vitality lay shattered beyond dispute. More critically, Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, had lapsed into a deep coma due to chakra exhaustion, though in truth her primordial essence and vital energy had been seized by Naruto himself, leaving the village leaderless. Before a long conference table, Konoha's highest-ranking officials gathered. A nation cannot endure a single day without its sovereign. A village cannot survive a day without its Hokage. At one end of the table sat Danzo Shimura, leaning heavily on his cane, his single exposed eye blazing with unmasked ambition. Tsunade's awakening remained an uncertain prospect. Konoha now stood perilously fragile, demanding an iron-fisted leader to restore order. I propose, temporarily, that I assume the mantle of the sixth Hokage. Seconded. Koharu Udatane and Hamura Mitokado, the aging counselors, nodded immediately. Though Danzo's methods were occasionally extreme, in this extraordinary hour Konoha required the uncompromising discipline of root. Kakashi stood nearby, brow furrowed in deep concern. Yamato and Shikamaru Nara wore equally grave expressions. Lord Danzo, the one who saved the village, was Naruto. The villagers placed their deepest trust in him. Kakashi could not remain silent, seeking to counter Danzo's authority with Naruto's burgeoning renown. Silence, Kakashi. Danzo scoffed, coldly slamming his cane against the floor. Naruto Uzumaki is nothing more than the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. His victory over Pain was mere chance, fueled only by the beast's uncontrolled chakra surge. Make him Hokage. Preposterous. A Jinchuriki belongs caged, bound as a weapon, utterly mastered under my absolute control. Oh, and whom precisely do you intend to cage? The moment Danzo's words faded, boom, the heavy canvas door flap exploded inward, shredded by a cataclysmic gale of raw power. A figure clad in crimson divine robes strode in, golden hair billowing as if stirred by an unseen wind. A harbinger of death entering the chamber that symbolized Konoha's highest authority. Naruto Uzumaki. The face once perpetually lit by foolish grins now bore no expression whatsoever. Within those sapphire eyes burned an icy soul-chilling void, so profound it froze the breath of every witness. Naruto. Kakashi blinked, instinctively sensing something alien terrifying in the young man's presence. Naruto Uzumaki. You have breached a high-level council meeting. What punishment do you deserve? Hamura rose abruptly, invoking seniority. High-level. A cruel, vicious smile curled Naruto's lips. He ignored the shrieking elder entirely and advanced directly toward Danzo Shimura. Seize him. Danzo felt a lethal premonition surge through him and barked the order. Instantly, over a dozen elite root operatives materialized from the shadows, blades drawn, lunging at Naruto. Get out of my way. Naruto did not even glance at them. Ultra Darkness, Eternal Mangekyo. Divine Might, Resonance. A resonant hum filled the air as a tsunami of spatial distortion erupted violently from Naruto's core. Squelch, squelch, squelch. Those root shinobi never uttered a cry. They were torn apart midair by the warping force, reduced to a crimson rain of pulverized flesh and viscera that splattered across Danzo's face and the two counselors' features. What kind of power is this? Pandemonium seized the room. Shikamaru collapsed onto the floor in terror. Yamato instantly drew his kunai. You are not Naruto. Who are you? Danzo, drenched in blood, frantically reached for the seals binding his right arm. The repository of 11 Sharingan eyes, his ultimate trump card, Izanagi. Who am I? Old dog. You wished to lock me in a cage, did you not? Naruto moved faster than time itself. Before Danzo's fingertips had brushed the sealing bandages. Even a thousandth of a second later, Naruto stood before him. Crack. One hand clamped like forged steel around Danzo's throat, lifting him off the ground as though he were a lifeless hound. Let go. Danzo thrashed helplessly, unable to channel even a wisp of chakra. Your so-called trump cards, this stolen arm and Itachi's eye, were always pathetic. Naruto's gaze turned glacial. With his free hand he seized Danzo's right arm, brutally without hesitation. Raidriap, accompanied by a nauseating symphony of tearing sinew and snapping bone, Danzo's entire right arm, complete with Hashirama cells and 11 Sharingan, was ripped from its socket. Blood geysered forth. Ag! Danzo's scream pierced the air, his features contorted in unbearable agony. Then Naruto pressed two fingers together and drove them mercilessly beneath Danzo's right eye's bandage, tearing out the hidden godlike genjutsu eye, the Tsukuyumi variant known as Kodo Amatsukumi. This is an Uchiha eye. Danzo, you? Kakashi stared speechless with horror. Yet Naruto's brutality had only just begun. No evidence. No trial. Old dog. You revel in such shadows, do you not? Today this tyrant shall show you the meaning of absolute might. Bang! Naruto's 5 fingers clenched with devastating force. Like crushing a ripe watermelon, the skull of Danzo Shimura, the shadowy architect of Konoha's darkest decades, the dark of shinobi, shattered before the eyes of every elite in the village. Crimson and ivory matter spattered across the wall in grotesque arcs. 11 3-demo Sharingan eyes and premium Hashirama cells acquired. System verdict: to hell with trials and mercy. A tyrant rules by slaughter, not proof. Naruto discarded Danzo's headless corpse like refuse, then casually sealed the eye-studded arm into a scroll. An utter tomb-like silence fell upon the chamber, broken only by the slow rhythmic drip of blood onto the floor. Naruto, do you even comprehend what you've done? Kakashi recovered first. Staring at the blood-drenched, ice-cold, golden-haired youth before him, he realized, with chilling certainty, that he had never truly known this boy. He was a Konoha elder. You slaughtered him with such barbarity. What demon possesses you? Kakashi roared, flinging aside his forehead protector to reveal his Mangekyo Sharingan. Kakashi speaks true. Naruto Uzumaki, you are mad. Seize this traitor. Now. Koharu and Hamura trembled, violently shrieking hysterically. At the commotion, dozens of Anbu and Jonin surged into the tent. Even Might Guy and Choza Akimichi, having just arrived, encircled Naruto in a tight formation. Naruto, lay down your weapons and surrender. The village will grant you a fair investigation. Yamato formed the would-release hand, seal voice trembling as he pleaded. Faced with the entirety of Konoha's elite, hostile, armed, and united, Naruto offered no explanation, no defense. Instead, he withdrew a white handkerchief and meticulously wiped brain matter and blood from his fingers. Control. Investigation. Before all their eyes, Naruto's once sapphire irises slowly transformed. Bloody, infinite, eternal Mangekyo spiraling into existence. I saved this village. Therefore everything within it, including your lives, belongs to me alone. From this day forward, Konoha shall know no Hokage. Only the tyrants shall reign. Spreading his arms wide, Naruto unleashed a chakra storm darker and more malevolent than 10-tailed beasts combined. Apocalyptic in scale and intent. Obey and thrive. Resist and perish. He's lost himself to the fox. Tak. Hamura screamed in despair. Lightning cutter. Kakashi struck first. Unable to bear the sight of his proudest student transformed into this demonic visage, he channeled lightning to its zenith, while simultaneously locking Naruto's space with his left eye's Kamui. 8 gates released. 7th gate of wonder open. Daytime tiger. Might Guy activated the 8 gates without hesitation, becoming a roaring cerulean beast hurtling toward Naruto. Dozens of Anbu projectiles and kunai rained down like a storm. This was a holy war, to slay the new god. But to Naruto it was merely the final futile flailing of court jesters. So you cling so dearly to your bonds and the will of fire. Then allow me to personally escort you to join Hiruzen Sarutobi. Crimson light blazed fiercely in Naruto's eyes. Grand devouring demon art 9 Hell Azura domain. Boom! Black 9 Hell demon flames erupted like a volcanic cataclysm from Naruto's center, engulfing the entire command post in an inferno of obsidian fire. Those charging shinobi had no time to react. Contact with even a wisp of black flame ignited their souls instantly. They failed even to form hand seals, dropping en masse, writhing in torment, screaming until they collapsed as hollow, soulless husks. Would release piercing spear technique. With a casual flick of his wrist, Naruto summoned countless black wooden spikes erupting from the earth. Koharu and Hamura, the arrogant elders, were impaled clean through jaw to crown, skewered like grotesque kebabs high above the floor. Blood streamed down the wood. Their unblinking eyes held only desperate longing for power and abject terror of the tyrant before them. Kakashi, retreat now. Guy's daytime tiger slammed into Naruto's dark aura and produced not a ripple, only to be devoured instantly by the demon art. Kamui. Kakashi strained his Mangekyo to its limit, attempting to warp Naruto's space. Sensei Kakashi, this eye borrowed from Obito has grown tiresome. Naruto's form bypassed the spatial distortion entirely, materializing before Kakashi like a phantom. What? Kakashi recoiled, raising lightning cutter. Crunch. Naruto delivered a brutal kick to Kakashi's knee. Bones snapped with a sickening crack. Kakashi groaned, collapsing onto one knee. Then Naruto thrust 2 fingers into Kakashi's left eye socket. Ruthlessly, irreversibly. With a wet, horrific pop, Naruto extracted the Kamui-wielding Mangekyo Sharingan from its socket. Blood painted half Kakashi's face. Your role ends here, Kakashi. Naruto kicked him aside, sending the blinded, agonized Jonin crashing into a broken stone pillar, unconscious or worse. Kakashi! I'll kill you, monster! Guy's eyes burned crimson. He prepared to open the dead gate. You dare. Naruto's gaze flared. Then a gravitational vortex wrenched Guy from midair. Grand, devouring demon art, bone extraction, and sinew ripping. A black demonic chain pierced Guy's spine, shattering the 8 gates and draining his life force with savage efficiency. Guy convulsed like a fish pulled from water, collapsing motionless. In less than 2 minutes, Konoha's central command, once brimming with its finest, had become a charnel house. The 2 counselors hung impaled, a Danzo lay decapitated, Kakashi was blinded, and gravely wounded, a Guy was crippled, Yamato and other Jonin sat paralyzed in pools of blood, hands trembling too violently to grip their kunai. Ordinary shinobi and recently resurrected villagers watched stunned and mute. The hero who had saved them moments before now slaughtered their revered leaders and elite warriors, before their very eyes, in unspeakable cruelty. Fear, glacial absolute, drowned every ember of hope. Naruto strode across limbs and blood, halting before the broad chair that symbolized the Hokage's authority. He turned and seated himself with casual disdain, twirling Kakashi's freshly harvested Kamui eye in his palm, his gaze sweeping coldly over the trembling masses below. Any among you wish to oppose my rule over Konoha? Silence. Absolute suffocating silence. Not a soul dared speak. Not even to meet those scarlet abyssal eyes. Before absolute violence and unrelenting cruelty, the will of fire and bonds alike dissolved into hollow, laughable foam. Excellent. Naruto leaned back, a satisfied, chilling smirk curling his lips. Effective immediately, the Hokage system is abolished. Konoha Village is hereby renamed the Obsidian Court, Divine Capital. All villagers and shinobi shall serve as my vassals. Obedience grants survival. Rebellion invites annihilation. 3 generations erased. Then Naruto's voice thundered, resounding not in ears but deep within every soul. Kneel. Swear fealty to your new god. Thud. A shinobi dropped his kunai and sank to his knees in blood. Then Shikamaru. Then Choza. Then hundreds. Outside, inside. Every shinobi and villager of Konoha. Under the weight of overwhelming terror and tyrannical dominance, the land once called Konoha bowed as one, like wheat flattened by a hurricane, before the feet of the tyrant named Naruto Uzumaki. Tyrant's coronation achieved Konoha Village of the Land of Fire fully subdued and seized by absolute force. In this world of tooth and claw, you are the sole unassailable truth. Awarded ultimate territory upgrade, Dark Web Core, converting Konoha's entire population and chakra reserves into an on-demand energy reservoir under your command. The first year of Konoha, so named by Naruto himself. A month had passed since the bloody massacre in the council chamber. The once vibrant village, hidden in the leaves, was now reborn as the Dark Court Divine Capital. Upon the Hokage Rock, the statues of past Hokage had been utterly erased, replaced instead by a 100-meter effigy of a tyrant wearing a featureless mask, gazing down upon the land with cold dominion. The streets, once bustling with life, now exuded a suffocating aura of dread and slaughter. Everywhere stood the Dark Court Guard, clad in black uniforms edged with gold. Each one a puppet bound by Naruto's demonic seed, unwaveringly loyal. The former Hokage Tower had been transformed into the Obsidian Tyrant Temple. Deep within its sanctum lay an opulent concealed cell. Drip, drip. Tsunade slowly opened her eyes to a frigid, unyielding ceiling. Her body ached fiercely, especially at her dantian, where a hollow, humiliating void pulsed with unbearable emptiness. Fragments of terrifying memories surged into her mind like a rising tide. That golden-haired youth who should have embodied Konoha's hope. His gaze glacial and merciless, and the vile, invasive force that had torn violently through her soul to seize what she cherished most. Naruto, you monster. Tsunade bit through her lip, tears spilled unbidden down her cheeks. She, the proud princess of the Senju, the 5th Hokage, had been reduced to a mere vessel, violated and drained by the very successor she'd shielded with her life. Awake at last, my dear former Hokage. A cold, mocking voice drifted from the shadows. Clad in a sumptuous black robe, Naruto strode to the edge of the bed and looked down upon the woman who had once reigned supreme. Kill me. Tsunade fixed him with a stare seething with undiluted hatred. Had glances possessed lethal force, Naruto would have perished 10,000 times over. Kill you? That would be far too merciful. Your body, brimming with Senju vitality, is my perfect, enduring blood reservoir. Naruto reached out and seized Tsunade's chin, without hesitation forcing her to meet his gaze. Look at you now. Where is your pride? Your legendary strength? Before my demonic seed, you cannot even take your own life. Listen carefully, the pitiful village you once called Konoha no longer exists. I am the sole god here. He released her chin and turned toward the door. Tend to your body well. Every night I shall come to claim the chakra that is mine. Should even a whisper of resistance cross your mind, I shall order Shizen Sakura, and every soul you hold dear, to be reshaped exactly as I desire. The heavy door slammed shut, plunging the cell into absolute suffocating darkness, leaving only Tsunade weeping silently in shame and despair. Within the temple's grand hall of deliberation, Naruto sat upon a throne forged from bleached bone and obsidian. Below him, the clan heads of former Konoha knelt trembling on the floor. Hyuga, Hayashi, Aburame, Shibi, Yamanaka, and Oichi, once towering figures who commanded storms in Konoha, now dared not draw breath. Over this past month, they had witnessed Naruto's godlike power firsthand. Any who voiced dissent, even elite jonin, were instantly consumed by black flames reduced to ash in an instant. All present, Naruto lounged lazily upon his throne, his gaze sweeping over the cowering clan heads like fowl. You have been summoned today to hear the divine capital's new edicts. First, all private armies and secret techniques are abolished. From this day forward, every jutsu, every bloodline limit must be surrendered to the Dark Court's treasury. All shinobi shall be conscripted into the Dark Court Guard, under my sole command. At these words, a stifled murmur rippled through the hall. This, Lord Naruto, abolishing our bloodline arts is tantamount to erasing our clans entirely. Akimichi Choza raised his head, sweat pouring down his face as he pleaded. Boom! Without warning, Choza had no time to react. Struck by an invisible mountain, he collapsed into a shapeless mass of pulp. Blood splattered across Nara Shikaku's face. Ah! The clan heads recoiled in abject terror. Did I grant you permission to speak? Naruto's voice was colder than frozen steel. Any others who object to the first edict? Silence. Absolute and suffocating. Shikaku ground his teeth until blood welled, his eyes burned crimson. But he pressed his forehead hard against the floor, refusing even to glance at the remains of his old friend. He knew before this tyrant resistance was futile, and only invited more slaughter. Excellent. It seems consensus has been reached. Naruto smiled satisfied. Second edict concerning the Hyuga clan. At the mention of his name, Hayashi shuddered violently and lowered his head still further. The Hyuga boast the Byakugan, the strongest dojutsu in Konoha. Yet I find your caged bird cursed, dividing your kin into main and branch houses, controlling them like dogs. Such despicable methods are an insult to true power itself. Hayashi's heart clenched. Was the tyrant about to show mercy, freeing the branch house from their seals? So, Naruto's next words plunged Hayashi into glacial despair. I decree that every member of the Hyuga main house shall receive my grand devouring demon seed. Henceforth you shall serve not only as my eyes, but as my personal chakra dispensers. As for the branch house, you may continue to rule them. So long as you dutifully supply Byakugan ocular energy and chakra, you may retain your status as masters. A grotesque irony, an unspeakable cruelty. Naruto had transformed the entire Hyuga clan into the most prized livestock in his private menagerie. Hayashi's body trembled violently. Then in utter resignation he closed his eyes. The Hyuga clan humbly obeys the divine decree. Third and final edict. Naruto rose. His overwhelming presence choked the air, leaving every kneeling figure gasping. 1 month ago, during Pain's assault, certain villagers crawled through the ruins to beg for my aid, kneeling weeping gratitude. Yet for over a decade had spat upon me, hurled stones, and screamed, "Demon fox at my back." A flash of bloodthirsty crimson lit Naruto's eyes. Kakuzu has already cross-referenced public records via the dark web. They have all been identified, 37,421 souls. Hearing that number, every clan head felt their scalps prickle with dread. All of them buried alive. Not one spared. 8 casual words. Yet they sealed the fate of nearly 40,000 lives. Lord Naruto, this cannot be done. At last Shikaku dared to shout, risking pulverization to slaughter so many will shatter the divine capital's foundations, and it will ignite panic among neighboring great nations. They will surely unite to wage war upon us. War upon me. Naruto threw back his head and laughed. A sound both thunderous and unhinged. His laughter echoed through the vast temple like funeral bells tolling from the 9th hell. Shikaku, ever brilliant, and ever short-sighted. Naruto ceased laughing, his gaze locking onto Shikaku. Cold, empty, the look one gives a corpse. Do you imagine I care for this wretched village's foundations? Do you imagine I fear a coalition of laughable nations? I keep you alive only because I find it more entertaining to herd trembling pigs than to stare at lifeless stones. As for their grand alliance, Naruto's eyes flared. The pitch-black eternal Mangekyo Sharingan spun violently within their depths. I've been searching for sufficient nourishment to break through to the legendary Rinnegan realm. If they dare march, so much the better. Saves me the trouble of hunting them down one by one. Proclaim my divine edict. From this day forth the divine capital enters maximum combat readiness. Any foreign shinobi crossing the borders of the land of fire shall be executed without mercy. Souls extracted, corpses impaled along the frontier. Now go, execute my purification decree. Let the blood of those fools who once cursed me cleanse this filthy village. With Naruto's command, an unprecedented massacre erupted. Not in Konoha, but in the divine capital. That day the Nan no Kawa ran red. Screams echoed ceaselessly day and night. Those villagers, blind followers who had wounded Naruto with cold indifference and cruel words, finally paid the ultimate price for their folly. That same blood-soaked night deep within the rain village Uchiha Obito and Black Zetsu, sensing through White Zetsu's perception, felt the land of fire erupt with a sky-rending wave of resentment and terrifying chakra. A madman, utterly irredeemably mad. He slaughtered nearly half his own people. Obito's masked face paled beneath his visor. Obito, we can wait no longer. Black Zetsu's voice slithered forth cold and venomous. This Naruto surpasses even Madara Uchiha in unpredictability. We must immediately initiate the Fourth Shinobi World War. Gather the remaining tailed beasts and revive the Ten Tails. Otherwise, once he consolidates his power, we shall not even possess the chance to resist. Contact the Raikage immediately. Declare war on the 5 great nations. In the name of Akatsuki. Obito gritted his teeth and issued the order. The shinobi world ignited. Thus, under the crushing weight of terror and despair, the Fourth Shinobi World War began prematurely. An apocalyptic conflict orchestrated by Akatsuki with the Tyrant Naruto as its grim, unwitting catalyst. At the border of the Frost Country, the desolate stone forest plain, a fierce wind stirred up a cloud of dust obscuring the sunlight. On this vast plain, countless ninja troops were arrayed, numbering in the tens of thousands. The remnants of the Yunin Yenin Wuin and Suna ninja clans alongside the samurai from the Land of Iron. A coalition army of 64,000 from 4 countries stood ready. The faces of every ninja were etched with tension and gravity, their breaths heavy with unease. In the forefront of the coalition stood the 3 leaders of the ninja world, the 4th Raikage Ai, the 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki, and the 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei. Is there any movement from Konoha, or that so-called Divine City? The Raikage Ai was enveloped in raging lightning akin to an enraged lion loudly inquiring of the sensory unit. Report to Lord Raikage. The captain of the sensory unit was drenched in sweat, his voice trembling. Oh, no signs of troop movement have been detected. But there is an extraordinarily massive chakra approaching us at an incredible speed. All by its one person. Inoki floated in midair, his brows furrowed in a frown. That madman Naruto Uzumaki not only slaughtered half of Konoha, but now he dares to challenge our 60,000-strong army alone. This is utterly arrogant. We cannot afford to be careless. Terumi Mei's expression was solemn. According to the intelligence provided by the Akatsuki organization, Obito, that guy not only possesses the 9 tails, but has also integrated the first Hokage's would release, and some unknown terrifying ocular power. He alone is worth an entire army. Just as the 3 leaders were on high alert, a soft thud, a sound so faint yet seemingly stepping directly on the souls of all present, echoed in the howling wind. At the edge of the horizon, a figure draped in a magnificent robe of black and gold without any guards or weapons slowly walked into the sight of the 60,000 coalition army. Naruto Uzumaki. His dazzling blonde hair danced wildly in the wind, and on his face, which should have been filled with youthful vigor, there was instead an overwhelming indifference, as if looking down upon all living beings. Facing an army of 60,000 that loomed like a black ocean, his steps showed no signs of hesitation, as if strolling in his own backyard. This is the tyrannical dictator, Naruto Uzumaki. For many ninjas in the coalition, it was their first time seeing Naruto, and their hands gripping their kunai trembled uncontrollably. Clearly there was only one person, yet the invisible sense of death radiating from him made them feel as though they were facing an unfathomable ancient demon. Naruto Uzumaki. Raikage Ai bellowed, his voice like rolling thunder. You are acting against the tide, slaughtering Konoha, and attempting to overturn the ninja world. Today our coalition will utterly crush your ambitions here. Coalition of 4 countries. Naruto finally stopped. He slowly lifted his head, his gaze sweeping over the countless ninjas, and a sneer filled with disdain and mockery curled at the corner of his mouth. It seems you have misunderstood something. Naruto's voice was not loud yet. Under the terrifying influence of his sage body chakra, it reached the ears of all 64,000 present clearly. I did not bring an army not out of arrogance. Rather it is because when a god cleans up weeds in the garden, no assistance is needed. You scoundrel! Stop your arrogant boasting. I will send you to meet the Grim Reaper right now. Dust release original world separation technique. The hot-tempered Inoki took the lead to attack. He thrust his hands forward, creating a translucent barrier and a dazzling column of light capable of decomposing all matter into molecular states, shot towards Naruto at lightning speed. Lightning torture, thousand-year dance. Raikage Ai transformed into a bolt of blue lightning, attacking from the side at a speed so swift that it was practically imperceptible. Facing the lethal attacks from the 2 leaders, Naruto didn't even raise a hand. Your understanding of power is laughably akin to a frog at the bottom of a well. Buzz. Naruto's azure eyes instantaneously turned blood red. A complex, ornate, dark red lotus pattern violently spun within his pupils. Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan activate. Today let you ants witness what true despair looks like. Boom. Accompanied by Naruto's chilling voice, a terrifying wave of in-released chakra erupted from him, akin to a supervolcano suppressed for millennia. The earth trembled and cracked violently. What is that? In the terrified gaze of the 60,000 coalition army, a skeletal half-figure as black as ink and ablaze with 9 nether magic flames instantly enveloped Naruto. Anoki's supposedly indestructible dust release column crashed against the skeleton shell, leaving not a single scratch as it was directly consumed clean by the black magic flames. The incoming wreckage was also suddenly blasted away by the chakra wave erupting from the skeleton, crashing heavily into the coalition formation, spitting blood. But this was just the beginning. Roar! Accompanied by a roar seemingly from the 9 nether hell, the black skeleton began to crazily grow flesh, veins, and armor. 100 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters, until finally a towering figure of 1,000 meters larger than the 10 tails, like a majestic mountain range, thunderously stood between heaven and earth. It was clad in heavy armor, resembling a monstrous demon, its wings spread wide, completely blocking out the sky. The originally bright sky instantly fell into a darkness akin to eternal night. What? What kind of monster is this? It's impossible. How can a human possess such power? Mom, I want to go home. The 60,000 coalition army gazed at the dark demonic figure towering beneath the clouds. Their proud ninjutsu, their proud numbers at this moment became as laughable as dust. The thousands of ninjas in the front row were so terrified by the overwhelming pressure emanating from the Susanoo that they fell to their knees, their weapons dropping to the ground. Terumi May looked up at the 1,000-meter-high demonic figure, despairing to the extent that she lacked even the strength to form. Anoki's face turned ashen. He had seen Uchiha Madara's complete Susanoo years ago, but compared to this burning black flame, demon Madara seemed like a child. And within the massive diamond crystal of the dark Susanoo, Naruto crossed his arms, looking down at the 60,000 coalition army, below clustered like a startled ant colony. Ants dance. With a mere thought, Naruto commanded. The dark Susanoo slowly raised its gigantic right arm, and a massive sword, dark version Tenketsu sword, ignited with endless black flames, formed in the void. No! Run! Defend! Wreckage AI screamed in anguish. Earth release earth flow wall. Water release water pillar. Tens of thousands of ninjas unleashed their instinct to survive in despair, countless defensive jutsu, layered upon one another in front of the army, attempting to withstand this apocalyptic strike. However, the dark Susanoo casually and lazily swung the Tenketsu sword. Whoosh! There was no earth-shattering explosion. Only a black semicircular sword aura, cutting through the heavens, surged forth with unstoppable force. The defensive wall formed by tens of thousands of ninjas was instantly split in two before this sword aura, as easily as a hot knife through butter. Wherever the sword aura passed, there were no screams, because the more than 10,000 coalition ninjas at the front, along with their flesh and souls, were completely vaporized by the 9 nether magic flames the moment they came into contact with the edge of the sword aura, leaving not even a speck of ash. Immediately after, the residual might of the black sword aura tore through the sky, striking heavily upon a massive mountain range dozens of kilometers away behind the coalition formation. Boom! As the earth trembled and split apart. In the stunned and terrified gaze of the Reikage, Tsuchikage, and others, the towering mountain range that spanned 2 countries was cleaved in two perfectly and cleanly from top to bottom by that one sword. A massive chasm appeared, bottomless and gaping like the earth had opened a ferocious maw. One sword vanquishing 10,000 troops. One sword splitting mountains. After the sword was struck, the dark Susanoo slowly sheathed its sword, standing quietly on the battlefield like an invincible god of death. And on the once high-spirited coalition army's position, there was now a deathly silence. The remaining 50,000 ninjas gazed at the terrifying sword scar that seemed bottomless before them, looking at the distant cleaved mountain peak. Clang! It was unclear who was the first to drop their kunai, followed by what seemed like a chain reaction. Clang, clang, clang. Across the mountain, more than 50,000 ninjas, without exception, dropped their weapons. Their eyes were hollow, their faces ashen, lacking even the courage to escape. Their fighting spirit had utterly collapsed. Anoki fell to the ground in despair, appearing to age 10 years. In an instant, it's over. The ninja world is completely finished. The Tyrant's crushing power successfully shattered the psychological defenses of the 64,000 coalition army with one man alone. System evaluation: why need thousands of troops? I alone am a natural disaster. You have demonstrated to the whole world what true invincibility and despair mean. Ding. Host's intimidation level has surpassed the limit. Received ultimate bloodline evolution reward. Origins of the reincarnation emerging in progress. The battlefield at the border of the country of frost has transformed into a silent purgatory of ruins. Naruto did not annihilate the remaining tens of thousands of disarmed allied forces, for in his eyes these ants who had completely lost their will to fight were no longer even worthy of being his nourishment. He slightly closed his eyes, feeling the reward just granted by the system, the essence of the Rinnegan. In his spiritual sea, the dark and eternal kaleidoscope was frantically absorbing the power of the 6 paths, representing the pinnacle of the shinobi world. The originally dark red blood lotus pattern began to undergo a wondrous transformation, as layers of deep black ripples rippled through the crimson, with 9 magatama embedded within the waves. Ding! Fusion complete. Congratulations to the host for successfully unlocking Dark Eternal Rinnegan. The host officially steps into the realm of 6 paths. Chakra has transformed into the power of everything, immune to all conventional ninjutsu, and able to control the ultimate laws of gravity, repulsion, soul, and space. Naruto slowly opened his eyes, his blood-red Rinnegan, gazing at the world like a bottomless abyss emanating a terrifying oppressive force that made the heavens and earth change color. Obito Nagato. It's time to collect my spoils. A cold curve formed at the corner of Naruto's mouth, as he closed his eyes, instantly locking onto the coordinates of the hidden magic seed he had planted inside Obito 3 years ago. At the same time, at the mountain grave, the underground core base of the Akatsuki organization, the air here seemed to solidify, filled with despair and silence. One sword, just one sword. Obito Uchiha's exposed Sharingan was now filled with blood vessels. Through Kagaya's shared vision, he witnessed Naruto summoning that 1,000-meter-tall dark Susanoo, cleaving mountains, and instantly erasing tens of thousands of allied forces. A terrifying sight. He trembled uncontrollably. A monster of that level could not possibly be defeated. Our plan is ruined. Obito punched the stone wall, shattering the hard rock instantly. Calm down, Obito. The black Zetsu hidden in the shadows spoke with a hoarse, murky voice, yet, if one listened closely, a hint of barely perceptible panic could be detected. It had lived for thousands of years, secretly plotting the resurrection of Kagaya, but it vowed it had never encountered an unpredictable variable like Naruto Uzumaki. We still have one last trump card. Black Zetsu looked toward a short distance, where the medic Kabuto was controlled by their illusion. Let Kabuto use that technique. Only that person can stop this madman. Obito gritted his teeth and could only treat a dead horse as a live horse. Under Kabuto's hand signs, a gigantic coffin engraved with the character for corruption slowly rose from the ground. Bang! The coffin lid was kicked open by an extremely domineering force from within. A man clad in red layered armor with wild black long hair stepped out slowly from the shadows. He closed his eyes, taking a deep breath with an expression of arrogance, as if he ruled the world. This body. Is it the impure world reincarnation? It seems that little ghost Nagato did not follow the plan to use the Rinnegan after all. Uchiha Madara, the pinnacle of the shinobi world from the old era, the legendary Asura, has finally returned to the world. He slowly opened his Rinnegan, also in an impure world reincarnation state, coldly surveying Obito and Black Zetsu before him. What on earth happened that required me to be summoned in this incomplete form? Madara's tone was filled with extreme dissatisfaction and disdain. Lord Madara, the plan has encountered a serious change. Obito took a deep breath. A terrifying variable has emerged in the shinobi world. His name is Naruto Uzumaki, who not only massacred Konoha but just obliterated the 4 nations' allied forces with a single sword strike. If we do not use your power... Shut up. Madara directly interrupted Obito, his gaze filled with utter contempt. A mere junior has frightened you to this extent. It seems that during my absence the Uchiha clan has truly fallen apart. Madara cracked his neck, producing a crisp sound of bones grinding, and a bloodthirsty smile curled at his lips. Very well, since someone dares to claim dominance in my absence. Then let me teach him what true power is. Where is that little ghost? No need to look. Madara's words had not yet finished. A cold voice like a nightmare echoed throughout the underground base without warning. What? Obito and Black Zetsu were greatly startled, as if facing a great enemy. Buzz? Accompanied by a violent distortion of space, a pitch-black spatial rift was forcefully torn open right in front of Madara. Without any hand signs or any prelude, Naruto Uzumaki, draped in a black and gold long robe, stepped out from the rift like a death god, crossing an endless abyss descending upon this mountain grave. How could you possibly come here directly? The spatial coordinates here are absolutely confidential. Obito stumbled back in fear, hardly believing his eyes. Naruto paid no heed to Obito, his newly awakened dark eternal Rinnegan coldly gazing at Uchiha Madara. You are Uchiha Madara? Naruto's voice carried a deep sense of disappointment and mockery. Is this the so-called pinnacle of the old era, the Asura? Just a corpse emitting the stench of decay. Madara looked at the sudden appearance of the golden-haired youth. When he noticed the blood-red Rinnegan with 9 Magatama in Naruto's eyes, his arrogant expression finally changed. The eyes of the sage of 6 paths. Moreover, this oppressive feeling. Madara felt an extreme sense of disbelief rising in his heart. He had spent his entire life even scheming his own death to awaken the Rinnegan, yet this young brat under 20 had one too, and it looked even more advanced than his. But as the Asura, Madara's pride did not allow him to show any sign of retreat. Interesting. No wonder he could scare Obito so much. Little ghost, I will accept your eyes. Madara laughed loudly, instantly forming hand signs. Fire style, great fire annihilation. A terrifying flame akin to an ocean of fire instantly filled the entire underground space, rushing toward Naruto with overwhelming force. Such powerful fire style, even dozens of ordinary ninjas combined using water style could not resist it. However, facing this wall of flames, Naruto did not even raise a hand, merely casually uttering 2 words, hungry ghost path. Buzz. That sea of fire, capable of reducing everything to ashes, twisted, and was devoured the moment it came into contact with the 1-meter radius around Naruto. In just 1 second, the entire space returned to its coldness. The fire style that Madara was proud of didn't even singe the corners of Naruto's clothing. Not only can you use it, but you also absorb at an astonishing speed. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Madara's eyes. Good. You are worthy of making me dance. Madara clasped his hands together fiercely, a massive chakra exploding forth. Susanoo, a gigantic blue four-armed deity, instantly rose from the ground, breaking through the underground base's rock layers, soaring to the surface. Madara stood atop Susanoo, looking down from a height at Naruto, who appeared in midair with the spatial fluctuations. Little ghost, to force me to use Susanoo, you are indeed worthy of pride. Take this. The four-armed Susanoo drew forth a massive chakra sword, slashing down toward Naruto with the power to obliterate mountains. Forcing you to use Susanoo. In midair, Naruto looked at the incoming giant sword, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Old man, your understanding of power is still stuck in the last century. Naruto did not summon his dark Susanoo. Instead, he charged directly at that giant sword without dodging. Seeking death, Madara snorted coldly, increasing his strength. However, bang! A deafening explosion. In Madara's incredulous gaze, Naruto's fair right hand actually caught Susanoo's giant sword purely with physical strength unscathed. What? Madara's eyes nearly popped out, bare-handedly catching Susanoo's slash. What kind of monster is this little ghost's body made of? Is this your dance? It's laughable, like an old man stumbling around in a square dance. The blood light surged in Naruto's eyes. Perfect sage body, complete, great, devouring magic. Break for me. Naruto fiercely squeezed his right hand. Crack! The massive blue sword formed from high-density chakra was violently crushed by Naruto, shattering into countless blue light particles. Following this, Naruto transformed into a bolt of black lightning, instantly penetrating Susanoo's absolute defense, appearing directly in front of Madara. Too slow. Naruto brutally kicked Madara in the chest. Boom! The powerful force sent Madara flying out of Susanoo, crashing into the distant mountain like a cannonball, shaking the entire mountain. With Madara's control lost, the gigantic blue Susanoo also collapsed. Cough cough. Madara crawled out from the rubble, the remnants of impure world reincarnation, continuously repairing his shattered chest. His eyes finally withdrew, all contempt replaced by unprecedented seriousness. This taijutsu, this power, even Hashirama from back then would not compare to you. Who exactly are you? Madara shouted angrily. I am a god you will never be able to reach. Naruto hovered in midair, looking at Madara on the ground, as if he were garbage. I was hoping you could entertain me a bit. Now it seems that reviving remnants of the old era like you is simply a waste. As a once great hero, when has Madara ever suffered such unbearable humiliation? He roared angrily, forming an extremely complex hand sign with both hands. Heavenly Obstruction Meteor. This is one of Madara's ultimate moves. The sky suddenly darkened and heavy clouds were forcefully torn apart. A gigantic meteorite with a diameter exceeding several hundred meters, shrouded in burning flames and terrifying destructive energy, crashed down toward Naruto. Ha ha ha. Little ghost, tremble before the divine power capable of destroying everything. Madara laughed maniacally. In the distance, Obito and Black Zetsu watched this apocalyptic scene, unable to resist trembling. However, Naruto, positioned directly beneath the meteorite, maintained a posture of arms crossed, not even frowning. Divine power? You dare call a throne rock divine? Naruto slowly raised his right hand palm, facing the enormous meteorite that exuded extreme pressure. That blood-red Rinnegan with 9 Magatama erupted with blinding light. The ultimate technique of Dark Eternal Rinnegan. Shinra Tensei Star Devour. This is not an ordinary repulsion. It is the ultimate destruction technique, combining gravity repulsion and great devouring magic. Buzz. A visible black distortion field erupted from Naruto's palm, directly meeting that gigantic meteorite. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only the chilling sound of annihilation. In Madara's eyes filled with extreme terror, as if he had seen a ghost. That gigantic meteorite, capable of destroying half a country, began to frantically disintegrate, vaporize, and be devoured the moment it touched that black distortion field, as if it were a sugar cube thrown into sulfuric acid. In less than 5 seconds, the meteorite that obscured the sky and sun completely vanished without a trace. Not even a scrap was left behind. The sky returned to clarity. No, it can't be. How is this possible? Uchiha Madara's pride as the Asura was completely shattered at this moment. His treasured trump card before this golden-haired youth was like a 3-year-old child exhibiting their clay modeling. Are you done playing old dog, Madara? Naruto's figure flickered, instantly appearing before Madara. He reached out and tightly grasped Madara's neck, lifting this peak of the old era into the air like a chick. You wish to create a world of illusion filled only with peace. What a pathetic escapist. Naruto leaned close to Madara's ear, whispering with malicious intent, peace is forged through violence, is created through slaughter, and is established through absolute tyranny. Your ridiculous Moon Eye plan was nothing but a joke manipulated by others from beginning to end. Let go of me. Madara struggled desperately, but he found that under this terrifying demonic pressure, even his impure world reincarnation recovery ability was completely severed. The remnants of the old era should return obediently to their graves. But before that, I shall accept the Indra's essence lingering within this body. Great devouring magic soul search. Boom! The black 9 nether demonic flame pierced deep into Madara's soul. Ah! Even the iron-willed Uchiha Madara let out a heart-wrenching scream in the face of such extreme pain of having his soul forcibly torn and chewed. His soul, all his battle experience, his understanding of the Sharingan, and that core essence of Asura were all being frantically drained and devoured by Naruto. In the distance, Obito and Black Zetsu were already terrified to the point of collapsing to the ground. Run fast. Obito's mind was filled with this single thought, but he despairingly realized that the space around him had long been completely sealed off by Naruto, and he could not even use Kamui. Thud. Uchiha Madara, stripped of all essence, turned into a pile of soulless paper scraps and dust scattering. The peak of the old era without even the right to dance was utterly erased by the tyrant of the new era, as if squashing a... Naruto turned around, his 9 Magatama Rinnegan dripping with blood, coldly gazing at the utterly despairing Obito and Black Zetsu. Next. It's your turn now, you two behind the scenes rats. Black Zetsu, I know you have lived for over 1,000 years. I also know who your true master is. Naruto's lips curled into a cruel smile. Go summon Kaguya Otsutsuki for me. This tyrant shall not only dominate the shinobi world today, but I will also slay the deities in the heavens. In the underground space of the Tomb of Mountains, the atmosphere had become unbearably oppressive. No, don't come closer. Heiju looked at the advancing Naruto, despair evident on his pitch-black face. It had lived for thousands of years, manipulating both Indra and Asura, even Uchiha Madara, yet this golden-haired man before him completely defied all logic. What's this? Didn't you claim to be Kaguya's will? Now your master is being trampled underfoot, and you lack the courage to even summon her. The dark six paths Rinnegan in Naruto's eyes emitted an eerie red light. With a casual wave, an irresistible force pulled Uchiha Obito, who was hiding in the distance, towards him. Since you dare not, I shall lend you a hand. Naruto did not give Obito a chance to resist, directly shoving the incomplete essence of the 10 tails he had extracted from Madara along with the Rinnegan he had just seized violently into Obito's body. Ah! Obito's body swelled like a balloon being forcibly inflated. The chakra of the 10 tails rampaged within him, yet Naruto used spatial power to trap him tightly. Heiju, I know reviving the Otsutsuki Kaguya requires the 10 tails vessel and infinite Tsukuyami, but I don't have time for your delays. Naruto seized Heiju and like trash forcefully stuffed him into Obito's body, which was already beginning to transform. With your will, awaken your mother who sleeps within the moon. Great devouring demon art source reversal. Naruto injected a massive amount of magic essence into Obito's body, forcibly catalyzing the fusion of the 10 tails chakra with Heiju. No, mother's resurrection should not be like this. Ah! Amidst Heiju's desperate screams, Obito's body exploded, transforming into an enormous viscous white mass. Immediately that mass began to frantically absorb the natural energy of the world, and finally amidst blinding white light, a breathtaking figure with ankle-length pale hair, 2 horns on her head, and a Rinnegan with 9 tomo in the center of her forehead slowly floated in the air. The ancestor of chakra, the goddess of the moon, Otsutsuki Kaguya, has descended. She slowly opened her pure white eyes, her gaze filled with a chilling indifference, viewing all living things as mere ants. This is my nursery. Did you awaken me? Kaguya's voice was ethereal and devoid of emotion, as she looked down at Naruto on the ground. But in the next moment, Kaguya's brow furrowed slightly. She sensed a terrifying power emanating from this human boy that even she found unsettling. Those dark red Rinnegan were even deeper and more sinister than her own Rinnegan. You have stolen my chakra. Kaguya raised her pristine arm, declaring that all chakra must return to her. Heavenly Dominion. Boom. The surrounding space instantly shifted, and Naruto and Kaguya found themselves in a terrifying dimension filled with churning lava. This was Kaguya's absolute domain, where she could instantly alter the surroundings. Bone of the Grey Death. Kaguya wasted no words, shooting out 2 gray bones from her palm, carrying the lethal law of certain death, directly aiming for Naruto's face. So this is the so-called ancestor of chakra. High and mighty, yet incredibly foolish. Naruto floated above the lava, facing the bone that could turn the Sage of Six Paths to ashes, and merely chuckled coldly. If it were in the past, I might have been wary. But now, Naruto slowly raised his right hand. Great devouring demon art, all laws returned to ruin. Buzz. A pure black miniature black hole formed in Naruto's palm. Those 2 invincible gray bones, upon touching the black hole, not only failed to unleash their lethal law, but were instead violently shredded, transforming into pure bone essence, which Naruto devoured in one gulp. What? A trace of shock finally appeared on Kaguya's eternally cold face. You created chakra, but my magic art devours all laws. Naruto's figure flickered, and with the dominance of spatial mastery, he directly ignored the spatial suppression of Heavenly Dominion instantly appearing before Kaguya. Bang! Naruto gripped Kaguya's slender white neck, pinning this lofty goddess to the void like a mortal woman. 80 Gods vacuum attack. Kaguya, filled with rage, unleashed a flurry of punches, trying to shatter Naruto. Yet Naruto, with his perfected immortal body, withstood the countless punches without a single scratch, merely tearing his clothes. So weak. Before me, this so-called goddess is nothing more than a high-level furnace filled with vast energy. A greedy and malevolent red light burst from Naruto's eyes. He did not use any sealing techniques. For such an exquisite woman to seal her would be an utter waste. Boom! The massive magic essence within Naruto surged like a raging dragon, violently pouring into her limbs, and bones through his grip on Kagaya's neck. Great devouring demon art supreme secret, yin-yang magic contract furnace occupation. This is a dual enslavement of soul and body far more domineering than controlling Tsunade. Kagaya's pure and flawless body tightened suddenly, her eyes wide open. She felt an exceedingly domineering foreign energy forcefully tearing apart her soul's defenses, inscribing an eternal mark of servitude deep within her essence that she could never resist. Simultaneously, that magic essence acted like a greedy wolf, frantically absorbing the vast Ten Tails essence and divine tree fruit energy within her, transforming it into supreme nourishment for Naruto. Unbridled, lowly human, you dare to desecrate me? Kagaya struggled desperately, but her strength was rapidly dwindling under the suppression of this magic essence. For the first time, her beautiful face bore an expression of humiliation and flush. Desecration? No, this is a gift. Naruto chuckled coldly, leaning close to Kagaya's ear, deeply inhaling the divine fragrance that belonged to her. From this day forth, you are no longer the lofty goddess of the moon. You, Otsutsuki Kagaya, are merely my exclusive harem, my best furnace and pet in the endless years to come. As the magic contract took root, completely, Kagaya's resistance weakened further, and finally a trace of utter humiliation and submission flashed in her pure white eyes as she softly slumped into Naruto's embrace. Ding! Ultimate conquest of the Tyrant. Successfully enslaved the ancestor of chakra, Otsutsuki Kagaya. System evaluation: transforming the goddess of creation into a harem canary. Your perversion and arrogance have surpassed the system's lexicon. Ding! Successfully plundered the essence of the divine tree fruit. The host strength officially surpasses the 6 paths level, stepping into the divine realm star core level. Huff! Naruto held the now completely submissive Kagaya in his arms, and with a thought he shattered the spatial barrier of heavenly dominion, returning to the shinobi world. At this moment, the shinobi world had completely fallen into paralysis due to Obito's death and the annihilation of the 60,000 allied forces. Days later, in the Dark Court, divine capital, originally Konoha. Within the glorious Tyrant's temple, Naruto lazily leaned against the broad throne. Beside him, the once invincible Otsutsuki Kagaya now wore an extremely revealing and sexy black sheer gown, kneeling gracefully like a dutiful maid delicately peeling grapes for Naruto. If the Sage of Six Paths were to witness this scene, he would surely erupt in rage and rise from the Pure Land. Master! Kagaya's voice was soft, laced with a hint of servility and fear as she offered the grapes to Naruto's mouth. At the foot of the throne, another woman with pink hair knelt. Haruno Sakura. However, at this moment, she was ragged, wearing a black collar around her neck, her eyes filled with extreme despair and numbness. In these past few days, Naruto had utterly destroyed the remnants of Konohas while killing all dissenters and treating Sakura as his lowest form of plaything. He bore no feelings for her, merely venting and using her. Every night he would drag out Sasuke's broken body in front of Sakura, whipping it, while forcing her to watch her beloved man become a dead dog. Naruto, kill me. Sakura lay on the ground like a walking corpse, her voice hoarse. Kill you? You are such a worthless being that doesn't even qualify to have your chakra devoured. Your only value is to serve as a foot washer. Naruto stepped on Sakura's head, his eyes filled with indifference and disdain. Don't take yourself too seriously. Once I'm done with you, you'll be thrown to the dogs of the Dark Court. How could I be responsible? Naruto withdrew his foot, ignoring the completely broken Sakura, and turned to Kagaya. Kagaya, tell me, what were you afraid of when you created the White Zetsu army back then? Although Naruto had read the original work, he needed Kagaya to state that information in her own words. Upon hearing this, Kagaya trembled slightly, a hint of fear flashing in her eyes. Master, I am afraid of the clan. Kagaya lowered her head, respectfully replying, the starry sky is unimaginably vast. The Otsutsuki clan that I belong to constantly plunders the life force of planets throughout the vast cosmos. The shinobi world is merely the most remote corner of the universe. In the higher worlds there exist beings like Peach and Gold, and even more terrifying entities. If they discover that I have stolen the divine tree fruit, they will surely cross the starry sky to punish me. Higher worlds. Otsutsuki clan. Listening to Kagaya's words, Naruto's eyes did not hold any fear. Instead, they erupted with an exceedingly fanatical, bloodthirsty light. He suddenly stood up, walked to the temple's terrace, and gazed at the vast, brilliant, starry sky above. 6 paths level divine realm is merely the starting point. Ha 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 ha. Good. Very good. Naruto laughed uproariously, his arrogant laughter echoing across the divine capital. I was beginning to find this shinobi world, which can't even provide a worthy opponent, quite boring. Since there are higher worlds, since there are those who claim to be divine from the Otsutsuki clan and even broader multiverses. Naruto swung his black and gold robe dramatically, and the dark red Rinnegan in his eyes seemed to burn with an ambition capable of devouring the entire universe. Let them come. Whether it's the Otsutsuki or the myriad gods. Anyone daring to obstruct my path shall become the nourishment for my great devouring demon art. This vast multiverse shall one day tremble beneath the feet of this tyrant. Ding. Host has completely cleared the Naruto beginner village instance. System main storyline updated. New journey begins above the starry sky multiverse expedition. First target: hunt down the Otsutsuki clan and seize the source of the Star Domain. Naruto Ninja World Arc completed. Next volume: the Star Sovereign and the Multiverse Arc. Stay tuned. In the dark courtyard of the divine capital, originally wooden leaf village, on the terrace of the highest temple, the night breeze was slightly cool. Naruto, draped in a luxurious black and gold robe, lay languidly on a soft couch made of rare bones and exotic beast furs. Beside him, Kaguya Otsutsuki, the once exalted progenitor of chakra, was now submissively kneeling at Naruto's side, gently massaging his calves with her delicate alabaster fingers. Her long pale hair flowed like a waterfall, and though her beautiful face bore a hint of coldness under Naruto's yin-yang demonic pax servitude, her body and soul had long formed an absolute obedience to this tyrant. In a corner not far away, Sakura Haruno stood like a lifeless stone statue, numbly holding a basin of foot-washing water, lacking even the courage to lift her head. Kaguya. Naruto slightly closed his eyes, enjoying the divine service, as the Otsutsuki clan traversed the starry skies, searching for life planets to plant the divine tree. Have you never encountered beings stronger than yourselves? Kaguya's movements paused slightly, and a glimmer of reverence for the unknown flashed in her pure white eyes. Returning to the master. The universe is vast and boundless. Though the Otsutsuki clan prides itself on being divine, we only operate within specific star domains. It is said that in the depths of the starry sky there exists a higher dimension that even our gods Shinjutsu cannot reach. That is where the true myriad realms lie. Higher dimension, huh? That sounds truly exhilarating. A bloodthirsty smile crept upon Naruto's lips. In the past 3 months, he had extracted the very essence of the ninja world to its limits. Not only had he absorbed the chakra of 6-tailed beasts from 1 to 7 tails, leaving the 8 tails for Killer Bee as a blood bag, but he had also pushed the great devouring demon art to an unprecedented realm. Now he felt as if this planet were merely a small glass jar ready to burst from the chakra he emitted. Just then, Naruto and Kaguya simultaneously looked up at the pitch-black night sky. That nauseatingly arrogant aura? Naruto's darkest 6 paths Rinnegan flickered with a strange red light in the darkness. His gaze pierced through the atmosphere in an instant, locking onto a near-Earth orbit thousands of kilometers away. Kaguya's face turned pale, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Master! It's them, the clan's enforcers. Momoshiki and Kinshiki. They have come to punish me. Kaguya's voice was filled with the terror accumulated over millennia. She had created the White Zetsu army out of fear of these two. Punishment? Naruto suddenly laughed. He reached out, gently stroking Kaguya's pale hair, as if soothing a frightened pet. Kaguya, it seems you still don't grasp the situation. You are now my exclusive harem of Uzumaki Naruto. Even when dealing with dogs, one must consider the master. Moreover, I was just worried about finding the way to the Otsutsuki home planet. They have delivered themselves right to my doorstep. What do you call this? A takeout. Meanwhile, outside the Earth's atmosphere, in the silent vacuum of space, 2 Otsutsuki, clad in white with horns atop their heads, floated in midair, gazing down at the blue planet below. The one in front, tall and slender with a Rinnegan in the center of his brow, and a red Rinnegan in each palm, wore an extremely arrogant expression. He was Momoshiki Otsutsuki. The one behind him was massive with pure white eyes, wielding a gigantic red chakra battle axe. He was Kinshiki. What a despicable planet. Momoshiki looked at the earth below, filled with disdain. That traitorous rat Kaguya has hidden here for so long in this godforsaken place. The divine tree's fruits here must be of such poor quality that they are nauseating. Lord Momoshiki, according to our scans, the chakra distribution on this planet is extremely scattered. It seems Kaguya did not complete the final harvesting of the divine tree as per rules, but instead distributed the chakra among those inferior beings. Kinshiki reported respectfully. Foolish woman. Momoshiki snorted coldly, the Rinnegan in his palm, radiating a dangerous red light. Let's go, Kinshiki. Retrieve the chakra, refine those inferior beings along with this planet into pills, and bring back that traitor Kaguya to face. The two were preparing to transform into shooting stars and plunge into the atmosphere. Suddenly, buzz. Without any warning, in the vacuum of space less than 100 meters away, the fabric of space was forcefully torn as if by invisible giant hands. A huge crack as dark as ink appeared out of thin air like the mouth of an abyss. What is that? Momoshiki and Kinshiki were both startled, tearing space with bare hands in the vacuum of space. Even for the Otsutsuki clan, such a feat would require specific tools. Then, in the midst of their extreme shock, a human boy clad in a black and gold robe, without any protective measures, swaggered out from the space crack, standing directly in the absolute zero vacuum of space. This is impossible. How can an inferior being survive in a vacuum? Kinshiki gripped the red battle axe tightly. Naruto stood with his hands behind his back, the violent chakra of the Sage of Six Paths forming a thin black membrane around his body, easily shielding him from the cosmic radiation and the vacuum's tearing. With his Rinnegan glowing with the power of 9 Tomo, he coldly surveyed the 2 Otsutsuki before him. In the vacuum of space, sound cannot propagate, but Naruto directly transmitted his voice through chakra vibrations into the minds of the two. Is this what is called the Otsutsuki clan? I expected some monster with multiple heads, but it turns out to be just 2 white-skinned pigs with horns. Naruto's mockery struck like a loud slap on Momoshiki's proud ego. You lowly insect, dare to look at me with such eyes. Momoshiki laughed in rage, and your eyes? You have stolen the power of the divine. Kinshiki, chop him into pieces for me. I want to refine him into the lowest grade of medicinal dregs. Understood, Lord Momoshiki. Boom! Kinshiki's massive body unleashed terrifying energy, moving as fast as lightning even in the vacuum. He raised the gigantic red chakra battle axe high, wielding the power capable of cleaving asteroids, and brought it down fiercely onto Naruto's head. Facing this overwhelming blow, Naruto didn't even bat an eyelash. On my territory even gods must kneel. Buzz. Naruto's right eye shot forth an intense red light. Darkest Six Paths Rinnegan, Shinra Tensei, Absolute Repulsion Domain. This was not ordinary repulsion. It was the ultimate domain fused with Naruto's terrifying Sage Chakra capable of destroying planets. Boom! What? The indestructible chakra axe in Kinshiki's hand began to shatter upon contact with the repulsion storm. Immediately after that, irresistible immense force smashed into Kinshiki's mountain-like chest. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking bones was clearly audible amidst the chakra's tremor. Kinshiki, the top martial artist of the Otsutsuki clan, was not even able to get within 10 meters of Naruto before being crushed by a single Shinra Tensei. His ribs shattered, blood spurting as he flew back in the vacuum for over 100 kilometers like a kite with a broken string. One strike, instant kill. Kinshiki? The arrogance on Momoshiki's face froze in an instant. The Rinnegan in his palm bulged wide in utter shock. How is this possible? Kinshiki's taijutsu is among the best in the clan, yet he was instantly shattered by this inferior being. Momoshiki finally realized that the human before him was not some inferior being, but a terrifying monster in those eyes. Cannot be spared. Momoshiki suddenly opened his hands wide. High Guardian Rebirth Sun God. The Rinnegan in his palms erupted with dazzling red light, attempting to forcibly absorb Naruto's chakra. This was Momoshiki's most prized ability. Absorb any ninjutsu and double it back. Absorb me. Naruto hovered in the vacuum, looking at Momoshiki's self-righteous expression, as if he were witnessing the world's most ridiculous clown. Otsutsuki Momoshiki, you seem not only arrogant but also utterly foolish. Do you not know that when it comes to devouring I am your ancestor? Naruto made no attempt to resist but instead actively opened his chakra defenses. Go ahead, absorb as much. A massive amount of chakra surged into Momoshiki's body through his Rinnegan in an instant. But the next second, Momoshiki's expression shifted from ecstasy to extreme terror. Oh! What? What is this thing? This is not chakra. Momoshiki screamed in horror, struggling violently in the vacuum. What he absorbed was not ordinary chakra but Naruto's massively compressed 9-nether demonic essence. As soon as this black demonic essence entered Momoshiki's body, it acted like a piranha that had gone hungry for tens of thousands of years, not only failing to be digested by Momoshiki, but instead turning the tables and began to frantically devour Momoshiki's meridians, chakra source, and even his soul. Momoshiki's proud absorption ability had become a deadly fuse, directly bringing destruction into his body. Get out! Get out of my body! Momoshiki frantically pounded his chest, black blood streaming down from his. To consume my things is to pay with your life. Naruto's figure flickered, instantly crossing the 100-meter distance in the vacuum, appearing before Momoshiki like a ghost. Crack! Naruto's right hand gripped Momoshiki's neck like an iron claw, lifting this lofty celestial being, as if he were a chicken ready for slaughter. You? What kind of monster are you? Momoshiki's once handsome face was now twisted by the torment of the demonic essence, his eyes filled with unprecedented despair and fear. I am your Terminator. Naruto's 9-tomo Rinnegan coldly stared at Momoshiki. Hand over the star map coordinates of your Otsutsuki home planet. Otherwise I will extract your soul and burn it in 9 nether demonic flames for 10,000 years. You want to counterattack the Otsutsuki home planet? Crazy. You absolute madman. The god of the Otsutsuki Shinjutsu will not spare you. Momoshiki, though terrified, still clung to his inherent pride. Not willing to give, then I will take it myself. Naruto had no habit of wasting words with a prisoner. Great devouring demon art, soul-searching and soul-stealing. Boom! A terrifying black vortex erupted from Naruto's palm, piercing directly into the depths of Momoshiki's soul. Ah! In the vacuum of space, an extremely cruel soul extraction was unfolding. Momoshiki's noble soul belonging to the Otsutsuki clan was forcefully torn apart by Naruto, as if it were a rag. The secrets of the Otsutsuki clan, the location of the home planet, and various memories of divine techniques were all violently read and copied by Naruto. In just over a dozen seconds, Momoshiki's once proud life force completely dissipated, transforming into a withered white shell, which Naruto casually tossed into the boundless starry sky. Meanwhile, in the distance, the severely wounded Kinshiki was desperately fleeing, trying to relay information back to the. Naruto turned to glance at the fleeing Kinshiki. He slowly raised his right hand. Since you have come, let's leave you all as fertilizer. Kamui, space strangulation. Buzz. The vacuum area tens of thousands of meters away was instantly folded and twisted into a terrifying twisted space. Bang! As Kinshiki fled, he didn't even have time to scream. He and the surrounding meteorites were instantly crushed into a blood mist by that terrifying spatial strangulation force dissipating into the universe. Thus, two high-ranking Otsutsuki clan enforcers did not even last 3 minutes before being utterly annihilated like squashing 2 insects before the extreme Tyrant. Ding! The Tyrant's stellar debut successfully killed Otsutsuki Momoshiki and Kinshiki, absorbed high-purity Otsutsuki essence. Host's bloodline further sublimated. Ding! Successfully acquired Otsutsuki home planet. Star domain coordinates. System mainline prompt the door to the higher world has opened. Please host hasten to build the divine capital of the starry sky and embark on the journey through the myriad realms. Naruto closed his eyes, digesting the vast star map he had plundered from Momoshiki's mind. When he opened his eyes again, the Rinnegan burned with ambition capable of devouring the entire universe. Otsutsuki Shinjutsu. Otsutsuki God. Naruto gazed into the depths of the starry sky. Clean your neck and wait. This tyrant will soon come to harvest your divine status. In the dark court of the divine capital, the highest temple. Bang! 2 withered white corpses as shriveled as dead wood were carelessly thrown onto the cold marble floor. Orochimaru, Kakuzu, Zabuza, and other high-ranking members of the dark court, who had been implanted with demonic seeds, looked at the 2 corpses on the ground, feeling the chilling high-dimensional aura that far exceeded that of the Six Paths Sage, all of them gasping in horror. Is this a member of the Otsutsuki clan? Orochimaru's snake-like eyes fixated on the hollowed out eye socket at the center of the corpse's forehead. His voice trembled violently with shock and excitement. It's just the takeout that fell from the sky. Naruto sat lazily on the throne, with Otsutsuki Kagaya snuggled obediently in his arms, feeding him the translucent remnants of divine tree fruits, as if peeling lychee. At the foot of the throne, the former member of Team 7, Sakura Haruno, was wearing a dog collar, numbly wiping the dust off Naruto's boots with a rag. Orochimaru. Naruto raised his eyes slightly. At your service. Orochimaru immediately knelt respectfully on one knee. His awe for the man before him had transcended his fear of death. Because this man not only controlled his life and soul, but had also reached a divine realm that he couldn't even dare to look up. These 2 corpses contained the genetic codes of the Otsutsuki clan, and their technological memories used for traversing. With a casual wave, a black jade tablet inscribed with dense runes fell before Orochimaru. I have stored the memories of the peach style within it. I give you 3 months. Using the white Zetsu cells, the tens of thousands of ninja corpses left from the Ninja World War, combined with Otsutsuki technology, produce 100,000 starry sky death warriors who can survive and fight in the vacuum of space. 100,000 starry sky death warriors. Orochimaru gasped, but his inner mad scientist was instantly ignited. As you command, my lord. As long as I have these materials, in 3 months I will surely forge an indestructible army of demons for you. Kakuzu, Zabuza. At your service. The 2 answered in unison. Concentrate all the metallic ores, explosive tags, and chakra conduction devices left by the various ninja villages in the national treasury of the divine capital underground. Clear all the civilians from the surface and drive them all into the underground life pods. Naruto's voice was cold, carrying a chilling indifference towards life as mere material. My lord, are you going to? Kakuzu keenly sensed something, his face filled with horror. I am tired of playing in this new village of the ninja world. In Naruto's eyes, the dark six-path Rinnegan erupted with dazzling blood light as if to pierce the heavens. I will completely refine this planet, transform it into a starry sky fortress belonging to this tyrant. At this declaration, the hall fell into silence. Refining a planet. What madness, what overwhelming ambition. Even the six-path sage who created the history of the ninja world would never dare to entertain such a deranged thought. But to Naruto this was merely basic practice. He could not fly aimlessly in the universe alone. He needed a palace, a harem's warm bed, and a treasury to store the myriad resources he plundered. And the earth beneath his feet was the ready material. Go and execute it. In 3 months we will leave the star. The next 3 months for the remaining beings in the ninja world would be the true apocalypse, a dark era of cyberpunk and dark cult. Under the violent expulsion by Kakuzu and Zabuza, the remaining millions of civilians were crammed into the densely packed life pods deep underground like sardines. They were no longer free humans but living batteries plugged into tubes used to provide a weak biological electric current and emotional energy for the warship. Orochimaru's underground laboratory roared day and night, combining the demonic energy of the great devouring technique, the life force of white Zetsu, and the genes of the Otsutsuki batches of starry sky death warriors devoid of pain, covered in black scales, and with crimson eyes, were born in the petri dishes. They did not need to breathe, obeyed Naruto's absolute commands, and were perfect cannon fodder for the universe. The most terrifying changes occurred on the planet's surface. On the day the 3-month period expired, Naruto flew alone to the edge of the atmosphere, tens of thousands of meters above the ground. He looked down at this blue planet, his hands suddenly clasped together in front of his chest. Ultimate secret technique of the great devouring technique, star refining array. Boom! The entire Earth's tectonic plates began to tremble and shift violently. A vast, unimaginable black demonic flame erupted from the depths of the Earth, resembling countless black dragons enveloping the entire planet. Restructure. Naruto's Rinnegan with its 9 tomo spun, wildly unleashing the power of the cosmic. The crust and metallic veins that had been refined by the demonic flames transformed into an extraordinary alloy that displayed a dark golden hue, and was indestructible under the reshaping of the demonic technique. The vast continent of the ninja world vanished. In its place was an ultimate starry sky warship over 10,000 kilometers in diameter, with a surface covered in chakra circuits glowing a dark red resembling a colossal black lotus. Dark Court, divine capital. Just one last power source to go. Naruto turned his head and looked at the pale moon in Earth's orbit. That was the place where the Six Paths sage sealed Kagaya's body using Earth Explosion Star. Although Kagaya had already emerged, the moon still retained a vast gravitational core and the power of the Six Paths. Absorb, Naruto grabbed with one hand. Shinra Tensei Star Devour. The moon that had accompanied the ninja world for millions of years was actually pulled off its orbit by Naruto's terrifying gravitational force, heading straight for the massive Black Lotus battleship. There was no catastrophic collision. The moment the moon touched the bottom of the Black Lotus, it was like a candy bean falling into an abyss, instantly shredded and absorbed by the super devouring formation at the battleship's base. The moon's core was perfectly transformed into the ultimate main engine of this starry sky warship. Ding! Tyrant's palace successfully refined a singular planet, creating a star-level mothership. Dark Court, divine capital. Black Lotus form. System evaluation using stars as boats and living beings as fuel. This cataclysmic endeavor of yours has already surpassed the common sense of this universe. Huff! Naruto slowly descended into the Grand Tyrant's temple at the highest point of the battleship. Orochimaru, Kakuzu, Zabuza, and others looked at the vast boundless universe outside, then at the terrifying divine artifact beneath their feet, transformed from a planet. Trembling with excitement, they all knelt down in unison, calling out to the divine. Let's set off. Naruto wrapped an arm around the equally shocked Kagaya, casually crushing the jade tablet that recorded the star map. Destination Otsutsuki, home planet. Let's see if those so-called cosmic deities will kneel and beg for mercy like mortals when their souls are drained. Boom! A blinding blood-red beam erupted from the bottom of the Dark Lotus battleship, accompanied by violent folding and distortion of the surrounding space. This starry beast, carrying the endless ambitions of the extreme tyrant and loaded with an army of 100,000 demons, instantly transformed into a black-red streak of light, tearing through the boundaries of the solar system and leaping into the depths of the universe with audacity. The nightmare of countless worlds has officially arrived from this moment. Deep within the vast boundless universe lies the planet Otsutsuki. This is a superplanet several times larger than Jupiter, surrounded by brilliantly vibrant chakra rings. For countless years, the Otsutsuki clan has issued commands here, transforming countless life planets in the universe into nourishment for the divine tree. They are the absolute overlords of the starry sky, self-proclaimed as supreme deities. However, today marks the twilight of the gods. Boom! The cosmic space surrounding the Otsutsuki planet suddenly shattered, as if struck by a gigantic mirror. Accompanied by a blinding crimson light, a colossal starship resembling a gigantic black lotus flower and measuring over 10,000 kilometers in diameter arrogantly transitioned into a near-Earth orbit around the mother planet. The terrifying gravitational force emanating from the ship caused the chakra rings around the Otsutsuki planet to warp violently. Alarm! Alarm! An unknown star fortress is invading. The shrill alarm echoed throughout the highest elder council of the Otsutsuki planet. A dozen high-ranking Otsutsuki elders possessing advanced Rinnegan and holding extremely revered positions gazed at the starry projection of the Black Lotus, exuding a sense of destruction, their faces filled with shock and fury. What audacity! That is the coordinate direction attacked by the Taoist and Jin styles. These inferior beings dare to counterattack the abode of the deities. An Otsutsuki elder bellowed. Activate the planetary shield. Deploy the star fleet. Reduce this heap of cosmic garbage to cosmic dust. Following the elder's command, an indestructible golden barrier rose from the surface of the Otsutsuki planet. Tens of thousands of shuttle-shaped starships ascended from within the planet, forming a dense formation in the cosmic vacuum, their cannon mouths madly gathering high-concentration chakra beams capable of destroying asteroids. On the temple terrace of the Dark Lotus battleship, Naruto embraced the trembling Otsutsuki Kagaya, overlooking the fully prepared Otsutsuki fleet, below his gaze revealing no ripple. Is this the foundation of your Otsutsuki clan? It seems numerous, but regrettably they are merely toys that can be easily crushed. Naruto had no desire to act lazily, snapping his fingers. Orochimaru, at your service. Hehehe. Orochimaru's pale face was filled with a pathological obsession for slaughter and war. He approached the edge of the battleship, forcefully pressing his hands on the control hub. Children, go enjoy your cosmic buzz. Countless black hatches instantly opened on every gigantic petal of the Dark Lotus battleship. In the next second, under the terrified gazes of all Otsutsuki clansmen, a full 100,000 starry death soldiers covered in black scales with crimson eyes devoid of pain and breath surged out of the ship like cosmic locusts. They had no spacecraft and relied solely on their bodies, genetically modified and enhanced by Otsutsuki magic, racing towards the Otsutsuki fleet in the vacuum at terrifying speeds. Fire! Fire! The Otsutsuki fleet unleashed a barrage dense chakra beams, instantly engulfing the army of death soldiers. However, what followed was a scene of despair for the Otsutsuki. Those starry death soldiers showed no signs of dodging. The black scales on their bodies, infused with the properties of grand, devouring magic, directly absorbed and deflected the chakra beams. Boom! 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 The Death Soldiers slammed heavily against the armor of the Otsutsuki battleships like cannonballs using their extremely sharp claws teeth, and even self-detonation to savagely tear apart those advanced starships. The lofty Otsutsuki beings once approached by the Death Soldiers would be instantly torn to shreds, their chakra completely drained. This was not a cosmic naval battle but a one-sided primal melee slaughter. How is this possible? What in the world are these monsters? Our chakra attacks are completely ineffective against them. The Otsutsuki elders watched as their defense line crumbled in an instant, their faces turning ashen. Fine, let them handle the trash outside. Naruto did not continue watching this boring mowing game. He turned his head and the Ninetamo Rinnegan in his eyes penetrated the planet's crust. Kaguya, lead the way. Take me to the resting place of that being named Jiraiya. Kaguya trembled all over upon hearing the name Jiraiya. The reverence within her instinctively resisted master. Though the Otsutsuki god has abandoned his physical form and ascended to a higher dimension, his remains still retain the laws of divine techniques. That is a taboo that cannot be desecrated. Shut up. In my dictionary there are no taboos. Naruto grabbed Kaguya by the collar and the dominion over space erupted with a thunderous explosion. Whoosh! The two figures disregarded the so-called absolute defense of the Otsutsuki planet's planetary shield and complex spatial barriers, instantly crossing hundreds of thousands of meters to land in the planet's core area. This was an immensely vast underground temple, composed of pure crystal and high-concentration chakra. At the center of the temple floated a translucent multi-horned cross-legged dried-up corpse. The remains of the Otsutsuki god Jiraiya. Just the unconscious fluctuations emitted by this corpse caused the surrounding space to experience extremely strange folds and distortions, as if this corpse itself were the embodiment of cosmic truth. Thud! Kaguya fell to her knees, trembling all over the moment she saw the remains. That was the submission from inferior lifeforms when facing a higher dimensional deity. Otsutsuki. Jiraiya. But Naruto showed no signs of discomfort. He squinted his eyes, slightly examining the skeletal remains referred to as a god. To pursue the elusive higher dimension, he abandoned this forged body. What a foolish and unreachable idiot. Naruto chuckled coldly and strode towards Jiraiya's remains. Just as Naruto was 10 meters away from the remains, a sudden change occurred. This corpse, having slept for countless epochs, seemed to sense the extremely dangerous devouring malice emanating from Naruto and instinctively activated a self-defense mechanism. Buzz! An indescribable wave of terror erupted from the remains centered around them. This was neither chakra nor ordinary sage arts but a divine technique transcending all energy. God technique. God technique omnipotence. This is the core authority of Otsutsuki Jiraiya. It can directly transform the caster's will into reality, forcibly rewriting everyone's memories, perceptions, and even the laws of causality in the universe. Under the cover of omnipotence, an invisible force attempted to forcibly invade Naruto's brain, trying to rewrite his subconscious, making him forget his hostility, and instilling absolute fervor and worship towards the Otsutsuki god, even wanting him to self-terminate. Kneel. Repent. The divine cannot be desecrated. An ethereal and grand oppressive voice echoed wildly within Naruto's soul. Kaguya beside him had completely lost consciousness, bowing fervently to the remains like a fanatic. Rewrite, modify my will. Naruto stood firm, neither kneeling nor showing any signs of submission. Instead, his handsome face revealed an extreme arrogance and ferocity. What do you think you are? A coward who abandoned his body to flee yet dares to call himself a god. Boom! Naruto held nothing back. The grand devouring magic source within him, large enough to explode a galaxy, reached its peak operational state of 1000 at this moment. In this universe, my will is the only reality. Give me. Devour him. Naruto suddenly raised his hands, fingers claw-like, pointing at the remains of Jiraiya in midair. Ultimate secret art of grand, devouring magic. All things return to ruin, devour God. A terrifying black hole dark enough to swallow light, laws and causality roared to life between Naruto's hands. This is an absolute plunder power that transcends the worldview of the Naruto universe, stemming from the highest dimension of the system. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The omnipotent divine technique law released by the remains of Otsutsuki Jiraiya upon colliding with this black hole was akin to a ball of cotton meeting a meat grinder, failing to alter Naruto's will, and instead being gradually shredded, disintegrated, and absorbed by the black hole. No! This is impossible. I am a deity. A faint yet terrified mental fluctuation seemed to emit from the remains, suggesting a lingering awareness of Jiraiya across dimensions. He never imagined that in a lower universe there existed a perverse technique capable of forcibly devouring even the laws of divine techniques. Get down here. Naruto roared, and the black hole's devouring power surged 100-fold. Crack, crack. Amidst the extremely piercing sounds of shattering, the once imposing remains of the Otsutsuki god began to crumble piece by piece, transforming into a sky filled with pure golden divine dust resembling a golden river. It wildly poured into the black hole before Naruto, ultimately flowing into his limbs, bones, and the depths of his soul. Ding. Warning. High-dimensional divine material injection detected. Grand devouring magic is forcibly analyzing and assimilating the divine technique law. Aga. Even with a complete sage body and Rinnegan at the moment of forcibly swallowing the remains of the deity, Naruto let out a painful yet furious howl. His skin cracked open with golden fissures, as if he were about to explode from this overwhelming divine power. But he gritted his teeth and with an extremely domineering will forcibly suppressed this divine power within him. 10 minutes later, the last trace of golden dust was completely absorbed into Naruto's body. In the empty underground temple, all traces of Otsutsuki Jiraiya had been utterly erased, leaving not a single remnant. Ha! Naruto slowly exhaled a breath of golden turbid air. The golden fissures on his body instantly healed, and he returned to a state of tranquility. However, his aura had undergone a tremendous transformation. If the previous Naruto was a world-destroying demon king, then now every gesture he made exuded an absolute sense of control that caused the very laws of the universe to tremble. The cold and frantic notification sound from the system finally thundered in his mind. Ding! The tyrant's moment of godslaying. Successfully devoured the remains of the Otsutsuki god Jiraiya. Congratulations to the host for forcibly stripping and perfectly merging the authority of the Otsutsuki divine technique. Ding! The host gains divine technique I omniscience and omnipotence passive active. Attribute description: your will is reality. You can ignore any hand seals, any energy conservation laws, and rewrite the memories, perceptions, and even the causal laws of all beings within a single universe with a thought. Ding! The host gains divine technique 2 all-seeing eye of Senju. Attribute description: no medium needed. Can instantly traverse endless star rivers observing all events occurring in the universe, and those that have happened in the past from all angles without dead angles. Ding! The host gains divine technique 3 absolute reflection. Attribute description: any attack directed at the host with hostility or murderous intent, whether physical ninjutsu or conceptual level, will automatically double and rebound to the attacker at the moment it is generated. Ding! The host's life level has completely broken through the star core level limit, stepping into the single universe level prototype of the creator. Is this the power of divine techniques? Naruto slowly clenched his fists, feeling that with just a thought, he could turn the surrounding space into water, reverse time, and give life to inanimate objects. He glanced at Kagaya, who was still unconscious on the ground from the loss of divine pressure. This is wonderful. This is the authority that befits me. Naruto's smile grew wider, ultimately transforming into a wild, resounding laughter that echoed throughout the underground temple. Let's go, it's time to go out and offer the final farewell to the masters of this planet. Naruto picked up Kagaya and in a flash appeared in the battlefield of outer space around the Otsutsuki planet. At this moment, although the 100,000 starry death soldiers were fearless, the foundation of the Otsutsuki was indeed substantial. Under the ultimate weapon strikes initiated by several highest elders sacrificing their lives, the army of death soldiers had already suffered nearly half of their losses, and the shield of the Dark Lotus battleship was also shaking violently. Hold on. These monsters are almost done for. We must destroy this battleship today. The Otsutsuki elders shouted frantically from the flagship. At this moment, Naruto's figure unexpectedly floated right in the center of the battlefield between the two armies. There was no chakra explosion, and even the previous overwhelming pressure had vanished. He stood like an ordinary passerby, quietly suspended in the cosmic vacuum. But when Orochimaru and Kakuzu saw Naruto appear, they immediately ordered all death soldiers to cease fire and retreat in a frenzy. That human is out again. Concentrate all firepower, it'll kill him first. The Otsutsuki elder shouted furiously. Countless cannon mouths of starships all aimed at Naruto. Facing this concentrated firepower, capable of destroying asteroid systems, Naruto didn't even glance. He simply opened his mouth slowly, and with the voice granted by omniscience and omnipotence casually uttered 2 words: annihilation. Buzz. There was no light, no sound, no explosion. This was an ultimate power known as rule modification. The moment Naruto spoke those 2 words, the omnipotent divine technique activated. His will instantaneously rewrote the reality of this starry sky. Under the incredulous gazes of Kagaya, Orochimaru, and others who were utterly stunned and had even stopped breathing, the hundreds of thousands of Otsutsuki star battleships ahead, along with the millions of high-ranking Otsutsuki clansmen aboard, vanished, as if the footprints on a beach were smoothed by waves, or like a painting erased in an instant by an eraser. There was not a trace of struggle, not a hint of existence. In just a second, they were all reduced to a void smaller than atoms, thoroughly erased from the reality of this universe. Silence. A deathly silence. The entire starry sky was left with only the Otsutsuki planet, now devoid of all defensive fleets, standing alone. The Otsutsuki clan has ended. Naruto looked at the empty starry sky ahead, yawning, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. He turned and walked towards the temple of the Dark Lotus battleship. Orochimaru drained the core of this mother planet and energized the battleship. It's time to leave this boring universe and explore those higher worlds, the myriad realms. The Black Lotus of the Celestial Divine City slowly rotated, changing its course, sailing towards the dimensional barriers at the deepest part of the universe, entering the unknown void. The Soul Society Siriidi, the Hill of Execution. At this moment, the captains and lieutenants of the Godai 13, as well as the intruder Ichigo Kurosaki, gazed upward with expressions of profound shock, complexity, and seething fury at the luminous column slowly ascending into the heavens. It was the absolute defense light, the Soketsu, descending as the sky itself was torn asunder by countless grand hollows. And within that radiant pillar of the Soketsu stood Aizen Sosuke, once the refined and courteous captain of Squad 5, who had just extracted the legendary divine artifact the Hogyoku from Rukia Kuchiki's body. He removed his black-rimmed glasses and crushed them in his hand. With a slow sweep of his fingers, he pushed back the chestnut strands falling across his forehead. The gentle mask of benevolence had vanished, entirely replaced by an expression of supreme arrogance. A gaze that regarded all existence as mere insects beneath his feet. Where Aizen will you fall? Shunsui Kairaku and Jushiro Yukitake cried out from below. Farewell, fellow Shinigami. Aizen looked down upon his former comrades, his eyes cold and detached, as though observing mindless vermin, and uttered the immortal declaration destined to echo through the annals of the Soul Society. No one begins their ascent already standing atop the heavens. Neither you nor I, not even the gods themselves. Yet this unbearable vacancy upon the celestial throne is now drawing to its end. From this day forth, I shall stand at the apex. With those words dripping with unbridled hubris, the Soketsu carried Aizen, Jin Ikamaru and Tozen Kaname deep into the ruptured black void. The Hueco Mundo, torn open by the grand hollows. Even Genryusai Shigekuni Yamamoto, the supreme commander, could only watch in silent helplessness as Aizen departed. Powerless before the Soketsu, whose impenetrable barrier defied all spatial laws. All were stunned into awe by Aizen's overwhelming presence and oppressive majesty. Yet, just as Aizen believed himself to hold the entire Soul Society in the palm of his hand, poised to ascend to godhood in the hollow realm, crack! A piercing crystalline sound, like the shattering of reality's very fabric, exploded without warning above the hill of execution. This was no resonance from the hollow's black void. It emanated from a higher, unfathomable dimension beyond even the reach of Shinigami. What is happening? Yamamoto's head snapped upward. In his aged eyes flashed a rare, chilling dread. He felt it, the spiritual particles around him. No, the very spiritual energy of the entire Soul Society. Trembling violently, bowing in submission to that single resonant crack. Even Aizen, suspended midair within the Soketsu, furrowed his brow slightly. Then, before the horrified eyes of every witness, including the grand hollows themselves, the once pristine azure sky above the hill of execution shattered like a mirror struck by a hammer, revealing a monstrous black hole over 10,000 meters in diameter. Amidst blinding crimson lightning, a colossal starship, shaped like a dark crimson lotus and vast enough to eclipse the entire Siriidii, violently forced its way into the Soul Society, breaching dimensional boundaries with ruthless, near-apocalyptic force. Boom! At the instant of its descent, an indescribable, overwhelming spiritual pressure, high-dimensional divine power automatically transmuted by the grand, devouring demon art, poured down like a physical tide. Thud, 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 merely from the ambient pressure leaking from the vessel. Upon the hill of execution, only Supreme Commander Yamamoto remained upright, leaning heavily on his cane. All other captains, including Byakuya Kuchiki and Shunsui Kairaku, were instantly driven to their knees by that crushing spiritual pressure. Lieutenants and rank-and-file Shinigami collapsed outright, spitting blood as though struck by a colossal mallet. Prostrate upon the ground, unable to move even a single finger. What kind of abomination is this? This level of spiritual pressure? Could it be the Soul King descending? Suifeng screamed in despair, pinned to the earth. Even the grotesque grand hollows ajuchas hovering above, normally embodiments of terror, recoiled like frightened quail retreating deep into the black void. The Soketsu itself flickered violently under the strain. Interesting. Within the Soketsu, Aizen felt the sudden terrifying pressure, but his innate pride held him. His gaze locked onto the colossal Black Lotus warship blotting out the sky. So, this world still harbors variables unknown to me. Still, no matter who you are before me, the possessor of the Hogyoku. Aizen's words died mid-sentence. The foremost black petal of the warship slowly unfurled. A young man clad in black and gold robes stepped forth, golden hair rippling as though stirred by an unseen wind. His arm draped possessively around a woman of ethereal beauty, her ankle-length pale hair cascading like moonlit silk. Kagaya Otsutsuki. Behind him marched elite enforcers of the Dark Court, Orochimaru and Kakuzu among them, radiating palpable malice. Alongside a pink-haired woman bound in iron chains, her eyes vacant and lifeless, Sakura. It was none other than Uzumaki Naruto, having transcended cosmic dimensions to descend upon this realm. So this world's energy system is called spiritual pressure. Naruto drew a deep breath of Soul Society's air. In his 9-tomo Rinnegan, eyes of absolute darkness, a satisfied crimson glow flickered. Pure soul energy, far more potent and absorbable than chakra from my world. This realm is a perfect breeding ground tailor-made for my demon art. Naruto paid no heed to the Shinigami captains groveling below, weapons drawn and hearts pounding with mortal terror. His gaze fixed instead upon Aizen Sosuke, hovering midair within the protective light of the Soketsu, clutching the Hogyoku, exuding an aura of inscrutable mastery. You claimed you would stand at the apex. Naruto's voice was quiet, yet amplified by his newly attained omnipotent divine art. It resounded not in the ears but deep within the soul of every being present, as if the universe itself were speaking. Aizen stared at Naruto, and for the first time found himself utterly unable to discern the man's true nature. Even the woman beside him, Kagaya, and his retainers radiated spiritual pressure rivaling that of captains. Who are you? Aizen narrowed his eyes, his right hand resting upon the hilt of his Zanpakuto Kyoka Suigetsu. Your entrance is certainly dramatic, but interrupting another's farewell is hardly courteous. Courtesy? You? What are you to speak of courtesy to me? A cold mocking smile widened upon Naruto's lips, then erupted into unrestrained, contemptuous laughter. In my world, self-important schemers who lurk in shadows, I've just crushed one such fool. He meant Obito or Madara. Do you truly believe that trinket, a cheap flickering orb, grants you omnipotence? Aizen's eyes hardened, his pride had been grievously wounded. It seems consensus is impossible. Aizen drew his blade tip pointing downward. Shatter Kyoka Suigetsu. Instantly, an invisible wave of hypnotic influence surged from his gaze toward Naruto. This was Aizen's crowning art. Perfect hypnosis, capable of subjugating all 5 senses after a single viewing of its release. Yet, in Aizen's confident gaze, crack, a sharp brittle sound. Not Naruto succumbing to illusion, but the blade Kyoka Suigetsu itself. Shattering cleanly down its length, splintering into countless shards that clattered helplessly into the Soketsu's radiant column. What? For the first time, disbelief twisted Aizen's eternally composed face beyond recognition. I told you, your understanding of power is tragically shallow. A flicker of derision crossed Naruto's right eye. After devouring the Otsutsuki god, he had gained the divine art, absolute reflection. Any hostile attack directed at him, be it physical or conceptual, would rebound upon its source doubled in. Aizen's Kyoka Suigetsu attempted to impose illusion upon a singular university or deity wielding omnipotent divinity and absolute reflection, resulting in the Zanpakuto's instantaneous collapse under the weight of broken causality. You dared to ensnare my will with illusion, whose courage granted you such audacity. Naruto offered Aizen no further chance to posture. Slowly he extended his right hand, and clenched it into a fist aimed at Aizen suspended within the Soketsu. Fall down. As Naruto closed his fist, the Soketsu, the legendary barrier said to resist even Yamamoto's flames impervious to all spatial law, shattered like fragile glass beneath Naruto's galaxy-crushing spatial authority and absolute gravitational command. The Soketsu's radiant column imploded violently. Impossible! Jin Ikamaru and Kaname Tozen cried in horror. Stripped of the Soketsu's protection, Aizen felt an irresistible gravity, vaster and heavier than the entire Soul Society, engulf his body. He couldn't even muster the strength to activate Shuinpa. Whoosh! Like a meteor, Aizen was wrenched from the heavens, dragged downward by Naruto's will alone. Slam! An icy ironclad hand clamped around Aizen's throat, lifting him off his feet and slamming him hard against the fractured execution pillar of the Hill of Execution, like a child gripping a squirming chick. From untouchable sovereign to strangled captive, accomplished in less than a heartbeat. Below Ichigo, Kurosaki Supreme, Commander Yamamoto, and every Shinigami stood paralyzed, speechless, stunned. The master manipulator who had toyed with them all had fallen without landing a single blow against this mysterious. You wish to stand atop the heavens. Naruto gripped Aizen's throat, looming over him, watching the man's face flush crimson from suffocation and utter shock. Pity. Wherever I stand, the heavens themselves must crumble. Without hesitation, Naruto's left hand pierced Aizen's chest. Amid Aizen's choked gasp, he wrenched free the Hogyoku, a pulsing orb of sapphire light. This is your ultimate trump card. A shoddy toy cobbled together from the remnants of other souls. Naruto gazed at the Hogyoku, his expression one of utter disdain. No, give it back. Aizen struggled desperately. That orb was his sole path to transcendence. Want it? Then trade me your soul. A flash of crimson ignited in Naruto's eyes. Grand devouring demon art. Soul-devouring extraction. Boom! Jet black netherflame erupted from his palm, plunging directly into Aizen's soul. Aizen's shriek tore through the air. Raw, unearthly, and agonizing. The Soul Society's greatest tyrant. His immense Shinigami spiritual pressure, his mastery of the 4 noble arts, even the primordial essence of his Shinigami soul, was consumed, drained, and devoured in the scorching blaze of the demon flame. In 10 seconds, the screams ceased. Aizen Sosuke, body and soul annihilated, dissolved into a fine drifting ash scattered by the winds of the Hill of Execution. Tink! The Hogyoku, now masterless, clattered to the ground. Naruto did not stoop to retrieve it. For one of his stature, this crude amalgam of Shinigami and hollow boundaries was unworthy even of a passing glance. Naruto turned. His Ninetamo Rinnegan, eyes that chilled the blood, slowly swept across the captains below, now trembling with visceral primal terror. That fly named Aizen. I crushed him casually. Now, let us discuss matters of consequence. Spreading his arms wide, Naruto proclaimed, voice resonating like divine edict across the entire Soul Society. As of this day, Siriiti the Godii 13, all abolished. This realm, the Soul Society, the ultimate soul-breeding ground, is hereby placed under the sovereign jurisdiction of the Dark Court's divine capital. Those who obey shall live. Those who defy shall perish. The Soul Society Hill of Execution. A deathly silence reigned. That arrogant, untouchable Aizen Sasuke, who had manipulated the entire Godai 13 with contemptuous ease, had just been crushed into dust by a single hand, reduced to nothing more than a wisp of smoke before this man who called himself Tyrant. Even his soul had been utterly devoured. The half-forged Hogyoku lying on the ground was disdainfully kicked aside by that man, as if it were nothing more than an annoying gulp. Somewhere among the seated officers, a vice-captain swallowed with great difficulty. In that moment of absolute stillness, the faint sound echoed like thunder. What kind of monster is he? For the first time in his life, Kuchiki Byakuya's ever-see impassive face betrayed raw fear. His hand trembled slightly as he gripped Senbon Sakura. The blade spirit shrieked in terror deep within his soul. No matter what manner of abomination he is, anyone who dares speak such blasphemy upon the Soul Society shall be carved into minced meat. Just as every Soul Reaper stood paralyzed beneath Naruto's overwhelming spiritual pressure, a savage, bloodthirsty voice erupted like a detonation. Kenpachi Zaraki, captain of the 11th Division. He ripped off the spiritual pressure-dampening eye patch covering his right eye. The golden skull-shaped aura surged skyward like a physical force, dispelling the surrounding dread. Far from trembling, he bared his teeth in a grin wilder than any beast's. "Hey! You over there, blonde? You look strong. Let's fight." Zaraki gripped his notched Zanpakuto with both hands, then exploded forward. His feet shattered the unyielding earth as he launched himself like a golden meteor, wielding a sword pressure so immense it could cleave mountains, hurtling straight toward Naruto suspended midair. "Zaraki, don't act rashly." Kairaka Shunsui cried out in alarm, but it was already too late. Naruto did not even glance at the Soul Society's most ferocious beast. He merely sighed softly, his tone thick with pity, as though gazing upon a fool. "A stray dog must understand its place. Who granted you permission to bark at a god?" At the very instant Zaraki's Zanpakuto came within half a meter of Naruto's brow. Naruto's Rinnegan, pitch black and ancient, shifted ever so slightly. Divine art, absolute reflection. Clang, crack. Without warning, Zaraki felt his full strength strike never land upon his foe. Instead, an eerie fundamental law repelled it back into his own body with a hundredfold surge of force. Zaraki's monstrous physique, renowned across the Soul Society, erupted into countless crimson mists. His Zanpakuto let out a final anguished wail before snapping into jagged fragments. But it wasn't over yet. Naruto extended his right hand and grasped empty air. Great devouring demon art spiritual pressure extraction. A swirling black vortex instantly engulfed the recoiling Zaraki. Zaraki choked out a pained groan. The oceanic tempestuous spiritual pressure within him, vast beyond measure, surged forth like a breached dam violently siphoned away by Naruto. In less than 1 second, thud, Zaraki crashed heavily into the rubble-strewn hill of execution. His muscles withered into slack folds, his hair lost all luster. He lacked even the strength to lift himself. Utterly drained, a hollow shell stripped of spiritual energy. One move, without lifting a finger, to cripple the captain of the 11th Division. "Zaraki!" Ikaku Madarame and Yumichika Ayasegawa screamed in utter despair. "Is this truly the combat prowess you hold so dear? Utterly uninspiring." Naruto yawned, then slowly swept his gaze across the kneeling Shinigami below. Unforgivable, an overwhelmingly terrifying scorching spiritual pressure rose steadily, accompanied by the heavy thud of a cane striking the earth. Captain Commander Yamamoto Genryusai Shigekuni, the strongest Shinigami in 1,000 years of Soul Society history, slowly removed the upper half of his captain's Heroine, revealing a torso crisscrossed with ancient scars. His eyes, normally half-lidded, snapped open, blazing with incinerating fury. "You have not only invaded the Soul Society and slain Shinigami, but also brazenly declared your intent to seize control of Suriidii. This old man will never permit such insolence upon sacred ground. All creation shall return to ash." Ryujin Jaka. Boom! Flames erupted skyward in an all-consuming inferno, transforming the hill of execution into a sea of fire. The very air warped under the unbearable heat. Even vice-captains gasped as their lungs seared with each breath. "Old man, do you truly believe raising the temperature around us will trouble me?" Naruto hovered above the roaring conflagration, his black and gold robes untouched by even a trace of scorch. His Rinnegan gazing down upon Captain Commander Yamamoto with cold amusement. "Insolent whelp, I shall reduce you, and your very soul, to ashes." Yamamoto's eyes narrowed sharply. He knew his opponent's power was unfathomable. Bankai alone would not suffice. Without hesitation, he unleashed his ultimate trump card. Bankai, Zanpakuto residual fire blade. Error. In that instant, the inferno vanished. Not extinguished, but compressed entirely into the scorched, broken edge of the blade. Moisture across the entire Soul Society evaporated in an instant. Even in Rukongai, tens of thousands of miles away, people choked on parched throats. 15 million degrees. Core temperature of the sun. Residual fire blade east. Rising. Yamamoto blurred into motion, appearing before Naruto in a heartbeat. The blackened blade condensed with unimaginable heat, stabbed unreservedly toward Naruto's chest. The Captain Commander has struck. Victory is certain. Nothing can withstand the heat of the residual fire blade. Hope flared in the distant Shinigami's eyes. Yet, before Yamamoto Genryusai's disbelieving gaze, Naruto did not evade. Instead, he deliberately extended his right hand. Thud. Naruto's bare hand clamped unshaken onto the blade, glowing at 15 million degrees. What? Yamamoto's aged face turned ashen white in shock. He felt as though his blade had pierced an absolute zero cosmic black hole. The annihilating heat capable of erasing all matter failed utterly to burn Naruto's flesh, vanishing without a trace like mud sinking into the sea. 15 million degrees. Sounds intimidating. Alas, before my omnipotent divine arts and great devouring demon art, temperature is merely a number. One I may rewrite or consume at will. You know nothing of fire's true power. Naruto opened his mouth. Inhale. Boom. Before the horrified, reality-shattering stares of every Shinigami, Naruto drew in the flame-based spiritual pressure coursing through Yamamoto's body, and even the primordial essence of the residual fire blade itself, as if slurping noodles, channeling it all directly into his own core. Ugh! My spiritual pressure, my Zanpakuto? Yamamoto strained desperately to reclaim his blade, but his aged frame was utterly immobile before Naruto's gravitational might. A bit spicy, but acceptable as an appetizer. Naruto licked his lips, then tightened his grip. Ryujin Jaka, the oldest, most powerful fire-type Zanpakuto, was crushed by Naruto's bare hand into a shower of black iron shards. Then, in one fluid motion, Naruto backhanded Yamamoto across the face. Slap! The greatest Shinigami to rule the Soul Society for a millennium flew backward like a severed puppet, crashing through over a dozen stone walls before vanishing beneath a mountain of rubble. Unconscious, utterly defeated. One strike to cripple Zaraki. Bare-handed shattering of the residual fire blade. A single slap to knock out the Captain Commander. This was dimensional transcendence. This was the absolute annihilation of a lower realm by a singular cosmic deity. Only despairing silence remained atop the hill of execution. Kurosaki Ichigo's hand trembled upon Tensa Zangetsu. Kachiki Byakuya bowed his proud head. Kairaku Shunsui didn't even notice his straw hat tumbling to the ground. The Godai 13. Annihilated. Naruto brushed his palms together as though completing a trivia. He turned his gaze toward a woman standing nearby, long black braids framing a gentle face now veiled by subtle lethal intent. Captain of the 4th Division Unohana Retsu, you appear a healer, but I smell the centuries-old bloodshed buried deep within your soul. First Kenpachi Unohana Yachiru. Am I correct? Naruto's Rinnegan pierced through all illusion. Unohana Retsu's eyes flickered. Slowly she undid the braid across her chest, revealing a grotesque scar, and her gaze hardened into icy, murderous resolve. Since you know my past, you must understand. I will not yield as easily as they did. Yield? No, you need not yield. I am merely informing you. Naruto appeared before Unohana Retsu in an instant, before she could even draw her Zanpakuto, his hand, radiating dark demonic energy, slammed ruthlessly against her abdomen. Supreme secret of the great devouring demon art, Yin-Yang Demon Pact. Unohana Retsu's dignified features twisted instantly in excruciating pain and profound humiliation. She felt an irresistible malevolent force tearing through her soul's defenses, carving with brutal finality the character for slave deep into her primordial essence. This power, impossible, her pride as the first Kenpachi shattered layer by layer beneath the absolute dominion of the demonic pact. The killing light in her eyes faded, replaced by a deep, obedient crimson glow steeped in shame and total Naruto withdrew his hand, watching Unohana Retsu collapse to the ground, panting heavily yet utterly devoid of hostility toward him. He smiled in quiet satisfaction. Your healing arts, your Kido, and your instinct for slaughter, I find them exquisite. From this day forth you and Kagaya are mine alone. Naruto turned, spreading his arms wide as he gazed down upon the kneeling Shinigami. Ding! Tyrant's conquest achieved. Soul Society's supreme military force crushed. Millennium's strongest Zanpakuto shattered. Elite spiritual vessel, Unohana Retsu, successfully enslaved. Essence of residual fire blade absorbed. Host's demonic flames now bear the annihilation attribute capable of burning through spatial barriers. Hearing the system's chime, a flash of ruthless ambition ignited in Naruto's Rinnegan. Orochimaru, Takuzu, at your command, Lord. 2 Divine Legion commanders stepped forward immediately. Deploy the stellar death troops. Seize Siriidi. Confiscate every Shinigami's Zanpakuto and melt them in the warship's crucible. Those who resist, drain their souls until they vanish from existence. Naruto lifted his gaze. The piercing vision of his Rinnegan pierced through the heavens of the Soul Society, fixing upon a hidden dimension far above. As for me, I hear there sits atop this world a so-called Soul King, and 5 self-proclaimed Zero Division members. Naruto's smile grew increasingly cruel. Kagaya, Unohana Retsu, come with me. This tyrant shall personally rip out the world's keystone. Above the Soul Society, the dimensional barriers were forcefully torn apart. The passage leading to the core of the Shinigami world, the palace of the Soul King, usually required the royal key to open. However, in front of Naruto, who wielded the dominion of time and space, and the omniscient divine art, this so-called spatial barrier seemed as fragile as paper. Crack. Naruto, accompanied by Otsutsuki Kagaya and the recently enslaved Uruchi Shihoin, casually shattered the void and descended onto the grand approach of the palace of the Soul King. A rich, almost liquid spiritual energy enveloped him. This place is the palace of the Soul King. Although Uruchi had been implanted with a demonic seed, she retained her consciousness. She gazed in awe at the floating structures that belonged solely to the deities. She was once the most notorious criminal in the Soul Society, and the oldest captain yet. She had never set foot in this forbidden land in her lifetime. And this man before her walked in with such swagger. A mouse has entered. At that moment, 5 figures emanating an ancient and immense spiritual pressure stood in front of the stairs leading to the inner sanctum of the Soul King. Zero Division, the 5 Shinigami chosen by the Soul King royal agents. Each of them possessed strength capable of rivaling the entire Godai 13. Standing at the forefront was a burly bearded monk wielding a gigantic brush. Bingshubai Bingwei of the armed intruder, no matter what wicked means you used to defeat that traitor Yawach or Aizen, this is not a place for you. Although Bingwei wore a smile, his copper bell-like eyes radiated a chilling murderous intent. While him still calm, retreat obediently or leave your name here. Naruto halted, gazing at the Shinigami ancestor known in the original work for naming all things in the world, his lips curling into a highly mocking smile. Name, old bald donkey, have you been in this greenhouse too long, causing your brain to rust? Without a moment's hesitation, Naruto's Rinnegan eyes shone with blood-red brilliance. If you want to die, then come at me together. Arrogant, let me teach you a lesson. Senju Maru of the Zero Division snorted coldly, and the skeletal arms behind him swiftly wove numerous deadly threads, attempting to strangle Naruto. Cut the name, not the flesh. Bingwei also acted instantly. He swung the enormous brush in his hand, unleashing a powerful stroke in the void. A torrent of thick ink splashed directly towards Naruto. This was Bingwei's most terrifying ability. As long as you are touched by this ink, no matter how powerful a deity you are, your name will be erased, and your strength, your very existence, will be instantly nullified. Master, be careful. Kagaya and Uruchi gasped in unison, sensing the terrifying power of the laws contained within the ink. However, Naruto stood still, showing no intention of dodging. Supreme Dark Rinnegan Secret Technique. Divine Art Absolute Reflection. Buzz. Just as the ink capable of erasing names was about to touch Naruto, the entire space of the Palace of the Soul King seemed to momentarily misalign. A power transcending the laws of the Shinigami universe emerged, resembling an invisible absolute mirror, instantaneously reflecting the ink's erasure law back with 100-fold power. What? Bingwei's smile froze instantly. He didn't even have time to react before the ink originally aimed at Naruto bizarrely appeared above his head, cascading down like a waterfall, drenching him in icy dread. Ah! Accompanied by an extremely short yet piercing scream, this leader of the Zero Division, who had lived for 1,000,000 years and named all things in the Soul Society. His flesh suffered no harm, but his sense of existence, his spiritual pressure, everything about him was rebounded 100-fold by his own ability in that instant. Puff! Bingwei transformed into a nameless black insect with no spiritual pressure, unable to even speak, falling to the ground with a thud. One-hit kill. Moreover, using the opponent's proudest law to completely erase them. Monk. The remaining 4 members of the Zero Division were horrified. They could not comprehend what had just occurred. So weak, not even worthy of warming up against me. A red light flickered in Naruto's eyes. Great devouring demon technique. All laws returned to the void. Boom! A massive black hole formed directly above the stairs, and a terrifying force of absorption instantly enveloped the remaining 4 members of the Zero Division. No. In the face of absolute power disparity, the so-called royal agents were as fragile as paper. Their Zanpakuto were shattered, their royal keys forcibly stripped away, and within less than 5 seconds their souls and spiritual pressure were mercilessly drained by the demonic technique, turning into 4 withered corpses. Zero Division completely annihilated. Uruchi stood behind Naruto, witnessing this overwhelming scene, her delicate body trembling slightly. She finally understood that the man she had submitted to was not a tyrant but the true creator who dominated everything. Naruto stepped over the corpses of the Zero Division and pushed open the heavy doors of the Soul King's inner sanctum. In the center of the hall, a figure sealed in a massive crystalline substance came into Naruto's view. It had no limbs, no organs, and even its internal organs had been hollowed out. It resembled a tragic human chimera, eternally imprisoned here, using its remaining essence of the Soul King to maintain the balance between the Soul Society, the real world, and Hueco Mundo. This is the highest deity of the Shinigami world, the Soul King. What a pitiful posture. Naruto approached the crystal, looking at the deity, whom he had created reduced to a wedge and battery, his eyes filled with derision. Betrayed by the Shinigami, who feared your power, severed of limbs and organs, transformed into a living dead being that maintains the world's operation. This is the fate of you so-called great loves without bounds. Since you have become a useless being, I might as well take over this universe entirely. Naruto slowly raised both hands and pressed against the indestructible crystal of the Soul King. Buzz. the ultimate operation of the great devouring demon technique. Activate the world devouring mode. Crack, crack, crack. The Soul King barrier claimed to require great effort, even from Yawatch to break, was instantly covered in web-like cracks under Naruto's terrifying demonic energy erosion. Bang! The crystal shattered explosively. Naruto's hands pierced directly into the Soul King's incomplete body. Rumbling. At the moment Naruto's hands penetrated the Soul King's body, the entire Shinigami universe, the Soul Society, the real world, and Hueco Mundo simultaneously erupted in a cataclysmic earthquake. The sky was torn apart with numerous crimson gashes, and the spiritual energy of the earth began to frantically dissipate, because the wedge maintaining the operation of this universe was being forcibly extracted. Is he devouring the Soul King? Yoruichi looked on in horror, feeling the palace of the Soul King collapsing beneath her feet. Master, if the Soul King disappears, these three worlds will be utterly destroyed. Destruction? No. Bathed in the immense essence of the Soul King, Naruto's hair flared in the wind, and his eyes emanated an unprecedented dazzling light. As the old wedge was extracted, it was naturally up to the new creator to take over. Give me, devour, roar. A terrifying giant dragon formed from pure black demonic energy roared out from Naruto's body, swallowing the Soul King's incomplete form and the entire life and death laws of the Shinigami universe into its belly. Ding. Warning. Core essence of the multiverse detected. Soul King influx. Great devouring demon technique is frantically refining. Naruto let out a wild roar towards the sky. This power was tremendous enough to sustain the operation of three worlds with the ultimate law. His black gold robe was instantly shredded by the violent spiritual pressure, and mysterious runes resembling flowing galaxies appeared on his skin. In just 3 minutes, when the last bit of the Soul King's light was completely absorbed into Naruto's body, the collapse of the Shinigami world reached its peak. The cities of the real world began to plunge into the abyss, and the sky of Hueco Mundo started to collapse. Just as Yoruichi thought everything was doomed, Naruto suddenly opened his eyes. In his pupils, the left eye represented the extreme of the Hokage universe, the supreme dark Rinnegan, while the right eye transformed after devouring the Soul King into the cross-star radiance omniscient eye representing the laws of life and death of the Shinigami. Silence. Naruto parted his lips and uttered 2 words. Divine art omniscience, combined with the Soul King's authority forcibly reshaping the laws of the universe. Buzz. An indescribable force merging all things, and the boundaries of life and death radiated from Naruto, sweeping through the entire Soul Society, the real world, and Hueco Mundo like a cosmic explosion. Miracles arrived. The collapsing sky suddenly ceased to shatter. The dissipating spiritual energy was forcibly solidified in midair. The three worlds on the brink of collapse under Naruto's absolute will not only stopped crumbling but began to merge in a new, tighter form. From today onwards, the Soul Society, Hueco Mundo, and the real world, detaching independent cosmic attributes, forcibly merging into the core energy pool of my Dark Court Divine Capital battleship. Naruto's hands came together forcefully. Far above the Soul Society, the massive Dark Lotus battleship, refined from the earth of Hokage, erupted with a super teleportation array that enveloped the entire dimension. In the midst of countless terrified and stupefied gazes of Shinigami hollows and humans, the 3 planes of the entire Shinigami world were forcibly compressed and folded by this terrifying Lotus battleship, ultimately being absorbed like 3 brilliant stars into the world furnace at the base of the battleship. Ding. Tyrant's dimensional plunder successfully devoured the core of the Shinigami universe. Soul King. Ding. Successfully merged the 3 major planes of the Shinigami into the host's Divine Realm Starship energy pool. The Dark Battleship gained a perpetual motion-level supply of spiritual power. System prompt: the host has perfectly fused chakra law with life and death spiritual pressure law, stepping into the half-step prototype of the multiverse. Ha 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 ha. Naruto stood in the vast cosmic void, gazing at the battleship that had grown even larger, and now radiated a dark golden divine glow after devouring the entire Shinigami universe, letting out an incredibly wild and exuberant laugh. Kagaya Yoruichi returned to the ship. Naruto turned around, arms wide open, as if embracing the entire starry sky. The wool of this universe has been fully sheared. Set the next course coordinates. The cross-star radiance and Rinnegan in Naruto's eyes flickered simultaneously, revealing an extreme greed for higher powers. To a place filled with scion monkeys capable of exploding planets and various gods of destruction in the universe. This tyrant is going to feast on some high-calorie food. In the vast boundless sea of stars, a pitch-black dimensional rift was forcefully torn open. A colossal Dark Lotus warship, large enough to obscure entire planets, slowly emerged from the void, descending into a brand new and explosively vibrant universe. On the terrace of the warship's temple, Naruto stood at the edge, his left eye the dark and mystical Rinnegan with 9 Tomo, and his right eye a cross-starred omniscient eye instantly pierced through countless star systems. What a vibrant universe it is! Naruto took a deep breath, a look of extreme greed spreading across his face. In this universe, with just a glance, he could sense the violent energy known as ki pulsating on thousands of life-bearing planets. Though this energy may not be as refined or governed by laws as chakra or spiritual pressure, its sheer destructive and explosive power was terrifying. Master, the vastness of this universe seems to far exceed that of my homeland, the Otsutsuki universe. Kaguya Otsutsuki stood behind Naruto, her Byakugan scanning the starry sky, her tone laced with a hint of shock. Mogetsu Ritsuka nodded silently. She could feel that if they randomly selected a strong individual from this universe, their spiritual pressure would easily crush the captains of Soul Society. No need to be overly surprised, this is merely a world dominated by brute force. Naruto cracked his neck, the bones making a crisp sound. Although the inhabitants of this universe could easily obliterate planets, he had just consumed the powers of Otsutsuki Kaguya, a deity, and the Spirit King, the world's core, stepping into an existence that was half a step beyond the multiverse. In terms of raw power, he was not lacking. In terms of laws and realms, he had formed an absolute dimensional suppression over this universe. Suddenly Naruto's gaze locked onto a point in the starry sky several light years away from the warship. There a massive disc-shaped spaceship was rapidly traveling in a certain direction. Inside the ship, an extremely evil cold aura of considerable mass emanated. An interesting prey. Perfect as a newcomer, I need a guide familiar with the local situation. Naruto smirked slightly, his figure instantly vanishing from the temple terrace. In the monitoring room of the Frisia Force's main ship, recently resurrected by his subordinates using the Dragon Balls, and having trained rigorously for 4 months in a time chamber-like environment, the Cosmic Emperor Frisia sat in a floating chair, gently swaying his wine glass. At this moment he had mastered a brand new transformation. Golden Frisia. Oh ho ho ho. Son Goku, the humiliation you brought upon me, I Frisia will repay 100-fold today. Earth along with those scion monkeys will all be reduced to dust in the universe. Frisia let out his trademark sharp laugh, his eyes filled with a cruel delight of vengeance. F. Frieza-sama? Suddenly the alien subordinate, responsible for radar monitoring, screamed in terror, rolling and crawling to Frisia's side. What are you panicking for? Such useless garbage. Frisia frowned, pointing casually to unleash a death ray that directly pierced through the subordinate's thigh. Master. An unknown life form suddenly appeared inside our spaceship. The radar showed no response. He just appeared out of thin air. The subordinate, disregarding the excruciating pain, pointed at the monitoring screen and shouted. Appeared out of thin air. Could it be that monkey Son Goku's instant transmission? Frisia's expression darkened as he abruptly turned around. However, what appeared behind him was not Son Goku in his orange GI. Instead, it was a young man clad in a black and gold robe with golden hair and heterochromic eyes, emanating an aura that even this cosmic emperor felt heart-pounding and submissive. It was Naruto. Naruto surveyed the high-tech interior of the spaceship before finally locking his gaze onto with a tail and pure white skin. You are the ruler of this star domain. Quite an unusual appearance indeed. Naruto remarked without reservation. Where is this lowly monkey from daring to speak to me in such a tone? Frisia's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Without even standing, he raised a finger. Die. Death ray. Whoosh. A red energy ray capable of easily piercing a planet's crust shot straight towards Naruto's forehead at the speed of light. In Frisia's eyes, this ignorant brat would have his head blown apart in the next second. However, at the moment the death ray was less than a millimeter from Naruto's forehead. Naruto's right eye, the cross-starred omniscient eye representing the cosmic laws of death, flickered faintly. Divine art, absolute reflection. Buzz. No explosion, no roar. That terrifying death ray, upon touching an invisible mirror of absolute laws, actually reversed itself at a speed 100 times faster than its original. Ah! Frisia didn't even have time to blink, and a cloud of blood mist erupted from it. The rebounding ray precisely severed his entire proud arm. My arm? How is this possible? What kind of sorcery did you use? Frisia in pain fell from his floating chair, his face filled with horror as he clutched the stump of his arm. He was Frisia, the emperor of the universe. To have casually unleashed a strike after 4 months of rigorous training only to have it rebound without the opponent moving a muscle and losing an arm in the process. The hundreds of minions in the spaceship were all dumbfounded, not daring to even breathe. Sorcery. It was merely a tool for dealing with wild dogs. Naruto slowly walked towards Frisia, and with each step the terrifying pressure belonging to a creator level being crack, crack, crack. The metallic floor of the spaceship began to fracture beneath Naruto's feet, while the surrounding alien subordinates under this pressure couldn't even scream, being crushed into meat paste. Why you? What kind of monster are you? Frisia felt an unprecedented fear of death, even more despairing than when he faced the Super Saiyan on Namek. I don't believe it. I am the emperor of the universe. I am the strongest. Frisia roared madly, his ki erupting violently. A dazzling golden light instantly engulfed the entire main chamber. Golden Frisia make his entrance. Die. Die for me. Frisia, radiating golden light, resembled a frenzied golden beast, unleashing terrifying power capable of destroying star systems, as he punched towards Naruto's chest. Oh, a color change has indeed enhanced his power significantly. In terms of pure destructive capability, he has already surpassed the normal form of Otsutsuki Shiki. A hint of appreciation flickered in Naruto's eyes. The power inflation in the Dragon Ball world had its unique strengths, but, unfortunately, in the face of absolute laws, brute force is worthless. Facing Golden Frisia's full-force strike, Naruto did not use absolute reflection. Instead, he casually extended his right hand, fingers spread wide. Great devouring magic, all laws returned to the void. Boom! Frisia's world-destroying punch slammed into the palm of Naruto's hand. There was no explosion or star system destruction as one might have imagined. Frisia in horror realized that his golden ki, strong enough to explode the sun upon reaching this man's palm, was like falling into an abyss, not even causing a ripple before being forcibly devoured and annihilated. And no, this is impossible. Frisia despairingly raised his head, meeting Naruto's emotionless heterochromatic gaze. The Cosmic Emperor. From today onward, you will only be a dog under this tyrant. Naruto tightened his grip, firmly holding onto Frisia's fist. Boom! A strand of extremely pure and domineering black demonic energy surged through Frisia's arm, forcefully drilling into his body with overwhelming might. Aw! Frisia let out a scream 1,000 times more miserable than when he lost his arm. His golden form was abruptly interrupted, reverting to his original white form. That black demonic energy brazenly inscribed a mark of slavery deep within his soul, while frantically absorbing the immense ki within him, transforming it into new nourishment for Naruto's great devouring magic. Ding! Parasite demon seed implanted successfully enslaved the top villain of the Dragon Ball universe, Frisia. System prompt: the host has analyzed the energy composition of ki in the Dragon Ball universe. The host's chakra and spiritual pressure are undergoing a homogeneous transformation, increasing all attributes' destructive power by 1,000. Naruto released his grip, looking at Frisia, who was slumped on the ground, drenched in cold sweat, too afraid to raise his head to look at him, and smiled with satisfaction. Your name is Frisia, right? Why, yes, master. Frisia lay on the ground, his voice trembling, the mark of absolute submission from deep within his soul, leaving him with no thought of resistance. Very good. Naruto casually tossed out a sphere of demonic energy, which instantly transformed into a black energy arm, connecting to Frisia's severed arm, not only restoring his disability, but even enhancing his power beyond its previous limits. Rewarding with a sweet date after a hard hit is the basic practice of a tyrant. You just said you wanted to go to Earth to seek revenge on a scion named Son Goku. Naruto asked indifferently. To answer, master. Yes, those scion monkeys have humiliated me repeatedly. I wanted to kill them. Frisia replied, trembling. No need to change plans, continue to Earth. A wicked smile curled at the corner of Naruto's mouth. A grand harvesting plan began to form in his mind. In the Dragon Ball world, scions possess a perverse trait that increases their power tremendously upon resurrection from the brink of death. Zenkai boost. If I can plant demonic seeds in Son Goku and Vegeta, turning them into everlasting human batteries, then this wool can directly elevate the great devouring magic to its pinnacle. Listen, Frisia. When you arrive on Earth, do not kill those two scions directly. Naruto's eyes glimmered with calculating light. I want you to use every means possible to force them into a desperate situation. Push them to their limits at the brink of death, making them transform into Super Saiyan gods or even higher realms. When they are pushed to their most desperate and power-hungry moments, it will be the time I descend to plant the seed of... Listening to Naruto's chilling breeding plan, Frisia, once the most notorious villain in the universe, couldn't help but... He suddenly felt that compared to this master before him, his past methods of blowing up planets and killing people seemed as naive as a child in kindergarten stealing lollipops. I will absolutely not disgrace my mission. I will definitely force those scions into the perfect abyss and present them to you. Frisia deeply bowed. Naruto turned around, his figure vanishing in a distortion of space, leaving behind a cold oracle echoing within the spaceship. Go. The gods and destroyers of this universe will become the nourishment beneath my divine seat. And the scions are merely an appetizer on my plate. Earth, the northern glacial continent. What had once been a serene expanse of ice now lay in ruins, riddled with craters and seething with molten lava. Boom! With an earth-shattering detonation, two figures radiating azure divine aura were hurled like broken puppets deep into the glacier, sending plumes of shattered ice and choking dust billowing skyward. Cough, cough. Son Wukong and Vegeta staggered upright from the rubble. Their orange and blue martial uniforms hung in tatters, blood soaked their bodies, and even maintaining their Super Saiyan God's Super Saiyan Ultra Blue transformation demanded agonizing effort. Before them, hovering in midair, Golden Frisia stood with arms crossed, gazing down upon them with cold, imperious disdain. Unlike the Frisia of legend, who collapsed swiftly from exhaustion, this Frisia blazed with golden radiance, yet within that brilliance coiled faint, sinister tendrils of black demonic energy chilling to the marrow. Empowered by that dark force, his stamina did not wane. In fact, his strength grew ever more savage and glacial with every passing moment of battle. Ho ho ho. What's wrong, Son Goku? Vegeta, where is that vaunted Super Saiyan power you so... Frisia extended his violet tongue, licking blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes gleaming with cruel, mocking amusement. Is this truly the final trump card you dare wield against His Majesty? How utterly laughable. Damn it, how has his power become so unholy? Vegeta gritted his teeth, clutching his fractured ribs. What is that black aura? With every clash my ki feels partially devoured. Vegeta, do not underestimate him. Goku gasped raggedly, his expression grave beyond measure. This Frieza. He's no longer himself. No. He's become a monster. On a distant cliffside, the destroyer god Beerus and the angel was sat upon beach chairs. Beerus, who had been savoring an earth strawberry sundae, now held his spoon suspended midair. Beerus's feline face wore an uncharacteristic solemnity, tinged faintly with irritation. Do you sense it? Yes, Lord Beerus. Whis narrowed his eyes, observing Frieza aloft. Within Frieza flows an anomalous energy, alien to our seventh universe. That energy is overwhelmingly domineering, even attempting to simulate and deconstruct the fundamental laws of our cosmos. And more. Beerus crushed his spoon to dust. That black aura stirred a tremor. Yes, a tremor. Within my Hakai power itself. A tremor in the destroyer god. To speak such a thing aloud would brand one a raving lunatic across the entire multiverse. At the battlefield's heart. Enough of this warm-up. To repay your kindness, from long ago I shall crush every bone in your bodies. One by one. Frieza roared, and vanished in an instant. Too fast. Goku failed even to catch his afterimage before a cataclysmic blow struck his abdomen. Gah! Goku erupted in a crimson spray, hurtling backward like a cannonball. Kakarot! Vegeta bellowed in fury. But before he could move, Frieza's tail lashed out like a steel whip, shattering half his skull. For the next 10 minutes, it was merciless, one-sided slaughter. Frieza executed Naruto's command flawlessly. Not killing them but driving them relentlessly toward the precipice of absolute death. Goku and Vegeta writhed in agony and near-death, their scion physiology. A grotesque marvel that amplified power upon each brush with mortality, frenziedly unlocking latent potential. Their ki surged violently at the edge of annihilation, breaking through limits only to rise higher still. Yet before Golden Frieza, now fused with demonic essence, all resistance remained futile. Goku and Vegeta were pinned beneath Frieza's foot, their azure auras extinguished entirely. Their hair reverted to its natural black, their pupils dilated and unfocused. Life signs flickering like candle flames in a gale. Ho ho ho. Despair. Pain. Frieza ground his heel into Goku's skull, laughing wildly. Let me tell you plainly, what you witness now is but a millionth fraction of my glorious master's true might. You apes aren't even worthy to serve as stepping stones beneath his sandals. A master. Even as death loomed, Goku's mind reeled in shock. What being, so exalted, so terrifying, could compel the arrogant universal Emperor Frieza to kneel and call him master? Just as Beerus sensed something deeply amiss and rose to intervene. Vum! The heavens above Earth tore open, as if rent apart by invisible colossal hands. Daylight vanished instantly, plunging the world into absolute starless night. A black lotus worship, its scale defying mortal perception, glowing with ominous crimson radiance, emerged slowly from the ruptured dimensional rift, eclipsing the entire sky above Earth. What is that thing? Whis sprang to his feet, the staff in his hand shrieking with piercing alarm. At the very moment the vessel appeared, Earth's gravity, magnetic field, even the local flow of time, were all forcibly suppressed by a power operating on a higher dimensional plane. Then, before the stunned, horrified gaze of everyone, including Beerus and Whis, a beam of obsidian light descended from the warship's sanctum, striking precisely before Goku and Vegeta. As the light faded, Naruto Uzumaki stood upon Earth's frozen soil, robed in black and gold, his eyes bearing Ninetamo Rinnegan and cross-shaped starburst irises, like a primordial creator stepping across eons. The instant he set foot upon the world, Golden Frieza, who moments earlier had ruled supreme, immediately reverted to base form and prostrated himself on the ice like the lowest, most abject cur. Hail the arrival of the master! Frieza's voice trembled with absolute soul-deep reverence. Silence. A silence so profound it swallowed sound itself. Goku and Vegeta forced their blood-blurred eyes open, gazing upon this enigmatic golden-haired man with alien eyes. Though he emitted no discernible ki, their scion instincts screamed with primal urgency. Flee! Now! A creature beyond comprehension. Utterly, irrevocably monstrous. Naruto ignored the trembling Frieza at his feet, fixing his abyssal heterochromatic gaze upon the dying warriors. The hunger for power. The will to survive. Such exquisite resolve. His voice resonated within their minds. Ethereal as divine decree, yet laced with fatal allure. Scions, do you wish for power great enough to shield this planet? Or even vanquish all enemies? Who are you? Goku managed, voice raw and broken. I am the deity who bestows miracles. Naruto slowly raised both hands, and placed them upon Goku's and Vegeta's heads. Grand devouring demon art, supreme parasitic demon seed. Implanted. Boom. Two streams of exquisitely refined, deceptively sacred-seeming black demonic essence pierced deep into their near-exhausted chakra ki cores. To mortally wounded scions, this energy felt like life-giving rain after millennia of drought. Krakra. Instantly, the demon art forcibly triggered their Zenkai breakthrough mechanism. Goku and Vegeta felt a power surge unlike anything before, vastly surpassing even Ultra Blue. Their wounds sealed in an instant, twin pillars of incandescent ki soared heavenward, shaking the firmament. This power, is it truly a miracle? Goku clenched his fist awestruck by the ceaseless cosmic torrent of ki surging within him. His eyes filled with wonder and profound gratitude toward Naruto. Vegeta trembled violently, convinced in that moment that a single punch could obliterate Frieza. Yet these two pure-hearted warriors had no inkling that this inexhaustible terrifying power was merely bait, an advance loan carefully dispensed by the demon seed to cultivate them into superior living batteries. From this day forth, half of the fundamental laws governing every cultivation session, every transformation, even future attainments of autonomous Ultra Instinct and self-perfected Ultra Instinct, would automatically flow into Naruto's being. Ding! The Tyrant's supreme cultivation plan has successfully activated. Demon seeds implanted in top-tier destiny-blessed warriors Son Goku and Vegeta. Scion-specific Zenkai evolution system Zenkai BST is now being analyzed and assimilated. As the system's chime echoed, Naruto's smile deepened. Infinitely knowing, infinitely patient. No thanks are necessary. This is merely your reward for delivering such a magnificent performance. At the very moment Naruto completed the seeding, hey, regardless of which dimension you hail from, if you presume to meddle upon my domain without so much as a greeting, you insult the destroyer god himself. A wave of violet divine energy saturated with the law of destruction instantly engulfed the entire glacial plain. Beerus, destroyer god of destruction, stood behind Naruto, having appeared without warning. His yellow slitted eyes burned with lethal intensity. Oh, a hairless purple cat. Naruto, his heterochromatic eyes, forged from the highest laws of the Naruto and Bleach universes, met Beerus's destroyer god gaze without flinch or fear. Perfect timing. I was just wondering, what evolution might my demon art undergo should I consume the law of destruction itself, before one of the cosmos's highest deities? The interdimensional tyrant's eyes gleamed not with dread nor defiance, but with the ravenous, insatiable hunger of a gourmand beholding the rarest delicacy upon his plate. Earth, the northern glacial ruins. A bone-chilling cold wind froze between the two figures. A hairless, purple-skinned cat. Beerus' yellow vertical pupils instantly shrank to the size of a pinhead, and a few veins bulged on his forehead. Since his birth ruling over the seventh universe for billions of years, no creature has ever dared to insult him with such a title. Did you hear that? This madman who doesn't know where he came from in the lower dimensions actually called me a purple-skinned cat. Beerus laughed in anger, but the air around him began to collapse and annihilate wildly due to the unconscious divine aura he leaked. Lord Beerus, please control your emotions. If you unleash your full power here, the entire solar system will vanish. Was stood behind him, still speaking lightly, but his grip on the staff tightened slightly. His angelic transcendent perception was unable to see through anything of the golden-haired man before him, neither past nor future. The existence of the opponent seemed to be shielded by an absolute power that transcended their entire King's universe system. Rest assured, killing a mere insect doesn't require full power. Beerus slowly raised his right hand palm facing Naruto. A deeply profound energy sphere pulsating with purple electric arcs rapidly took shape in his hand. This is not ordinary energy but represents one of the highest rules of the universe, destruction Hakai. No matter what kind of deity you are, in the face of the law of destruction, not even a soul will remain. Beerus' gaze turned cold. Disappear. Whoosh! The purple destructive energy sphere transformed into a streak of flowing light, erasing space, and leaving a dark trail as it surged toward Naruto's face. In the distance, Son Goku and Vegeta, who had just awakened and were still lying on the ice, felt their hearts skip a beat upon witnessing this scene. Oh no! It's Lord Beerus' destruction. Although that man granted us power, there's absolutely no way we can withstand that move. Vegeta shouted in horror. However, in the face of this terrifying law capable of erasing a planet from causality in an instant, Naruto didn't even lift an eyelid. Instead of retreating, he stepped forward and directly extended his fair right hand, grasping that sphere of purple destructive energy. Has he gone mad? Goku widened his eyes. Zzzzzzz. The destructive energy upon contact with Naruto's palm instantly erupted with a terrifying erasure rule, attempting to erase Naruto's arm along with his entire being from existence. But, in front of Naruto, whose body merged the origins of the worlds of Hokage and death, and had entered a singular universe-level prototypical creator state, this destructive law seemed to slam into an insurmountable wall of size. Buzz. The cross-star pattern in Naruto's right eye, the all-knowing eye, flickered slightly. Divine art, omniscience, reality modification. I refuse to be destroyed. Thus this energy is ineffective against me. Accompanied by Naruto's domineering will, the destruction law that Beerus was so proud of actually came to a standstill in Naruto's palm. The property that erased everything was forcibly stripped of its concept by the high-dimensional divine art. How is this possible? My destruction was actually nullified. Beerus' cat-like face finally revealed an expression of utter disbelief. With such a small amount of heat, it isn't even worthy of lighting a cigarette for me. Naruto sneered, and a pitch-black micro-black hole suddenly erupted from his palm. Great devouring magic, all laws returned to nothingness. Absorb. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, Naruto actually absorbed that purple destructive energy, as if he were eating cotton candy, directly ingesting it into his body. Crunch crunch. Accompanied by a series of tooth-grating chewing, sounds the magic essence within Naruto instantly analyzed and assimilated this destructive law. Ding. Successfully devoured fragments of the law of destruction. Host's magic flame attribute updated. All attacks from the host now carry the effect of causal erasure. The taste is quite good. A bit spicy. Naruto licked his lips in satisfaction, looking at Beerus with increasingly greedy eyes. Purple-skinned cat, how much of this energy do you have left? Hand it all over. You, monster. Beerus was completely enraged. As the dignity of a god of destruction was rubbed into the ground, he could no longer care about the solar system or anything else. Boom. The purple divine aura erupted like a volcanic eruption, instantly enveloping the entire earth. The earth's crust cried out in agony and the oceans boiled. Beerus' figure suddenly vanished from the spot, moving so fast that even the afterimage couldn't be captured. This was the combat instinct he had honed for billions of years, even brushing against the threshold of the ultra instinct. Bang! Beerus' fist slammed hard against Naruto's cheek. This punch was powerful enough to punch a hole, but Naruto's head didn't even tilt. What? Beerus felt as if his fist had struck an infinitely dense cosmic singularity, the recoil causing his entire arm to emit a cry of bone-cracking agony. Too slow. Moreover, the power is soft. Did you not eat? Naruto slowly turned his head, his unusual eyes coldly staring at the Beerus who was close at hand. Bang! Naruto casually raised a foot and kicked fiercely into Beerus' abdomen. Wow! The dignified god of destruction from the 7th universe with bulging eyes and blood spewing from his mouth was like a purple meteor directly kicked through the Earth's entire atmosphere by Naruto crashing into outer space. Lord Beerus finally could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. In space, Beerus coughed blood, and the divine body he was proud of was actually shattered with 3 broken ribs from that simple kick. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Beerus' eyes turned crimson, preparing to unleash all the power of a god of destruction, even at the cost of taking the entire universe down with him. But just then, buzz. Naruto's figure appeared above him like a ghost. In front of me, you don't even have the qualification to self-destruct. Naruto extended his right hand palm facing down. Terrifying gravity instantly locked Beerus firmly in place in space. Great devouring magic claw of the god thief. A pure black giant chain shot out from Naruto's palm, directly piercing through Beerus' chest. Ah! Beerus let out a heart-wrenching scream. He could feel that the source power representing the authority of the god of destruction within him was being frantically siphoned away by that chain. Stop it. On Earth, Whis, who had been observing the battle, finally took action. As an angel, he couldn't participate in private fights between gods, but if Beerus died, he too would fall into a slumber. More importantly, this man before him had already severely threatened the balance of the entire King's universe. Whis waved his staff, striking the void. Time rewind. This is one of the angel's most unbelievable abilities, capable of turning back the time of the entire universe by 3 minutes. Whis attempted to rewind time to before Beerus' attack to avert this disaster. Buzz. The scene of the entire universe began to stagnate, then crazily rewound like a film being played backward. The Earth's glaciers began to reassemble and Beerus' blood began to flow backward. Time law. At the center of the time rewind, Naruto sensed the changes in the surrounding rules. But instead of panicking, the wild smile at the corner of his mouth grew even more pronounced. To toy with time in front of the omniscient creator. Are you delivering takeout to me, angel? The all-knowing eye in Naruto's right eye erupted with an unprecedented dazzling light. Divine art, omniscience, causal severance. I refuse the time rewind. In this domain, my time is the absolute positive axis. Crack. Accompanied by Naruto's unmatched, will the time rewind law of Whis capable of affecting the entire 7th universe shattered upon touching Naruto's body, like glass crashing against diamond. How is this possible? Was far away on Earth turned pale as a tiny crack appeared in the staff he was. The angel's rule had been forcibly broken. But it wasn't over yet. Naruto's left eye, the Dark Nine-Tails reincarnation, I suddenly spun violently. Since you delivered the time law to me, I shall gladly accept it. Great devouring magic swirling law The shattered fragments of the time rewind law had yet to dissipate before they were directly swallowed into Naruto's body by the terrifying suction erupting from his eyes. Ding. Detected ultra-high-dimensional time law fragments re-wind freeze. Great devouring magic is forcefully analyzing and assimilating. Congratulations, host. Successfully mastered the time law. The host is now immune to all time-related attacks and can freely manipulate the time axis within a small range. Feeling the profound time power within him, Naruto comfortably closed his eyes. The chakra and space of Hokage, the soul and life and death of death, now added with the destruction and time of Dragon Ball. His power was rapidly transforming towards a higher dimension at a universe-shaking speed. What kind of existence are you? Beerus, pierced by the black chain, and having half of his destructive essence siphoned away, looked at Naruto before him with only deep fear left in his eyes. Even Whis time rewind can be shattered and devoured. This is not a deity but an ultimate calamity set to devour the entire world. Who am I? Naruto single-handedly lifted Beerus, slowly descending from space, returning once more to the ice. He threw the weakened Beerus on the ground, coldly sweeping his gaze over Whis, whose expression was grave, as well as Goku and Vegeta, who were still in shock. I am Uzumaki Naruto. In my universe they call me the Supreme Tyrant. Naruto approached Whis, ignoring the wariness in the angel's eyes. Angel Whis, right? Go back and tell your supreme ruler the little brat named Zeno. Naruto looked up, gazing at the profound starry sky, his eyes glimmering with endless ambition. Prepare the 7 Super Dragon Balls cleaned and ready. This universe's divine seat has been requisitioned by Earth Northern Glacier. The cold wind howled, yet at this moment the temperature here had dropped to absolute zero due to the terrifying aura emanating from Naruto. The angel Whis, whose elegant smile was always present, now wore an extraordinarily grave expression. He glanced at the fine crack on his staff, and then at the half-defeated Beerus, who lay at Naruto's feet like a dead dog, having lost half of his destruction essence. Lord Naruto. Whis took a deep breath. The angelic code prevented him from easily losing his temper, but the being before him had completely surpassed his understanding. You forcibly interfered with the operation of the 7th universe and even severely injured the god of destruction. Such actions not only violate the laws of the universe but will also alarm Lord Zeno. If Lord Zeno becomes angry, the entire universe could be wiped out in an instant. Oh, wiped out? Naruto looked down at Whis with a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. You seem to be unclear about the situation, Angel. In my dictionary there is only my ability to eliminate others, not the other way around. Naruto released his foot and kicked the half-conscious Beerus towards Whis. Get rid of this crippled purple cat. By the way, use that broken stick of yours to contact that so-called Grand Minister. Naruto spread his arms and the space behind him began to twist and boil violently. Tell them that if they do not obediently hand over the divine authority of this universe, I will attack layer by layer, stuffing all of you self-proclaimed high-dimensional beings into my furnace as fuel. Whis caught Beerus and looked deeply at Naruto. He knew this was not a boast. The means by which Naruto had just crushed the flow of time had already proven that he possessed the power to counter and even surpass the rules. Since you insist on this, then this endless consequence can only be borne by you. Whis dared not linger any longer. He struck the ice surface with his staff, and a colorful beam of teleportation light descended instantly, taking him and Beerus away from Earth at the fastest speed, heading straight for Zenith's palace. As the gods fled, the oppressive feeling over the entire Earth finally dissipated somewhat. Cough cough. On the distant ice surface, Sun Wukong and Vegeta struggled to rise. The great devouring demon seed within them was operating frantically, continuously channeling the potential brought by their near-death breakthroughs into Naruto's body. Naruto turned his head, looking at these two unaware human batteries. Don't look at me with those eyes. I'm in a good mood today, so we'll spare your lives. A devilish glint flashed in Naruto's eyes. Keep getting stronger, Scions. Super Saiyan God, Super Saiyan Blue. Even higher forms of Ultra Instinct. Go ahead and explore your potential to the fullest. Because the stronger you are, the more abundant the nutrients you— What? What are you talking about? Sun Wukong clutched his chest, the instinctive feeling of dread, making him unable to look directly into Naruto's eyes. Naruto paid them no further heed, for in his perception there was something far more tantalizing than these batteries that was eager to be tasted. The ultimate wish power of the Dragon Ball universe. The Super Dragon Balls. Naruto slowly rose into the air. His right eye, the cross-star symbol representing omniscience and omnipotence, erupted with brilliance. Divine art, all-seeing eye. Naruto's vision instantly pierced through the dimensional barriers of the 7th and 6th universes. In the vast and boundless star sea, he accurately locked onto 7 massive Super Dragon Balls emanating golden light as large as planets. Come to me. Naruto slowly raised his hands, aiming at the void. Great devouring demon art, cross-dimensional star pull. Boom. At this moment, the starry skies of the entire 7th and 6th universes trembled violently, in the astonished observations of all cosmic civilizations. Those 7 gigantic Dragon Balls scattered across 2 universes and comparable in size to Earth actually ignored the laws of physics, being forcefully pulled by an unfathomably terrifying black hole's gravity at speeds countless times beyond light, literally tearing through the cosmic barriers. In less than 5 minutes, in the space outside Earth, the 7 Super Dragon Balls blocking out the sun shone like 7 golden suns, illuminating the entire solar system in resplendent glory. What? What are those? The humans on Earth looked at the 7 enormous spheres that suddenly appeared in the sky, plunging into extreme panic. Naruto paid no attention to the ants below. He directly teleported into space, standing in the center of the 7 Super Dragon Balls. Although he did not know the divine language to summon the Super Shenron for a tyrant possessing omniscience and omnipotence, this was not a problem at all. By my will become reality. Come forth, Shenron. Naruto forcibly rewrote the summoning rules of the Dragon Balls using divine art. Buzz. The 7 Super Dragon Balls erupted with blinding golden light. A massive golden dragon, unfathomably larger than could be measured by galaxies, began to form slowly in the cosmic vacuum. Its body was larger than tens of thousands of solar systems combined. One of its scales could accommodate an entire stellar system. Super Shenron at your service. Its gigantic red-slitted eyes gazed down at Naruto, and an ethereal grand voice echoed throughout the universe, the one who summoned me. Speak your wish. Any wish, I can grant it for you. This is the ultimate miracle power of the Dragon Ball universe. Yet faced with this dragon capable of granting any wish, There was not a trace of awe or desire in Naruto's eyes, only an extreme greed that seemed intent on devouring everything. Any wish can be granted. Naruto spread his arms wide and the void behind him shattered violently. A dark lotus battleship enormous to the point of having absorbed the universe of death, and radiating a dark golden divine light slowly emerged from the dimensional rift. Then grant me the wish to devour you. What? A hint of human-like shock flickered in the emotionless pupils of Super Shenron. It had existed for countless ages, and no one had ever made such a mad wish. You don't need to lift a finger, I'll take it myself. Great devouring demon art ultimate operation. Heaven swallowing universe. The multiversal-level essence within Naruto merging the powers of Naruto Bleach and Dragon Ball's destruction, and time laws erupted completely, and without reservation at this moment. The bottom of the Dark Lotus battleship opened a black abyss even larger than Super Shenron. Give me your essence. Roar. Super Shenron emitted a mournful cry that resonated throughout the multiverse. It attempted to resist but its proud miracle laws under the oppression of Naruto's unreasonable devouring magic and omniscient divine art found itself utterly powerless. The golden scales began to disintegrate and its massive body transformed into an endless stream of golden divine light akin to a torrent of stars surging madly into Naruto and the dark battleship. This is impossible. In Zena's palace far away, the Grand Minister, who had just witnessed this scene through the water mirror, finally revealed a look of extreme horror on his ever-calm face. He actually devoured Super Shenron. He is consuming the laws of creation and wishes of our universe. The Grand Minister clenched his hands tightly, and the two identical childlike Zenas sitting behind the Grand Minister also stopped playing. That person is quite... The current Zeno said. Yes, let's eliminate him. The future Zeno echoed. In space, the frenzied devouring which lasted half an hour finally came to an end. The immense Super Shenron and the 7 Super Dragon Balls had been completely erased from the history of the Dragon Ball universe. Naruto floated in the vacuum, exuding a supreme divinity that even the laws of the universe seemed to bow to. Ding! The Tyrant's miracle plunder. Successfully devoured Super Shenron. Congratulations, host. Successfully plundered the ultimate authority of the Dragon Ball universe, the laws of miracles and creation. System prompt: the magic power within the host is nearing completion, and the host has officially entered the single universe level pinnacle, ready to challenge the multiverse level at any time. The laws of miracles, Now even Zena's eradication cannot erase me. Naruto stretched his muscle. He felt that with just a thought he could create a galaxy out of thin air or revive a deceased universe. Of course, compared to creation, he preferred destruction and devouring. At that moment, a circle of extremely sacred and solemn light ripples suddenly spread out in the cosmic vacuum before Naruto. 12 angels, 12 gods of destruction, led by a short man with a blue halo hovering above his head, slowly emerged from the light ripples. It was the Grand Minister and the highest deities of the Dragon Ball universe all coming forth. Surrounded by them, the two Zenas sitting on floating thrones looked at Naruto with innocent yet cold gazes. The invader from another universe. The Grand Minister's eyes sparkled like lightning as he stared directly at Naruto. You have devoured Super Shenron, severely disrupting the balance of the 12 universes. By the order of Lord Zeno, we will now execute absolute erasure on you and the foreign object behind you. The two Zenas simultaneously raised their small hands. Erasure. Buzz. Two beams of white light representing the highest will of the multiverse, capable of instantly reducing the entire universe to nothingness, enveloped Naruto and his dark battleship without warning. Faced with this ultimate erasure that could instantly eliminate even Zamasu in the original work, Naruto's face showed not an ounce of fear but rather a wild, cruel smile that was more frenzied than that of a devil. Ha ha ha. Zeno, Grand Minister. Naruto suddenly spread his arms wide. Left eye pitch dark nine-tails Sharingan. Right eye cross star omniscient eye. Divine art omniscience destruction law miracle and creation law great devouring demon art. Do you really think that with your few universe watchdogs you can erase this tyrant? The black magic essence within Naruto merging the top laws of the 4 universes formed a vast black shield that not only forcibly blocked Zena's erasure light, but even began to corrode and devour those 2 beams of white light in reverse. This is impossible. The Grand Minister finally lost his composure, exclaiming in shock. Zena's erasure was actually blocked. Naruto stepped forward like an invincible extreme demon god, walking through the void, braving Zena's erasure light, heading towards the Grand Minister and Zeno. Since you have come so grandly to deliver food. Naruto's mouth cracked open, revealing his pearly white teeth. Then today I shall gladly accept the control over these 12 universes and the souls of you so-called deities. In the vast emptiness of the universe, the eradication light of the Omni King, capable of reducing the 12 universes to nothing in an instant, emitted a hissing sound akin to water droplets falling into lava when it touched the pitch-black magic energy shield surrounding Naruto's body, not only failing to penetrate, but instead being gradually devoured in reverse. This is impossible. The eradication of the esteemed Omni King is an absolute rule. How could it be? The face of the Grand Priest, which always maintained composure and a smile, finally contorted completely. He had lived through endless ages witnessing the birth and destruction of countless universes, but a monster that completely disregarded the fundamental laws of the multiverse was beyond his experience. Absolute rules. That's merely because you have never encountered someone who treats rules as mere food. Naruto, enduring the Omni King's eradication light, resembled an ancient demon god, smashing through eternity step by step, approaching the throne of the Omni King. With each step, he took the cosmic vacuum beneath him uncontrollably collapsed, creating vast black void cracks. Protect the esteemed Omni King. The Grand Priest finally realized the true life-and-death crisis. He roared angrily, and the angelic staff in his hand erupted with a brilliance of sacred light to the utmost degree. 12 destroyers, 12 angels formation barrier. Accompanied by the Grand Priest's command, Beerus injured, and brought by was Kampa the Clown, and the other 12 destroyers along with 12 angels instantly surrounded Naruto. Ultimate secret art of the destroyer's 12-fold destruction sphere. Angelic secret technique, absolute space-time confinement. The 12 destroyers simultaneously drained all their destructive essence, condensing a purple destruction energy sphere 100 times larger than the sun. The 12 angels joined forces to perform an ultimate confinement that could completely stop time in the entire great universe. This was the ultimate strike unleashed by the gods of the Dragon Ball universe. Even if the Super Dragon were revived, it would be instantly obliterated facing such an onslaught. However, at the center of the attack, Naruto did not resist. Instead, he arrogantly spread his arms wide. Your understanding of power still lingers in the pathetic depths of a well. Naruto's left eye, the extremely dark Nine-Tails Rinnegan, roared into motion, while the starry light of his right eye, the all-knowing eye, shot forth beams of light that pierced through eternity. Divine technique, all-knowing and omnipotent miracle and creation law. I declare in this time and space I alone reign supreme. All confinement is but an illusion. Buzz. The absolute space-time confinement laid down by the 12 angels shattered like a fragile sheet of window paper before Naruto's will of the creator breaking apart in an instant. The 12 angels simultaneously spat out a mouthful of blood and their staffs shattered. But that wasn't the end. Facing the overwhelming pressure of the 12-fold destruction sphere above, Naruto showed no intention of dodging. The ultimate operation of the great devouring demon technique, all things returned to ruins. A deep abyssal black hole suddenly ripped open in Naruto's chest, seemingly connecting to another multiverse. Give me. Devour. Boom 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 boom. The purple destruction sphere, condensed from the essence of all 12 destroyers, showed no sign of resistance the moment it touched the black hole, being forcefully stretched into noodle-like strands and crazily sucked into Naruto's body. Burp. In just 3 seconds, the world-ending attack vanished without a trace. Naruto even mockingly burped a hint of purple electric light spilling from the corner of his mouth, which he then licked back in. Not bad, but the quantity is a bit too small. What? What kind of monster is this? Kampa, the destroyer of Universe 6, was so frightened that he fell onto the void, trembling uncontrollably. Not only did he become immune to eradication shatter time, but he could even directly swallow the 12-fold destruction. In the eyes of the Grand Priest, despair finally surfaced. Now it's my turn. The sinister smile on Naruto's face instantly faded, replaced by absolute coldness and slaughter. Whoosh! Naruto's figure vanished from the original spot. No spatial fluctuations, no time delays, for in front of Naruto, who mastered all-knowing and the laws of the Super Dragon, distance had lost all meaning. Puff! A hand entwined with black nine nether magic flames pierced through the Grand Priest's chest without warning. Grand Priest! Eh! The god screamed in terror. The Grand Priest struggled to lower his head, looking at the hand in his chest. He wanted to mobilize the angel's power to counterattack, but found that the black flames were burning and devouring his soul, his divine power, and everything that constituted his existence at an extremely terrifying speed. You? What do you want? The Grand Priest managed to spit out a few words with difficulty. To incorporate this universe. Naruto coldly withdrew his hand, and the lofty body of the Grand Priest instantly turned to ash, blown away by the magic wind, completely dissipating. The highest angel of the Dragon Ball universe, the Grand Priest, who stood above all, was obliterated in an instant. Run. Run fast. The destroyers and the remaining angels finally crumbled completely. Since even the Grand Priest was killed in one strike, they had only one path left: death. Since you came, let all of you become the nourishment of my divine city. How could Naruto let go of these high-purity energy packs? He clasped his hands together fiercely. Great devouring demon technique, devouring chains. 24 thick chains burning with black flames shot out from Naruto's back like poisonous snakes with eyes instantly crossing tens of thousands of light years, precisely piercing the chests of the 12 fleeing destroyers and 11 angels. Ah! The wails echoed throughout the cosmic vacuum. These gods, who usually looked down from above and could easily destroy planets, were like a skewered piece of barbecue being forcefully pulled back by Naruto. Refine. Boom! The magic flames surged. The souls and bodies of the 23 gods were completely drained in less than 10 seconds. Ding! Successfully devoured the essence of the 12 destroyers and 12 angels. The eradication and creation laws within the host reached a state of perfection. After completing all this, Naruto clapped his hands, as if he had just cleaned up a pile of garbage. He slowly turned. He looked towards the 2 identical Omni-Kings seated on their thrones, who were now staring blankly at him. Little brat, all your subordinates are dead. Now no one can save you. Naruto stepped up the stairs, arriving before the Omni King. What? What are you going to do? The voice of the current Omni King trembled as he instinctively raised his hand, trying to unleash the eradication light. But Naruto grasped his wrist, the strength almost crushing the Omni King's bones. Your eradication is ineffective against me, and my devouring is absolutely fatal to you. The cross-star light in Naruto's eyes erupted with an extremely cruel red glow. Regarding the so-called supreme god who appears as a child but has a heart that is utterly indifferent and can destroy a universe at will, Naruto felt not a shred of sympathy. Hand over your authority. Naruto's hands firmly clutched the heads of both the present and future Omni Kings. Great devouring demon technique, usurp divine authority. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by the anguished screams of the two Omni Kings, an indescribable pure white light was forcefully extracted from their crowns by Naruto in a brutally violent manner. This white light represented the supreme dominion over the 12 universes of Dragon Ball. It represented the absolute concept of erasure. Naruto opened his mouth as if a great whale was sucking in water, swallowing the two spheres of pure white light representing the authority of the Omni Kings in one gulp. Bang, bang. The Omni Kings, having lost their authority, instantly became lifeless shriveled husks rolling down from their thrones. Ding. The Tyrant's usurpation successfully devoured the supreme god Omni King of the Dragon Ball universe. Congratulations to the host for forcibly plundering and perfectly integrating the absolute erasure authority. Attribute description: your will is the end of the multiverse. With a single thought you can completely erase all matter, energy, causality, and souls within a single universe to an absolute nothing. Ding. The host's life level underwent a drastic transformation, officially stepping into the multiverse level midstage. Ha! Naruto closed his eyes, feeling the terrifying power within him that could annihilate countless universes with just a thought. He not only completely mastered the Dragon Ball universe but also turned the rules of this universe into his own instinct. He slowly turned around, gazing down at the endless sea of stars. The Omni King is dead, the destroyers and angels are dead. These 12 universes have now completely become masterless objects. Kagaya Oizuki Kagaya. Naruto's voice reached the massive Dark Lotus battleship in the background through divine sense. Master. The two women immediately knelt down in response in the battleship's temple. They had just witnessed Naruto tearing apart angels and swallowing the Omni King, their reverence for him reaching a pathological. Compress and fold these 12 universes for me. I want to stuff them all into the furnace of my divine city. Naruto raised his hand, unleashing the utmost authority belonging to the Omni King. Buzz. In the eyes of countless beings in the Dragon Ball world, including Goku and Vegeta on Earth, who were shocked to their core, the 12 vast universes began to rapidly shrink like gigantic bubbles under Naruto's will. Galaxies collided, rivers of stars intertwined. Finally, the 12 universes were forcibly compressed into 12 cosmic cores radiating dazzling light, swallowed in one gulp by the abyssal maw at the bottom of the Dark Lotus battleship. Ding. Successfully incorporated the 12 universes of Dragon Ball into the host's divine kingdom energy pool of the starship. The Dark Lotus battleship gained multiversal-level engine power. The internal space of the battleship expanded to infinity. Thus, the once invincible Dragon Ball universe was completely reduced to a fuel depot and garden for the Extreme Tyrant's private battleship. Goku and others would also eternally supply Naruto with chakra in the internal space of the battleship. The starry sky once again fell into a deep silence. Naruto returned to the throne of the battleship, propping up his chin with one hand, his eyes merging the supreme laws of the worlds of Naruto, Bleach, and Dragon Ball, piercing through endless dimensional barriers as he gazed into the higher dimensional void. The wool of the anime world has already been sheared to the ceiling. The Omni King, Spirit King, Oizuki gods. These so-called deities are nothing more than this. Naruto stood up, the black and gold robe fluttering in the void. The aura emanating from him was no longer merely chakra or chi, but an ultimate demonic might that could cause all paths to sink and terrify the heavens. System. In what orders does the host have? The system's voice seemed to have become more respectful, and even tinged with awe due to Naruto's surge in power. Scan higher dimensional planes. I want to go to one. A high martial world where beings have lived for millions or even tens of millions of years, casually covering the skies and claiming kingship. A cruel, bloodthirsty smile curled at the corner of Naruto's mouth. Go tell those so-called immortal kings, immortal emperors, and those lofty supreme beings in the forbidden zones. In the vast and boundless chaos of the void, the Dark Lotus warship resembled a slumbering prehistoric beast, slowly breaking through the barriers of dimensions and arriving at the edge of a brand new universe filled with an overwhelming ancient and even a hint of primitive tragic aura. Buzz. As soon as the battleship poked its head out, the grand laws of the universe, immense to the extreme, descended like a mountain range. The intensity of this law was even several dimensions higher than that of the Dragon Ball universe. Such a heavy law oppression. Inside the battleship's divine hall, even Kagaya and Yatsuki, who had reached the pinnacle of Starcore level, felt breathless, and the flow of power within them became extremely sluggish. Only Naruto, standing at the forefront of the terrace, erupted with an unprecedented fervor in his unique eyes. Truly, this is a supreme mystical realm. The laws here are complete, solid, and filled with endless auras of plunder and slaughter. The grand devouring demon art within Naruto operated wildly, and the demonic essence capable of devouring the entire authority of the king forcefully analyzed and adapted to the great laws of this world in just a few minutes. Master, this world is terrifying. Kaguya leaned pale against Naruto. Of course it's terrifying. Here ancient monsters that have lived for millions of years are as numerous as cattle, and powerful beings capable of collapsing a galaxy with a drop of blood are everywhere. Naruto turned around and pinched Kaguya's exquisite cheek, saying, so your current strength is not even enough to qualify as I am incompetent. Kaguya and Yatsuki knelt in terror. Do not blame yourselves. Naruto waved his hand, sending a glowing orb exuding a rich aura of immortality into Kaguya's body. Kaguya, your Otsutsuki clan is most adept at cultivating divine trees. From today onward you and Yatsuki will remain on the battleship. I will hide the battleship deep within the chaos of this world. Next I will send you countless elixirs, divine metals, and even saplings of the world tree from this world. Your task is to cultivate and refine them all into the foundation of the divine city using the demonic essence I grant you. When I step on the heavenly Tao of this world, it will be the time for you to rise with me and transform into immortal kings. Upon hearing this, the fear in Kaguya's eyes instantly transformed into extreme fervor and emotion. I will definitely cultivate the strongest elixir garden in the heavens for you, master. After arranging for the rear, Naruto took a deep breath. If he were to unleash his multiversal-level strength right now, it would inevitably attract the early siege of the sleeping immortal kings and emperors from the upper realms, 9 heavens and 10 earths, even the immortal domain and other realms. Though he was reckless, he was not foolish. Before understanding the true nature of the world's top powerhouses, hiding the battleship in the background and descending into the world himself was the most prudent way for a tyrant to procure resources. System, seal off 90% of my original aura. Disguise my external realm as this world's respectful realm. Ding. The illusion is fully activated. The origin has been sealed. The current realm displayed to the outside respectful realm, complete perfection. The true combat power can still be unsealed to multiverse level at any time. In a flash of light, Naruto's luxurious black gold robe transformed into a simple yet tidy dark martial. His dazzling golden hair was also transformed into black hair and black eyes using transformation techniques, making him appear like a mysterious wandering cultivator in this world. Let's go and take a look at this land called Great Wilderness. With a step forward, Naruto's figure instantly merged into the void. The lower realm's 8 domains wilderness. In the vast wilderness, ancient trees towered high and poisonous insects and fierce beasts roamed freely. The survival laws here were extremely cruel. Even powerful cultivators could easily become the prey of ancient relics if they were not careful. Boom! A deafening beast roar echoed through the mountains and forests. A gigantic wolf as large as a small mountain and covered in green scales was opening its massive jaws, frantically chasing a child no more than 3 or 4 years old who was dressed in animal skins. This little fellow was exquisitely carved with big sparkling eyes and surprisingly clutched a pottery jar used to hold beast milk. Even while fleeing, he did not forget to gulp down a few mouthfuls. Oh no, you big dumb wolf, I only plucked a few of your spirit herbs. Is it necessary to chase me for so long? Though the little guy was young, he was incredibly strong, propelling himself off a tree trunk like a small cannonball, leaping dozens of meters away with astonishing agility. It was none other than the young emperor of the wilderness. Sure, how little. However, this green-scale giant wolf was evidently an extremely powerful mutated relic. It suddenly unleashed a green beam of energy, directly snapping the large tree in front of Sure How in half. Sure How could not gain leverage in midair, and as he watched the massive jaws about to swallow him, he thought, it's over, Grandpa Village Chief Little Dot is about to become wolf poop. Sure How closed his eyes. However, the expected pain did not come. Instead, a heavy sound of flesh bursting resonated in his ears. Bang! Sure How quietly opened one eye. He was shocked to see that the once formidable and terrifying green-scaled giant wolf had now turned into a pile of steaming flesh deeply embedded in the ground. Beside that pile of flesh stood a young man dressed in dark attire with black hair and black eyes. The young man did not even raise a hand. He merely stood there, exuding a faint yet chilling aura that made all the birds and beasts within dozens of miles fall silent, as if they had encountered the ruler of the apex of the food chain. This young man was of course Naruto Uzumaki, who had just descended into the great wilderness. Naruto looked down at the little dot, who was sitting on the ground, still clutching the milk jar tightly. Under malicious perception and the system's scan, Naruto saw through the terrible scar within this little fellow where a piece of the supreme bone had been forcibly excavated. That was the betrayal of a close relative, the utmost pain of flesh and blood separation. In that moment, even a cold-blooded tyrant like Naruto felt a subtle resonance deep within his heart, where a long-sealed memory belonging to the orphan of Konoha stirred. He had once drunk expired milk called a demon fox by the whole village, while this little fellow, having lost his supreme bone, wandered in this cruel great wilderness, only able to survive by drinking beast milk. Heh! The same beginning, one became the savior, the other became the tyrant of the ages. Naruto's lips curled into a self-mocking yet cold arc. But in this life, Naruto Uzumaki did not wish to be a savior brainwashed by the will of fire. What he wanted to be was a tyrant who tramples all rules. And this little fellow. Since our circumstances are so similar, I will make an exception this time to be your pillar of support in this world. Naruto retracted the suffocating killing intent surrounding him, trying to make his expression as gentle as possible. He walked up to Shirahao and squatted down. "Little fellow, what is your name?" Naruto reached out his hand, wanting to pat Shirahao's head. Shirahao shrank back, vigilantly tightly protecting the milk jar in his hands. "My name is Shirahao. Everyone in the village calls me Little." "You? Are you so powerful that you want to steal my beast milk?" Looking at Shirahao's protective posture, Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. "I have no interest in your milk." Naruto casually pointed at the pile of green-scale giant wolf's flesh on the ground, a spark of black nether demon flame flickering from his fingertip. Hiss! Under the scorching of the black flames, the impurities in that pile of flesh were instantly removed, transforming into a piece of roasted meat that exuded an extremely tempting aroma and contained a vast essence of blood. Naruto handed the roasted meat to Shirahao. "Meeting is fate. My name is Naruto, a wandering cultivator in this world. This piece of meat is my gift to you for our meeting." Shirahao's nose twitched a couple of times, and his big eyes sparkled instantly. He could feel that the energy within that roasted meat was far greater than any fierce beast he had ever eaten. Gulp! Little Dot swallowed hard, finally putting down his guard, snatching the roasted meat, and wolfing it down, even blowing on it because it was too hot. "Delicious. So delicious. Big brother, you are even more powerful than our village chief," Little Dot praised with his mouth full of grease. Watching Little Dot enjoy the food, Naruto stood up and gazed deeply into the depths of the great wilderness. The martial king's mansion that excavated the supreme bone, the lofty giants of the upper realm. "Little stone, I won't interfere in the struggles of our peers. That is to temper your path to invincibility. But if those old dogs who have lived for hundreds or even thousands of years dare to bully you because of their cultivation." The Ninetamo Sharingan in the depths of Naruto's eyes flashed with a terrifying killing intent capable of destroying the universe. "As your older brother, I will let them know what it means to exterminate 9 clans, leaving no one behind. In the great wilderness, towering mountains loom and fierce beasts roam. Deep within this primal and bloody wilderness, however, lies a tranquil haven, Stone Village." At the village entrance, a massive dead tree charred by lightning stands silently. On the tree, only a willow branch emits a soft green glow, gently swaying in the wind like a guiding light in the darkness. "Grandpa Village Chief, I'm back." Little Stone Shirahao rushed into the village, clutching his ever-present milk jar, bouncing like a chubby little ball. His small face was filled with excitement, and behind him, he dragged a piece of meat from a blue-scaled giant wolf that was several times larger than his own body. "Oh dear, my little ancestor, did you run deep into the great wilderness again? Why did you bring back such a huge piece of ancient beast meat today?" Old village chief Shi Yunfeng hurriedly approached, leaning on his cane, his wrinkled face filled with concern. "It was given to me by Big Brother Naruto. Big Brother Naruto is amazing." With a bang, he turned that big stupid wolf into meat paste. Little Stone excitedly flailed his arms, pointing behind him. Following Little Stone's direction, the villagers of Stone Village all paused their work alertly. A young man dressed in a dark robe with black hair and black eyes walked leisurely with his hands in his pockets. He bore no weapons and did not emanate any overwhelming aura. His power was suppressed by the system to the respectful realm, yet an almost intangible transcendent aura instinctively evoked a sense of awe in these rugged men who had fought in the great wilderness for years. "This young brother, I am Shi Yunfeng, the village chief of this village. Thank you for saving our village's skin monkey." Shi Yunfeng stepped forward, cupping his hands with respect. Though wary in his heart, he understood the rule that in the great wilderness strength commands respect. Naruto halted his steps, his gaze sweeping across the simple, even somewhat rough villagers. In the feedback of malicious perception, these people's hearts were as pure as a blank sheet of paper. Their affection for Little Stone was genuine, forming a stark contrast to the villagers of Konoha, who smiled on the surface, but secretly cursed him as a demon fox. There were no hypocritical schemes, only the most primal instincts of survival and protection. Here it was far more pleasant than that polluted Konoha. A faint smile curled at the corner of Naruto's mouth, as he concealed his tyrannical aura. "You are too polite, village chief. I am Uzumaki Naruto, a wandering cultivator traversing the world. I was just passing by, and seeing this little fellow was pleasing to the eye. I lent a hand." Naruto's voice was gentle, completely devoid of any trace of a demonic presence from another realm. "Since you are Little Stone's benefactor, if you don't mind our humble stone village, please come in for some water." Seeing no malice in the other, Shi Yunfeng warmly invited him. Naruto nodded and followed Shi Yunfeng into the village. However, as he passed by the charred willow tree at the village entrance, his steps momentarily faltered ever so slightly. It seemed like a casual glance, but deep within Naruto's eyes, the sealed dark Nine-Tails Rinnegan suddenly erupted with a violent tremor. In Naruto's omniscient and all-powerful perspective, this was not just any dead wood. Deep within this charred stump, a terrifying ancient and vast power lay hidden, one that had witnessed the destruction and rebirth of countless epochs. It was a supreme Tao of immortality that had once severed the river of time, staining the 9 heavens and 10 earths with rivers of blood. A mortal king. No, it had even touched the threshold of quasi-immortal emperor existence. Naruto's heart churned with a storm, but he concealed it well, showing no signs on the surface. One of the powerhouses in the perfect world, the ancestor spirit, the willow god. Having suffered unimaginable injuries falling from a supreme dimension, even forgetting past memories, it could only lurk in this small village of the lower realm, struggling to survive, relying on a bit of weak faith to reconstruct its true form. Naruto looked at the willow branch, glowing faintly, a subtle smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Interesting. He did not disturb anyone and walked straight into the village. As night fell, the starry sky over the great wilderness appeared particularly dazzling. The people of Stone Village had gone to rest early. But in the courtyard of the village chief's house, Naruto sat alone on a stone bench, gazing at the stars above. Since I'm awake, let's have a little chat. Naruto did not speak but directly used his formidable spiritual power, capable of contending with the heavenly Tao, to emit a subtle and secretive wave, accurately conveying it deep into the charred willow wood at the village entrance. Rustle. The willow branch, emitting a green light, trembled slightly. A vague, grand, yet somewhat weak and confused thought resonated in Naruto's mind. You do not belong to this realm. There is no cause and effect of the great Tao of this universe on you. The Willow God's perception was remarkable. Although Naruto had concealed his cultivation with the system, the Willow God could still sense that the essence of the life of this young man was fundamentally different from any beings in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. You have a good eye. Naruto picked up a bowl of coarse tea from the table and took a gentle sip. I do indeed come from another starry sky. But rest assured, I harbor no malice towards you or this village. On the contrary, I quite like it here. Naruto stood up, his figure flickering like a ghost, instantly crossing the distance of space to appear right in front of the willow. This silent mastery of space caused a ripple in the Willow God's weak consciousness once again. You once stood above the 9 heavens, worshipped by myriad races, yet now you have fallen to the fate of being struck by lightning and reduced to wood ashes. The feeling of falling from the cloud to the abyss must be quite unpleasant. Naruto extended his finger, condensing a drop of liquid that radiated a dazzling green light at its tip. This drop of liquid contained life force, even purer than many divine medicines in this world, crafted by Naruto utilizing the perfect immortal body, and the divine tree's essence combined with the great devouring magic, highly compressed and refined. Meeting is fate. I'm just staying in this village, so I ought to pay some rent. Naruto flicked his finger and the drop of life force accurately landed on the charred willow. Buzz! The willow trembled violently. The dried and dead wood fibers seemed to crazily absorb this drop of otherworldly high-dimensional life force like a parched land encountering a refreshing rain. Originally, the dead wood had only one willow branch, yet now, at a visible speed, it struggled to sprout a second and third new branch radiating tender green light. This vitality did not belong to any known great Tao, yet it was pure to the extreme. Who on earth are you? The Willow God's thoughts were filled with shock. It could sense that this single drop of liquid had spared it years of arduous cultivation and accumulation in this lower realm. Just a traveler seeking fun in the endless starry sky. Naruto turned around, waving his hand towards the Willow God. Rest easy and heal. I understand the rules of this great wilderness. I won't interfere in the grievances of the older generation. But that little fellow named Sure, how I have taken a liking to him. If anyone dares to bully him because of their cultivation, I will make them understand what a disaster more terrifying than the dark turmoil truly is. Watching Naruto's departing figure, the Willow God's 3 branches swayed lightly in the night breeze. The variables from another realm. The future of the 9 heavens and 10 earths will likely be completely derailed because of his arrival. The next morning, in the open space of Stone Village, a group of half-grown children, bare-chested, were hoisting a several hundred-gene heavy bronze cauldron to build their strength. Lift! Little Stone Sure how, although the youngest possessed astonishing strength. He hoisted a bronze cauldron weighing at least 1,000 gene, his small face turning red as he steadily raised it above his head. Good. Little Stone is really awesome. The surrounding adults cheered. Is this called awesome? It's simply wasting that good physique. An incongruous voice came from the side. Naruto leaned against the courtyard wall, watching the little one with the cauldron, shaking his head helplessly. Big brother Naruto, am I not lifting heavy enough? Little Stone put down the cauldron and ran over with dissatisfaction, looking up at him with his small face. Naruto squatted down and pinched Little Stone's sturdy arm. Your strength is indeed remarkable among your peers. However, relying solely on lifting stones to build strength is too primitive and coarse. Though Naruto did not understand the specific techniques of this world's blood transformation realm, he possessed omniscience and the great devouring magic. The so-called blood transformation realm was merely about mobilizing one's blood and energy, refining bone patterns, and inducing divine light. And in terms of tapping into physical potential and devouring external energy, who could rival the extreme Tyrant? Little Stone, would you like to learn a method that could allow you to punch through ancient beasts and even treat the ferocious beasts of this great wilderness like spicy strips? Naruto, like a big bad wolf tempting Little Red Riding Hood, wore a mysterious smile. I do. Big brother Naruto, teach me. Little Stone's eyes instantly sparkled. For a foodie, being able to treat ferocious beasts as spicy strips was undoubtedly the best technique in the world. All right. Naruto extended his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, and suddenly tapped on Little Stone's forehead. Great devouring magic reverse deduction. Naruto utilized his magic and divine techniques to instantly tailor a set of absolutely tyrannical and unreasonable body refining method for Little Stone in his mind. I call this technique The sky-devouring battle body simplified version. Ordinary blood transformation realm is about refining one's own vitality. But this technique teaches you how to forcibly absorb the natural energy of the world, even the essence blood and malevolent energy of those ferocious beasts to brutally temper your bones and meridians. While others drink beast milk for nourishment with this technique, even a sip of poisonous blood can be refined into pure power. A vast stream of information surged from Naruto's fingertips into Little Stone's mind. Little Stone closed his eyes, his small body starting to tremble involuntarily. In the surrounding air, the previously chaotic and violent spiritual energy of the great wilderness began to converge, forming a small energy vortex centered around him, frantically pouring into his body. Village Chief Shi Yunfeng, watching from the side, was so shocked that he dropped his cane. What a tyrannical technique! Is it actually forcibly robbing the heavenly creation? In just half an hour, when Little Stone opened his eyes again, a hint of substantive red light akin to that of a ferocious beast flickered in his gaze. Yet his vitality was several times more vigorous than before. Big brother Naruto. I feel like I'm full of power now. Little Stone excitedly waved his small fists, causing the surrounding air to explode with sound. Watching Little Stone in this lively state, Naruto nodded in satisfaction. Having a technique is not enough. Real combat is the only true test of strength. Naruto raised his head, his gaze directed towards a range of mountains deep within the great wilderness. In his perception, there were a few extremely powerful ancient beast auras clashing fiercely. Moreover, faint glimmers of extraordinary treasures coming into being could be seen flashing. If I remember correctly, it should be the scene of the mountain treasure emerging. The sky-devouring sparrow Chongqi and Jia are fighting for it. Little Stone. Naruto patted Little Stone's shoulder. Let's go, big brother, we'll take you into the mountains to stock up. And let's catch a couple of ferocious beast cubs for you to practice on. A hunting light once again flickered in Naruto's eyes, belonging to the extreme Tyrant. Those ancient ferocious beasts that had lived for thousands of years, their precious bones and true blood should be enough for Kaguya to cultivate the first batch of superior immortal medicines on the warship. The great wilderness's bounty. This tyrant has begun to reap it. In the depths of the great wilderness, ancient trees towered, blocking out the sky and sun. The deeper one ventured, the more turbulent the surrounding air became, with uprooted towering trees and giant stones, stained with blood, visible everywhere. Boom! A giant purple gold python as thick as a water barrel and over 10 meters long burst forth from the bushes, opening its massive mouth that spewed toxic mist, lunging directly at the small How walking ahead. This was a mutated relic species on the brink of breaking into the peak of the blood-moving realm. In the past, How would have to exert considerable effort to deal with it, even relying on a bone artifact given by the village elder. But now, big long worm, tonight we feast on snake soup. With a loud shout, How not only did not evade, but instead charged towards the purple gold python. Within his small body, the heaven-swallowing battle body was roaring into action. A layer of extremely faint but domineering black vortex, exuding a devouring power, appeared on his surface. Bang! How's fist struck the python's vital point. Accompanied by the heart-wrenching sound of bones fracturing, the giant purple gold python did not even manage to scream, its massive body visibly shriveling down. The vital blood and spiritual energy within it were violently drawn into How's body through his fist, transformed into nourishment to refine his bones. Wow! Brother Naruto, this technique is amazing. I feel like I have endless strength now. How exclaimed, excitedly shaking his small hand as he tossed the now desiccated giant python aside. Walking behind Naruto nodded in satisfaction with his hands in his pockets. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Once you master this battle body, swallowing a son will be no problem. Naruto affectionately ruffled How's hair, then raised his head, his gaze deep as he looked towards the innermost part of the great wilderness. Therefore, extremely terrifying and world-destroying malevolent energies were crashing into each other fiercely. Even the clouds in the sky were torn into pieces. Let's go, the commotion ahead is getting louder. They'll take you to witness the true giants. Naruto grabbed How by the collar, activating his spatial dominion talent. Whoosh! In an instant, the two of them crossed several dozen li and appeared atop a towering cliff. Looking down from here, the scene below was like the end of the world. Mountains crumbled and lava erupted. For ancient ferocious beasts as massive as mountains were fighting desperately to seize a mysterious bone artifact emitting dazzling white light, the mountain treasure. One giant ferocious bird enveloped in crimson flames spread its wings to block out the sun. Heaven-swallowing sparrow. Another beast resembling a fierce tiger with wings sprouting from its back and covered in spiky steel fur. Chongqi. There was also a giant ancient demon ape Zhu Yen, wielding a massive iron club and covered in golden fur, as well as a descendant of the thunderous swan and eye. Heavens! That is the overlord of the great wilderness. Although How was bold facing the pressure emitted by such ancient ferocious beasts, he instinctively swallowed hard, his calves feeling weak. At that moment, the white light-emitting mountain treasure, amidst a fierce collision, actually flew straight towards the cliff where Naruto and How were. Screech! The heaven-swallowing sparrow let out a deafening shriek, its enormous blood moon-like eyes instantly locking onto Naruto and How on the cliff. In its eyes, these two humans were even less than ants. It suddenly opened its gigantic beak resembling a black hole. Lowly blood food along with that mountain peak shall enter my belly. The heaven-swallowing sparrow actually intended to swallow Naruto. Sure, How in the entire cliff in one bite. Brother Naruto, be careful. Sure, How was alarmed. Be careful. Naruto, with his hands in his pockets, looked at the vast open mouth, descending upon him, a hint of extreme disdain curling at the corner of his mouth. A beast with a few stray hairs dares to call itself heaven-swallowing before me. Today let me show you what true devouring is. Naruto still did not remove the disguise of his master-level realm, but at this moment a hint of his multiversal-level terrifying physical strength was casually released. Get down here. Naruto stood his ground, not even using ninjutsu, simply raising his right hand and slapping towards the immense heaven-swallowing sparrow in midair. Boom! A terrifying palm wind that could not be described in words surged forth, compressing in the air into a substantial, gigantic, transparent palm. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of bones and flesh shattering. The enormous body of the heaven-swallowing sparrow in front of the slap was like a mosquito struck by a fly swatter. It did not even have time to let out a scream. Half of its body's bones instantly shattered and countless crimson feathers and blood rained down like a storm. Rumbling, the heaven-swallowing sparrow was directly slapped into the ground below, smashing into a bottomless giant meteorite crater. Silence. An eerie silence. The battling Chonchi Zhuyen and Swan and I all stood frozen in place, as if they had been hit by a stasis spell. Their enormous beastly eyes were filled with unprecedented horror and fear. One slap, to turn the dignified ancient relic species, one of the overlords of the great wilderness, into a half-paralyzed wreck. What kind of monster is that young man in black standing on the cliff? Roar. The most irritable Chonchi felt an extreme threat. It roared to the heavens, its wings behind it suddenly flapping, turning into a violent wind, opening its gaping mouth, attempting to ambush Naruto from behind. An unteachable beast. Naruto didn't even turn his head. As Chonchi was about to bite him, Naruto's right leg kicked back at an incredible angle. Crack! The crisp sound of a break echoed through the sky. Kyanki's powerful front leg, capable of shattering mountains, was bent into an extremely bizarre shape by Naruto's kick, bone shards piercing through flesh, blood gushing out. Oh! Chonchi let out a pig-like wail, its massive body rolling wildly on the ground. Naruto turned his head, grinning as he looked at the already stunned Sure How beside him. Little stone, tonight we'll feast on Chonchi's thigh. How about it? Gulp! Sure How swallowed hard, his eyes shining. Good. Brother Naruto is mighty. The other side, Zhuyen and Swan and I were already completely scared out of their wits upon witnessing this scene. Whatever mountain treasure or the dignity of the great wilderness overlord was all thrown aside at this moment. They turned around and desperately tried to flee this hellish battleground. Thinking of leaving after coming, a flash of red light flickered in Naruto's eyes. Great devouring magic technique, universal attraction. Boom! An intensity of gravity hundreds of times more terrifying than a black hole erupted instantly. As Zhuyen and Swan and I desperately tried to escape, they felt as if their bodies were tightly bound by countless invisible chains, and amidst their desperate roars they were violently yanked back, crashing heavily at Naruto's feet. The four ancient ferocious beasts, once invincible, now resembled four toothless sick cats trembling at Naruto's feet. Naruto walked up to the white light-emitting mountain treasure and casually picked it up, tossing it into the system's storage space. This item contained records of the Six Paths reincarnation technique, perfect to use as teaching material for Sure How. Then he looked down at the four ancient relic species from a high vantage point. Killing you all and refining your blood and bones is indeed a good choice. Naruto stroked his chin. The four ferocious beasts trembled in fear, tears welling up in their huge eyes, desperately bowing their heads to plead for mercy. They possessed high intelligence and could naturally understand human speech. However, upon my arrival in this realm, I just happened to need a means of transportation. Naruto opened his right hand and four black seals emanating an eerie and profound dark glow slowly coalesced in his palm. This was the system's reward, a domineering enslavement technique, Tao Heart Soul Mark. This is your only chance at life. Naruto's voice was like a decree from the Reaper of the Nine Underworlds. Open your souls. From today onwards you four will be my laborers. If you dare to have even a hint of resistance, this mark will ensure your souls suffer in demonic flames for eternity. Of course, you could also try to find someone 3 major realms higher than me to break it, provided you can find such a person in this universe. Faced with the absolute crushing force and threat of death, the 4 overlords of the great wilderness had no choice. They humbly lowered their proud heads, opening their soul defenses. Whoosh, 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 for dark glows instantly entered their foreheads. Ding! Tao Heart Soul Mark implanted successfully. Successfully enslaved the 4 ancient ferocious beasts, heaven-swallowing sparrow, Chonchi Zhuyen and Swan and I. The moment the mark was planted, the life and death of these 4 ferocious beasts were completely under Naruto's whim. With just a thought from him, they would instantly perish. Very well. Naruto snapped his fingers. A trace of pure demonic essence flowed into the bodies of the heaven-swallowing sparrow and Chonchi, and their shattered bones and broken limbs miraculously healed within seconds. Thank you. Thank you for your grace, master. Under the suppression of the soul mark, the 4 ferocious beasts surprisingly felt no hint of resentment, only endless awe towards Naruto's power. Don't be in such a hurry to thank me. Naruto waved casually, and four invisible wind blades sliced through their bodies. Whoosh! The four ferocious beasts had a fist-sized, extremely violent energy-infused pure blood forced out from their hearts. Naruto collected these four blood samples, and through a hidden spatial passage, directly sent them to Kaguya, who was hiding in a warship deep in the void. The true blood of these ancient relic species would be enough for Kaguya to cultivate a batch of top-tier immortal herbs in the divine medicine garden. After finishing all this, Naruto looked at How, who had completely turned into a little fanboy. Let's go, little stone. The show in the great wilderness is over. Big brother will take you home for barbecue. Naruto thought to himself. Using the rare ores in the system space and the scales and shells of the ferocious beasts that had fallen during the battle, he crudely refined a gigantic war chariot entirely black and exuding a cold metallic sheen. Go pull the cart. Naruto coldly commanded. The four ancient overlords, once feared by countless human tribes, now obediently strapped on the chains of the war chariot like four lapdogs. Naruto, holding How, sat steadily on the wide and luxurious black war chariot. Roar! Accompanied by the humiliating yet unavoidable roars of the four ancient ferocious beasts, the massive black war chariot soared into the sky like an ancient demon god, surveying its territory majestically, heading towards Stone Village. In the sky, wherever they passed, all beasts bowed in submission. The display of the extreme tyrant's power was vividly showcased on the very first day of entering this fantastical world. Scherzuin Village dawn, when the black war chariot, drawn by four primordial beasts of the great wilderness, descended upon the village entrance, every villager trembled, their legs turning to water. Only when they saw the little one leap down from the chariot brimming with excitement did the villagers dare believe it. These legendary ferocious beasts, said to devour entire cities, had been tamed by Minato as mere draft animals. Lady Lu, I have already laid the foundation for this child's cultivation. Minato approached the charred willow trunk at the village gate and spoke calmly. After prolonged refinement through the heaven-devouring body art, Shao's physical strength had reached the 10,000 gene apex of the blood-moving realm, and was now edging ever closer to surpassing it. Your technique is extraordinarily overbearing. His body is already unmatched in the lower realms. Lady Lu's consciousness resonated with quiet admiration. Then her willow branches shimmered with a gentle emerald light, weaving an arcane passage. An invitation for him to enter the void spirit realm and temper his spirit. There lies infinite destiny and the records of gods themselves. The void spirit realm. Sounds like there'll be lots of delicious food. The little one wiped drool from his chin. Minato smiled faintly and ruffled his hair. Go on, Xiao. Remember what your big brother taught you. Inside, you need not defer to anyone. If anyone dares provoke you, strike them down. If you see something fine, seize it, and stamp every so-called upper realm genius under your feet. For me. Mission accomplished. Exhilarated, the little one sat cross-legged and, guided by Lady Lu, projected his spirit as a streak of light, vanishing into the void spirit realm's passage. As the child vanished into the void spirit realm, Minato's gentle smile dissolved in an instant, replaced by a killing intent as frigid and ancient as glacial ice. Xiao too has gone to the void spirit realm to claim his destiny. As his elder brother, it is time I returned to the mortal world, to collect with interest every debt owed him from long ago. Minato turned and stepped onto the black war chariot drawn by the four primordial beasts. Tunshin K. Cheongchi. His voice cut like a cold blade. Master. What are your orders? The four primordial beasts cowered low, trembling violently. Target the imperial capital of Sure Kingdom, the Wu martial manor and the Yu clan. In Minato's eyes, the pitch-black eternal Mangekyo Sharingan blazed with searing crimson light. Today I shall erase both clans from this world, utterly and irrevocably. Roar! At the titanic roars of the four beasts, the black war chariot shot skyward, ripping open the void itself, and hurtled toward the imperial capital at speeds beyond comprehension. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of Sure Kingdom, radiant, prosperous, and majestic, as one of the most ancient and powerful kingdoms among the 8 realms of the lower realms, its capital teemed with cultivators of immense power. Marquises' mansions lined its avenues like forests. Within the Yu clan's ancestral residence, lanterns gleamed and banners fluttered. The clan chief and several elders sat in the grand hall sipping tea. Ever since they had conspired with the Wu martial manor's Shuri lineage to extract the primordial bone from the infant sovereign-born prodigy Hao, and graft it onto Shuri, the Yu clan and the Wu martial manor had risen meteorically, so much so that their influence now subtly eclipsed even the imperial house. Eir now shines brilliantly within the void spirit realm. With his twin pupils and the primordial bone, he shall surely ascend to the 9 heavens. The Yu clan chief laughed, his face flushed with pride. Heh, that boneless wretch, the one they stripped bare, has likely long since perished inside some beast's belly in the wilds, sneered an elder, stroking his beard with disdain. Yet even as they reveled in self-congratulation, boom! The previously cloudless sky above the capital darkened, instantly swallowing all light. An indescribable aura of slaughter, like 10,000 mountains collapsing at once, descended, crushing the heavens above both the Yu clan and the Wu martial manor. What is happening? Countless cultivators across the capital looked up in terror. There, suspended above the Yu clan's estate, loomed 4 primordial beasts, each vast as a mountain Tunshin-Kei Cheongshi Jian and Swanee, dragging a black war chariot whose surface gleamed with cold metallic luster radiating absolute dominion. That's Tunshin-Kei and Cheongshi, lords of the deepest wilderness. How dare they appear in the capital, and they're pulling a chariot? The entire capital erupted into chaos. Even the sure emperor himself emerged from his palace, startled by the cataclysmic disturbance. The Yu clan and Wu martial manor members fled their residences, faces ashen with dread. Who is the venerable master gracing our capital? The Yu clan chief shouted, forcing calm into his voice, despite his inner terror. The Yu clan possesses divine heritage. We beg your august identity. Upon the war chariot, Minato rose slowly, unmasked, revealing his true face. His black robes billowed like storm-racked night, and he stood as a peerless demon sovereign surveying mortals. Divine heritage. A pack of trash who gilded their facade by carving bones from infants. You dare speak the word divinity? His voice, though soft, rolled like thunder across the capital, amplified by his overwhelming cultivation. At those words, the Yu clan and Wu martial manor elders paled instantly. You've come for that wretched infant. Silence. Who are you? Bellowed an aged royal prince of the Wu martial manor. I am his elder brother. Minato gazed down, his eyes like frozen abysses. I have come today for 3 purposes. First, to kill. Second, to shatter hearts. Third, to eradicate your entire bloodline. Arrogant fool, roared the Yu clan chief, activating the clan's protective formation. Invoke the rain god's edict. Knowing full well their foe's lethality, the Yu clan immediately deployed their ultimate trump card. A sacred edict blazing with golden radiance, bearing the lingering will of a god from the upper realms surging forth from their ancestral land. The moment the edict appeared, the capital drowned in a celestial rain of light. An inviolable sacred pressure descended, seeking to crush Minato where he hovered in midair. Ha ha ha! Before the rain god's edict, no matter your origin, you shall crumble to dust. The Yu clan cheered wildly. Yet, before the divine edict, Minato's lips curled into a scathing, contemptuous smirk. A scrap of paper dares glow before me. He did not even employ a single ninjutsu. Instead, he leapt from the chariot, straight into the torrent of divine light, and charged headlong toward the edict. Dare you defy me? You court death, snarled the Yu clan chief, grinning savagely. But in the next breath, his grin froze rigid with horror, for Minato extended his right hand, and from his palm erupted a pure black void, devouring all light, all law, all reality. Great devouring demon art. All laws return to oblivion. Swallow it whole. Minato seized the rain god's edict, still pulsing with divine authority. Before the stunned gaze of hundreds of thousands across the capital, the edict, said to slay even sovereign-level masters, did not last a single second. It shattered, then dissolved entirely into the black vortex within Minato's palm. Even the fragment of the upper realm's rain god's consciousness embedded within the edict let out a shrill, agonized scream, then was mercilessly erased by the demon art. Burp! Minato landed lightly on the Yu clan's central plaza. Too bland. Is this all your so-called god amounts to? Silence. A silence so absolute it felt like death itself had fallen upon the capital. Every soul stood paralyzed. This was a divine edict, yet this man had devoured it like a steamed bun. No, impossible. The rain god's edict. The Yu clan chief collapsed onto the ground, urine soaking his robes. Since your final trump has been played, it is my turn. Minato lifted his head. His left eye blazed with the 9-tomo eternal Rinnegan, his right with the cross-star omniscient eye, both erupting in simultaneous cosmic brilliance. Divine technique, omnipotent omniscience, reality alteration, 9-fold netherflame. I decree within a 10-li radius of this place, every Yu clan and Wu martial manor member guilty of evil deeds shall be stripped of the very principle of existence. Hum. At Minato's utterance, words that bent reality itself, the sky unleashed a terrifying rain of black flame. Ah! Those elders and masters who had participated in the bone extraction or betrayed House bloodline, merely brushing against a wisp of that black netherflame, saw their bodies wither instantly, their souls wrenched free and ignited. Mercy! Spare us! We were wrong. We should never have taken his bone. Screams and pleas filled the capital. But the black flames could not be quenched, neither water doused them nor earth smothered them. This was a demonic fire that consumed only souls and karmic ties. Within half a watch's time, every high-ranking cultivator of the Yu clan and Wu martial manor, the Marquis's elder sovereigns, lay as hollow, soulless husks, and the refined essence and foundational energy drained from their corpses surged upward as black streams, flowing directly into Minato's body. Ding! Tyrant's vengeance achieved the imperial capital of Sure Kingdom. Yu clan and Wu martial manor leadership annihilated. Massive quantities of sovereign and marquis-tier essences absorbed. Treasuries of both clans fully plundered. System evaluation. Having provoked the unprovable, you earned annihilation. Your fierce loyalty has made the very karmic fabric of heaven and earth tremble. Minato stood amid rivers of blood and mounds of corpses, his pale fingers unstained by a single drop. He raised his gaze cold and unblinking toward the distant imperial palace. Emperor Sure, today I slay only those who stole my younger brother's primordial bone. All others I deem unworthy of my effort. But should any in this capital ever again plot against my brother, Minato crushed the Yu clan chief's skull. This is the fate awaiting you all. With that he vanished, reappearing aboard the black war chariot. The four primordial beasts unleashed another deafening roar. Then drawing the chariot behind them they receded into a rift in the void, leaving the capital in awe, terror, and utter stillness. Only silence remained, and a legend destined to echo across all 8 realms of the lower realms. Behind the desolate heaven sovereign stood a demon sovereign of the ultimate path, one who could devour even a god's edict whole. Meanwhile, in the initial land of the void spirit realm, a bear-like child clutching a milk jar kicked aside a genius from an upper realm great clan, stamping his foot upon the youth's face, then threw back his head and laughed triumphantly as a record-shattering monument shimmered into view overhead. My name is Most Loves Drinking Beast Milk. Everything here belongs to me. Ha ha ha. The void spiritual realm, the primordial land. This is a peculiar world, constructed by the ancient deities using spiritual power. Anyone who enters here leaves their physical body in the outside world with only their spiritual form manifesting. At this moment, the primordial land has become a complete chaos. Oh my, that kid has broken the record again. He has dug out a huge chunk of the bluestone passageway. Look at that record-breaking stone tablet. It's signed by that most fond of beast milk. Which big family did this little rascal come from? He's simply a bandit. Countless cultivators from various clans who are training in the void spiritual realm are dumbfounded as they watch a cherubic child, holding a pottery jar, joyfully stuffing the precious bones used for paving the road into his arms. Brother Naruto is right. If you see something good, you have to grab it. If I take these glowing bones back to the God of Willows, I can surely exchange them for plenty of delicious food. The little one sure how hummed a tune as he ransacked. However, his high-profile actions coupled with the terrifying physical strength he had previously displayed quickly caught the attention of some discerning individuals. The techniques used by this little rascal are so domineering that they directly devour the surrounding spirit. Among the crowd, several powerful figures clad in the attire of the Rain Clan and the Martial King's mansion Sure Yi's lineage exchanged icy glances. At this moment, the news of the massacre in the Stone Kingdom's imperial capital has yet to reach the void spiritual realm, and these members of the Rain Clan and the Martial King's mansion still maintain their arrogant demeanor. Looking at the little brat's age and features, he resembles that wretched child whose bones were dug out back in the day. An elder of the Rain Clan fixated on the little one with murderous intent evident in his eyes. Regardless of whether it's him or not, the techniques this kid possesses are extremely strange and must not be left alive. Attack used the soul destruction needle. If he is pierced by the soul destruction needle in the void spiritual realm, his physical body in the outside world will immediately become an idiot. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several powerful figures from the Rain Clan and the Martial King's mansion sprang into action, unleashing a few needles radiating a ghostly green poison, ruthlessly aiming for the back of the little one's head from unexpected angles. Although the little one was focused on digging for treasures, he had cultivated the devouring war body granted by Naruto, making his senses extremely sharp. He suddenly turned around and a glint of ferocious red light flashed in his eyes. You bad guys dare to sneak attack me. The little one not only doesn't dodge but instead charges toward those poison needles, throwing a punch. Bang! With the strength of his extreme physical body weighing 100,000 jin, even in the spiritual form state within the void spiritual realm, he displayed overwhelming ferocity. The force of his punch shattered the poison needles, and the few Rain Clan attackers who had ambushed him were sent flying, their chests caving in, their spiritual forms flickering violently, nearly collapsing. What audacity! How dare you harm a member of the Rain Clan? More Rain Clan and Martial King's mansion experts surged in from all directions, surrounding the little one completely. Little wretch, no matter who you are, you won't be able to escape with this spiritual form today. Form the Rain God's ensnarement formation. Dozens of experts joined forces, and the sky suddenly began to rain corrosive acid rain formed from condensed spiritual power, attempting to trap the little one within the formation. Though the little one was brave, he was still just a 3- or 4-year-old child. Facing the attacks of so many adults with higher realms, he gradually began to feel overwhelmed. Humph, if it weren't for Brother Naruto teaching me not to expose my trump cards casually, I would have already swallowed your formation whole. The little one gritted his teeth, struggling to hold on. Just as the members of the Rain Clan thought they were about to succeed. Crack! A chilling sound suddenly echoed from above the primordial land of the void spiritual realm. The sound was like a massive mirror being struck hard by an invisible giant hammer. What's happening? The space of the void spiritual realm is trembling. Everyone looked up in terror. The void spiritual realm is an absolutely stable place constructed by the spirits of the deities. Even if a venerable or a powerful figure from the divine fire realm descended, it could only cause fluctuations in spiritual energy. But now the sky has been violently torn open, revealing an extremely large ink-black fissure. A terrifying will that did not belong to this world, even transcending the fundamental rules of the void spiritual realm, descended like a cataclysm from a multiverse. Boom! 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 At the moment this will descended, all the Rain Clan and Martial King's mansion experts surrounding the little one were pressed down to the ground, as if they were under 1,000,000 tons of water pressure, and even the corrosive spiritual rain instantly dissipated into nothingness. Who is it? How dare you forcibly interfere with the operation of the void spiritual realm? From within that pitch-black rift in space, a foot clad in black gold battle boots slowly stepped out. Naruto Uzumaki. He did not enter like others through willow wood or special rune passages. Possessing omniscience and the great devouring demon technique, he directly locked onto the spiritual dimensional coordinates of the void spiritual realm, forcefully tearing apart the dimensional barriers with his true form, descending into this spiritual world. This broken formation of yours, how dare you call it an ensnarement? Naruto looked down from above, surveying the Rain Clan experts below who resembled ants. Brother Naruto. The little one cried out in grievance upon seeing Naruto. They bullied me. They even stabbed me with poison needles. Hearing the little one's complaint, the dark and eternal kaleidoscope in Naruto's eyes exploded with a bloodthirsty red light. You dare to touch even my little brother Uzumaki Naruto. You Rain Clan are truly eager to be removed from the realms of the multiverse. Naruto slowly raised his right hand. Since you love the rain so much, I'll return the favor. Great devouring demon technique 9 underworld soul. A cluster of black flames shot from Naruto's fingertips, instantly splitting in midair into countless black raindrops, accurately falling onto the spiritual forms of each Rain Clan and Martial King's mansion expert. Ah! This is not corrosion, this is pure soul ignition. Those experts were horrified to discover that, under the scorching of this black rain, they not only could not log out of the void spiritual realm, but could also clearly feel that their physical bodies in the outside world were simultaneously being burned to ashes by this cross-dimensional demonic fire. Devil! You are a devil! In less than 10 seconds, dozens of experts transformed into pure spiritual essence light clusters. Naruto opened his mouth and took a deep breath. Slurp! The spiritual essences were instantly swallowed into his belly, becoming the finest nourishment that nourished his soul. Too little, not even enough to get stuck in my teeth. Naruto licked his lips and looked at the vast void spiritual realm. Here everywhere are the spiritual imprints left by the ancient deities, and there is an immense abundance of spiritual energy. For a tyrant who specializes in souls, and devouring this is simply an unattended super buffet. Since I'm here, I might as well take some local specialties back. Naruto spread his arms wide, and the terrifying magic power of the multiverse began to operate without reservation in this spiritual world. The ultimate operation of the great devouring demon technique dimension core extraction. Boom! The entire primordial land of the void spiritual realm, even connecting to higher realms, began to violently shake and collapse. Countless bluestone passageways, ancient record-breaking stone tablets, and those buildings infused with divine will began to rise from the ground, transforming into brilliant golden rivers of spiritual energy, wildly flowing into Naruto's body. Oh my, it's the end of the world. The void spiritual realm is going to be destroyed. Countless cultivators were terrified, desperately searching for a point to log out and escape. Just as Naruto was crazily gathering resources deep within the void spiritual realm, the ancient divine will that maintained the operation of the world was finally enraged. What kind of monster dares to devour the realm of the deities? Accompanied by a grand majestic roar, endless golden runes intertwined in the sky, transforming into a divine shadow standing thousands of feet tall, radiating blinding light. Upon closer inspection, this shadow bore a resemblance to the rain god of the Rain Clan. This was an extremely powerful order incarnation left by a deity from the upper realm during the creation of the void spiritual realm. Wretched being, I am the projection of the divine from the upper realm. You slaughtered the bloodline of my Rain Clan in the lower realm first, and now you attempt to destroy the foundation of the void spiritual realm. I will exterminate your 9 clans. The divine shadow roared, raising its enormous palm that could overshadow the heavens, bringing forth a supreme divine punishment capable of erasing all spiritual forms, and slammed it down toward Naruto. Divine projection. Naruto ceased his devouring, tilted his head, and gazed at the descending giant hand. A cruel mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. A broken projection left in the lower realm dares to shout at me. Naruto's right eye, the cross-star radiance omniscient eye, erupted with a piercing light that could penetrate the ages. Divine technique omniscience concept erasure. Naruto did not even dodge. He merely coldly uttered a single word, shatter. Boom! Accompanied by this single word containing the will of the supreme creator of the multiverse. That descending divine hand, just hundreds of meters from Naruto's head, hit an absolutely insurmountable wall of rules and shattered into pieces. What? The majestic face of the divine shadow showed a human-like expression of shock and terror for the first time. Not just your hand. Naruto's figure flickered, as if he had crossed the dimensions of time, and instantly appeared before the towering divine. In the horrified gaze of the divine shadow, Naruto's body erupted into a blazing inferno of black 9 underworld magic flames, transforming into a dark complete body Susanoo 10 times larger than the divine shadow, wielding the 10-fist sword and the 8-fold mirror. Even the divine essence contained in your projection, I shall accept it all. The dark Susanoo drew the flaming 10-fist sword and struck fiercely at the divine shadow. No. I am the true god of the upper realm. The divine shadow attempted to resist, but it was horrified to find that the surrounding spiritual space had already been completely locked down by Naruto's divine might. The 10-fist sword sliced through the once mighty projection of the upper realm god as easily as cutting tofu, splitting it in two. Subsequently, the magic flames on the sword transformed into a massive abyssal mouth, swallowing the cleaved divine projection, along with a sliver of the purest divine law contained within it. Ding! The tyrant's god-slaying moment successfully devoured the upper realm god projection. Congratulations to the host for obtaining fragment of the divine source from the upper realm. The upper limit of spiritual power has broken through the multiversal level shackles. System notification: the host has attracted the attention of some giants from the upper realm 9 heavens and 10 earths, but due to the veil of delusion they are unable to lock onto the host's true form. Burp. The dark Susanoo slowly dissipated and Naruto licked his lips, his eyes filled with a sense of lingering satisfaction. The taste of this upper realm god is nothing more than slightly upgraded cotton candy. He looked down at the little one below who was completely stunned by the overwhelming shock, as well as the trembling cultivators hiding in the corners. At this moment the primordial land of the void spiritual realm had been ravaged by his frenzied devouring, leaving the surrounding spiritual energy depleted by more than half. Little stone. Naruto snapped his fingers. The little one awoke as if from a dream, scampering to Naruto's side, his gaze filled with unparalleled admiration. Brother Naruto, you're so cool. That glowing giant was cut down by you with a single sword. What's this? In the future I'll take you to the upper realm and will uproot their divine mountains and celestial trees to roast for you. Naruto affectionately ruffled the little one's head. Then Naruto's gaze swept across the ravaged void spiritual realm, and his voice echoed through magic essence, reaching every corner of the realm. Go back and tell those lofty big clans as well as those so-called upper realm deities behind you. They have provoked the one protected by Uzumaki Naruto. The Rain clan shall be your fate. This wasteland and this multiverse from today onwards shall have only my voice. Having said that, Naruto took the little one's hand. Crack. The space shattered and the two, as domineering as when they descended, instantly crossed the dimensional barrier, completely disappearing from the void spiritual realm. Only a ravaged primordial land of the void spiritual realm remained, along with a legend of godslaying that would soon make the entire lower realm and even the 9 heavens and 10 earths tremble. In the great wilderness, in a stone village, the void at the village entrance rippled like water and 2 figures stepped out calmly from the spatial rift. It was none other than Naruto and Xiao Shihao, who had just caused a ruckus in the void divine realm, even slaying the projection of a higher realm deity. Ah, the air in the village smells so good. Little Shihao was holding a glowing treasure bone pried from the void divine realm, and excitedly ran before the village chief, Shi Yunfeng, showcasing it. Look, Grandpa Village Chief. This is a treasure that big brother Naruto brought me to snatch. Oh no, I mean borrowed. Shi Yunfeng stared at the piece of blue stone brick rich in spiritual energy, and even inscribed with ancient runes, his hands trembling. This? The aura on it. Little brother, you didn't go and rob the treasure vault of the primordial divine mountain, did you? The old village chief was so frightened that he could barely hold his staff steady. It's nothing, just took a stroll in the void divine realm, and casually dismantled some building materials, Naruto said with his hands in his pockets, his tone as nonchalant as if he had just borrowed a green onion from a neighbor. He ignored the old village chief's shock and walked straight to the charred willow tree at the village entrance. Rustle. It seemed that the willow spirit sensed the terrifying aura of having recently devoured a deity emanating from Naruto, and the newly sprouted willow branches instinctively tensed up. You killed a god. The grand and ethereal thought of the willow spirit resonated in Naruto's mind, carrying a hint of rare astonishment. It could clearly feel that deep within Naruto's soul radiated an ultimate sense of destruction that transcended the divine laws of the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Just a broken projection left in the lower realm, barely crossing the threshold of the divine fire realm, and it dares to be called a god. Naruto chuckled lightly and slowly raised his right hand. A sphere of energy radiating blinding golden light and containing the purest essence of divine laws appeared in his palm. This was the core fragment of the rain god projection, refined after being devoured by the great devouring magic art. Although it tastes like plain water for you right now, it should be considered a feast. Naruto casually tossed this priceless treasure directly at the charred trunk of the willow spirit. Buzz! At the moment of contact with the essence of divine laws, the entire willow tree erupted with a dazzling green light that lit up the night sky of the great wilderness as bright as day. Crack! Crack! Accompanied by the crisp sound of cracking, the dead bark charred by thunder and fire began to peel away in large swathes. Under the nurturing of the supremely pure divine power, dozens of crystalline willow branches, as green as jade, surged wildly from the trunk. Each willow branch was entwined with the faint aura of chaos and the divine chains of order. At this moment, the aura of the willow spirit welcomed an extremely terrifying revival. Though still far from its peak, this revived power is already enough to look down upon the masses in the lower realm. This essence, it actually carries no causal impurities. What exactly are you cultivating? The thought of the willow spirit trembled violently, its awe for the young man before it rising to an unprecedented height, forcibly stripping away the essence of a deity while perfectly eliminating causal backlash. Such means are unheard of even in the celestial realm, a method that treats the heavenly Tao as a mere snack. Naruto turned his back to the willow spirit looking up at the stars in the sky. Absorb it well. The great wilderness may not be too peaceful in the coming days. I've stirred up quite a ruckus and those self-important ants should come knocking soon. Just as Naruto predicted, at this moment the outside world had turned upside down. The imperial capital of the Stone Kingdom was bathed in blood, the upper echelons of the Rain Clan and the Martial King Mansion were wiped out, and even the decree of the Rain God was swallowed whole. Following that, the Void Divine Realm suffered a devastating blow as the projection of a higher realm deity was slain by a towering dark demon with a single sword strike. These two pieces of news detonated like super-nuclear bombs in the lower realm. The emperors of the Fire Kingdom, Stone Kingdom, and Wood Kingdom were all shaken out of their retreats. And those pure-blooded beings and ancient monsters entrenched in the primordial Divine Mountain sensed an unprecedented life-and-death crisis. On the Divine Mountain of the Gods, several ancient elders exuding terrifying ferocity gathered together. Have you found out? What is the origin of that demon? A massive golden-winged rock roared. Intelligence shows that he has been active deep in the great wilderness. Moreover, the four great ferocious beasts such as the devouring sparrow and Chonchi seem to have been subdued by him, becoming his steeds. An elderly blue-sky divine ox reported with a trembling voice. What? Using ancient relics as beasts of burden? The elders present all gasped in shock. This young man not only acts ruthlessly but possesses unfathomable strength. He dares to kill even divine projections. If he continues to grow, our primordial divine mountain will surely be trampled one by one. We cannot sit idly by. We must take advantage of his recent godslaying when he may have sustained internal injuries or backlash to eliminate him completely. Send messages to other divine mountains and contact the emperors of the ancient kingdoms. Immediately form a coalition of 100 clans to besiege him. For the peace of the lower realm, this otherworldly evil must be executed within the great wilderness. Fear breeds madness. Under the leadership of several primordial divine mountains, along with those noble clans fearing retribution, a coalition of unprecedented scale, gathering the most elite forces of the lower realm, was rapidly formed within just 3 days. Over 1 million elite cultivators, hundreds of thousands of powerful ferocious beasts, and over 100 ancient monsters of the divine realm. The massive army blotted out the sky, carrying an exceedingly fierce killing aura, like a black ocean rolling forward towards the great wilderness stone village. 3 days later at noon, the sky over the great wilderness suddenly darkened. Thunderous rumbles. The drums of war roared and the beasts howled like thunder. The once peaceful stone village was instantly enveloped by an overwhelmingly suffocating killing aura. The villagers ran in terror to the village entrance. In the sky, countless enormous bronze warships hovered densely, while numerous winged ferocious beasts circled above. At the forefront of the army, over 100 elders radiating divine light floated in midair like blinding suns. The immense pressure gathered together even caused the peaks of the great wilderness to begin to collapse. My heavens! Is this the end of the world? Village Chief Shi Yunfeng slumped to the ground, his eyes filled with despair. People of Stone Village, listen. In the sky, a powerful elder from the primordial divine mountain shouted like thunder hand over the demon named Naruto Uzumaki and the abomination called Shirhao. Otherwise today, in the great wilderness Stone Village, not even a chicken or dog will be left. Faced with the terrifying scene of a million-strong army, Shirhao clenched his fists, but his small face turned pale. After all, he was only a few years old and instinctively felt afraid in the face of such overwhelming opposition. Afraid. A warm and powerful hand gently rested on Shirhao's shoulder. Naruto had stepped out of the courtyard without him realizing, dressed not in the dark robe today, but in a luxurious imperial robe with black and gold symbolizing the identity of the ultimate tyrant. Big brother Naruto. There are too many of them. Little Shirhao bit his lip. Too many. Naruto chuckled lightly, a dangerously greedy scarlet glow flashing across his deep azure eyes. Little stone, let me teach you another lesson today. Naruto slowly walked onto the half-broken wall at the village entrance, facing the overwhelming killing intent of the million-strong army, and spread his arms arrogantly. In this world, in the face of absolute laws and power, numbers are meaningless except to make my dining table look a bit more like great devouring magic art. Ultimate unleashed. Boom. At the moment Naruto's voice fell, an unparalleled demonic power, more terrifying, darker, and domineering by 10,000 times than the combined might of the million-strong army, erupted from his body like a cosmic storm. Since the chives of the lower realm have come knocking, devouring sparrow. Chonchi, roll out and pull the chariot for me. Roar. Accompanied by Naruto's furious shout. In the mountains and forests behind the village, four gigantic ancient overlords as massive as mountains charged into the sky with the pitch-black tyrant chariot amidst earth-shattering roars. Naruto stepped onto the chariot. He rested his chin on one hand, sitting on the luxurious throne with his eternally dark and mystical eyes coldly surveying the million-strong army in the sky that was frozen in shock. I am the demon you seek. Now those who wish to come to their deaths can line up. Above the vast wilderness, a million-strong allied army obscured the sky. However, as the four once mighty ancient overlords of the great wilderness, Tunshin K, Chonchi, Zhu Yen, and Swan and I, rose into the air pulling a black war chariot like the most humble beasts, an uncontrollable panic swept through the entire army. Truly they are ancient remnants. That demon has really enslaved them. Gulp. Even Tunshin-Kei is being trampled underfoot. Can we really win? The hundreds of venerable old monsters at the forefront of the coalition turned pale. They had lived for countless years and had never witnessed such an outrageous scene. Do not panic. Do not be deceived by his illusions. A venerable golden-winged rock roared sternly from Tianshan Mountain, forcibly stabilizing the morale. No matter how strong he is just one person. We have a million-strong army and hundreds of venerables. Even if a divine being from the upper realm descends, we can bury him here today. Exactly. Form a formation. Sacrifice the treasures. Exterminate the evil. Under the orders of the venerables, the million-strong coalition finally suppressed their fear. In an instant, colorful divine light illuminated the entire sky above the great wilderness. Countless flying swords, treasure bones, and magical seals were simultaneously summoned by the million cultivators. It seemed as if a dazzling meteor shower was falling backwards from the sky, carrying terrifying power, capable of leveling the surrounding tens of thousands of miles, flooding toward the war chariot of the one called Naruto. Faced with this cataclysmic onslaught of millions of attacks, Xiao Shihao, hiding within the defensive formation of the village below, felt his scalp tingle. Yet Naruto, seated on the throne of the war chariot, still rested his chin on one hand, not even lifting his eyelids. To bury me? It is the most absurd joke I have ever heard, to think that a dragon could be buried by mere ants. Naruto's right eye, the cross-star light representing the creator's laws, erupted with blinding brilliance beneath the face. I refuse to be touched. Buzz. With his absolute will, an invisible and unshakable conceptual defensive wall instantly formed in front of his war chariot. Bang, 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 bang. Millions of powerful treasures and hundreds of thousands of brilliant divine abilities upon touching the range in front of Naruto were as if they had crashed into an absolute stillness barrier. No explosions, no roars. All attacks, after an extremely bizarre half-second freeze, shattered like fragile glass in the sky, turning into countless specks of light. What? Our attacks? All ineffective? The eyes of the million-strong coalition were about to pop out. That was the combined strike of a million soldiers. Even 100,000 mountains should have been flattened. How could he not have moved and completely negated everything? Are you all done attacking? Naruto slowly straightened his body, the voice beneath his mask exuding an eerie delight. Now it is my turn. Naruto slowly raised his right hand. Great devouring demon technique, final form, endless abyss. Boom. As Naruto's palm opened, the sky above the great wilderness instantly transformed into eternal night. A giant black hole over several hundred miles in diameter suddenly formed directly above the heads of the million-strong Within the black hole, blazing 9 nether demon flames burned, emanating a terrifying gravitational force capable of forcibly tearing apart even cosmic stars. What in the world is that? My body is out of control. Help! The terrifying force of absorption descends. In the coalition's camp, those cultivators and fierce beasts with lower cultivation levels didn't even have time to scream before being lifted from the ground, torn apart into a mist of blood by the frenzied gravitational force, and then swept into the massive black hole like a swirling blood tornado. Steady, steady yourselves. The venerables' eyes were wide with anger as they desperately unleashed their cultivation to resist this suction force. But Naruto gave them no chance to breathe. Since it's an Aleocaniate buffet, how can we do without the utensils? Naruto's hands suddenly clasped together. Would release Flower Tree Realm, descend Demon Flame version. Bang, bang, bang. From the ground beneath the million-strong coalition, and even from the void in midair, countless thick black vines resembling ancient giant serpents erupted without warning. These vines were all entwined with the 9 nether demon flames that specifically burn souls. Pucci, Pucci. The black vines, like the frenzied tentacles of death, instantly pierced through those massive bronze warships in the sky. They pierced through those cultivators and fierce beasts, still desperately resisting the suction force like skewered candied haws. The wailing screams echoed throughout the entire lower realm of the 8 domains. As long as one was pierced by the black vines or even just grazed, the 9 nether demon flames would instantly ignite their souls, and the great devouring demon technique would follow the vines, completely draining their blood, essence, cultivation, rune attainments, and even the source of their souls in a mere second. The withered corpses fell from the sky like dumplings, smashing into the dirt of the great wilderness, turning to dust. This was an utterly one-sided, merciless slaughter without any suspense. 1 million people before Naruto, a being with multiversal-level foundations, were truly like food placed on a dining table, not enough to even fill the gaps between one's teeth. A demon? He is a demon that crawled out from the 9 nether. Run back to the Divine Mountain. Inform the higher-ups of the upper realm to come down and exterminate the demon. The hundreds of venerable old monsters finally completely collapsed. They watched their own disciples and descendants being reduced to dry husks in just a few minutes, leaving no courage to resist in their hearts. They frantically summoned escape talismans, underground axes, and even burned their blood essence to try to tear through space and escape this hellish battlefield. Escape? Naruto sat on the war chariot watching the venerables flailing about like headless flies, letting out a contemptuous sneer. I said before, those who follow me will be granted life, while those who oppose me will be obliterated. Since you chose the latter, do you think this dining table is one you can approach and leave at will? Naruto's left eye, the darkest Ninetales reincarnation, I surged with blood-red light. Divine technique, omniscience and omnipotence, dimensional lockdown. Buzz. Those venerables who had just torn open the space rift half of their feet, already stepping into the void, suddenly discovered in horror that the surrounding space had become like solid iron blocks cast at absolute zero. The spatial passage was forcibly erased. No. The golden-winged rock venerable was trapped in the space rift, letting out a desperate howl. Come back. Naruto abruptly clenched his right hand. The gravitational pull of the black hole surged tenfold in an instant. Crack, crack. The hundreds of esteemed venerables, the top tier of the 8 domains, had their bones shattered under the absolute pull. Their proud divine abilities and treasures were utterly insignificant before the black hole. Spare me. Spare me. We are willing to submit. The venerable Azure Sky's ox wept as he begged for mercy. Sorry, your flesh is too tough. It's better to squeeze you for energy. Naruto coldly closed his fingers. The hundreds of venerables along with the remaining tens of thousands of scattered troops in the sky were completely swallowed by the black hole in that instant. Ding. The Tyrant's blood feast. Successfully devoured the 100 Races Coalition. Accumulated devouring of 108 sources from the Venerable Realm. Devoured 1240000 units of Cultivator's blood essence and rune attainments. System prompt: a massive amount of energy has been automatically transferred to the Dark Lotus Divine Capital Worship Energy Pool. The host's life level continues to steadily rise towards the pinnacle of the multiverse. The sky returned to clarity. A gentle breeze swept over the great wilderness. If it weren't for the thick layer of pale ash covering the ground which could not be blown away by the breeze, no one would believe that just moments ago here stood a million-strong army capable of sweeping the lower realm's 8 domains, entirely consumed by one person in less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. Within the defensive formation of Stone Village. Old Village Chief Shi Yunfeng, a group of men from Stone Village, and even Xiao Shihao, who was accustomed to fierce beast battles, all gaped in astonishment at the black war chariot in the sky, and the man atop it resembling an unparalleled demon god. Brother Naruto. Did he eat them all? Little Shihao swallowed hard, almost dropping the beast milk can in it. Although he practiced the devouring battle body, seeing Naruto's method of swallowing a million soldiers still made him feel his scalp tingle. Is this what a true master of great abilities looks like? The old village chief's legs went weak. And on the willow tree at the village entrance, the branches of the willow deity fell into a long silence. Such means, even the immortal kings from other realms and the giants of the immortal realms cannot so easily and dominantly devour the karma and essence of a million lives. From which nameless dimension did he descend this forbidden existence? Naruto in the sky slowly retracted his demonic powers. The energy within him surged like a boiling sea of stars. Although the essence of the million soldiers was not as high in quality as that of divine beings, their vast numbers greatly enriched his divine capital energy pool. Standing atop the war chariot, his gaze did not look down at Stone Village, but slowly lifted his deep otherworldly eyes, seeming to penetrate the heavens of the 8 domains, staring into the higher dimensional space. The wool of the lower realm is ultimately too poor. The combined essence of these million people does not even compare to a single super divine dragon. A proud cold smile curled at the corner of Naruto's mouth. He turned his head, looking down at Xiao Shihao. Little Shihao, rolling in the muck of this lower realm is such a waste of your talent. Come, big brother will take you to the upper realm, 9 heavens and 10 earths, to feast upon those true gods with divine halos, to pluck the immortal herbs of the major longevity families. In the great wilderness at Stone Village, the ground was strewn with pale white ashes, scattered by a sudden gust of wind, as if the massacre of a million allied forces last night was merely a phantom dream. The old village chief Shi Yunfeng along with several villagers stood at the village entrance watching the young Shihao, who had already boarded the black war chariot, their eyes full of reluctance. But they also knew that Shihao's talent was too extraordinary. This barren lower realm of the 8 domains could never contain a true dragon. Only by following the unfathomable brother Naruto could little Shihao spread his wings and soar. Grandpa, village chief, uncles and aunts, you all go back. Once I grow fat with brother Naruto in the upper realm, I will definitely bring back a lot of beast milk and divine herbs to see you. The little one stood on the war chariot vigorously waving his chubby little hands. Naruto leaned one hand against the throne of the chariot, his gaze passing over the villagers and landing on the rejuvenated willow tree at the village entrance. I am leaving. This muddy pit of the lower realm will be left for you to slowly recover. Naruto's voice was conveyed directly to the willow deity through divine sense. The 9 heavens and 10 earths are vast and boundless. There exist longevity families and ancient schools that have lived through countless epochs, even remnants of celestial beings. The consciousness of the willow deity slowly conveyed a rare gravity. Although your methods are extraordinary, the karma of the upper realm is extremely complex. Be cautious in your actions. Enough. Naruto unceremoniously interrupted this once supreme celestial king. Karma. Wherever Vortex Naruto goes, that is the end of karma. If those so-called longevity families dare to provoke me, I won't mind erasing their entire 9 clans in passing. A proud and cold smile crept across Naruto's lips. Do not use your outdated experiences to measure me. When I return, even the heavenly Tao of the 9 heavens and 10 earths will have to prostrate beneath my feet. The willow deity fell silent. It knew that for beings of a life level completely transcending the understanding of this universe, any common sense or warning was utterly powerless. Heaven-swallowing sparrow Chongqi, take off. Naruto no longer wasted words and coldly issued the command. Roar. The four ancient ferocious beasts, marked with demonic seals, let out a roar that shattered the clouds, pulling the enormous luxurious black war chariot, transforming into a streak of pitch-black light soaring into the sky. Between the 8 domains of the lower realm and the upper realm, 9 heavens and 10 earths, there exists an extremely solid dimension. Generally speaking, beings from the lower realm must seek extremely rare void fissures, or use ancient altars and ascension paths, risking their lives to cross over. But at this moment, Naruto's black war chariot directly hovered at the very top of the firmament. Looking at the thick barrier ahead, which shimmered with chaotic colors and appeared unbreakable, the little one blinked curiously. Brother Naruto, it seems there is no way ahead. How are we supposed to go up? Should we look for the grand formation? Look for a formation? That kind of method of crawling through dog holes is for the weak. Naruto slowly stood up and walked to the front of the chariot. His right eye, representing omniscience and omnipotence, suddenly lit up, while his left eye, the dark nine-tails Sharingan, began to spin wildly. In front of me, if there is no road, then I shall forge a path. Naruto slowly raised his right hand, fingers clenched into a fist. The demonic energy within him gathered towards his right fist like raging waves, even causing the surrounding space to emit a mournful cry under this terrifying pressure. Give me, shatter. No fancy ninjutsu, only the ultimate punch that fused the principles of Dragon Ball destruction with the power of a multiversal-level physique. Boom! One punch was thrown. In that instant, the sky of the entire 8 domains erupted with a brightness surpassing that of 10,000 suns. That sturdy barrier, said to be unshakable even by the God Fire realm and True God realm, crumbled under Naruto's domineering punch like thin glass struck by a heavy warhammer. Crack! Bang! A terrifying spatial cavity with a diameter of several thousand jong was forcefully smashed open. At the edge of the cavity, violent spatial turbulence and chaotic winds rampaged, yet they could not come even a hair's breadth closer to Naruto's war chariot. Let's go. The war chariot roared, directly crushing those chaotic winds, rudely passing through the barrier cavity and entering the vast and boundless high-dimensional realm. The 9 heavens and 10 earths. In the 3,000 Tao states, Tianzhou, as one of the most prosperous and spiritually rich Tao states in the upper realm, Tianzhou is occupied by countless ancient sects and longevity families. Today, the sky above Tianzhou was originally clear. Suddenly, the heavens seemed to be violently torn apart from below by an invisible giant hand. Accompanied by the earth-shattering roar, a pitch-black rift appeared in the sky. What is that noise? The barrier of the lower realm was actually forcibly shattered. Is it a sin-blooded creature from the lower realm that has forcibly breached the barrier? Countless ancient sects within Tianzhou were instantly alarmed. In the void closest to the barrier breach, a colossal warship radiating dazzling golden light and adorned with countless esoteric runes was patrolling. At the bow of the warship, a large flag was raised. The Celestial Race. This was a behemoth among the 3,000 Tao states, once ranked among the 10 fiends, known for its extremely domineering and arrogant ways. Mere sin-blooded commoners from the lower realm dare to disturb the airspace of my celestial race in such a crude manner. On the warship, an elder shrouded in divine light, resembling a deity descending to the world, coldly snorted. His lofty gaze swept toward the black war chariot that had just emerged from the rift. What is that? When the celestial elder recognized the 4 colossal beasts pulling the chariot, a glint of extreme greed instantly erupted in his eyes. Heaven-swallowing sparrow, Chongqi, pure-blood ancient relics. In that energy-depleted prison of the lower realm, such premium mounts could still be born. The elder was overjoyed and did not even bother sensing the cultivation of the person sitting in the chariot, for in his perception, the lower realm was a broken place where the strongest could at most be a mere ant at the God Fire realm. Someone, surround that war chariot for me. The celestial elder waved his hand. Boom! The massive golden warship of the celestial race instantly blocked the path of Naruto's black war chariot. Hundreds of elite cultivators from the celestial race, exuding a murderous aura, surrounded the chariot. Listen, lower realm commoners. The celestial elder looked down from above at the chariot, his voice dripping with undeniable arrogance. Immediately roll out of the chariot, cripple your cultivation, and kneel to accept the judgment of my celestial race. These 4 ancient relics I will confiscate as compensation for disturbing Tianzhou. In the elder's mind, this was already a great act of grace. On the war chariot, little Sure How poked his head out, looking at the glowing, arrogant old man across from him, blinking his eyes. Brother Naruto, why is there a big light bulb flying in the sky? It seems like he wants to steal our vehicle. Naruto sat on the throne, propping his chin with one hand. Beneath the facade of illusion, he appeared as an ordinary person without any cultivation. His unique eyes quietly observed the magnificent warship across from him and the arrogant celestial elder. The celestial race, the celestial realm. The corners of Naruto's mouth slowly curled into an extremely dangerous and mocking arc. Little Sure How, what did your brother just tell you about the upper realm? Little Sure How immediately stood straight, his childish voice serious, as he replied. Brother said that in the upper realm, things that are good-looking, glowing, and flying are all high-grade ingredients. If we can steal it, we steal it. If not, we eat it. Very good, full marks. Naruto slowly stood up. A terrifying intent to kill, though deliberately suppressed, instantly froze the spiritual energy above Tianzhou. A mere ant of the celestial realm is too impure to even qualify as fuel for my worship. Naruto's gaze fixated on the celestial elder, as if he were staring at a dead man. Dare to block the path of this tyrant, and even think of stealing my dog? Naruto slowly raised his right-hand fingers pointed at the enormous golden warship and clenched his fist in the void. Great devouring demonic art absolute overwhelm. What? The celestial elder across didn't even have time to comprehend Naruto's words before he suddenly felt the surrounding void compress, as if thousands of divine mountains were pressing inward. Crack! Crack crack! Amidst the terrified screams of the celestial race cultivators, that warship said to withstand a full strike from the celestial realm twisted, deformed, and ultimately exploded like crumpled tin foil. Ah! Hundreds of elite cultivators from the celestial race, along with the fragments of that warship, were forcefully pulled into the sky by an irresistible gravitational force, turning into a dense ball of flesh and blood light. You? What kind of monster are you? The celestial elder was frightened out of his wits, and the divine light he prided himself on extinguished instantly in the face of this power. He desperately tried to burn his divine fire to escape, only to find that the laws around him had been completely drained. You seem to like these ancient relics. I will satisfy you. Naruto's gaze was cold as his right hand suddenly pressed down. Boom! The exalted celestial elder was directly crushed to his knees by this irresistible force, kneeling heavily before Naruto's war chariot. Chongqi, heaven-swallowing sparrow, he just said he would confiscate you. Naruto's icy voice rang out. You can start your meal. Leave his divine source and memories for me. The bones and flesh are yours. Roar! The four ancient ferocious beasts, who had been pent up with rage in the lower realm, erupted with bloodthirsty ferocity upon hearing their master's command. Though enslaved by Naruto, they were still the most ferocious overlords of the great wilderness. Amidst the celestial elder's desperate screams, Chongqi bit off half of his body, while the heaven-swallowing sparrow skillfully tore him to pieces. The mighty celestial elder of the celestial race, on his first day in the upper realm, had his knees shattered by the tyrant and was fed to the beasts pulling the chariot. Ding! The tyrant's first kill in the upper realm successfully annihilated a celestial realm cultivator and hundreds of elite celestial race members. Devoured fragments of the celestial law. Acquired detailed power distribution map of 3,000 Tao states and countless coordinates of divine materials through soul searching. System prompt. Your brutal actions have triggered the celestial race's death resonance. The ancestor of the celestial race is in a fury. The ancestor of the celestial race. Very well, I hope they bring out all the resources of their clan. Naruto absorbed the memories of the celestial elder, and the locations of various longevity families and Tao schools' treasure troves clearly emerged in his mind. He glanced at the blood-soaked Chongqi and the excited wide-eyed little Sure Hao. Little Sure Hao, hold on tight. Naruto flicked his black robe and sat back on the throne, his eyes gleaming with extreme greed for resources and power. Next stop, the ancestral land of the celestial race. We are going to steal their divine herb garden and raid their divine gold treasury. Let's bring back some high-grade goods for our divine warships behind us. The 3,000 Tao prefectures. The heartland of Tianzhou. Within the ancestral realm of the Tianran clan floats a colossal divine city, suspended high above the ninth heaven. Here immortal chi shimmers like mist, auspicious radiant streams in thousands of hues, and countless grand divine palaces stand in harmonious majestic array, testifying to the peerless heritage of this ancient race once ranked among the 10 primordial beasts. Inside the grand assembly hall at the city's center, the atmosphere had plunged into glacial silence. Crack! Before the stunned gaze of all present, the soul token of a Tianran clan heavenly elder. A sacred artifact bound to his very life essence. Shattered, violently crumbling into fine ash. Elder Mo has fallen. Not only he, but the celestial patrol vessel accompanying him, along with the soul tokens of hundreds of elite warriors, have all simultaneously dimmed and gone dark. A steward elder reported, sweat pouring down his brow, his voice trembling with unmistakable terror. Who dares slaughter a Tianran heavenly god within our own Tianzhou? At the head of the hall sat the Tianran clan patriarch, a venerable elder with snow-white hair and beard, his entire being radiating an overwhelming, terrifying aura. He surged to his feet, fury igniting his silver mane. Issue the decree. Seal off Tianzhou. Activate the hexagram heaven-sealing grand formation. Whoever slew our heavenly god shall pay in blood. Every drop of it. Yet, even before the patriarch's words had fully echoed across the vast hollow hall, boom! The entire ancestral realm of the Tianran clan, the divine city suspended in the ninth heaven, began to shake violently, as if struck heeding by a meteor from beyond the stars. What is happening? The patriarch and elders recoiled in shock, dashing out of the hall in unison. When they raised their eyes toward the heavens, every breath froze in their throats. Above the divine city, the azure firmament itself had been torn asunder, ripped open by a force so brutal, so absolute it defied comprehension. A black war chariot drawn by 4 pure-blooded primordial ferocious beasts, the sky-devouring sparrow Chongqi and others, descended with cataclysmic fury, shattering the city's legendary protective formation. a barrier said to withstand even the might of a sovereign-level cultivator. Upon the chariot stood a youth draped in a black and gold-trimmed cloak, his face stern and impassive. With cold, detached authority, he gazed down upon the magnificent divine city. His heterochromatic eyes, one sapphire blue, the other blood-red, blazing with naked avarice and lethal intent. The Tianren clan, I presume. Ming Ren's voice was low, but in that instant it resonated across the entire city, clear and unmistakable in the ears of every Tianren cultivator. An old dog who called himself a heavenly god tried to block my path earlier. I fed him to the beasts pulling my chariot. From your earlier outcry, I gather you wish to avenge him. Silence. A silence so absolute it felt like death itself had descended. The patriarch stared at the four primordial beasts, their auras roaring with ancient apocalyptic fury, and then at the inscrutable youth standing atop the chariot. An inexplicable bone-deep chill rose within him. Yet he was the patriarch of a clan, its dignity inviolable across the 3,000 Dao prefectures. Arrogant wretch, you slay our heavenly god, and dare invade our ancestral sanctum. Do you take the Tianren clan for clay to be molded at will? Roaring, the patriarch erupted with divine light, revealing himself as a grand cultivator on the cusp of the Dao departure realm. Form the formation. Slay this fiend. At the patriarch's command, over 100,000 cultivators surged skyward from the city. Powerful artifacts and divine treasures rose like constellations, weaving a seamless, suffocating net of annihilation. Hurtling toward Ming Ren. Big brother Ming Ren. So many glowing lamps. Xiao Shihao crouched behind Ming Ren, squinting at the dazzling sea of divine light. Though dazzled, he punched the air excitedly with tiny fists. Little stone, watch closely. This is how one prepares such arrogant high-grade ingredients. Ming Ren smirked coldly, and slowly raised his right hand. Great devouring demon art, all-encompassing illusion. Annihilation. Hum. From the palm of his hand erupted a micro-black hole. An abyss that devoured light, law, and reality itself. The singularity swelled with hurricane speed, expanding in the blink of an eye into a colossal vortex eclipsing the entire divine city. Suck. With that single word, uttered like a death sentence from the Lord of Oblivion. A. Desperate screams pierced the heavens. The 100,000 Tianren cultivators. Their divine artifacts, their vaunted techniques, touched the edge of that monstrous vortex and vanished without ripple or resistance, swallowed whole as though they were mere dust dissolving in water. Then came the cultivators themselves. The vortex's irresistible gravity pulled them from midair like chaff sucked into a vacuum. Entire swathes vanishing into the infinite dark. Their flesh, their cultivation base, even their souls, were instantly crushed, refined, and distilled into the purest primordial essence flooding into Ming Ren's body. Wah! What heretical art is this? The Tianren patriarch stared at the hellscape unfolding before him. His courage shattered, his spirit quaking. He strained against the pull with all his might. Yet his Dao departure cusp cultivation proved laughably feeble before that abyss. Heretical art. This is divine retribution. In a flash, Ming Ren appeared before the patriarch. Crack. His fingers closed around the elder's throat, lifting him aloft like a lifeless dog. I hear your clan possesses the flying immortal stone and a garden of supreme immortal herbs. Ming Ren's voice, icy and calm, whispered beside the patriarch's ear. You shall not. The patriarch choked out the words through a constricted windpipe. No answer. No matter. I'll search myself. Ming Ren's eyes blazed crimson. The soul-scouring power of the great devouring demon art flared instantly. A. The patriarch shrieked. A raw, soul-rending cry, as his memories were ripped open, violated, and plundered. Moments later, Ming Ren discarded the now mindless patriarch into the vortex like refuse, and smiled satisfied. Ming Ren strode forward and stamped his foot upon the central plaza, shattering it outright, plunging deep into the Tianren clan's subterranean treasury. There he beheld mountains of divine metal and immortal materials, and the flying immortal stone pulsing with enigmatic energy. Deepest within the vault lay a garden of immortal herbs, its spiritual energy so dense it had coalesced into liquid mist. Rare otherworldly flora, unknown even in the lower realms, flourished here, exuding intoxicating medicinal fragrance. We're rich. Big brother Ming Ren, we're rich. Xiao Shihao dashed in after him, drooling at the sight of the celestial garden. Little stone, no rush. All this belongs to our divine capital. With a flick of his wrist, Ming Ren tore open a spatial rift, revealing the passage to the Dark Lotus worship. Hagoromo, come clean up. Reality split, and from the rift emerged Kaguya Otsutsuki, her ethereal beauty arresting. Yet even her pure white eyes widened in profound shock at the sight of the immortal garden and the mounds of divine resources. Master, all of this, Kaguya's voice trembled. All of it is fertilizer for you. Transplant everything into the warship's medicinal garden, including that worthless stone, and refine it swiftly into energy capable of advancing the warship's evolution. Ming Ren commanded, unyielding. Yes, this humble servant obeys. Kaguya trembled, not from fear but exhilaration. With these peerless resources, she could elevate the warship's foundation to unimaginable heights, and propel her own cultivation beyond all prior limits. while Kagaya directed legions of automatons to frantically relocate the treasures. Beyond the ancestral realm of the Tyrant clan, several faint yet world-shattering divine senses pierced the endless void, stealthily observing the devastation. What is that power? To erase hundreds of thousands in an instant, that black hole. It threatens even my divine sense. A variable, no a cataclysmic anomaly. This youth is no native of the 9 heavens and 10 realms. Ancient patriarchs and sovereigns, slumbering deep within immortal clans and primordial sects, had finally awakened, shaken by the Tyrant clan's utter annihilation. They sensed it instantly. A threat far more terrifying than the alien realms was descending upon the 9 heavens and 10 realms. And within the Tyrant treasury, Mingren seemed to perceive those watching divine senses. He made no attempt to conceal himself. Instead, with breathtaking arrogance, he tilted his head upward, the heterochromatic gaze piercing the veil of space itself, locking onto the hidden, ageless sovereigns. Have you watched enough? His voice thundered directly into their minds, like a celestial gong splitting reality. If you wish to live, prepare your finest treasures. Once I've toured the 3,000 Dao prefectures, I'll collect rent from each and every one of you. Madness, unfettered, boundless madness, declaring open war upon every sovereign and patriarch across the upper realm. Feeling that indomitable sovereign will reverberating in their consciousness, those ancient beings, each having survived countless eons, experienced something unprecedented. A shiver of dread. Let's go, little stone. Mingren brushed his hands together, surveying the Tyrant ancestral realm, stripped bare, its very topsoil scraped away, and departed contentedly aboard the war chariot with Xiao Shihao. The spoils of the upper realm are indeed richer than those of the lower. The black war chariot ascended once more, departing boldly across the horizon, observed by the upper realm sovereigns with equal parts dread and awe, leaving behind only ruins, the shattered remains of a ancient primordial divine city.